Everybody, welcome here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for day number 2 of season number 2. Lot 2's in that one, and we're kicking things off today as normal with Europe. My name is Infinity. Joining me in the desk is looking as good as ever, fresh as ever. He's got his glasses on today. Andy, mate, it's good to see you, bud.
Yeah, it feels good to be able to see. Season 2, day 2, 2 lenses, 2 casters. What can we say, man? It's going to be a fantastic day. Groups are looking to get undoubtedly shaken up for this wonderful group stage that we have here for day number 2.
Yeah, day number 1 of Europe was pretty insane, I think. I don't know how many surprises we were really expecting to come out of the European region. Certainly, we got a lot over in North America, but there were a few to talk about. So I think without any further ado, let's take a look at kind of the groups as they stand at the end of day number 1. Kind of go through them and go through any results that we do want to talk about. There were some really crucial ones, and starting things off with Group A here, I think business as usual for the teams that we expect to be at the top of the group, right, Andy? Team Notorious and Orcas, they sit atop the group. I don't think we expected anything different after the first day.
It's just the way that Team Notorious were able to find themselves at the top of the group. I mean, they dismantled La Nave del Mysterio. Like, that hydroelectric hardpoint wasn't even close. It was a 6-3 embassy search and destroy, and then they decimate both Del Mysterio and Fade on a fortress control where Eric Boom was having an absolute day and a half. I think if there's one thing maybe talk about was that 3-1 win versus La Nave del Mysterio from Grandmasters, which is why they find themselves at 1-1. Not to mention how they also took Orglis to a map number 5, which they, of course, inevitably lost, but nonetheless, Aroma and Co. are definitely looking pretty good. Definitely some question marks when it comes down to why La Nave del Mysterio are 0-2 with only a map win.
That's it, isn't it? That's the biggest shocker with that win for Grandmasters in Group A. Over in Group B, though, it's not entirely clear of surprises, of course. 3 teams sit currently 2-0 after day number 1 with the Originals and Awoba Bob. Certainly not surprising to see those 2 teams among the top flight here in Group B. The real surprise, if any, would be Signs, of course. They've made a change coming into this season, or at least they're looking pretty better. And now 2-0, taking down Retirement Pending and Falcons in the first day of action. So cementing a really good position, I think, at the end of the first day.
Yeah, I mean, if there's like one thing that could be slightly upsetting, would probably be for Falcons losing to Signs. But I mean, look, how can we talked about this last night with North America, which was the theory. How are you ever going to combat against the possibility that Signs is going to reverse sweep not once but twice? They were able to do it versus Retirement Pending, and then they do it versus Falcons. And the reason why I talk about that one specifically versus the Falcons not being able to close that match out versus the Signs is they're coming off of a very good season 1 of the Elite. Now find themselves in a triage of teams that are 0-2.
All right, well, we looked over towards the groups then. Let's take a look at the action ahead of us today here on Broadcast. Or this is actually the matches for Group 1, excuse me. So take a look over Group A matches. This is Orglis versus La Nave del Mysterio. A must-win matchup, you have to imagine, for La Nave after being 2-0 down in the groups at the end of day number 1. Then Team Notorious take on Team International and another test of the metal there for that Team Notorious roster. And finally, Grandmasters, the team that are looking pretty good. Again, a roster that they should really win against in the form of Fade for Group A. Let's take a look at the Group B matches then as well. I'm kind of excited to see what's on schedule here for this group as Awoba Bob's take on Signs for the first match of the day, an all-French affair in that one. The Originals go head-to-head with Team Falcons in the second match of the day as well. Another opportunity for Falcons to bounce back. And then finally, Retirement Pending taking on Clutch Rain. Both of those 2 teams, again, 0-2 at the end of day number 1. Both of them desiring that first victory, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, all French affair in that first matchup at 2 p.m. Eastern with Awoba Bubs and Signs. Plus a Belgian, just working his way in there as Abusa.
True.
Of course, it can never overlook that Abusa is that one non-French player inside of the lobby. But, I mean, nonetheless, I think that this entire schedule will be quite interesting. Again, a lot of 0-2 teams going up against each other. A lot of undefeated teams going up against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's a look over at some more games then. Later on during the show, of course, the second set for teams over in Group A. August going head-to-head with Team Notorious. God, that's going to be a great matchup. La Nave del Mysterio versus Fade. And then Team International taking on Grandmasters as well. Let's get through this pretty quickly. I want to go look at the Group B matches as well here. August Awoba Bobs, excuse me, going head-to-head with the Originals. Mate, Orglis and Notorious on the other side, Awoba Bobs and the Originals on this side. Banger matches today. Clutch Rain going head-to-head with Science as well. That is another all-French affair. And then finally, Falcons again against Retirement Pending. Really important matchups again, I think. If you go like 0-4, you lose every single match. I mean, you won't be out because you can technically qualify, I think, like 2-4 if you win your last 2 matches with the way the kind of the system works this year. But still, like, you do not want to be in that position.
Yeah, I mean, you already talked about for La Nave Del Mysterio. Who's to say about like these other teams, specifically in Group B, Clutch Rain, Falcons, Retirement Pending. They're all 0-2, right? So this kind of comes with the conversation that we had in Season 1 with one team of Boston Breach Academy, where they effectively have to win out. You're not wrong to bring up the simple fact, Brody, that obviously we take 4 teams per group. That is what gets shaken up to be the playoff bracket at the end of this group stage, but you don't want to give yourself any sort of hints that that might be a possibility for you to have to get that one win versus that one team just to get that one head-to-head, be able to get that ticket into playoffs. It's very nerve-wracking, to say the least.
All right, well, we have a match coming up here, Retirement Pending versus Clutch Strange. Just a quick reminder that right now in the Twitch chat, you guys can go check out the poll that's going on. Put your channel points on. We want to know what you guys think, who is going to win this first match of the day, Retirement Pending or Clutch Rain. Let's talk about what we think, though, Andy. Of course, the all-knowing voices here in European Challengers. We'll kick things off with this discussion around Retirement Pending, the roster formerly known as Nixa. A lot of veteranship here on this team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when it comes down to Retirement Pending, within a nutshell, you're going to be looking at just a lot of individuals that have a lot of good backbone of Call of Duty historically, specifically for Europe. The new kid on the block, obviously being Mythix, had his rookie season last year in Vanguard, did not have the outcome that he was once hoping for. Then you also get Dave Defrag coming back, Rafi, not having his long-lasting duo of Grad. Obviously, some question marks around this team when they were playing underneath the Nixa banner about what they were able to put together, not only through the Season 1 of the Elite, but also with where they came up short at the Boston Open as well. To make strides, and it's going to have to start with this match today.
Yeah, of course, that big change coming through. Mythix joining the lineup in place of Henry. That's going to be the big question mark over Retirement Pending, but there's also a roster change on the other side of the board here for Clutch Range, who have removed Isaac from the roster, of course, the lone Brit on the team. Now it's a fully French roster as Klausy joins the fray. Apparently we couldn't get team fighters for these guys, so they're all still CDL operators this season, but we definitely know a lot more about these guys from what we learned last season, Andy. They actually impressed us quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely made a very interesting run throughout the entirety of Season 1 of the Elite, you know, playing a lot of upsets, being able to not only make their way towards playoffs, but still continue to look really good. It's that guy, that second player in from the left, Fibron, was the overall breadwinner when it came down to statistics, more or less, for this team. It was also the most impactful player, and that's going to be quite integral for this matchup today. Not a single one of these players, Brody, through day 1 worth of play, losing to the Originals 0-3 and the Wubba 1-3. Fibron is the only one that's close to being 1.0 KD. He's sitting at a 0.97. Need a little bit more productivity out of this team if they want to take this series versus Retirement Pending.
All right, well, we want to focus in on some players here for this matchup. Let's talk about those players then, kicking off the conversation with Dave, of course. Dequeeve, the player that's been in and around the Call of Duty scene, European Call of Duty scene, the global Call of Duty scene for basically forever, since like the Jetpack days, maybe even before that as well. Dave has been a constant gear in Call of Duty esports, and he's also been a pretty good constant here in Call of Duty Challengers. It's almost been surprising in a way, talking about his story over the years, that he's not really had a shot at the CDL, just given how consistently good he has been.
Yeah, I mean, minus that S&D KD after yesterday, but we'll talk more about that later. Obviously, you know, going 1 for 3 as far as search and destroys are concerned yesterday versus the Originals, and getting reverse swept by Signs is no easy feat, but it's really in the respawns where Dave, that AR in hand, has been popping off. I mean, 1.42 KD is obviously where the inflation comes through for a 1.18 overall for his KD together, and it goes even beyond that as well. For all 3 game modes just from yesterday alone, Dave is sitting somewhere near about 62% true engagement success rate. That is absurd, and you need all of that plus some more out of your AR.
All right, well, what about the other side then? We looked at the AR for Retirement Pending. We're going to talk about one of the SMG players here for Clutch Rain. Fibron made his Challengers Elite debut last season. We didn't really know how he and Yaza on the roster would get on, considering we didn't really know anything about them at all, really. This being their first season really competing properly here in Challengers. And Fibron, I think, has absolutely impressed us. Not the best stats coming out of day number 1, but of course we have to add the asterisk that they did play some titanic teams yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they faced the 2 best teams in Group B. That goes without saying, especially versus the Originals and Wubba Bobs, with how they turned out going through the entirety of Season 1 of the Elite. Didn't get to see the Originals, obviously, when it came down to Boston Open, but the Wubba Bobs are nothing to bat an eyelash at, regardless of the matter. Yeah, Fibron has been impressive. I mean, there's been so many different times through Season 1 of the Elite, specifically on a respawn game mode, hardpoint and control, that this guy's been turning up continuously. The only game mode that he doesn't lead his team in is Search and Destroy. Klausy leads that by 0.02, so take that as you will. But Fibron has been I guess, the overall leader when it comes to impact in the game itself. We're going to be looking for all of that plus some more if Febron wants to help out his team of Clutch Rain, not only be able to take the series, but also help Clutch Rain as a whole get their first series on the board.
Well, let's look over towards the players then. Let's talk about the map set then for this best of 5. We discussed this when we first got a look at this map set just a few moments ago, Andy, and it's kind of funny because when we were looking at kind of what was played yesterday for Retirement Pending and Clutch Rain, we were like, that's a lot of Fortress and Mikado that was played yesterday for these two teams. It seems like they might be sadists because despite being 0-2 down, they're still sticking to those two maps.
Yeah, this one's more interesting for Retirement Pending. You see their vetoes, obviously, as Team B. They don't get to veto the control, but Hydra Hotel, they did not want to play those two maps. But they played Fortress Hardpoint twice on over yesterday versus Signs and Originals. It was map 4, and I believe both of those stints. But regardless of the matter, they are not sitting pretty, not by any stretch of the imagination. 143 to 250 versus Signs, 162 versus 250 versus the Originals. On the other side for Clutch Rain, the one time that they did play Fortress Hardpoint, it was that one map that they actually took off of the Awubabubs, 250 to 223. It was a close one, but having Triple Fortress within its own self is going to be continuously interesting. We'll talk more about that Search and Destroy, but the control is just as interesting for Clutch Rain as the Fortress Hardpoint is for Retirement Pending, given that it was the only control map that Clutch Rain played yesterday, and Brody, they didn't even take a single round. They went 0-6 across both their two matches.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can add the asterisk, right? It's just like, yeah, they played the best teams in Group B. Like, you can add that if you really want to make yourself feel a little bit better about it. But we know how Fortress Control is supposed to play out. Like, we expect a round number 5 in Fortress Control. Not getting that is just, like, insane. To get 3-0 not once but twice, I think still says quite a lot about that team in this map mode combination. So I'm very surprised in a way. I'm not sure what the veto actually was there. I did actually just miss it. But still, to try and not just veto it and just try and play something else.
They got rid of LSU.
Yeah, I mean, like, it just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't have done it personally. But then again, I don't play the game here in this setting. These guys, they know a lot better than me. So we'll see. We'll see, man. Clutch Rain, they still want it. They still want to see, kind of take any improvements they might have got versus those two teams yesterday and maybe carry them across here to Retirement Pending. But again, we cannot stress this enough, guys. Both of these two teams down 0-2 at this point in time. They need this victory. Both teams desperately need it because going down 0-3, going into the 4th match, not a good spot to be in at all. Like, we've seen teams bounce back. We go over to like Boston Academy and Rocker Academy over in Season 1 in North America. Like, that was something similar, but it doesn't happen that often.
No, it really doesn't. You know, European Challengers Elite, you'll typically end up seeing what we had actually end up getting out from North America last night in Group B, where everybody is just 1-1 on the day. But, I mean, here in Europe, there seems to be a little bit more of a gap in between a lot of these different teams, right? I mean, again, you have 3 teams that are 2-0. The other 3 teams are 0-2. So you really do feel like that this is going to be the go time for these teams that are 0-2. And while 2 of them are on the screen, Falcons obviously are going to be another one of those teams at 0-2. Need to have a very steep turnaround when it comes down to this entire season for group play. And that's really tough to say, considering that it's just only day 2 of group play. But that's just how damning these group play matches can honestly be. I think it was like Visions yesterday that was talking about it, that you can blink and the group play and your playoff hopes can honestly be over just off of a day 1 stint. Going down 0-2 is no comfort place to be.
Especially for Retirement Pending. I think, again, like, we talk about kind of how Signs has mixed up this group quite a bit. You know, I don't think we expect Signs to do what they did yesterday with the double reverse sweep. So I think Retirement Pending did not expect to lose that matchup. And we've got to say it as well. Like, I don't think we're selling Clutch Rain hard enough here. Like, this is a roster that has already beaten Retirement Pending once in their old form. Going back to playoffs, they beat them in 3-2 fashion in the very first round of playoffs. It's what sent Nixer down to the lower bracket, where, of course, they faced Notorious, and they upset Notorious in that situation too. So, Clutch Rain, we know they can do this. They got top picks in Season 1 of playoffs. They are absolutely a team filled with potential. And again, you asked that question because we didn't get to see too much of them yesterday. You know, what are they going to be like with Clousey? Is there actually an improvement on this roster? Because when I look at this team in Season 1, Andy, I looked kind of what they were really successful with. A lot of it was down at the sub pressure. A lot of what kind of Febron and Twiz were bringing to the roster was kind of hyper aggression.
Yeah, it's that hyper aggression is always something to be really nice to be talking about for a Vaznev player. But keep in mind, that patch that we did get yesterday didn't end up nerfing that medium to long range pressure that the Vaznev does bring. So you're not gutting people top valet on Hotel if you're just bursting out the back kitchen door anymore. I mean, you can, but you have to hit, I want to say, about 12 to 16 shots in succession of one another to be able to beat an AR with that TAC 56, not to mention the headshot multiplier that can be coming all the way through. So as nice as it is to continuously talk about both what Twiz and Febron could bring to the table, I'm actually mostly looking at what both Yaza and, as you were talking about, Clousy, the new addition for this Clutch Rain roster, obviously moving away from playing with Isaac now, what he's going to be bringing to the table. Every single SMG play, and this can also go and talk about for retirement pending at the same time, every single one of these SMG players now more or less are going to be hindered off of whether or not they have their SMG duo, working in tandem for that trade, or having that Overwatch for their ARs. This is core fundamentals, baby, and we got to be able to showcase this, especially if you're a top 12 team in Europe here for the Elite.
Well, it's a funny conversation, talking about kind of the relationship between SMGs and ARs here, because retirement pending, they've got a player on board now. They're bringing Mythics into the roster to replace Henry. Now, Henry is a stalwart SMG player. He played a really good role in this team alongside Defrag as kind of the subs for the roster, Dave on the flex, and Rafi on the main AR as well. Mythics is coming into this team with experience as an AR player and AR flex at best. You've now got 3 ARs in this team, and you're going to be forcing, I presume, Mythics into the role of an SMG for this team.
That's
so
right.
They're still going to take a little bit of time to get into that. That might be a reason why maybe that reverse sweep came through yesterday against Signs. That has to be something we consider, despite how good Mythics is, which, by the way, Mythics is great. His debut last season in Vanguard was sublime on Revenge Tour. I still think we've got to give Mythics his flowers, but again, that has to be something we consider here, Andy.
Oh, totally. It's funny that you actually bring that up. Working in what I was talking about with that Vaznev nerf, I actually saw Mythics tweet yesterday when that nerf came through and everybody was talking about the patch notes. He was like, no way this happens. As soon as I make the role swap, it's rather frustrating, isn't it? Because, we're seeing some players obviously benefit from it. I think Brezzy comes to mind when he was picking up the SMG yesterday for a Wub of Bubs. The guy was absolutely frying with it. It comes down to the decision-making. And again, I want to continue to echo Visions here because he was talking about it. I mean, Visions himself played a lot of SMG in his time. The guy grinds Call of Duty. He's absolutely nasty. And he understands just as well as the next that some of these SMG players kind of get a little bit too comfortable with what they were able to do with the Vaznev, challenging everything possible that they have in their way. But we're really looking at those SMG players to almost take a page out from an AR Flex's book. You have to maintain your life. You have to wait for the regen to come all the way through because you're not just beaming people anymore. It's no longer the God gun that everybody was talking about. You have to be able to preserve your life and maintain numbers across a lot of these maps to really have a high impact in whatever game or mode you're playing.
Yeah, it was funny because we were talking about kind of the patch notes yesterday as they came through, and we were like, yeah, the Vaznev players are certainly going to be a little less powerful now for sure. But then what point does the conversation start coming through about, oh, the attack's way too powerful, it's too much in the current meta? No surprise. Some of those tweets already did come out yesterday. But yeah, I think it is an interesting kind of situation now. I will say, at least from the first litmus test, like just the first day of challenges, is a very small sample size. We only got to see 2 matches from each team at most. It didn't seem like it affected them that much, I'll be honest. I think we were looking at like Vaznev players, if anything, they just looked like they were doing the normal things. Like I looked towards like Vikal in the last match yesterday, like,
yeah,
what do you say, man? That's just like, I just think if you were good with the Vaznev before, you're probably going to be perfectly fine with it now. Obviously, Mythics kind of fits a very different bill in that situation. His dynamic is a little bit different, that he's still kind of getting into using the Vaznev as opposed to the tax, so a little bit of a different situation. But yeah, we'll kind of see what happens. We apologize for the little delay here, guys. We're not just talking rubbish for nothing. We are waiting for the game to get underway. But if you're just joining us, this is the second day of action here in Call of Duty Challenges Elite for season number 2. We're still pretty early doors in the 2023 season. Teams are pretty much settling in now. I will say, I think just generally speaking with the conversation that we kind of have a hierarchy of teams. The top teams in Europe have been set, and teams like Retirement Pending and Clutch Rain looking to kind of break that mold and break into the upper echelon of European talent. That being said, guys, while we're waiting for the game to get underway, we're going to go to a very short break here. We'll be back in just a second with the first game. Well, we know all you French fans out there want to look at a French team, so we'll give you what you want. Not just one, but two of them. Signs versus Awobabobs. This is a match that's going on right now while we wait for our main focus matchup to get underway. We're still on Fortress, so it's okay if there's any Fortress fans out there. We've got everything for you here.
Yep, French players on Fortress, +1 Belgian, of course, Abuso. I'll never forget about it. Awobabobs, it needs to be talked about. Even last season, albeit not finishing in first place, they were still the #1 hardpoint differential team. They were electric, to say the least, through the group stage. Playing this map again yesterday for the Awobabobs, and albeit they lost by a whopping 17 points against Clutch Rain. They're looking to start off hot, but it looks like Signs are not going to be giving them much of an inch to be breathing here as they're soaking up some scrap time, and straight 1v1s for the rotation going over towards P2. Not a comfort zone for Awobabobs, to say the least.
This is a solid start from Signs. Already starting to pick up some of these early engagements towards P2. Out towards the window here, potential for a Depper. Abuser is watching it. He's all on his lonesome. The fact that he hasn't been acknowledged here by Signs is going to be a pretty good situation for him to be in. Elsewhere, Lynn's picking up a gunfight, so door is opened here for Awobabobs to find their way on towards the point, but they've got to win these engagements. Brezzy towards the front line is going to combine with Abuser to find their way on through. Now for Awobabobs here, a solid amount of time to grab away from Signs. A back 30 that is still worth fighting over, but again, at the back of these guys' minds will be that rotation towards the next hub.
Oh, what the split spawns just happened in between 6 and 4. Abusa is effectively spawned right behind Depa, and that's just because you got players all over the place. You have Cobra, you can see, was able to at least pick up one on a Yumiko. As far as the rotation is concerned, he was trying to get P3 spawns for his team, while the rest of Signs were effectively hitting over by P2, and you still have spawn outs occurring just because you have Signs. They have pressure in and around maps, but it's Cobra on a 3 spree. AR in hand, by the way, now, as Brezzy has moved over to be playing with the Vaznev. It's just doing a great job locking down this rotation for P3. You need this to be a money hill if you are the Awobabobs.
No, they're certainly capable of it. You just need to make sure you keep these guys at the door. Lynn's facing down a barrage of utility towards that backline. Finally going to be help here from Brezzy. He will pick not one, but a double. Nadox, his trophy system, going to be super helpful there to Signs, as it will help take down one player. And no trophy system on the point now for Awobabobs. Utility starting to be thrown towards the point, and overwhelmed here is Cobra, who finds himself in a 1 versus 3. Can get one, but no more than that. A valuable 20 seconds here, worth fighting for Signs. But Awobabobs did do a good job, at least, of getting themselves in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they got 38 seconds, sure, but Signs, this is what they're able to have for themselves off of a fantastic P1, P2. They can continue to make it expensive, just be annoying. I mean, Nadox is 13 and 8 for crying out loud, and the only one that really has an answer on the opposite side is Cobra at 12 and 8, but that is our Charlie look in. We are finally able to hop in towards our alpha matchup here between Retirement Pending and Clutch Rain. This is the same venue, of course, but the matchup has changed.
Absolutely. Retirement Pending, again, we talked about these guys going head-to-head with Clutch Rain. Both of these two teams, 0-2, coming into this matchup. They need this victory. Retirement Pending just having as solid a start as we just saw Signs did on that other matchup. They're already looking pretty good off the back of that hard point. At 20 seconds, that Clutch Rain in the position, they know they need to give up, Andy.
Yeah, Yazo 1 and 7, not exactly where you want to see Retirement Pending definitely having their way. Dave is on a 4 spree already. Mythics is triple positive, will of course be traded out. Not exactly easy to turn scrap into initial when it comes down to P2, but at least you still have Dave inside of maps looking to play for those streaks, being communicated that his team is in fact spawning all the way into the back of the Gallows. So gonna be waiting for them to cut past the middle of the map, gonna be looking for this break attempt.
Would be huge if Retirement Pending could get it done. AR pressure, though, looking pretty good for Clutch Rain. No trophy system on the point, but it's okay because Fibron is there with the AR in hand. Not his usual weapon, but he will be bringing it out here for this hard point. But why on earth not? Clutch Rain will win the initial wave of gunfights. Retirement Pending, though, close spawn for Blacksmith. They will continue to knock at the door here, but look at the flank coming through on the minimap. It's Fibron through the middle for 3. Going to be another, or it's Clousy, excuse me, through the middle 4, actually, the damage through, but Fibron finishes those gunfights, and Clutch Rain hold basically the full 60.
I look like Fibron just on the minimap itself, adding a little bit of extra there at the end. Don't want to be body shooting too early on. We still have a lot of Fortress Hardpoint left on the docket here as Retirement Pending, again, not able to break inside P3. That's the money hill that Clutch Rain were looking for. This will keep the game just about even ahead of this munitions rotation, but Fibron, I mean, this is why I talked about this guy. He is just popping off right now. 14 and 8 for the kid. And of course, Rafi will end up finding a trade, but gets overwhelmed by dubsteps. The rotation not secure for Retirement Pending.
Maybe it will be now. Mythic starting to put in shots. Defrag needs this trade ideally. The stun should secure it. Twiz almost manages to escape the clutches of Defrag there, but not going to happen. Defrag still fighting tooth and nail here for this one. Close spawn for Raph. He knows that Feebron and Yaza are within his grasp, and he'll only pick up the former of those two. It's okay, because Dave is there to pick up the second and the third as well. So, Retirement Pendant looking pretty good here to get a wealth of time. Clutch Rain try and push this one. They've got one player through top single, the rest coming through the Gallo side. Rafi should be aware of this. The call will be made. Players spawning in pretty close now will be Defrag, and look at this cover. It's being provided by Dave, by the way. 13-6 is having a hell of a game now on 5 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that's the answer for Feebron's pressure, right? 16-11, even Rafi inside the hard point gets the better of Twiz somehow. Steps off the hard point to make sure that spawns don't go completely awry ahead of this Blacksmith rotation. Defrag actually spawns up over by P3, but can't win the initial 1v1. But again, numbers being overwhelmed outside by the stables, over here by Hay. And Mythicus has been that guy to be able to lock down this rotation. Dave, able to get on that 6 spree, just soaking up some hardpoint time, has a cruise missile if he's feeling the necessity of it. And with 40 seconds still remaining here on P5, it wouldn't be a bad call to use it here. Oh, never mind, he's 3 dead.
Yeah, I was going to say, just try and separate yourselves out from Clutch Rain. I mean, they do it a little bit differently with Mythicus coming out with 3, but nonetheless, yeah, they needed it. He is actually going to bring the cruise missile down.
Not bad.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know if that was the right play, to be honest, in the situation. Maybe they just kind of want to boxing Clutch Rain towards his back P3 position to make the transition from P1 to P2 better. But yeah, nonetheless, Retirement Pendant, regardless of whether that streak is utilized, they will get a wealth of time away from Clutch Rain off the back of Blacksmith.
And looking like a Fortress control now when that streak gets called in. You're essentially just trying to force Clutch Rain into a spawn trap. They're able to work their way through the double gates, but at the end of the first set of hard points, it'll be about a 50-point lead that Retirement Pendant do have over Clutch Rain's head. Not a bad spot to be in, but you utilize that resource, and Clutch Rain were able to work their way out from that boxing, at least for a small amount of time. They're going to be spawning back in over by P3, besides Yaza, as well as Twiz. I get the rogue spawn in towards the back. Dave has the read, though, and they're actually watching all these different angles. It just comes down to winning the gunfights.
Now, Hydro-esque spawns coming through now. Clutch Rain off the back of that work it pretty well. Yaza with 2. And yeah, Clutch Rain get blessed there in that situation as they manage to break on through towards a valuable 30 to 40 seconds here away from Retirement Pendant. Somebody actually has to pick it up though, guys. I will say that much. You can't just sit outside the hard point. You have to actually soak up the time. You have to have somebody inside to get the points. And they do waste about 10 seconds there trying to get kills in and around the hard point before actually jumping in for the time. But nonetheless, the result's still the same here for Clutch Rain. They take time away from Retirement Pendant. Players starting to heat up here as now they're looking for the rotation towards P2. The only player knocking at the door will be Rafi. And Rafi actually manages to pick up 1. Again, has that streak ready to go in the back pocket and now picks up the second.
Or he's going to call in the precision airstrike in towards the back, because if you still have these close spawns for Clutch Rain, essentially on the back pallets, but you still have Rafi that's just being annoying inside the hardpoint itself. People spawning over by P3 for Clutch Rain, but reinforcements should be here, you would think, for Clutch Rain first, and it's Yaza that shows up in a big way. We'll find 2. That'll at least maintain this positioning for Clutch Rain.
Clutch Rain, though, starting to get knocked down here, down to the final 2. Now just 1. Clousy sit inside. Munitions, we're about to pick up 1. Gets back inside here and swings out a little bit late there. Delayed on towards Defrag. Thought that might throw him off the play, but it doesn't. And the Retirement Pendant should soak up the scrap. There will actually still be players going for it from Clutch Rain. They're pretty faithful here in Feebron and Clousy breaking early towards P3. They do exactly that. So that is a really good look at scrap time there from Clutch Rain, and of course securing the rotation. They're only down by about 30 points here, Andy.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why Dave and Mythix are actually electing to go in for the old time through P2, because it's actually delaying this potential hit inside of P3. If you remember in the first set of hardpoints, Brody, this is where the majority of Clutch Rain's hardpoint time actually got generated from. So would have loved to see them actually just start flooding through the gate like they're doing right now. Rafi able to get that switch onto Dave, at least for the trade, and they deal with Feebron on the hardpoint as well. So rectifying the issues more or less that came through in that first set. Clutch Rain players are still nearby.
Oh, Mythix. Oh, gets a good look at Feebron there. Light's still not over here though. Clutch Rain is there fighting tooth and nail to try and remove these Retirement Pendant players, from the hard point. Twiz in for 2. Defrag though laying down. The team shots are good with Mythix to take down Feebron as well. And Clutch Rain, despite their control over this back spawn area, not able to get really anything, to be honest, off the back of that hard point. They get, what, like 10 seconds or so? And that is about it. That is a solid hold coming out from Retirement Pendant to take that time away from Clutch Rain. Valuable as well. Now up by about 40 points or so, moving in towards the next one. It is going to be Clutch Rain that touch first.
We'll be in, but Again, stabilizing is one thing for Clutch Rain. It's the returning gunfights that are really coming back to bite them in the rear end, much like what happened over by P3 and, well, hell, even over by P2. Retirement Pending are just never done trying to hit this hardpoint. Feebron top balcony, though, just trying to maintain this presence. Clousy will be there to pick things up. So not only will that stabilize these close spawns on the backside of munitions, you're going to be able to generate some pretty decent time here on 4.
One this time. Already got a fair bit of it. Out and 10 off. Retirement Pending. Clousy almost gets another one there. It's okay. Twiz is able to pick up the slack, and it won't be long before Clutch Rain find their way back in towards this hard point. This has been so back and forth here on Fortress. Bro now looking for the rotation towards Nu. Shots in towards Raffi. Should be good here for Yaza, I think, to stop him before he regens up towards 100 HP. So really nicely played here, I think, from Clutch Rain to move around the scrap time towards the next hard point. They do still have to fight for it, it would seem. Retirement Pending send a couple of players to scrap for it. Feebron, though, in this power position. If they can be taken down by Defrag here, this will be okay for Retirement Pending. There you go. First player down now. They'll start to knock at the door here towards Blacksmith. Now Defrag flying across towards green as well. This is pretty good from Retirement Pending, but again, these players with ARs, they are so annoying to deal with, just in and around this hardpoint in all those annoying corners.
Yeah, it's not easy with an SMG in hand, right? You're just trying to clear away maps and maybe just trying to deal with a player inside the hardpoint, but Yaza picks up that position that's going to really benefit you for this Blacksmith hardpoint, and that's that longer line of sight that can be held inside of stables. Twiz also gets a spawn out back stables, and that is just going to be the nail in the coffin, not only for Clutch Rain to be able to flip the lead in their favor, they should be able to get over 200 points here as well. Now Retirement Pending. They're spawning over by the fountain side. This could be disastrous, especially if Feebron pieces them up like that. Another 4 dead for favorable of Clutch Rain to be able to start building a lead here in this hardpoint.
We were talking about him right before we got into it. Feebron is the player to watch here for Clutch Rain. He is having a hell of a game at 33 kills. He's still not done yet as Clutch Rain. They're only 30 points ahead of Retirement Pending. You have control of P1 though for the moment. Twiz up top, just playing the arbiter of this hardpoint now on 5 in a row. Looking for number 6. It would have been nice if he could get the cruise missile, but no, will be denied. Now Retirement Pending. They have an opportunity here to break on through, but they don't expect Feebron to be laying down in that position. Feebron for a third as well. How many triples is this man going to get here in this game? Given the quad, why on earth not? As Feebron takes down yet another one, and Clutch Rain now find themselves 20 points shy. Feebron piecing player after player.
His damage numbers have to be through the roof right now. Keep in mind, Clutch Rain can still close it out on this hard point. Retirement Pending actually have split spawns. 2 spawn over by the fountains. They're trying to overwhelm Twiz. Sun twice on over. Raffi Defrag able to combine for 2. But it's a battle on 2 different fronts if you are Retirement Pending. Not only do you have to hit through the old time, but you want to make sure you get munitions control. That's going to be Dave's job, who also picks things up over by the gallows. He will take down Yaza through open. That'll force Clutch Rain's hand to move across the map and try to break this swiftly, but Retirement Pending need to hold on.
Yeah, that was certainly good from Dave and Retirement Pending, but they do still need to be perfect from here on out. They cannot allow this break to happen whatsoever. Clutch Rain looking for it. They're starting to push through the front. Twiz to the first. Feebron around the back line. How many times has he been so integral to the pushes? And there are trades. Mythic takes out his teammate. That is tough. Now Dave needs to go huge with yet another 2-piece. He knocks at the door. Can Raffi touch in time? He does. Raffi still hanging on by his fingernails in this one, but he goes down. And Clutch Rain. Ooh. They get it done in the end.
Yeah, if it wasn't that P3 in the first set of hard points, it was really just exemplified to such a high degree just how much impact this guy at Feebron has for himself. I mean, 40 and 28, have yourself a day, young man. Just insane scenes. I mean, you called it. How many 3 pieces is this guy gonna find? I mean, I probably have to start pulling out digits on my second hand just to count the amount of times that we had Feebron just dropping 3-piece after 3-piece, able to combine for maybe even a 4th. He was on like maybe 3 different 5 sprees. Of course, didn't get that cruise missile, but it doesn't matter when Feebron is shooting nukes out of his TAC 56 like that. I think there was only like maybe 1 point in time throughout the entirety of that Fortress hardpoint that Feebron actually elected to go in to be playing with the Vaznev, and that's just kind of like the shift, if you will. You know, we're still learning how the meta might be kind of benefiting a lot of these different players. 3 ARs, more or less, is what Clutch Rain were playing with the majority of those hardpoints, Brody, and it worked out quite wonderfully for them. Always dictating the pace of the middle of the map, especially at the tail end of that second set, making sure that they always had players inside of stables for that Blacksmith hardpoint, making sure that when P1 was even active, you got Feebron just kind of jumping in and around of those trucks over by P1. Yeah, 4,000 damage. I mean, Twiz was just barely behind him, but those 10 assists that were found both between Twiz and Feebron, not to mention the 20 for Clousy. I mean, he had more assists than he had kills, but that damage was definitely felt. I promise you that much. Dave, Mythic's going to be rather frustrated after dropping 2 30 bombs for their team. They weren't able to convert that into a hardpoint win.
Man, I wish my rank play teammates were anything like Fibrown, especially because I was like playing Fortress the other day. Like, man, I just want Fibrown on that map. It does go to show again, you kind of talked about there, right? Just the tack at the moment in the current meta again against the Basnev. Like, Fibrown was just using it to perfection there, as you say, almost 4k damage at the end of the game. Is just an insane stat line to have. Of course, it wasn't just him. Twizzle also providing quite a bit of coverage as well for the Clutch Rain roster, but it cannot be understated. Fibrown went huge there in game number 1. We'll say, you know, props to us here on the desk, Andy, because the players that we wanted to talk about going into it were the players that really were the most important ones, maybe besides Mythics on the other side for retirement pending. Of course, we talked about Dave and Fibrown coming to this one.
Yeah, I mean, Dave was making some really good plays happen, right? You know, you go back down over towards that P2 hardpoint, even 29 out of 33 eliminations. Dave was definitely a force to be reckoned with throughout the entirety of that hardpoint, but I mean, Dave can't just do it by himself. I mean, more or less, he's playing that main AR role in between him and Rafi, depending on who spawns up where. They're trying to work in tandem with one another. But, I mean, Dave was always putting himself in the right position. It just comes down to those returning gunfights like I was talking about. Kind of faltered a little bit for Clutch Rain, but they rectified immediately towards the tail end of that second set of hardpoints. It's the trade game, just a little bit too strong. The communication, I mean, visibly, just looking at the minimap and how well that they were playing around each other to be able to get those trades. Sole reason why, the catalyst, if you will, why they were able to not only flip the lead, but being able to string P5 to P1, and then that very quick break that came over by P2 at the end.
Well, a very important map set here between Clutch Rain and Retirement Pending. Again, a reminder here that both of these two teams at the moment are 0-2 in this group. They go down 0-3. Things will not be looking good for them. So that is an important victory overall in this map set. Speaking of the map set, we'll show you guys this in just a second. I think we're actually going to go over towards another matchup here in just a second, as yeah, we are going to get to show the map set. We're all over the place here. We're going to get to show the map set regardless. Here it is. Clutch Rain, they win map number 1, Fortress Hardpoint. We're not going anywhere away from Fortress though, bud. We've got a triple Fortress affair on this one. Don't you just love to see it? Everybody's favorite map.
Yeah, we got a date with the horse statue there. 3 maps deep, but you know, this map number 2, I mean, at least off of just a day 1 stint, should be favoring that of Retirement Pending. I mean, they went 1-3 as far as Search and Destroys are concerned yesterday. This was their map 2 versus Signs yesterday before they got reverse swept into Oblivion, but they won at 6-2. Comparatively to Clutch Rain, the only Search and Destroy that they played yesterday was Mercado, and they went overall 6-12. They lost them both versus Originals and Awubabubs. That conversation might come back if we end up getting to a map 5.
Yeah, again, though, you have to add that asterisk to the conversation, right? It's like, it's the Originals and Awubabubs. Like, they're the 2 hardest teams in the group. Like, how much can you actually take away from that for that Clutch Rain roster beyond just they played the 2 hardest teams? So we'll keep it in the back of our minds if we do need to go the distance here. But regardless, we're going to switch over towards our other all-French or like 90% French affair here as Abuser, the only player, of course, not French in this lobby. But on board with Signs and Awubabubs we go now for free here in this round. And Brezzy getting confident, as aggressive as ever.
Well, Bubs were able to close out that map number 1, 250-219 for what it's worth. And going in towards the Mercado Search and Destroy, they should be feeling rather at home as Depa last alive. He's got the sniper, and well, he's going to be able to get a quick scope. The trade is not there immediately. 45 seconds remaining. Depa's going to hold the pregame here with the boomstick. What does Cobra do in this position, especially now that Depa has Dead Silence and he's got attack to play with?
Depa, a player going all the way back to Modern Warfare that has history of winning clutches like these. Should get the information. What does the postmark look like though for Cobra? Cobra keeping an eye out, but he does get some bad timing. Depa's seen him. Now, whether it's a matter of whether he could hear him, Cobra peeks out at the right time, and the Awubabo is apparently going to win that round.
Awubabos. Like they're like
the Teletubbies
like
name?
they're the forgotten like step sister. I don't know where I'm going with it, but Mercado Search and Destroy should be feeling pretty darn skippy if you are the Awubabubs. This was a bread and butter map for them, especially through the majority of Season 1. They went 2-2 overall on it with an emphatic 6-3 versus the Falcons. We're a very good Search and Destroy team in Season 1, and then again, that 6-3 win versus Clutch Rain yesterday. Signs, though, on the other hand, the one time that they played it yesterday was against Retirement Pending. Against this was the map 5. They were able to win 6-2. So looking for those heat-up moments here. Very forward approach coming through the middle of the map. It's trades coming out, but it's a 2v3 favoring the offense.
Oh, Browsy, got to finish that gunfight. He does. Now finds himself in a 2 versus 2. I'm going to split off here from Cobra for a second. Been a long time. Friend? Something like that. That song from the end of Fast and Furious 7. I don't know. Regardless. Rezi. Looking for the kill and does surprise Yumiko for a second there. Yumiko does check. The bomb now down though for Deliver. The 1 versus 2. These players being split up might afford an opportunity to try and catch them off separately, but Brezzy now going to regroup with Cobra here in this situation. Going to hit this one together with 25 seconds left on the clock. Deliver just sits, waiting, ready to strike, and strike he will. Gets the first, but checks right for the second, and Cobra in a position he doesn't expect.
I don't like that jump wide chow coming through from Deliver, especially in a 1v2, right? You're able to find the first. You just essentially have to throw a shoulder just to make sure that Cobra's not on the bomb much, or more or less. He could have ended up wrapping back through 10. A lot more question marks whether or not Cobra was playing on the staircase or gets a head glitch on the desk itself. But that is a 2v3 that is going to loom in the minds of Signs roster, I am sure of it, because they did a great job not only being able to get a 1v2 or at least a 1-for-1 trade off the opening grid over by Cantina. They showed a lot of presence in the middle of the map for an offensive team. Maybe didn't have a trophy system, did not want to deal with the Michael Bay film that is that A lane, but even more so than that, they allowed Brezzy to be able to get presence inside of Cantina. A little windy in there, took a while to be able to get that kill. Nonetheless, the Wubba have a 1-round lead.
Would you believe it? Straight towards A we go. Wubba we're going to get control of Cantina. There is a trophy system down here for Signs. So that Semtech shouldn't do anything. Neither should that one from Brezzy. They want to get rid of the trophy system if they can. Gotta be careful. Won't be long before Signs and Knack to flank. Look at number 2, Nadox. He's going to be the player.
Gonna run out of dead silence, so it's a really good reaction coming out from Signs to at least confirm that the B site wasn't being looked at. But Depa is also that player that come through cuts to be able to look at tunnel. He's about to have dead silence, might join Nadox, but there's first blood. Deliver takes down Brezzy.
And the bomb hasn't gone down as well. That's the tough thing in this situation. The agency still here for a Wubba Bobs. Nadox, you need to finish your food, buddy. Gonna fly down, should be able to take the bomb planter down, and they will do. Yumiko with another one as well, and Linz is in the 1 versus 4. Look, Linz is a young kid on the block. These young kids can do a lot of things. Certainly more sprightly than I am, but yeah, 1 versus 4 in that situation, there's just not really much that you actually have to work.
And again, it was just a really swift reaction coming out from Signs, right? A Wubba Bobs, they sent 4 players, pretty notorious here on Ricardo, I would say that much, just to go for the full-on A flood. They had trophy systems to come all the way through, but Signs actually save a lot of their nades, specifically their tax, to be able to stun the bomb itself, to at least keep those players trapped. And it caused a considerable amount of doubt for a Wubba Bobs where some of these players are lurking at. They could be back Banana. They could be inside Cantina. They clear away a lot of those positions, and that's why it took a while for that first blood to come all the way through, if more or less the bomb to be planted, as Signs just completely swarmed them around the A-bomb.
How about this? We talked about A being the norm. Abuser has a lot to do here. I don't know if they've seen him. I don't think they did, despite the cross, and Abuser's just going to wait. Got a strike at the right time, but the bomb being planted here, and Abuser not really offered up anything more than just that first kill, but it's okay, because it does disrupt the play. Another trade going down here, and 2 for 2 we go.
All off of this sweet opening nade. This is going to be another 3v odd situation. Well, it's looking like it's going to be the case. Absolutely. Nadox gets some good timing on the Cobra. That's going to be information, sure, but he has no idea where Linz is located at. He will recover the bomb. He has ample time to make this play happen, and Linz is making the right call. Late check over by B. Pop dead silence. Nadox is just laying prone in the tunnel. He's got the read as well. Wonderfully played out from Nadox to at least negate a numbers disadvantage. Abusa made the play to stop that plant from coming through immediately, but it's these continuous back and forths that we have, all off of the opening nade. I'm pretty sure Nadox threw that nade over by the clothing truck just outside of Barber to be able to get that first blood. But it just completely fell awry. 2 rounds in a row there for a Wubba Bubs. We'll give you the outcome of that map once it is over. But back over towards our main focus here. Mythics for the defuse. Looks like retirement pending. Getting on pretty decently here in their map number 2.
Yeah, 2-1 up here on Fortress. We do kind of expect Fortress to be a back and forth affair on Search and Destroy. As it is on Control, of course. Over towards Raffi here in the kill cam. 4-1 start for him. We know how storied Raffi is in Search and Destroy. Of course, that was where he came from as a scene before he moved towards Respawn over towards Black Ops 4. Those skills did not disappear. Already seeing that here. 4 in a row for Raffi now. Retirement pending. Should be expecting an A hit.
I mean, that B-bomb side is just all the way Narnia. It's so hard to be able to execute over towards that B-bomb. Nades are coming through. Very forward approach here for Clutch Rain in and around Gallows. They know that Defrag should be coming out from the side door. He finds the first. Mythics will be there for the coverage as well, and it'll keep numbers just even 2v2.
Feebron again, though, so annoying. And it's Raffi finds himself in a 1 versus 2. And this is where kind of that complexity of the situation starts to come into play. He's on 4 in a row. These 2 kills would effectively garner him that cruise missile, but he gets tagged up in the back. And good play coming out from Clutch Rain here to retake. And yeah, Raffi, again, not going to get anywhere near that cruise missile then.
That's a big 2v2 for Clutch Rain for a lot of different reasons, like you were talking about there, Brody. Just not only because they were able to shut down the streak that could be coming all the way through, but they'll be able to even things up here, 2 rounds apiece. But most importantly, I mean, I love that that round that did come through defensively. Very respectable, I would say, out of Clutch Rain, that the moment that they got any sort of information that was happening over by the Gallows, they allowed some space to be provided for themselves after they were just taking a very forward approach on that bomb site itself. With the door being open, they were waiting for Defrag to come flying out from the door. Although Defrag found an ample amount of damage, just the team shots that come through from Clutch Rain, kind of shades of what happened towards the tail end of that Fortress Hardpoint, why they were able to find themselves in this 1-0 lead for the series. What's going to be the answer here? Nobody be surprised. It's going to be an A-hit.
Getting a lot more comfortable with reaching in towards A on the defensive side. Again, this stage is completely see-through, at least as far as the guns are concerned. But it's going to go straight through and penetrate. Attempted flank coming from Raffi is going to be shut down by Twiz. So any hope here Retirement Pendant have had of shutting this entire play down does go out the window. Klausi almost offers up the round for free there, effectively. He goes down and it puts them in a 2 versus 3 that's not really favorable, but doesn't matter. Mythic finds himself in a 1 versus 3 now and he cannot do anything. Clutch Rain able to survive that very aggressive push from Retirement Pending.
Sorry, did I say an A-hit? What I meant to say, it's a 3-for-1 switch. And Klausi being the bomb carrier was that one player to hit over towards B. He did get scouted out by a Retirement Pending player, but didn't win the gunfight immediately. Some damage obviously coming through, but it was a weird play, I'll say that much. Clutch Rain sent 3 players over towards the A bomb site where Klausi, the bomb carrier, was trying to sneak his way over towards B, not having any coverage in the middle of the map. That could have turned disastrous very quickly, but again, the team shots just too much to bear for Clutch Rain as Yaza comes into this round on a 4.
Already those first trades going down. Raffi, he's ready for any players that over aggressing towards A. Might be ready for a player to stables as well. Klausi is in that area, so Raffi should be able to take him down. But Raffi moving has allowed Twiz to get across towards A, and I don't think, again, that they know this.
Ozzy's also, I thought he was going to commit towards the wrap past cannons. This leaves Twiz quite literally on an island. The system's going to be coming through. Studden's coming through as well. Twiz, I'm sure his hands are starting to sweat ever so slightly. Get that gamer grip going here, brother, because you have a lot to do.
I guess one gets the second as well. It's time for Twiz to surprise. How about that? And now Defrag in a 1 versus 1 as Twiz has evened out the odds here. Klausi's position earlier on was not revealed. He has to get across the middle of the map quickly, otherwise Defrag will see him. And there you go, Defrag putting the shots in. Klausi does manage to escape. And again, Defrag is the player that needs to make the play in this situation. Might be able to get Klausi on the cross. The shots are good, and Defrag, of course, the Vasiliev in hand, looking pretty hot.
I mean, Klausi switching back to the TAC 56, stops his sprint from coming through rather than dolphin diving down the staircase towards the safety. Defrag hits the knife run all the way up through close and gets the reload off as well and gets some very good timing onto Klausi. I mean, you can't really fault Klausi too much, obviously, with the placing that was last known for the remaining player of Retirement Pending. He could have absolutely hit the route. Defrag could have come back all the way through the backside of pallets and maybe try to recontest at the backside of the staircase. So can't really fault Klausi too much for wanting to get the weapon out. It just comes down to the sprint timing, especially being 1 HP. So for Clutch Rain, get 2 rounds of their own. Retirement Pending, stop the bleeding, keep things even in round 7.
A little bit less aggressive this time for Retirement Pending on the defense. They're not reaching so far in towards A, and that does give a little bit of agency towards Yaza. Klausi taken down, though, under the door. Yaza now needs to play aggressive, and, well, he only needs the head of Mythics. It will roll. Raffi as well. Peeks out, and Yaza surely not for the third. The quick scope is through. It does not connect, and again, through that stage, Defrag shoots. So 2v2 now.
Another 2v2, and Twiz just comes flying out from dub windows. Oh, my. All right, Feebron, we dropped the 40 bomb in map number 1 here, brother. Let's go ahead and see the 1v2 pops dead silence. And imagine he's getting all the information in the world. Player number 5 and 6, Defrag Dave. Completely hit the rotation. They're up top single. Might jump out from top dub windows. Feeprone was not checking it. And just the balance like a cat there in the top window side. Retirement Pending answered back with 2 rounds of their own. Sniper players galore. It's Yaza that gets the last laugh and being able to get those trades, especially versus Mythix, who is no easy kill with a sniper. We saw that a lot through the Vanguard year. Just comes down to the simple trades again that Clutch Rain are able to come out on top of. But it's just the stabilization that comes out from Defrag and Dave, specifically for Defrag to stay alive, maintains that streak, now finds himself on a 5.
One away from the cruise missile. Retirement Pending might well play around that, but it is very late into the search and destroy, so they don't want to play too much onto it. In case it all goes alright. Cover of the nade smoke should be good enough for Defrag to cross. Now control of the site. Bomb should go down. Defrag is completely wagering on an entry frag here. I will find it. Gets a look over towards Klausy. Now trying to reposition, but teammates falling around him. And Defrag now, I think in this situation, just looking for that blood. There you go. Finds it. Now cruise missile has been accrued. Defrag finds himself in a 1 versus 3 situation. It was a 1 versus 4, but he can't do anything there. Clutch Rain, they're able to retake.
Yeah, you effectively trade a cruise missile for a round. He knotted up for a piece here after some Dead Silence charge will be coming through for Clutch Rain. But Retirement Pending, I mean, they move their way over towards A-Bomb. They get complete control of art and munitions, but they didn't get any information until it was just a little bit too late. All of their throwables were used to even open up doors, maybe get some information in these close proximities. Trophy systems also negated a lot of nades to be coming through from Clutch Rain, but that retake just came through very, very easy, I will say that much. And it was mostly from the front of the site, where a lot of players were coming through close. The flank also started putting itself together inside of munitions. Those players on the back staircase really did not have a chance to win those gunfights, it would seem. Retirement Pending going to have to rectify that, but they do have a resource to use should they want it. Oh, that's awkward.
That's Wiz.
Oh,
Wiz,
that's
mate.
even more
No!
awkward.
That's Wiz! What are you doing?
How not to use the utility.
Oh, man. Completely disables himself. Defrag going to bring that streak down here in this round. Wants to give themselves the advantage. And now it actually makes a lot of difference in the way this round is being played out. Well, Retirement Pending now need to win it.
You really do need to convert this into a round because it would put you up on map point. But Yaza just hits it through the middle of the map. He's only able to find one. The trades are just not there. The head glitch is just too strong. That Klausy's going to be able to get that bomb planted, but he's playing on the backside of stage. That stun will confirm Klausy's position. Needs to double up here. Can't even find the first. Just overwhelming pressure coming through from open. And yeah, for Clutch Rain in that 2v3, I mean, if you're Yaza, I respect the call, maybe, to try to end up making that happen for yourself, but it just was a little bit egregious, in my opinion, rather than just trying to hold the mid lane, knowing damn well defensive players are going to be playing around the hay bales, as Dave is looking to get further jack for himself, doing some pull-ups here. Dead Silence charges coming through as well, but as we ended up talking about it, if you are looking at this from Retirement Pending's perspective, not only is the Search and Destroy map a must-needed win, that round in particular was all the more crucial once Defrag ends up calling in the cruise missile to set themselves up for map point.
Big round from them. A few pull-up sessions getting in as well towards the end of the round. Might as well get him in where you can. Not sure Dave needs any more muscles, to be honest with you, but hey, we'll run with it. Retirement Pending now here in round number 10. See what they can get done as they looking to get on towards the site. But again, Clutch Rain with the aggression. Good stuns coming out here. It'll immobilize them for a second. And actually a stun kill coming through from Feeprone, but perhaps problematic here for Retirement Pending. It's a team nade. Rafi finds himself in a 1 versus 4. And despite some great heroics early on in this search and destroy, the last 3 rounds have not been kind to him.
And that bomb is inside of Art as well. Rafi is also eating some shots from close. It's Klausy that's playing that positioning. Got to keep the spidey senses tingling here if you are Rafi, because it looks like Twiz is at least toying with the idea on the flank. He'll hit it, but it doesn't even matter. Rafi goes for the chow through open after eating some shots via Klausy, via closed, and yeah, a round of nades. I will say that much. You know, the 2 nade kills that do end up coming through, obviously, for Clutch Rain, and then the team kill that comes through as well for Retirement Pending isn't going to help out your endeavors to be able to close it out in a 6-4 fashion. Round 11, baby. Here we go. This is a big, big map number 2, I would say, for Retirement Pending. Much more over for Clutch Rain. So the same could be said as Yaza is 11-5, ahead of that Fortress Control. If Clutch Rain can take a 2-0 lead here in the series, You'd be feeling pretty darn good about yourself.
Round 11. Not for all the beans, but for certainly some of them. Early utility going out towards A from both sides. Feeling pretty good here about getting this bomb down or retirement pending, and it's going to be in a weird spot. Enough for Clutch Rain to peek round the corner. Yaza able to get one. Trade good though for Raffi and Defrag here. Kills are good. Raffi in for another one, but Clousy with a nice nade, and now Dave in the position. Peeks out the top single, gets one. A 1 versus 1.
Luckily enough for Dave, he is a Dead Silence player for this round 11, so he will pop Dead Silence. What does Clousy do in this position? He's just starting to clear all of the A bomb site. Dave might get some really unique timing here as Clousy's just on the backside of stage. Dave will see him. Trigger Discipline is an absolute virtue. He knows that Clousy's playing on this back tree positioning, but Dead Silence has run out. Dave does have a frag grenade, keep in mind you, but he's just going to crab walk his way. Clousy's not going to expect this. You would think he has the read, but doesn't have the shots pending. Retirement pending, though. It got really close. A little dicey in that round number 10, but they'll get the round 11 win here on Fortress S&D.
Mate, when Clousy turned around there towards the end,
I thought
I was
as well.
Concerned. Oh, no, I was a little bit concerned. Not even a single shot would connect, though, Dave, of course. Should win that gunfight like 99 out of 100 times. Only a fair few select players that would lose that. Dave, not one of them. And he is not the star of the show there for retirement pending. Defrag is a hell of a search and destroy. We know that Defrag's pretty good at search and destroy from his many years of competing at a high level. And yeah, retirement pending, able to win out the joust there. But that was a very back and forth search and destroy between those two teams, Andy.
Yeah, and a really big search and destroy win when you're looking at it from retirement pending's perspective, right? Because, I mean, they had a lot of different opportunities to be able to win that map, number one, but to be able to even up the series, especially ahead of the swing map mode combination that is Fortress Control, we're at least guaranteed a map 4 in this series. And I exclaim that just because of how Clutch Rain played 2 Fortress Controls yesterday and they didn't even take a single round versus the 2 top dogs within this group. So you really do feel like that they are on the back burner here as far as the series is concerned. Maybe things starting to heat up at a little bit more of a consistent factor for this retirement pending roster.
All right, well, look, mate. Seeing that series 1-1, let's go over to a series that is currently 2-0. Again, the old French affair here between Wobblebobs and Signs. We're on towards Control here on Hotel. A little bit different. A Fortress, finally a different setting. And, well, a Wobblebob is going to win the first round of this Hotel Control. Would you believe it's an offense, mate?
I mean, no. So I simply cannot. For Hotel Control within its own self, we only saw Wobblebobs actually play Fortress yesterday, but for Season 1, for online affairs, a Wobblebobs on Hotel Control, that was their most played Control map. They didn't touch El Asilo, and I'm pretty sure that's their veto in this series as well. Actually, they got rid of the Fortress, so Asilo was open, but regardless of the matter, 3-3 through Season 1 of the Elite. Pretty darn good about themselves. Now Signs need to answer with an offense of their own.
We'll be good to get it. They're going to look at B first. Hedo's going to draw things with the first blood. Looking over towards Connector and over towards Kitchen side. Brezzy is on a very long route to try and stop this a little bit late, or maybe get some positioning inside bedroom to follow up some kills coming through from a Wobblebobs. That is very presumptive. They have to get the kills. And, well, to be fair, actually, I take back what I said. I think it's fair to assume that a Wobblebobs are probably going to get those kills, just given how talented these guys are.
It's a 2-for-5 start, but even more, look at the proactivity coming through for Wobblebobs off of that immediate break. Brezzy gets some late audio cues, snaking the head glitch as well. Had a good look at Yumiko, but enough HP to be able to take it. And that proactivity was Brezzy, again, just getting inside a kitchen very quickly. Player number 1 of Lin's, he's all the way inside of couches, and Abusa picks up wine. So all of these kills, my heavens, the Wobblebobs can simply do no wrong. They stop that BXQ from coming through off the rip, and they stabilize the middle of the map.
Look at how aggressive the Wobblebobs are getting here through A, or rather Brezzy doing Brezzy things at 9 and 7. Not the flashes of KD's, to be fair, at the start of this game, but he is doing his job in a stellar manner. And the Signs now find themselves backs against the wall here in this offensive effort. They have no map control whatsoever. They take out Linz through middle, but again, it's just trying to filter past the Wobblebobs at this point, and you just can't get it done when Brezzy's doing this 4 now in a row. Looking for number 5 towards the backline. Yumiko on plate. He is being served up here in the kitchen. And Brezzy just having an absolute feast. Nobody from Signs getting past the 25-yard line at this point, mate. Not a chance.
Oh, not at all. It's funny. I remember having we were talking to the shift last night, and after him and Visions closed out EU day number 1, that he was having a little conversation with Brezzy, because it was a conversation about the role swap. You're seeing Cobra run an AR, Brezzy's with that SMG, and that goes in conversation. What I was talking about is that now with the SMG nerf, your SMGs really need to start valuing their life. And Brezzy said to Shift, and I quote, he's feeling 18 and cracked again with the SMG in hand. 12-7 on a 5 spree. Paul is looking pretty darn good here in this series.
Remember 18 and cracked on that roster?
I do. That was the joke. Thank you, Brody.
Yeah, thanks, bud. I didn't know if that was I didn't know if that was the joke that we were going with here, but you know, it was great. Irrespective of that, Webberbobs now back on the offense for this round, and their initial effort over towards B doesn't exactly work out. They're going to have to default towards A. Fortunately for them, Signs have not had a Brezzy making that long flank towards A earlier on, so they're going to have presence over on this control zone. Signs will give this one look. Far forward is Cobra, who, well, he very quickly dispatches with Deppa. A couple of players on the other side, though, to deal with from Signs. One player trying to make their way through Connector. Nadox will be shut down very quickly and now Deliver. Trying to play all sneaky like, does not have dead silence here. He's not that designated player to stop the point. And to be fair, that second tick doesn't come through. Close spawns now for Signs, but now the problem has arisen over towards A.
Yeah, Deliver actually has to stop that depletion over by the A zone, because you can see that Signs, they really want to try to defend this B zone, but Cobra's pushed up all the way inside P4. He's weak. He will end up getting traded out. Pinstripe kill feed is in, but the trades are so much better for a Wubba and they take down Deppa, who was pushing past couches. That'll be the B zone converted here for a Wubba. Not only do they get 60 seconds, 2 minutes to play with here, Brody, they also have a 5-life lead.
We always say, though, transition from B to A is arguably harder to do than it is from A to B, but it does only take one hit. And a Wubba, but yeah, they've just found it.
Might be it.
They've just found it.
That might be it.
Linz, Brezzy, Abuser, they combine for 10 in a row. Kill feed is absolutely theirs. There's no way Signs are touching this. This one's done, so see you later. Signs 3-0'd by a Webberbobs. Looking pretty good. I actually just like default want to say a Webberbobs because I see it on stream, on our screen, but yeah, a Webberbobs 3-0 in the series, 3-0 in the control. They're looking pretty hot. Not a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, the role swaps coming through for Wubba post Boston Apocalypse and Vaznev nerf. It's interesting. I wonder if Wubba were actually playing around with that idea to put Cobra over by the AR flex and have Abusa pick up main AR for Brezzy to be that second SMG to Linz, but I don't know. Yeah. It's all speculation. I'm going to send a couple DMs to Paul after this for sure, because I definitely want to know what the idea was about the dynamic of switching up their roles, especially following Season 1. Obviously, a change had to come through. They didn't win it. They were the #1 hardpoint team, but, you know, this win, especially for a Wubba is very, very good for them. They continue on their winning ways. They finally negate Signs. Again, Signs yesterday reverse swept 2 teams on over. Will not be allowed to have it happen again, as a Wubba are looking indomitable. You know, they get pushed back in that map #1. They won 250 to 219 on the Fortress hardpoint, but a 6-3 Mercado Search and Destroy win and a 3-0 clean sweep, not only in the series, but also in the hotel control. A Wubba looking pretty good on the day.
Yeah, I will say this much about a Wubba. The story for them at the moment, and again, we'll talk about this because, spoiler alert, by the way, we've got a Wubba for our second series of the day. This team at the moment, in their current form, their biggest struggle is getting the dub, right? I mean, they haven't been able to do it so far this season. If I ever look at kind of their records so far, they've been pretty much top 3 or top 4 almost every event, and every international event as well, like top 4 at Raleigh, top 6 at Boston, and then, of course, 3rd in Season 1 here in European Challenges. Like, they have been, I mean, I would argue, August aside, previously known as Elevate, like, they're probably the most consistent European team, just because I think their biggest mess up was probably like that cup. They got like top 16 or top 32, can't remember which it was, but still that is like the only real stain on their record so far this season. And so the question has therefore been like, what do we do to try and kind of get to that next level to actually finally win something? Because that is almost the upsetting thing for Webberbobs in a way. It's just like, haven't been able to do that yet. Even last season, really, it's just been kind of like, we want to see that from a Webberbobs and see whether or not they can do it early on here in Modern Warfare 2. But over towards Retirement Pending and Clutch Rain once again. Retirement Pending going to start things off on the offense here on Fortress Control. Generally speaking, not a very fruitful thing to get. They're actually making the best of the situation. They get that first ticket progression through.
This is a big swing map mode combination. More or less, I have a lot of question marks about Clutch Rain wanting to be playing this map all together, but pretty darn good, especially for defense. Nobody can be surprised. It's Fortress Control, baby. Let's get it on. I mean, one segment of progression does come through over by A, but Retirement Pending now have to get themselves out from this spawn trap. Player number 4, Mythix, tries to push all the way up inside of B. Did not have all the assistance in the world, but looks like Retirement Pending are just trying to stabilize, maybe find an easy pick or two to transition through the middle of the map.
It is just so hard to break out, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Forehead comment of the day. I mean, it's just like, what do you do? Maybe Raffi is the key to breaking out here. Has the engagement with Twiz, but Twiz just doesn't care about him in the position. Somebody else can go to deal with him, and you can see it on the minimap with Yaza position just around the corner, ready to deal with Raffi if he does manage to escape. Fix. Does he have the great escape plan here? Might well do so, to be fair. Takes out Yaza, and now that lane has finally opened up. Raffi is finally able to move from the L trigger. He was there for the longest time, but just as quickly as they make a little escape, they are sent right back to the respawn screen and retirement bending. They say sayonara to this round.
Oh, Clousy. But at least chow out back maps and able to go in towards the next round on a 3 spree. Obviously, a huge asterisk. Still a lot more work to be done for at least a cruise missile, but being able to get a cruise missile could be a sole reason why you're going to be able to at least convert in an offensive round. But hey, man, well, we got to call it. I mean, retirement pending. They do what a lot of teams struggle with. There were so many different Fortress controls yesterday where we didn't even see a single segment come through before round 5 defense comes all the way out. So gotta at least give retirement pending their 1 segment worth of flowers, I suppose. But Clutch Rain looking to at least answer back with that within its own self. Fibron didn't even die in that defense as Schwiz goes in towards this one 7-2. But what can Clousy do here? Dead Silence gonna be looking for that elimination. Top double windows. It's the Semtex from Fibron that finds it, and well, Clousy jumps out and he will be cut down. A fantastic start for the defense.
Pretty standard here from retirement pending. Would have been good for Clutch Rain again, considering that first ticket progression did come through early on. For retirement pending, if they could have got out and made an equal effort over towards A, but it hasn't happened so far. Fibron now tagged up with the stunt, not able to move as Defrag comes in for the challenge. Clousy regains control of maps. So an exit potentially on the cards here from Clutch Rain. Dave shut down there by a nicely placed nade from Semtex, and now mid-map coverage has disappeared. Yaza following up with a second one here in Clutch Rain. They're doubling their efforts. They're taking themselves over towards both B and A. The one player over towards B, he has fallen. That was Twiz. So now it's all going to be Clutch Rain on A. Can they hold? Fibron picking up the first blood there. Dave has traded things out. Clousy, though, he's already been tagged up. The nade follow-up is good to take him down. And now, finally, there as the kills come through, they momentarily remove Clutch Rain from the point.
And Twiz off of that OE maybe would have been more beneficial to try to at least hold that mid lane, cut down more reinforcements, maybe show some art representation, but it's just not going to be there. So that first segment does come through. Half of that second segment starts to get depleted. Clousy again drops down over by Cannon. He'll find 2, but the trades, again, will favor that of the defense. Still got Twiz inside of bottom single. Will get traded out by way of a TK. Clutch Rain still have a slight avenue, an opportunity, if you will, specifically for Yaza to maybe try to make a play happen here towards top single to maybe get presence over by B, but we're running out of time here, boys.
They're going to get a chance. 6.1 seconds on the clock. Twiz really needed that 1 versus 1 versus Defrag. Fibron, oh, can't follow up. Defrag, he's in again. Not enough time to touch. A Clutch Rain, they get the 1 tick. They get no more than that. Things pretty much all even across the board here between these 2 teams.
1 segment per. Again, I mean, it's Fortress control in a nutshell. Again, the fact that we've seen a total of 2 segments is crazy beyond belief, but Clutch Rain doing better than what they did yesterday, at least taking a round here in Fortress control. It's no shade towards them facing the 2 best teams within the group, but looking to keep things close here versus retirement pending. Again, both these teams are 0-2. They would desperately love this win in the group stage. Big swing map mode combination is retirement pending for their offense. Going to try to get a little wily with it. They kind of hesitate once they get past Blacksmith, looking for a couple picks. They want B first here, Brody. Oh, man.
That's a good start coming out from retirement pending. To get the tick of progression, they should get the first tick. Clousy might be able to stop it, but no. Progress now being made, so the first tick will be through. But again, numbers for Clutch Rain. They need to make the best of the situation. Trade's going down. Now find themselves in a 2 versus 3. For these last 2 remaining players, Raffi, Defrag, the latter of which goes down. Raffi has so much to do here. The second tick just a sliver away from going through. Raffi will be shut down before he can earn those streaks, though, and before that second tick does come through. But because of the fact they move straight towards B here, Andy, now Clutch Rain, they're going to have to defend A right off the back of that. They did not have mid-map pressure. Clousy already opening up proceedings with the first kill. Retirement pending, still with pressure over here. That second tick will come through. Fibron now looking for the final shots to clear the point. He will not be the player to do so, but that is a great look from retirement pending.
Yeah, 3 total segments, 2 segments over by A, the single segment over by B, but now we go back towards square one, and that is just the overall nuisance that is trying to work your way out from this spawn trap. Mid-map pressure is here for Clutch Rain. They have maps control ever so slightly. One pick does come through. Dave eating a couple wallbang shots through the main gate. Raffi does chow it. He's going to be able to find the kill. And you also have Mythix that slips the net. He gets past open. And he's playing in that very close corner over by the B zone. Trade should be here, but it's not. Mythix with the sub. He's still going off. He finds 3 in a row. And Raffi's there for the assistance. This should be the B zone converted, you would think, barring some heroics for Clutch Rain.
Yeah, especially as they follow up with more kills. Mythix is actually going to get his 5th there in a row again, denied those streaks. So big stop there from Clutch Rain at least, and they do save B for the moment. But again, the ultimate problem here is that Present's still around for a time pending. Raffi through to munitions. Oh, Yaza gives them a chance of that gunfight. But again, that pressure over towards B, it is just trying to distract them away from A. Retirement pending do get that capture through. And now there is a wealth of time, a full 100 seconds on the clock here for them to transition over towards B.
Mythix wants to hit this flank. Wants to try to clear away all of the gallows. You should be more than aware that there's going to be a player over here. It's going to be Yaza that's playing through open, through that head glitch, looking through the middle of the map, gets in a gunfight versus Defrag, but I don't think Yaza was damaged, so Mythix trying to fish the timing. He will get it. So now that he needs to convert in towards hard control. Tough gunfight in the doorway, but not going to be able to find it. Not quite yet, but space being provided. Retirement pending past mid-map.
Still looking for a good chance here. One player to take down, but it's Febron, and Febron stands tall as ever. Not done yet. Clutch Rain, another wave of gunfights. And now back towards the respawn point. Retirement pending goes. They are... Basically, they've lost all of their progression once again because they don't have any mid-map control. Clutch Rain, though, they're not being as oppressive as I thought. I think they're giving quite a lot of credit to Retirement pending in this situation. And off the back of that, here they come. The squad in a 9 versus 6. Now looking at 8 versus 6 as Febron picks up Raffi. Defrag on the back line though. Defrag on the back line. The shots in towards Twiz. Not good enough yet. And now the support has arrived. The cavalry here for a Clutch Rain. But Dave elsewhere has again drawn the first blood in these engagements. Febron now finds himself on 5 in a row. Defrag, could he put a stop to any of this? He's still alive towards the back line. Now has a little help from Mythix as well. Retirement pending. They're still knocking at the door, Andy. And now they're on the point.
Oh, and it's going to finish via kills, you would think. If Febron needs to throw his life away, you don't want that segment to be coming all the way through because there's still that slight opportunity, perhaps, that you can win via segments if you are Clutch Rain, but that is a very small chance. To be able to convert an offensive round win is one thing on Fortress Control. Very difficult to do, but the way that Retirement pending off the rip, we're slow rolling their way all the way over towards that B zone. It almost like an opening for a search and destroy round because they show presence over by open and close. They leave a player inside of the stables. They make sure they get those picks to the middle of the map, and then they just flood in towards B, and they almost convert those 2 segments. But as you were calling, Brody, it was that bait play because obviously if they force Clutch Rain to get all the way over towards the B zone, you essentially spawn over by Fountain to then hit the A zone, which they were slowly whittling away, stalling out that clock continuously. Wonderfully done by Retirement pending on that offense, and even better through this opening rip here on defense.
Yeah, that might well be the round here. We know how Fortress Control works. Now Clutch Rain have to do the highly improbable. Find a way out. Do what Retirement pending just did to you in that prior round. Can they get it done? Yaza now towards the middle of the map. For these opening bloods, try and create some space for Clutch Rain. Can only pick up 1. Trades are good for Retirement pending, and it won't be long off the respawn screen before they can get players back in those positions. Or they did lose some modicum of control. Mythix is going to be the player to do that. Febron, though, actually predicts it. Wins that 1 versus 1 as Mythix goes for the chow. Retirement pending. Still in with a chance here to try and keep Clutch Rain at bay. Defrag pushing towards maps. Yet another kill. Every single gunfight required really is just going Retirement pending's way. 35 seconds on the clock. Clutch Rain, they've got to escape.
It's just these continuous isolated overextensions that are coming through from Clutch Rain. They're really putting themselves in this proverbial blender. Even right there, Twiz overextending into Mythix's line of sight. Yeah, Yaza's going to be able to find the trade, but through the opening rip of this round, Retirement pending have not left the middle of the map. It's always been in their favor. Finally, kills are starting to come the way of Clutch Rain, though. 10.9 seconds, they touch the B zone.
And again, they look over towards B here. Mythix and Defrag, though. Mythix for 3, Defrag for 4. And that should be all she wrote here. I was going to say, handy towards the end of that one, if they push over towards B, maybe he can create enough space that off the respawn, they could go towards A. But as every single player goes down, yeah, that is out the window. Retirement pending. We know how Fortress Control works. All of that is effectively off that round number 3.
Yeah, no, it was essentially, again, you got to call a spade here. Winning an offensive round in Fortress Control when two teams are just about dead even against one another is no easy feat. You be able to get yourself out of the spawn trap. I want to say it happened twice for Retirement Pending in that round 4 off, or in that round 3 offense, excuse me. It was very, very emphatic. Not to mention their opening rips for the second and final round that did come through for Retirement Pending. They just simply could do no wrong. They had a plan. They executed to such a high degree. And that plan, again, for Fortress Control seems very one-dimensional, but it does start and always will stop for the middle of the map. You want to make sure that you always dictate the pace in the middle of the map with your ARs to allow SMGs like Defrag to be able to get into position for maps to really enforce that spawn trap. That's what happened in map 4. But throughout that entirety of that round number 3 where they won an offense, it was just a war of attrition. Just make sure that you find those kills. Make sure that if you have a player overextending, they at least have some assistance, and then you continuously touch that zone. Stall out that clock as much as possible, and fish out these trades whenever you can, because by way of doing so, you're going to slowly get more and more segments, and it just comes down to that one hit that we always talk about for Control, Brody, to be able to get that full zone conversion.
Yeah, I will say I think the interesting thing for me there was kind of the dynamic of that you get the opening wave of gunfights, and Retirement Pending actively chose to push 4-hit over towards B. They knew doing that gave them the safety net of, again, I referenced this in that final round because Clutch Rain did try it, of even if they lose a couple of players, those players can come off the respawn and go get A because they've already got mid-map control. So, yeah, I think just great decision-making coming out from Retirement Pending. And, of course, they got the kills to work off the back of that too. Mythics at 20 and 18. Defrag, even though the stats don't show, it had some really important moments in the game as well. Retirement Pending, I think, just a real team effort there from them. But the AR control was just sublime.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason why we continuously talk about players like Dave, like Defrag, and even like, or Rafi, excuse me, and even Mythics. Picking up that third AR. It's a very tough world that I'm sure that Defrag is living in when it comes down to trying to fish out these timings with an SMG in hand, and even going 16 and 20 with 10 assists is something that you absolutely love to see with an SMG of Defrag's caliber. Ron was really the only one to put in the work for his team, and that's exactly why I highlighted him at the beginning of the season, or the entire series, excuse me. The only player that has a positive KD across all 3 game modes for his team of Clutch Rain, and that was a 1.06 going in towards the Fortress Control, which they lost twice on over yesterday. So now things might turn a little further disastrous when you're looking at it from Clutch Rain's perspective going in towards this Mercado hardpoint. But they got to be able to win this Mercado hardpoint here, Brody. Simply put, got a 100-point club yesterday by the Originals, 250 to 98. They need to force that map 5. If they can somehow get towards that map 5, might be a ticket for them to be able to close it out here as far as the series is concerned. Again, a much-needed series win for both of these two teams.
Absolutely. Well, moving from one series to another, here are two teams in very different positions within their respective pools. Grandmasters, of course, yesterday came out and were the biggest surprise of day number 1 across the European region, now going head-to-head with Fade. Let's see whether or not Grandmasters can take yet another victory. Currently 2-0 up in this series. Now it's going to be Fade on the offensive side, and this is actually a pretty good offense from them so far.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad at all. I mean, again, you're able to get the A-zone converted. You have a 3-life lead, a minute 35, so you're going to be looking for continuous pressure across the map, but getting past mid-map is no easy feat. So you're really calling upon Vision, who only has 3 total engagements so far, and maybe try to hit this flank. And while his teammates could use it, as Grandmasters are still cleaning up so many kills, Rezi tries to find where Visions is lurking at, and he will be taken down because of it. So more to be done here on the flank.
Again, just having presence inside, though, is so damning here for Grandmasters. They need to get rid of a player like Vision. He's going to come back to help out his teammates. Going to double up there with Style. Nice Semtex, but I don't necessarily agree with the player coming back there. I thought Vision could have done a lot more damage by pushing through munitions. Decides not to do that. In doing so now, mid-map control still in hand here for Grandmasters. One more wave of kills, and this round might well be over. Rezi looking for another one. He will find it versus Shooter. Started there with pick 1, and now maybe the escape can be made, but it's Kids on 5 in a row. Shut down before he can get 6, and now Fade. An opportunity here to move towards B.
Maybe, but they gotta be able to get through maps first. You saw players that are spawning all the way on the backside of P3, so Vision's perspective, he's just out of no man's land. They isolate Shooter as well, and just as soon as you thought that there was going to be presence, maybe to get over towards the B zone, it's just not going to be. It just came down to Defel all the way over by Pallets. He gets shut down. 18 seconds remaining, and I'll keep it a buck with you, Brody. I don't think Fade's going to get to this B zone.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Again, they just don't have any mid-map pressure whatsoever. Deval going to pick up 2 kills there, so that's actually going to be a little bit better. Rezi across the middle. 4-3. 4 in a row now for him. Shooter, well, he's going to get taken down. EFA just don't have any lives in this situation. It would be a miracle if that 1 versus 7 could come into effect because they don't have any time and they don't have any map control as well. And I think I said it, the pivotal point for me in that one was kind of Vision. He was pushed forward and he was the only player that could really do anything in that situation. Again, it's hindsight, it's 2020. I know that, Andy. We know that here on the casting desk, but they had a somewhat more similar shot and they just couldn't get it right.
Hey, man, still 3 segments combined as far as that offense is concerned. Gave themselves a real good look. You're not wrong, Brody. It just mostly came down from Vision to be able to get a lot of work done when he was on the flank, just inside of munitions. He was able to at least find Rezi. But it just came down to the rest of his teammates being able to find those straight trades and then being able to turn that into mid-map pressure. Rezi, kids, they come in with a combined 6 spree, but Rezi, 2 kills away from getting that cruise missile, and that's Cat's Curse if I've ever had one in my day, Brody. First gunfight he gets into on offense, he gets gunned.
We're just so used to it at this point, aren't we, buddy?
We really am.
we just do it way too many teams. Regardless, Grandmaster's looking pretty good here at the start of this offensive effort. It's going to be a full wipe for the most part. Only 1 player close by, and that's going to be Dibble. He looks to push back towards the point, but PD is just going from wall to wall. This is the same PT, by the way, that I haven't actually casted this Grandmasters team in a long time because they weren't in Season 1, but he was just doing disgusting things all the way back towards Season 1 qualifiers, despite the fact the squad did not manage to make it in towards Elite. 3 in a row, though, he will finally be shut down, and all those kills towards the middle of the map, PT included, means that for the most part here again, Grandmasters have lost a lot of control towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, and again, that's how you really try to convert an offensive round, but Rezi still finds presence all the way through. Open, tough gunfight versus Styled. His top rail is just making sure that nobody can get over towards this B zone all willy-nilly. Comes down to PD. So much experience as far as Call of Duty and Controller Esports as a whole, is getting control towards top dubsteps. He will be traded out, but this play is coming through so Rezi can get over towards the open staircase, and you have Kids that is soaking up that segment progression over by A. Second segment will be coming through, and Fade being down 7 lives where they are standing at here, Brody, they'd be wise just to chalk it.
And Grandmasters going to get that 8 point, so another 60 seconds come on the clock here for the roster, and maybe in an opening over towards B as well. Rezi going to be the one to force that opening wide here, and Kids with another one too. Fade, they're in trouble. Sitting inside munitions today. Aroma, the only one on the point now. Can Gabe get anything done? Oh, he's going to put shots in towards Styled around the back line. Nibble going to be the player to do something, but PD opening things up again with 2. Grandmasters consistently knocking at the door. It's Kids with another double of his own. And now the players starting to make their way on the point. No mid-map pressure whatsoever. The lives looming over this round regardless of what happens, and the ticks starting to come through. If I'm Fade, I just run at these guys at this point just to not give the ticks away. If anything, just do something.
Yeah, you have to let this end by lives. So they're getting into stray gunfights continuously, but they're actually starting to find some kills. And that segment progression is coming all the way through. As well, you saw Style just running towards the zone with a knife out. Aroma will find the last kill required to put this round to rest. But 5 segments worth of progression is what Grandmasters were able to tack up for themselves here in the Fortress Control for offense, taking a 2-0 lead, not only in the series, but for control within its own self. And it mostly comes down to that mid-round adjustments that Fade were trying to have for themselves. It just always came down to a lot of individual overextensions. I mean, Shooter, Vision, they're putting themselves maybe in good positions to find a couple kills, but what this Grandmasters team were able to do through Season 2 qualifiers and even through Boston as well, it's just their cohesion, their teamwork. I mean, Kids, 21-7, 16-10 for Rezi, making Aroma and PD's job so much easier. Excuse me.
Now Grandmaster's in a great position here on Fortress Control, 2-0 up. Now on the defense, they're going to get some players through, and they have got Vision in that same position that he was in before, trying to call Carnage over towards munitions, but PD going to shut him down. They knew that he was past the 50-yard line. Aroma now towards the point, able to pick up 1. Should be able to double up Kieran towards Styled alongside Kids, and they will do exactly that. Grandmasters, they just have so many win conditions here in this round, and that cruise missile that looms in Kids' back pocket, that's one of them.
Gun will connect on the Kids. Semtex should keep them 1 shot, and Devel's going to be at least able to take him down, but PD doubles up inside a map. So now if you're Rezi, yeah, you just land your belly out by the horse statue. You just wait for players to come down by the staircase because they come through up top. Oh, we're almost on a 4 spree. Just playing the head glitch here on the truck. Can't ask for a better start. Down to 26 seconds in Fade. You really do feel like if it's not going to be this push, then it's all going to be put to rest.
Got to get out if you can. Aroma looking over towards it. Yeah, this one's done. So you guys will just bring the streaks in. Aroma's going to bring his in. Kids has his as well ready to go. You might as well just bring him down and fade. I mean, you might as well just run straight towards the point. This series, this round, this is all over. Resi will get another one too, but I mean, it's all just for show at this point, isn't it? This was a Sublime control. We talk about kind of how Fortress controls work, generally speaking. It is just a case of winning that first offensive round. Very rarely do you see an offensive round back on Fortress. It's just the way the map works.
Yeah, it's just the way the cookie crumbles here on Fortress Control. You know, it's interesting that a lot of teams are not only just allowing it to come through, but when it comes down to as far as a control veto is concerned, it's either you take the gamble and you try to play for a round 5 defense on Fortress Control, or you end up getting rid of either the Hotel or El Asilo, which could end up being one of their 2 favorites. But I mean, yeah, Kids, Resi, even Aroma there in the final moments, just absolutely frying for that Grandmasters roster. That'll put them up to a 2-1 series scoreline throughout the entirety of the Elite. That's a good place to be.
Time and Pending, can they finish things off here on Mikado Hardpoint? Well, they will start things off on the worst side of the map. We'll see now whether or not they can and regain control of that side. Febrone, though, has been a constant thorn in their side this series. We'll pick up another 2-piece here, and Twiz follows up with a double of his own. So, Clutch Rain, they defend pretty well here. That P2 rotation, not a single point going Retirement Pending's way off the start of this one.
Favorite side still being held on for Febrone. He is just playing inside Cantina with an AR in hand. He'll take down defrag, so the back alleyway is at least being taken into consideration, but Retirement Pending know what they have to do. They have to hit through P1, make sure that they negate Clutch Rain's presence over through the tunnel side. Then maybe they can find the kills required to try to break inside to P2 early, but the setup for Clutch Rain is a pretty good one. Again, Febrone's still alive. Top P5 drops down, gets some team shots. You couldn't have asked for better rotational gunfights as far as a consistent victories for Clutch Rain to set up initially here for P2.
Hey, Febrone is just so impressive, isn't he? 5-1. Definitely one of the shining stars to come out of Clutch Rain, or just generally speaking, I think European challenges this season so far. So Twiz having a pretty good start of 5-2. Now Clutch Rain on the defense of this point. They deal with threats on both sides, but a lot of it is towards Barbershop side. Twiz is going to have to be pivotal in this defensive effort, and he will only be able to pick up 1. Raffi and Mythix now combining for 3, and that should be the break required here. Retirement Pending, they're in for the back 30.
Raffi just eats a nade to his face. River System will at least mitigate the damage. It's like you were talking about, you know, this is what needs to be done if you are Retirement Pending. If you do not get that break, you're going to be staring down the barrel of about a 60-point deficit going in towards P3. But it's a battle on 2 different fronts. I mean, you got Clutch Rain that are spawning in over by the parking lot. Straight trades coming through Febrone for 2. Mythix thought he was going to get the last laugh, but because of those P7 spawns that were coming through from Clutch Rain, they will be able to get on over towards the Tin Hardpoint. This upcoming hill could be a crucial one if Retirement Pending cannot break it soon.
Want to be a quick break here for Retirement Pending. I don't know, well on their way. Clousey, going to be the first player watching this garage door. There's 1, there's 2. Clousey makes it look so easy, and Yaza on the other side as well, picking up frags. Clutch Rain get. First defense does go well. Retirement Pending. To give this one more look. Across the middle of the map they go. They're going to have to go a very long way to make it happen, though. And you can kind of see the positioning on the map that they're playing. There's about 40 seconds left of the back of that respawn. They're already giving it up.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, is that if Retirement Pending don't try to break that one more time, that they're just going to have to chalk it up and just go for the rotation over towards P4. You can turn P4 into a money hill, but there's nobody really in a position to try to negate this Cantina positioning. It's very spaced out, I will say, for Retirement Pending. Defrag, he's going to try to push on forward. He has some assistance, but he is down to 40 HP. Febrone is just laying prone inside the doorway. Now you're going to see an overwhelming presence for Clutch Rain past the back alleyway.
Yeah, Raffi has a lot to deal with here. Has a teammate right beside him in the form of Dave. Through the wall, through the door. Shots going out here from both of those 2 players. Mythix also getting involved in the action now, and Raffi just peeks out the takedown Twiz. How about that for a cleaning up of the shop? And the broom out, making sure there's no any hair laying on the floor there. And Retirement Pending now looking pretty good to defend this point. Clutch Rain will give this one more hit. Around the back alley they go. One player dealt with around that back alley now is going to be defrag, so at least they'll get closer towards the hard point. But again, it's the shots through the door that are so problematic, and Raffi and Mythix going to combine for 8 in a row between the 2 players. And now for Retirement Pending, that was the heel hold that they required.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You know, you don't find success in trying to recontest breaking P3 very, very quickly. You need to turn P4 into a money hill, and it was Raffi Mythix, like you were talking about there, Brody, that just absolutely pop off. their help amongst one another, and their team shots galore will benefit them to just about a full 60. Just about 2 seconds separate these two teams. Schwiz did spawn up initially over here inside of Tin, so it just comes down to his teammates to be able to win these returning gunfights, and it's just not going their way. Again, usual suspects through this hardpoint. Rafi, Mythic showing up in a big way, but now it's Mythics on a 5 spree. Would love to be able to get this 6. Might be able to get some good timing. There it is. Cruise missile has been earned, and reinforcements around the corner.
Yeah, still the fight not over, though, for retirement pending here on this back 30. They're going to bring the trophy down to help out on the point. Fubro, he's been excellent for Clutch Rain. Can't win that 1 versus 1, though. There's just too many players around. The retirement pending looking pretty good here to soak up this scrap. And for a Clutch Rain, you would be best served just going over towards P6. Just give up that P5 time. It's not all that integral when we talk about kind of the big picture here in this game. This rotation, though, might well be, especially as we always talk about kind of the rotation from P6 to P7, being able to chain these hills back to back. Retirement pending need to make sure they hit this from the right side when they inevitably do so. Rafi's still got that streak in the back pocket that we were talking about from the very beginning of the game almost. And they break in. First few shots going out now. Fubrone with that first blood is just going to persuade these guys from getting anywhere close. And while there are close players, Defrag, he's still looking in and around the hard point, but Clutch Rain, they get that first wave.
Shades of Hackney Yard, right? I mean, the team that gets up top, you got some trophy systems. It's mostly going to have to be done with an SMG in hand, and Defrag, I mean, Nade in the doorway, 43 HP. He's not going to be challenging this anytime soon, especially because his teammate of Rafi down low has so much to do, especially on the outside of it. Peeker's advantage, not going to be there. Clousy will shoot the shoulder off of Defrag, and Rafi will fall as well. So now you got to be careful if you are retirement pending, because again, this P6 to P7 rotation is a big one. Mythics to the knife, my heavens. You're going to be able to go on a quick little 3 spree. It's 12 seconds remaining, but like I was talking about, P6 to P7 is a massive rotation. Mythics is also looking to lap himself some streaks.
Oh, wow.
And up top, he is beaming Brody. Back alleyway has been consumed by retirement pending since yesterday. They're going to be able to not only win out for the scrap time here on P6, but they'll at least hold the initial rotation for P7.
I was going to say, the positioning of a player like Dave over here by the warehouse side was actually blocking those close spawns from Clutch Rain, but now it's actually going to be a spawn out from one player in retirement pending. Might get some good timing here on the defense at this point, but as Mythics goes down, Rafi now needs to have a lot to do here himself. Unfortunately, not going to get it done, but Defrag on that lake here is going to pick up 1. Febrone in for the trade, so Clutch Rain will get control here, only 25 seconds in. A massive break from them. Now the question is, can they hold it? Rafi's going to bring his streak down, and brilliantly done there by retirement pending, as they do not want to give this time away.
No, it's just 20 seconds again. Hey, this will maintain such a nominal lead for retirement pending going in towards the second set. You couldn't have asked for these two teams to be more neck and neck through a Mercado hardpoint, but Defrag, my God, just hits out from Barbershop, smokes Febrone. Clousy will find the trade, but it'll be about a 25-point lead, more or less, that retirement pending will have going in towards the second set. And you can see what they're looking for immediately. That's going to be mid-map pressure. Mythics is holding his irons, looking through that mid-lane scoop, and he's going to get some assistance by way of Defrag, Semtex, to at least clear away that P1 hardpoint. Rafi, that called in that previous cruise missile, that really put the nail in the coffin for P7, is already on another 4 spree. 19 and 10 for him. He's already trying to lock down this P2 rotation, and he's buying a lot of time. This is essentially a 3v3 for the hardpoint itself. Clousy is just so sidewinded by the fact that he needs to get Rafi out from that position.
Ultimately, retirement pending here. While they are leading time in P1, they do have control of that rotation for P2. One good hit here from retirement pending, just trying to wipe Clutch Rain away from this hardpoint, take away the time that they are bleeding away from them. They're trying to pressurize the hardpoint now. Kill against Febrone would have been nice, but it's okay because it's across the middle of the map, providing coverage with the Vaznev is good enough here for retirement pending. Now, Rafi did utilize his cruise missile earlier on, but now he's on 5 in a row, so he himself, over by the new hardpoint, is already 1 kill away from earning a new cruise missile. But look at this coming through now from Clutch Rain. A couple of kills will at least get them a good look here towards next.
Rafi just looking to play his life. Again, it says 6 spree, but because a handful of these kills came through when he already had the cruise missile previously, he still has so much to do. Team shots galore for retirement pending. They are starting to run away with this hardpoint on Mercado Las Almas for map number 4, looking to not close it out here perhaps, but man, they're getting so many resources. Rafi for a second cruise missile in their back pocket. It is a combined spree between all 4 players for retirement pending. Clutch Rain finally find a kill within the feed, but not before we're just down to 30 seconds in this hardpoint.
And 9 in a row now for Rafi, including those 2 kills from the first cruise missile over towards P7, as you said, Annie. Retirement pending. This is a big 20 seconds for them, and Clutch Rain, they're making a big gamble by giving this time up, moving over towards silos for the 3rd hardpoint. So now it needs to be perfect from here on out from Clutch Rain. They can do this. It'll be a bit of a dodgy rotation from P3 to P4, but if they can get it done, would be good for a good ending here on Mikado Hardpoint. Yaza opening things up with that first blood. Should force Retirement Pending to slow up a little bit here. They have a lot of time to work with. They'll only really need one good hit. Raffi now going to bring this streak down through the window, but it won't actually connect with anything. And now the numbers in favor of Clutch Rain on the point. Dave just flies on through to try and damage it, unable to do anything.
Full 60 is what Clutch Rain got in the first set of hard points, looking to do the same exact thing here, but Retirement Pending again with that leader's advantage. It's a pick and choose battle, isn't it, Brody? That you only need 13 seconds to close out map 4 in this best of 5 series for the first one of the day. They're looking to maybe hit this one more time. There's still time within this hard point to try to get this closed out here, but it's a Fortress of Solitude inside of 10. Raffi defrag Mythics for 3. It's just one player inside the hard point itself. It's Clousy. He gets cut down. They can still win it here.
And you gotta go. If you're Clutch Rain, you cannot afford to just focus on the rotation. You have a mile to run. And now, actually, to be fair, they might well do so. You've got to sprint in towards the hard point if you're Yaza. It takes a second to open up the door, but Defrag wins the 1-versus-1.
Wow.
And this one is done so. Retirement Pending, able to get it done ultimately.
And that's why we always end up talking about everything that comes along with these advantages, especially in hardpoint for Mercado Las Almas. I mean, early on, Raffi was able to get a cruise missile. Mythics is also able to accrue one along the way. Raffi also lapping, goes on a massive 8-9 spree as well. 11 spree, excuse me. Sorry, Raffi. And just completely puts not just the final nail, but I want to say like a good 12, maybe 24 nails in the coffin for Clutch Rain to maybe try to win out on a second hardpoint to force a map number 5. It was going to be their best bet. You really do feel like, because Clutch Rain, especially in that map number 1, they turn up in a ridiculous way at the tail end of the second set of hardpoints. That's on Fortress, but on Mercado, when you're able to fish out so many different timings, and when you just have the absolute presence and team cohesion that was being represented by this Retirement Pending roster, it is so hard to deal with, especially what Mythics and Raffi were continuously doing throughout the entirety at the tail end of that first set. The resources being called in, it just felt like that every single time that they were trying to go for these gunfights, minus maybe defrag and a couple of overextensions by themselves, and it was never alone. They were always coupled up together, just making sure that they overwhelm Clutch Rain either with damage or with sheer numbers alone.
You know, the wild thing about Mikado, again, is that a team can basically run away with the game, very quickly at any moment's notice. But the vast majority of that game, Andy, these teams were very closely matched. There were moments where maybe the one team would get ahead by about 30, 40 points or so, but the next hardpoint would come up and the opposition would come back in towards the game. So, yeah, these guys were really closely matched for the vast majority of time. Good plays coming out of Raffi, though, over from this rotation towards the next one as well, to make sure that they did manage to get control.
Both of these two teams, I mean, if it was Clutch Rain in the final moments of that second set of hardpoints in the Fortress hardpoint, I don't even know if we could end up saying that they ran out of steam. Really, it just mostly came down to just retirement pending, just being able to play more as a team. It was a consistency throughout the entirety of these 4 maps worth being played, something that they could absolutely write home about, that their ARs and SMGs are working quite well in tandem with one another.
Yeah, I'm really liking the look of this retirement pending roster again. I mean, like, I think what happened in day number 1 was super unfortunate to them. I think especially that loss versus Signs, that was the thing that I think they'd be really frustrated with the context of kind of where retirement pending were, formerly known as Nixer in Season 1. Even regarding kind of what happened at Boston, you expect better out of a team that arguably has been knocking at the door of a top 4 position here in European Challenges. So now looking pretty good here in European Challenges with that victory versus Clutch Rain. Look, retirement pending, they needed that one. We've been saying that throughout the entirety of today so far. Both of those two teams are 0-2 at the end of day number 1. They needed that crucial first victory here in Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're back now, apparently. I was just keeping an eye on stream. I was really concerned for a second there that we weren't on the stream again. I've been like really stressed about it over the last minute, but it's okay. We're still here. You guys can actually see us now. Apologies for that. But yeah, so retirement pending, they're going to get the first victory of the day. I believe we have a break coming up here between this match and the second one. But before we do that, Andy, just want to give everybody a little preview of what's coming up, because the next match, I am so excited for it. I saw somebody in chat asking which is our next match after this one. Is it a Wubba Bobs, the Originals? Do you want to break the news, mate? Do you want to do it?
Well, I mean, Wubba Bobs will be playing Originals. That's going to be our main focus of a matchup. Obviously, these two teams coming off of very steep wins versus their counterparts. The Originals were able to 3-0 Falcons off of a very blistering 3-0. Keep in mind the Mercado Hardpoint 251-52 Embassy Search and Destroy. They won 6-2. And then they 3-0'd Falcons on Hotel Control. And as well as the series. We got to see a little bit of the Wubba Bobs versus Signs in that all-French affair, +1 Belgium. It was just the hardpoint that was close for them, but the Mercado Search and Destroy, they won 6-3, and then also 3-0'd their counterparts of Signs on that Hotel Control, pretty decisively, I will say the least. There's only one more match that's still happening on the first block right now. It is La Nave del Mysterio, I believe, loading into their map number 4, versus Orglis. Again, another must-needed win coming through for one of these teams that did come in towards day number 2 of group play at 0-2. That is La Nave del Mysterio. Just for some final housekeeping, Team Notorious were able to 3-0 Team International, and then Grandmasters, we also got that 3-0 win in that Fortress Control, giving them the 3-0 win versus Fade. So very quick first block, minus that La Nave del Mysterio matchup versus Orglis. But man, EU is looking pretty darn good here for day number 2.
Yeah, absolutely is. Well, we've got the Originals versus Wubba Bobs and a lot more coming very, very soon. We'll be back with a second set of matches after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're getting into our second set of matches here for day number 2 of European action, at least in Season 2. Again, a lot of twos here in the day number 2. My name's Infinity. Joining me on the desk once again is Proper. And we have a banger matchup. You can see it right below us coming up. Wobabobs versus the Originals. We can't wait to get into this one, buddy.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting, right? Because, I mean, just off of namesake alone, these teams did face each other quite a bit last season. They are 0-2 overall, are the Wobabobs versus the Originals just last season of the Elite. Obviously, we didn't get to see it on LAN, well, because the Originals did not play at LAN. A little bit of a different look as far as the roster is concerned, but just from namesake alone, some spicy stuff going around. Wobabobs, the Originals, both are undefeated for Season 2 of the Elite. Something's got to break, and it starts with the series.
Yeah, absolutely it does. Let's talk about these teams then kind of as they stand right now. We have a head-to-head to show you guys in regard to kind of where these teams are actually at with their first 3 matches. We can tell you at the very least, because we can't show the standings at the moment. They're not complete, considering I think we're waiting for a match. The Wobabobs in the Originals, I think unsurprisingly so, both of these two teams currently sit at 3-0, Andy. And given just like kind of the positioning of these two teams, kind of what we expected, this is not unusual, I think. Right?
No, it's not. You know, it's what you almost expect. These are the 2 best teams that we have in Group B just off of namesake alone and just off of what they were able to bring to the table so far. I mean, both 3-0. The Originals are 9-1 as far as map count is concerned. They lost a Fortress Control round 5 yesterday versus Retirement Pending, where Wobabobs are 9-2 for map count, still being undefeated. I believe losing in El Asilo Search and Destroy versus the Falcons yesterday. And then I'm remembering correctly, it was like a Clutch Rain Fortress Hardpoint that they lost, albeit by 17 points. So very neck and neck as far as the stats are concerned, as far as map records, sure. But I'm just excited to be able to see what this Originals roster is going to look like. Again, a new form for the Originals. Again, you have Henry and Lucky. They are in instead of along with FDOT and Harry. So Furious and Gizmo with a new 2 players coming into the mix. Dropping 1 map along the way. This is going to be their toughest test here in the Elite Season 2 thus far.
Yeah, well, the Originals roster, let's talk about this new team then. Of course, you already talked very briefly there about the roster changes. Harry and FDOT are out, and we talked about kind of the impact of Harry and FDOT on the Originals roster during Season 1. Both very valuable players to this team, but the additions to the Originals, not so shabby themselves. Of course, Henry, a rather underrated player here in European Challengers, had a good go of things on Nixa in Season 1, but more to the point, Lucky. I say inarguably the best player in Elevate during Season 1. He had an incredible stint. He has always been a great player, I think, especially early on during any given Challengers season. And he will therefore be an invaluable asset to this Originals lineup. Of course, Gizmo and Furious still on the roster too, and both of those players have had their own fair share of great moments on this Originals team. And I still think that the most interesting story around this Originals roster, Addy, if anything, is the fact that this team was kind of in trouble in a way, I think, moving towards Boston. They knew they were not going to get to attend that event. We didn't get to see them at that event. And it was almost a kind of a shame in a way, right? Because the roster, of course, ultimately got second last season.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are very, very good. I mean, that was when they were playing with Harry and FDOT. Obviously, the FDOT challenges, but a lot of them were coining it on Twitter itself. Joey Gizmo trying to bring himself back towards the upper echelon as far as an EU Challengers player is concerned. Joined to the likes of Henry, who, as an SMG player, has been absolutely lights out, playing throughout the entirety of Modern Warfare 2 thus far. And maybe not even statistically, but Lucky was easily the most consistent player throughout the entirety of Elevate. Also, shout out Raylis and Koa. Koa, as one of the coaches for the Originals, a lot of people actually forget, was quite integral for Electrify Steel last year. That was Pander and Co. Playing with Fame, Pander, GodRx, and Pentagram throughout the entirety towards the tail end. Interested to see what he is able to do with these 4 star-studded roster.
Right, let's take a look at the Wobabobs then. You guys know these players by now. They're very, very good here at the game, and they've been making a name for themselves over the last few months. Of course, Cobra, Linz, Brezzy, and Abuser. I mean, like, there's just so much story between these guys, right? Brezzy last season didn't lose a single Challengers Elite competition that he entered in. Abuser, I think his stock has skyrocketed coming into the 2023 season. And then, of course, Cobra, I think he found himself a great roster on this Wobabobs team towards the end of the 2022 season. Then finally, to round out that team of powerhouse names, Linz, who is a new boy on the block here for Challengers in 2023, a rookie for this season. Look, I would say sometimes it feels a little bit inconsistent what he brings to the table. When he does go off, again, he can be one of the best players in the lobby.
And it's got to be talked about again. Wubba are actually going through an entire, almost a different dynamic, right? You know, they're going through a role swap. You're seeing Brezzy pick up the SMG a whole lot more as Cobra's leaning more towards that AR flex, working in tandem with Abuza, who was the #1 statistical player throughout the entirety of Europe just last season as well. Obviously came up short. They finished 3rd, losing to that Originals roster in lower finals, but regardless of the matter, we're looking to see how this team is going to continuously gel together. Again, Brezzy saying that he's feeling 18 and cracked again with that Vaznev in his hand.
Yeah, Brezzy's pretty good, but he's not the player we want to focus on here. We want to talk about the ARs for these 2 respective rosters, of course. I did briefly mention it there. Lucky making the move away from the previously known as Elevate, now Augulus team, to the Originals and Wubba, of course. I mean, we already talked about just the pure power of a player like Abuza. Ignore the fact that the players have switched here. Lucky is actually on the right side there, and obviously, on the left side should be Abuza, so just kind of flip how you're looking at these players. They don't look like that. But the stats are still, I believe, correct in regards to kind of how these guys have been performing in Season 2 so far. I mean, outside of the KD and Search and Destroy for Abuza, this is like business as usual for these guys.
Yeah, can confirm that is Lucky's stats on the right side. It is Lucky's face on the left, but it's Abuza's stats on the left. Of course, that .69 Search and Destroy KD, I would say, is quietly diminished, especially with how the Wubba do play throughout Search and Destroy, but it's really those respawns that where Abuza really comes through and has a breakout performance. I mean, you couldn't ask for these 2 players to be more neck and neck. Both of them have an overall KD of 1.31, but it's that 2 freaking .37 Lucky has in Search and Destroy through the 3 matches that they played so far here in Elite Season 2. It's just so emphatic. Again, the reason why we continuously gas up Lucky, it even continues on with the conversation last year with Rocker Academy. The guy can snipe, he can pick up an SMG, he can be an AR, he's a jack of all trades, and we're looking for more of Lucky to be able to pop off in a lot of these different circumstances.
All right, well, just very briefly, guys, I want to give a quick shout out to the Twitch chat. There is a poll going on at the moment. If you guys want to put your channel points down to know who you guys think is going to win this series, and trust me, it's going to be a pretty close one between these 2 teams. Make sure you guys go do that right now on Twitch chat. Put your channel points down. I'm not going to do it this time because I'm going to be a perfectly unbiased caster with no opinion at all. Here's a look at the map set, though, for this best of 5. And we were kind of curious how this one would go. I'm happy because I get my Hydro, which we never get in European Call of Duty. But for the remainder of the series there, we're kicking things off and ending it with a Mikado in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, respectively. El Asilo, Search and Destroy for map number 2. And, of course, Fortress Control for the umpteenth time here for our map number 3 in this series.
There's a lot of Fortress Control being played. You and I were kind of having a little bit of a comedic conversation about it before we actually went live with our first series of the day. But when it comes down to the Wubba, they always end up throwing at least another wrench into the system when it comes down to their vetoes. This time they fall back to what was their hard vetoes all throughout last season, and even especially against the Originals, even for the old Originals, right? Don't want to be going up against them on Embassy by any stretch of the imagination, but they do get to start off on their favorite hardpoint. And I say that because out of the 4 hardpoints that they played so far, Brody, the Originals have actually played Mercado all 3 out of 4 times. They won it all 3 of those times that they have played it. Again, only dropping a single map along the way. You do have at least 1 map win if you are the Wubba on Mercado as a whole, 250 to 129. But even last year, or last season, excuse me, Mercado was played 5 times by the Wubba online in Season 1 of the Elite, and they won it all 5 of those times. So interesting to see how the Hotel was going to be the hard veto for the Originals. Fortress Search and Destroy taken away. Map set has a lot of question marks around it. Again, we have a very small sample pool when it comes down to how these teams do stack up against the other competition here in Group B. This is going to be the best test possible to see how these 2 teams do look. Roster changes for Originals, whole changes for our Wubba. It's going to be a banger for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up about Mikado there, because I was going to say, like, yeah, we have limited stats in regards to Season 2, but we do know for sure that Mikado was a consistent pick for Wubba in Season 1 of Challenges. Of course, it's very hard to kind of, again, talk about the Originals and their current form. We've only seen them in 3 matches so far, so not really enough of a sample size to say what their strengths and weaknesses are just yet, but I think we can at least say for certain they look somewhat comfortable with Mikado, considering, as you said, they have played it thrice. So, should be an interesting one, I think, for that first one in particular. I'll be honest, as I said, I'm just happy that we get to see a Hydra in the series. We never get to see it.
It's got to get there first, Brody. Calm down.
Yeah, no, it will. Look, bud, this is going to be a close series. This is going to be a Game 5, Round 11. I can feel it in my bones before we've even got a taste of the gameplay. I just know it's going to happen, mate. And I totally just cursed it, haven't I?
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm not clairvoyant. I don't have a crystal ball in front of me. Like, don't know what you want me to tell. I didn't attend the class that allows me to see
comfort,
the future with like the teacup and stuff like that. I'm forgetting all my Harry Potter references. But regardless of the matter, yeah, man, I think it's going to be... It's been slated to be an absolute good one, especially as far as recency is concerned from Season 1 of the Elite.
Yeah.
Again, not to continue to beat this with a stick, but I mean, you didn't get to see what this Originals roster looked like at Boston. Obviously, you did have, I believe, Henry was playing on a team there. And obviously, Lucky did end up getting 3rd place at that event with that Elevate roster getting dropped, now being picked up by the Originals. So, I mean, you do have at least some slight look-ins when it comes down to what these two teams do look like, especially as far as recency is concerned, but it's a whole different patch. It's a whole different way that the game is being played, especially for the Awubabubs, the Originals, maybe going through some growing pains. I mean, through their first 3 matches, didn't look like it, at least from stats and from what I got to see as far as an overall look-in, whether it's through Clutch GG or here on Call of Duty Bravo. It's just going to be interesting to see what the Originals roster are going to look like when their backs are against the wall, because if there's going to be one team specifically in the group play that's going to do it, it's going to be the French +1 Belgian player of the Awubabubs. And
we should say as well, you know, this is... I don't want to say just, but I will use the phrasing here. This is just a group play matchup. Like, these teams both being at 3-0, we've got to kind of talk about the overall context of their positions here within the group. Like, they have effectively, and I use the word tentatively there, effectively guaranteed a spot in playoffs with a 3-0 start, because the worst they could do now is 3-3 or 3-2 at the end of the standings. Like, yeah, you effectively you're good either way at this point. So yeah, Awubabubs and the Originals. Now we can actually look at Group P standings as everything has kind of melted down there, and have a look at kind of how everything is looking for A, the Originals and Awubabubs, and B, everybody else in the pool. And as I said, yeah, the Originals and Awubabubs here, the worst they can do now is 3-2 within their pool, so they've effectively guaranteed a spot in playoffs regardless of how this one goes down. Looking further down though, again, retirement pending despite that victory over Clutch Rain. Not out of danger just yet, but Falcons and Clutch Rain both being 0-3, I think it certainly does offer them some comfort.
I know you love your Brody Tuesdays, but I mean, there's obviously still at least an opportunity or two. Like the Originals, Awubabubs, they could effectively lose out starting with this matchup here, and then obviously that one head-to-head to decide 4th place. It probably won't happen. I'm just simply saying, Brody, as a guy that also enjoys his permutations, that yes, they should be guaranteed playoffs. These are the 2 top teams when it comes down to Group E as a whole. Look pretty darn good. I mean, again, the Originals only dropped a single map. The Awubabubs only dropping 2. This group is starting to look pretty darn settled when it comes at least down to the first 2 seeds. Take a look at Group A as well to see how things are starting to shake up for us here, as Team Notorious are just flawless as all get out. I mean, 9-0 as far as map count is concerned. They are bulldozing their way through just about everybody that they possibly have gone up against so far, but they're also going to have their toughest matchup so far as a group play matchup is concerned. They are slated to be playing Orglis here in the 2nd slot.
Yeah, so interestingly enough as well, you talk about that, Orglis still going head-to-head with Na'Vi Del Mysterio at the moment, and that has gone to Game 5. So I am curious as to see how that one goes down. The Na'Vi, if they were to take a series off Orglis, like, that is a huge victory if they're able to get it done, because I believe Orglis also went to that game number 5 yesterday versus Grandmasters and ended up winning regardless. So, you know, they're very, very veterans. They're veterans? What's the word I'm looking for? Experienced. I don't know why veterans came into my head there. Yeah, experienced in those kind of situations, they should be okay. But LaNave are in trouble. I will say that much. Again, the story around LaNave Del Mysterio, and I know this is going to upset the LaNave Del Mysterio fans out there, or the Spanish fans around that team, but they are in danger. Going 0-3 in this position is not a good look whatsoever. I don't know if they play Team International just yet. I don't think they have. But then that puts so much pressure on them to win that matchup, to try and get kind of that 4th or the 3rd spot out of the pool. Like, just, yeah, being in that position is not good at all.
No, it's really not. Again, you know, we constantly just talk about this day one. It's really tough to always try to say that, you know, playoff stipulations can always play into that day one specifically, but starting down 0-2 is not a place where you want to be at all. But I mean, if LaNave Del Mysterio are able to, you know, win out that map number 5 versus Orglis, which is still going on, by the way. I'm pretty sure Clutch GG have that going on their Twitch channel right now. Then they should be pretty good about themselves. I mean, LaNave Del Mysterio, they were able to obviously win that LSELO Search and Destroy. That was map 2 in that series. They won it in around 11. They just barely won the MC Hardpoint in map 4 by 25 points to then push into a Mercado Search and Destroy. I'll tell you how that match ends here for Call of Duty Bravo. But until we can get our Awubabubs and Originals underway, go ahead and take a look at Clutch Rain versus Signs.
Hey, we love these all French matchups. I'm just so happy that these guys are in a pool. Webber-Bobs, man. This gives
So
us
much
many
French
storylines to talk about.
representation. Have you thought
I
about
know,
it?
man. I did it. You know, if
love
we go
it.
back to season 1, you remember kind of like, you know, when we had obviously our first ever woman competing in challengers, and then obviously the first ever Saudi Arabian team as well, with Team Falcons joining the fray. Like, Europe has been like a beacon for representation across the board, and the biggest French representation we've ever had here. Clutch Rain, Signs, and Webber-Bobs all representing that region. It's a quarter of this year's challengers, or this season's challengers elite lineup. But here in this round, Clutch Rain gonna win the joust with Signs, with that defuse coming through.
As far as a map 1 is concerned, between these two teams, it was on a Fortress hardpoint. Clutch Rain were able to win by 20 points over Signs, 250 to 230. That's just, we've been getting just absolute barn burners of map 1s when it comes down to this Group B as a whole, you know, barring at least maybe a couple blowouts like the Originals versus Falcons, just as a swift example. But here in the Search and Destroy, if you are Signs, you're immediately looking for at least a bounce back, especially after being handed a very swift defeat versus a Webber-Bobs 3-0 here, again, for Clutch Rain. When we're talking about the grander scheme of things, they are one of those teams, Brody, that really do have to win out starting here.
Good Signs. Off the rip of this one, highly aggressive towards this B kit, and they've already drawn first blood. Yaza inside, though, still problematic as ever. He's able to get a second kill, and this entire play, it looks so secure, but Yaza has just whipped the seatbelt off, and no longer is that security there. 1 versus 2 now for Nadox. He's been tagged up, and of course, he's not the Dead Silence player in this play.
That's tough, right? You want to be the clutch player, you got the Vaznev in hand, but you simply don't have Dead Silence. Let's have the bomb. He comes flying through this freezer doorway. He gets eviscerated. Fibron is just holding it. He's looking at the side door. Nadox has time. He's going to slow peek it, and there's Fibron just holding the irons with an AR in hand. Clutch Rain going to take this round.
Yeah, Yaza went huge inside kitchen, and you know, the fact he's even able to get 1 kill, it might have slowed up the entire play, but to get a second as well, like, he was in a 1 versus 4 there effectively for a very long time. Be able to hold out like that was a huge clutch coming out of Yaza. Player that sometimes does fly under the radar for this Clutch Rain roster. Now Clutch Rain able to tie things up 1-1 here with Signs. Going to be Signs defense this time around. See what Clutch Rain can do. Where do they want to take this bomb? It feels like it might be a B kit from them, and it will be.
Sole defender that's going to be looking at this is going to be player number 6. It's
Oh,
Nadox, who gets his cat agility on. That's not Dead Silence this time around, but I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to pop it. Got to check this doorway. Sees the first premature shots, though, and Fibron comes sliding in. It's a trade, though, 3v3.
And if Mike TV was flexible, that's what you get there.
Well,
Regardless. Clutch Rain going to get this bombed out. Signs for the retake in the 2 versus 3, and it is going to be a one-dimensional retake at that. Deborah opens the doors. Yumiko was looking for some information over towards Freezer, but they're out of stock. Meets it. Pepper still firing shots in and does actually entry and somehow gets out as well. That's despicable. Still though, they're getting even closer now as Yumiko going to pick off Twiz. Now Klausy in a 1 versus 2, the newest addition to this lineup. He's just going to lay down. He's got 2 places to look. 3 fires for the second. Yumiko trying to win out against the snake in play, and he will do so in the end. And I am extremely surprised, to be honest, that Clutch Rain let that happen, because Yumiko and Depot, like, that was not a two-dimensional, three-dimensional attack at all. Like, they went through the 1 door.
yeah, it was just through the 1 door, and the simple fact remains, what was it, Yumiko, the dolphin dives out through the back door and somehow gets away with his life. These are just things that you can't allow to have happen when you are taking a look at a post-point situation over by B. You know, you go 1 for 1, Fibron doubles down, essentially just lost a 2v3 in a post-plant situation. That is just something that you cannot allow to happen if you are Clutch Rain, who, again, looking at the grander scheme of things, they are 0-3 as far as series count is concerned. You really do feel like that if they can't get this win here, Brody, playoffs are 100% out of contention.
Signs getting hyper-aggressive over towards A this round. To deal with players inside the bedroom, and Twist was one of those players sat in the corner that Nadox, well, gets unexpectedly played on, and well, how about that for a very fast round? And Nadox gets the double inside bedroom, kills made elsewhere, and Clutch Rain tie this one up.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see coming out from Clutch Rain. You know, that was kind of their their native tongue when it came down to Season 1 of the Elite, especially the Search and Destroy, which is simply outpacing and just making the enemy team extremely uncomfortable by just getting in your face, holding down these irons, winning the gunfights very, very swiftly, just playing against the unforced errors that Signs kind of offered them there more or less as far as an offensive attempt was concerned. So in round number 5 we go. We'll have to see what this Clutch Rain roster is going to be looking like. Not going to be toying around with the restaurant push. Very standardized defense setup, I would say the least, for Signs here.
They're not comfortable enough to get the bomb down just yet. Fair, there isn't actually that staunch of a defense here from Signs. Depper is really the closest player, but still the uncertainty is looming over the heads of these players. Alcy tries to make the push through bedroom, punished for it, and now numbers down. Yep, Febron going to fall as well. Yumiko responsible for that. 2 versus 4 now for Clutch Rain.
Again, it just comes down from all the damage of a standardized defense. You need these picks to come through. Twiz will find one. Throwing shoulders towards the second player in bottom bedroom. There's nobody in a position to try to get this trade. I think Nadox's timing is going to be a little bit delayed. Yes, it will indeed. And Twiz hits the route. He'll take down Deliver. There's just simply no way that this 2v3 is about to be coming through as Nadox, no dead silence, throws some shots over by Lobby. Bomb should be collected here, you would think. Does have a frag grenade, cooks it up. Looked a little rare, but it bounces off the backboard, will take down Twiz. Now that's going to force Yaza's hand. He's got to try to recover this bomb and extend the round.
And Nadox should make the play around, and there you go. Whew. What a weird round, man. Just an update for you guys, by the way. If you guys wanted to know what was going on, we mentioned earlier on that August were in a Game 5 versus the Nave Del Mysterio. And just like before, in that close call with Grandmasters, August, man, they have the ice in these situations. I don't know why I'm surprised at this point.
It was a 6-2 on Mercado Search and Destroy, no less. The Nave Del Mysterio still winless as far as series are concerned, so they're going to be looking towards their next series. They're going up against Fade for a potential bounce back. Those two teams are actually, that's an 0-3 matchup, so be the difference maker in between getting 4th place and potentially playoffs. Back in towards this focus now as we're still waiting for a Wubs and Originals to start, so thank you for bearing with us. It's a 2-2 split as far as Sciences are concerned for an offensive attempt. But Depa, I mean, I was about to say, yeah, he had to have popped that silence. He's pushed all the way up past couches, and he'll find first blood seemingly for free.
And no reaction as well from Clutch Rain. They don't do anything to deal with him. They're so focused on making sure the bomb doesn't go down at A that Deborah has not been dealt with. That's a problem. As soon as those positions are revealed, like Yaza with a sniper rifle, who is not able to be effective at all. Hasn't got the Schnepper versus Yumiko. Again, Signs still not comfortable enough to get the bomb down just yet. The trophy system, I don't think Yaza wants to waste a bullet on taking that out. Switches away from Nadox just as Nadox could be taken down here. Nadox is going to get the stretch, and Yaza with a hilt marker has to get the second bullet in to get the job done. Now looking for the third for the kill versus Yumiko, but it doesn't happen. Again, Signs, they are still got a player coming on the flank. It will be Depper, activates a little late, but loses the 1v1.
You really have to force out a play if you are Yumiko. Deliver 2v3, Yumiko drops down. That's bomb dropped in the most precarious spot possible, and I think Deliver is just going to chalk this round. Yeah, he's a trophy player here, Brody. Not a whole lot you can do. Look down on the floor. You just think about what you did bottom bedroom, young man. But even more so than that, it's a very standardized setup when you're thinking about from Clutch Rain's perspective. I mean, Depa tried to force out the play going all the way through couches as far as an offensive attempt is concerned. But if you can't get that player that's bottom luggage, if you can't deal with the player that's going to be on the backside of Jacuzzi that then replaces that positioning that got first blooded over there, that entire push over by A becomes almost a non-equation that you can solve, especially from Signs. So, now over towards Clutch Rain's upcoming offense, splitting the map 3-for-1. The bomb being carried by Twiz out on an island into restaurant.
Febro getting very aggressive, peppered up for shots by player all the way out. Depper does get removed, and Klausy might be even able to get more effective here. Trade really necessary now as his teammate in the form of Twiz has fallen. Players all over the place here for both of these two teams. Not much in the way of stability. Clutch Rain, though, got players through, and they should be able to retrieve the bomb with very little problem at all.
Should, but I mean, again, it's just going to be isolated gunfight after isolated gunfight, right? Brown doesn't have that silence here. Top bedroom. Feels like that he should be able to help out Clousey's affair. Because like you were saying, that bomb dropped inside a pantry. Could be easily recoverable, but there's just no information. What are the timings even looking like? The map is looking like it's flipped, but the bomb will be planted here at B, 2v3 in a post plant.
Signs are very fast split up, to be fair, on this retake, so wouldn't be surprised if Nadox makes the individual play. Shots are good, but Nadox gets away with his life. And now no longer split up here, as Nadox is going to team up with Deliver for the 2 versus 2. Yumako's a little bit delayed on the kit, but that might well work out in favor of Signs. But Nadox again gets a little look. Deliver goes in for another one. Nobody dead just yet. Clousey's been peppered up. Need to see some heroics here from Febron and Clousey, and they win their ones. This is not well put together at all of a retake. Deliver last left alive. And yeah, that is messy, to be honest. I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, say what you will about the 2v3. The only thing that's really messy for me is just the timing to push through side door or through the back door. The timing was just not favorable. You got 2 players that are pushing through rugs, and obviously if you're not able to find that trade, that timing needs to come through on the backside of kitchen. Just very standardized post plant, but we'll give you the update as far as how Clutch Rain and Signs get on with that map number 2, because we're ready for our main focus here. Originals versus the Awubabubs. Mercado Hardpoint map number 1. We already broke it all down, and Awubabubs are currently breaking the Originals down.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to act like this isn't a surprise by any means. Of course, we already talked about the fact that Awubabubs, this is pretty much a native setting for them. They're very comfortable on Mercado Hardpoint. The Originals now 15 seconds left on P2. They've given up the vast majority of time off the back of those first 2 hardpoints. This hill needs to be important for them, and Henry and Lucky here combining for free will get the first wave of gunfights. So a moment of calm here for the Originals in this game.
This is going to have to be the firm handshake, though. That is Mercado Los Alamos hardpoint, right? Unable to break inside P2, only able to get about 10 seconds off of P1, so you need to turn this hardpoint here of P3 inside of 10 into a money hill, but you're losing kills. Player number 1 was Gizmo. He was pushed all the way over towards bottom. Banana. Now it comes down to players around the hardpoint. It's Lucky that shows up a massive 2-piece. Prezi, though, with the read, at least on the 1, finding these stray kills. He should know that the rest of these players are in the hill.
Here they come. Awubabubs looking to break in. Brezzy with a drop shot. Not good enough for the kill there, of course. Cruise missile in the back pocket, though. Looking pretty good. Still, Awubabubs knocking at the door. Lucky up top needs to be dealt with, and Lynn's down low for the double. Lucky now on 5 in a row. Lucky for 6 in a row. Cruise missile answered back now in the back pocket, ready to go. And the Originals now a staunch defense on a very important hard point. And now as we turn our attention towards rotation as well, not only do they get the vast majority of time off the Silos hard point, but they have control of the rotation. For how long? That's the question. Hoper and Brezzy already starting to blow this play wide open. Henry might have just been bullied out, but Henry does not care. Henry is the one who knocks here as he picks up 3, and the Originals hold for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Furious, 13 engagements, 3 and 11 now, but even more so than that, to be able to get some assistance through that back alleyway was everything for Henry to continue to go big inside of P4. Some stray damage over towards the second player allowed Henry to pick up that 2-piece. Still on that 4 spree, though. Needs some assistance. Not going to be able to get here in time for said help. Was going to be Furious through the middle of the map, who does find 1, but Awubabubs are going to be able to get those close spawns to recontest this P4 hill.
Yeah, big back 20 from Awubabubs, even if they didn't get all the time that they would have desired. Again, the rotation towards New is at the forefront here of these guys' minds. Stun being thrown out from Linz. It should tag something. There are definitely players in there. Attempt for the window jump from Gizmo won't work out. Linz is just flying at the moment. Not enough, though, as Henry once again piecing up here in this game. 9 and 7, one of the best performing players so far from the Originals, as they will get control of that Silos alley for the moment. The patio hardpoint. Awubabubs now a chance to continue to knock here at the door of this hardpoint, but they are going in 1 by 1, and the Originals, for the most part, are dealing with them pretty well.
Again, this firm handshake to actually start being much more of a tug in your favor if you are the Originals. Very difficult is this P5 hardpoint to be able to generate a lot of time, but it can mostly come down to just these isolated gunfights that are being found across the board, and Originals are actually coming out on top of it. So this will be a lead spot that is starting to come through. You also have player number 3 was Lucky, trying to at least influence the rotation over towards that back alley area, because the Awubabubs, they are chalking this back 20 seconds. If Abuser was able to go big on the backside of 10, maybe they could have recontested P5, but now they're setting themselves up comfortably for P6. The only player that's kind of extended out of the way is Linz, looking for the exit over by gate, but he's got 2 players to worry about, and some audio cues. Keep in mind you that 2 players of the Originals are coming across P7.
Gotta make sure you deal with Lucky here. Don't want him to be super annoying, and Lucky actually survives. Gets a gunfight, and Gizmo also opens up with another one in the middle of the map, so a good look here from the Originals. The Webberbobs need an answer. Find themselves in a 2 versus 3 for the moment here. Actually, a 2 versus 2 on the point, as Furious is just playing coverage, and Brezi's gonna bring that streak down. The Webberbobs, they want the cover, and the Originals have to fight tooth and nail to find their way on through. Now Cobra in a 1 versus 2 on the point. Gonna back away for the moment here, going for a reposition, but he repositions himself away from the hard point. Giving away this time now to the Originals. Be waiting for a second here for a teammate to come on through, and well, no longer Cobra comes through, takes them both down. A little bit of assistance through the window, but nonetheless, Webberbobs doing a stellar job at the moment of fighting for this time. And of course, look at the rotation forwards and next as well.
I mean, you got Brezi, he is just out on his lonesome, even finding stray kills over by the courtyard area. And that's more damaging than it is anything. The Originals, on the other hand, they're making this battle count because they're trying to hit for the scrap time. They know how important this back alleyway is, especially ahead of P7. And as isolated as the Webberbobs were, it's actually going to be lucky to be able to find those 2 kills in this life to at least secure lockers in their positioning. Henry will spawn out. He does have a TAC 56 for this current position, and Gizmo has a lot to do. Gets one player to go for the bait. The switch will be there for Abuser, but the trade's that much better for the Originals, and their original setup here for P7 is a good one as Lucky started to streak out again.
And really good position here from the Originals. Lucky, as you say, the star player that we wanted to note for the Originals is having a hell of a time, but will be shut down there by Abuser. So Webberbobs a good look at trying to find their way through. The cover the RV is providing is keeping them safe from Furious. Furious, though, providing the team shots. Could be a good play here as Lucky comes from behind, but Furious does it all on his lonesome. Doesn't need the help of Lucky. Lucky will need to have the final say, though, on the hard point if they want that back 10 seconds. They will not get it. The Webberbobs now in a relatively good spot, to be fair. Yes, they're down by 40 points or so, but they have an opportunity here to get control of the right side of the map.
And there's so many isolated 1v1s. Spawns have not really been secure, I want to say, for maybe more times than they are not throughout the entirety of that first set. So, yeah, if you're the Webberbobs, it's about controlling the pace through the middle of the map, and it's about making sure that Gizmo does not do that. 3 spree for Joey. 13 and 19 is going to get caught mid-reload as Brezi's trying to, again, influence towards this back alleyway. But the way the Originals are playing here, Brody, this is leader's advantage again. They don't have to go all in for these spawns ahead of P2. They just want to make sure that the Webberbobs don't get time off of P1. They could be setting themselves up for a break early, especially as Furious is showing presence over by the hedges.
Yeah, you can say that. You can see the way that Webberbobs are playing at the moment. They're not going too crazy on P1, even if they give away this back 15 seconds. They need to make sure they get control of P2. Gizmo again, though. The problem, you already picked up 3 before, now another double that should give them a good look at this next rotation. The Webberbobs, pretty close, but they know they have to fight for it. It will not be an easy grab for them. Brezi, the first player to do something, and it's going to be a second as well from Abuser. Things looking pretty good for the French roster here. Webberbobs now find themselves in a 1 versus 1. Brezi peppering up Lucky. Lucky for the reposition now, trying to outplay Cobra, and he does exactly that. Brezi here, though, still trying to tie tooth and nail for this time, only able to pick up 1, and the Original's now going to be in for the time.
Oh, Lucky's in the continuously rat spot that is in here inside of P2. Does get some assistance. That Force Breeze going to be put to rest. Doesn't matter. Still has that cruise missile that he earned almost about a year ago here in this Mercado Las Almas map number 1. 30 seconds still have to fight for over here on inside of P2, and it seems like the way the Originals are spawning in, and they're not really trying to threaten the middle of the map, they will end up conceding it. So that'll keep things relatively even. Just in about 10 seconds is going to be the difference as the Originals are setting themselves up here at P3 early.
They come, the Webberbobs through the alleyway. Henry, the shots are good. Help will be on its way. Gizmo flies out the window. And that player's just going to have to back away for the moment here to try and provide some coverage for the middle of the map. Those spawns for the Originals will be good. They just need to grab 45 off this hard point, and it's over. How do our Webberbobs want to approach this? 2 players on both sides. Lucky, though, up top in this window, has such an acute angle that it's just so tough to take him out of it. But on the other side, the Webberbobs players, they've managed to break. Looking to find their way through now. The trade's good for the Originals. Just down to the last remaining player in the form of Cobra. Cobra's able to take down 1. Cobra looking for the second. He goes down, but it's Gizmo for a huge 2. The Originals can still win it here, but Brezi and Abuser, they will deny. A back 30 still worth fighting for.
It is absolutely a good time to be fighting over, and the Webberbobs are fighting all of the kills required. They're going to be able to get players through the middle of the map, and player number 8 is Cobra. He's actually pushed all the way up in towards the parking lot. And although he might get traded on out, it's Brezi that then shows up 1v1 for the rotation. He will lose it to Henry. Still 10 seconds going on over by P3, and Wubba will take a very small lead spot going in towards its rotation over by 4. This hill in the first set of hard points was a nasty one, where Henry was going on a massive spree. The war of attrition actually favored the Wubba at the end, but still only about 14 seconds required for the Wubba more or less to be able to fully sink their teeth in and close map 1.
Gotta be careful of Lucky in the backline. About to catch some of these players to surprise, waits for the kill, but not waiting long enough here as the Wubba now gonna outnumber Furious in this situation, but Furious doesn't care! Furious comes through for the double! Furious to 3 as well! Gizmo will take him down, but ultimately Furious's heroics there mean that the Originals, they have numbers in this situation. Wubba, they've got 14 seconds to find their way through. Here comes the first. Linz will be down. The second one down as well. Cobra in for 1, Cobra in for the double. Originals now spawning over towards the Cantina side, and Furious going absolutely bananas for this scrap time. Furious gets one with a stun towards the end, and a Wubba, you have to fight for this. You gotta keep an eye on the rotation as well, but you gotta make sure you get on through. You've got yourselves in a 3 versus 2. The touch will come through, but the final gunfights are good for Furious, who goes absolutely insane on that last hard point, and the Originals will win it in the end, but it is Mikado, baby. We knew it was going to be close like that.
Oh, it absolutely was going to be close. I mean, Brezzy drops 31-26 for the L. There was that one point in time where I'm pretty sure that Furious was about, like, triple negative for, like, 4 consecutive hard points. He only finishes 19-27, but this is what we almost expect out of Furious, right? I mean, not all of the OBJ time in the world, but he's always going to be that player, that most annoying player that's going to be on the map continuously for this Originals roster that's trying to find these stray 1v1s on rotation. Doesn't win it all the time, coming through in the Mercado Las Almas map number 1 for this best of 5 series, sure, but there's always going to be that immediate assistance, those immediate trades that come through, either an SMG duo of Henry or Lucky. That was just going massive throughout the entirety of that map number 1 here versus the Wubba. He was just about doing everything. I don't even think he called it his cruise missile, I'll be candid with you, because we know that Lucky is just shooting nukes continuously out from his TAC 56, and is just winning gunfights that he simply has no business getting for himself. I want to say that it was somewhere near about like 3-5 sprees that Lucky was able to find himself on, and then you had Gizmo pop off throughout the second set of rotations as well, was finding 3 pieces left, right, and center to turn his game around as well. It's just insane when you're thinking about the Originals and how they were able to not only claw their way back from what was about a 70-point deficit going in towards P3, but then they really started to sink their teeth in as we take a look at the final 60 seconds.
Yeah, Furious goes huge. I mean, it's not just that triple as well. Like, let's make that abundantly clear. He then gets a double to close things out, but that triple just opens everything up. It just sends Wubba for an absolute world, despite the fact that they do actually have numbers in this final situation. Gizmo, Lucky, Furious, they all just go absolutely huge to hold on. Whoa, what a close ending towards this one. Here is that last double coming through. Furious gets it with a stun, by the way. I believe he was made weak by Gizmo. But there you go, the power of the stuns here in Modern Warfare 2. Furious will make it work. And yeah, I think there was like 3 different situations there, to be fair, where Wubba have the numbers. It's just not enough because of what Furious is able to do effectively.
Yeah, I mean, it's the stuns, it's the utility usage that's coming through from the Originals that were so good, but ultimately what it comes down to is just the teamwork, those team shots, the bait and switches, more fundamental conversations and wordplay alone that the Originals were able to showcase for themselves. Is Lucky, again, just is the overall standout player. I mean, 26 and 19, 23 of those eliminations were non-traded, about 3,000 damage. Henry, by the way, who was running a sub the majority of the time, pulled out a TAC 56, but he spawned out when P7 became active. And I want to say as well, when it came down to that P5 break, was also being that third AR. Drops 3k damage itself for about a minute worth of hardpoint time to boot. I mean, it's just crazy when you're thinking about it. You look at it on the opposite side, like, it wasn't just 1-2 players that were popping off statistically in this lobby. Like, Brezzy, as well as Abusive, were averaging almost 2.5 kills per hardpoint, joined with Linz. They all go positive within their own respective manner. Linz is the only player on a Wubba that go negative, but that just goes to show you, just because you find all of the kills in the world does not mean you're going to be able to win a hardpoint, especially on Mercado Las Almas.
And if I remember correctly, I think this was a problem that Wubba had previously at Boston. I want to say when we got a chance to look at them there, like sometimes it would just feel like they were getting a lot of the kills, they were slaying out, and they are very good at doing that, but didn't necessarily result in time. It will be a problem that befalls them there in map number 1 for the Originals, as 2 of the players, Gizmo and Furious, towards the back half of the game, really start to wake up and make impactful gunfights go in their favor. Originals do win 250 to 232. So a great start of the series again, especially as we talk about kind of the context of on Mikado Hardpoint. They were 5-0 on it in Season 1. It was a staple map mode combination for them. A reason why they were so successful. They did not win it here. So LSCLO Search and Destroy, that'll be up next between those two titanic rosters. But let's go and check in what's happening with Signs and Clutch Rain in the hotel. Right now, 1-1 here in Control. We're on board with Twiz to see what he can do. 12-8 start for him.
Clutch Rain were able to win that Hotel Search and Destroy that we were taking a look into. After we moved away from them, Clutch Rain didn't drop another round. They won at 6-3, Brody. So into this Hotel Control, this is a must-needed win for Signs to be able to stay alive in this best of 5 series. A must-needed series win. Again, I want to continue to stress is that Clutch Rain, they are down considerably. 0-3 as far as series count is concerned. This is a big turn of events if they're able to win this series.
Clutch Rain definitely need this against this Signs roster that has proven to be a problem for many teams. Certainly throw a spanner in the works here. This group as well. Bruno. From behind, wants to try and defend the point. The first kill is good, but Depp has already overextended himself in towards this, and kill's starting to come through now. For Signs, they're looking pretty good. They've only got one more player to deal with on the bedroom side. And it's going to be Klausy. Klausy, though, problematic as ever. Gets the first one, putting some good amount of shots into the second as well, and jumps down for the good timing on towards Yumiko. And that looked really dangerous there for a second. Just one more player left around. Depper, he is dealt with.
That 6-3 will crew a cruise missile. Gonna be in the back pocket of Klausy whenever they're feeling the hot hand to call it in. 40 seconds remaining, and Clutch Rain, respectively, do have a 6-life lead, so when it comes down to it, you feel like the world is their oyster, but we know how Hotel Control, we know how Hotel, or just Control in general can work. One good push, you can show presence over by B, and it's a media flood that's actually coming through over by Lobby. Yaza is piecing, runs out of bullets. Twiz will set him up for at least that assistance, and Febron has not left bedroom in quite some time. 14 plays up against 6. Last chance Saloon to be able to assault this B zone.
Yeah, that earlier look for Signs was the best look they've had, at least from our perspective so far. Another wave of gunfights now coming in favor here for Clutch Rain. Yeah, that one should be all she wrote here as the last 2 remaining players for Sign. They're not doing anything in this position. They'll have to be content with the 4 ticks of progression here for potential defense in round number 5. Although, as we always say, when it comes down to Hotel Control, like, do you actually want defense for round number 5? Like, would you rather just give it up?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, that's a tough one. Save for smarter analysts in the Call of Duty scene rather than me or even players as well. Because, I mean, there's been so many different times that we've seen go offense for offense, and then the round 5 defense is the one that ends up flipping the script to be able to win it. We've seen defense for defense, and then we get a round 5 offense. I don't know, man. This map is crazy strange to me, but regardless of the matter, Clutch Rain are going to put themselves in a position to try to close out this series in a 3-0 sweep. Depending on how their offense does look here, they're going to be splitting it 1-3. Majority of these players defensively going in towards B. And it's a 1-3 split mirrored on the opposite side. 3 players strong going over towards the safe zone for Clutch Rain.
See what Signs can do here on the defensive effort. Depp are going to lose that first blood, but still they've got a threat around the back line coming through. That's going to be Nadox. Also Yumiko on the other side. If they time this correctly, this could be huge. Nadox drawing the attention now. Should be Yumiko's time to back here for the roster. And Yumiko does exactly that. That's surgical for a defensive A. Nadox going to be one to finish things off. That is a beautiful play from those 2 players.
Yeah, you can't ask for a better opening break, especially only allowing that first segment to come all the way through. The second segment's not being depleted over at A, but look at the map positioning that you're able to benefit yourself from all of this when it's speaking about it for Signs, but they cannot capitalize off of it. It's Yumiko that has to go big through the middle of the map. Now comes down to Deliver, who finds 2 on that cross. Ozzy still stalling out the clock. Even getting this first segment is a big one. Finds yet another kill for Clutch Rain, but halfway through the B segment is all they're going to be able to find. And I love this proactivity that's coming through from Clutch Rain. It really does feel like they haven't really skipped maybe about 5 seconds or so to make sure that they always have a player on these zones. 58 seconds is where the clock's going to be stalled out with, and we're going to get an extra 60 seconds to it.
Yeah, I do like this, though, from Signs not to overinvest in towards the defensive A. They're looking for some exit frags. At least one player's getting the last little look. That's going to be Nadox. He might be able to catch a couple of players off guard. But nonetheless, Yaza, he's more preoccupied with the bedroom. Trying to clear out any players. It will be one player down low. Actually, a second joining as well, and Depper. Yaza might be able to catch Depper off guard here. I think Depper's heard him, though, and yeah, Yaza's now definitely seen Depper in the situation. A massive 1v1-1. And I already talked about Deliver being pushed forward. He is now going to be removed from the situation. Yaza follows up with another one as well. Clutch Rain, they might be able to get it done here. Signs, they find themselves in a 2 versus 4. Trophy system will not do anything. Yaza taken out from behind. All of this on Clousey, and he cannot get it done. A close brush with death there for Signs, but they survive.
A B zone is actually being depleted. Yumiko is going to pop that silence. He's going to try to get top foul A in the favor for Signs and maybe try to cut down a few more players, but he loses the initial 1v1 versus Yaza. So now, put yourself in a position, maybe, you are Clutch Rain, to try to get closer towards this B zone, Brody. You have a minute left to do this, and you're only down by 2 lives. So it's about waiting for the utility, the resources, finding the kills required, getting power positions in your favor, and this last segment might just be theirs.
All it takes is the one here.
The cruise.
As you say, the cruise missile comes down. I don't know if that's a trophy system still on the point. Deliver's going to put one down at the back line. That will not save the trophy system. The trophy system does come down, though. It doesn't do anything. Of course, there was a trophy system there just next to Feebrone. Now, Signs looking for any players that might have broken through the defensive line. There is one player on the back line that might be causing problems here. Yaza. Basil, though, right close towards the point, and now Yaza's revealed his position. So Clousey has a lot to do in and around this control zone. Players coming from the back. Clousey, they haven't cleared out the bedroom side. That's the problem. Yaza now needs to go huge on the point. He's already picked up one, but no more than that. Now finding themselves in a 4 versus 7. They continue to put stragglers through towards the point. Again, it is a very fragile situation on the defense here for Signs. All it takes is the one good kick. Clousey and Yaza, can they get it done? Unfortunately, Clousey just doesn't really have the numbers to make it work in that situation. So to round 5 we go, short of Yaza going absolutely mental. Just not going to happen.
Again, not being able to see those first 2 rounds worth of play, not knowing how many segments of progression were coming all the way through. I feel like Clutch Rain might have done enough, though, especially with how we were just looking at the overall KD ratios, that they should have round 5 defense, but it's all questions. It's all speculation aside. I mean, Signs did the right thing, right? When the A zone was being fully tacked over, they completely chalk it, and they just put themselves in a position just to try to play for a couple of exits like you were calling out there, Brody, and then continuously cycling players out into couches, top bedroom, top foul A. All of these are very key positions when it comes down to a very stall-worthy B defense. And yeah, that's going to be the case indeed. Clutch Rain will have a round 5 defense. Comes down to Signs to be able to win an offense here. But if you are counting the blessings, if you are a fan of the Signs roster, stay alive in this series. You got Clousey streak out, and Adox comes into this round on a 4 spree looking for a cruise of the round.
First blood's going the way here of Signs. They're looking pretty good. They're looking at transition over towards B as well. Good look at it. One player still hanging over, and that designated survivor Deliver here, delivering for a couple of kills. No more than that, no progression whatsoever on B. But that's okay. Signs, they don't care about that in this situation. They're able to get the progress on A, and that capture will follow as well. Nadok's getting another kill. This is pretty good as far as progression through the middle of the map, too.
They do shut down Nadox before he does get that cruise missile, so how much more pressure are you going to be able to find for yourself in the middle of the map? Because the A zone was fully chalked up. You are Clutch Rain, you're already down considerably for lives, and they're also trying to play for a couple exits. Yumiko will take down Yaza in return. So now it just comes down to player number 5. It's going to be Twizzing towards the back. Still has so much more to do all the way through the lobby side, and you can see signs these players are starting to scramble at where a handful of these lurkers are at for Clutch Rain, and they're finding them in kind. Now Trophy System on the zone for Deliver. Gets a 1v1 versus Couches. Should be cleaned up by Nadox. No. Feebrone Clousey able to combine for 2, so they stabilize for now. It's just Yumiko all the way into the back of P2.
Depper's still trying to attack, though. They haven't got rid of him just yet. And now Yumiko, as you said, I mean, you talked about him activating towards that backline. He's so problematic. They need to dedicate some time to deal with him. And indeed they do. The backline has, well, mostly been cleared. Delivers repositioned towards the help desk. There's a massive one is won by Nadox inside the bedroom. Still a lane open here for Signs to make the move. Deliver providing all the coverage, and now this is dangerous for Clutch Rain. If they wanted to 3-0 this series, this is not the way you wanted to get it done. Deliver taken down. One ticket progression now away. Depper and Yumiko, they're going to follow up with the frags required, and that should be all she wrote here for Signs. They will win this one and survive a sweep.
Yeah, they'll survive the sweep, though, at least for some map number 4. That's going to go to Mercado Las Almas for map number 4 there. Again, that map number 1 between these two teams was only settled by 20 points as Clutch Rain, again, seemingly able to find at least a 6th gear when it comes down to their map number 1. But if you are Signs, you are counting your blessing. Look, this is not unfamiliar territory for Signs. Again, yesterday, they reverse swept both of their series, Brody. Gonna be looking to do the same thing here and potentially putting Clutch Rain out of contention for playoffs. If Clutch Rain do not win this, they will be 0-4. Back over towards our main focus here. And of course, we come into our final kill cam of Lucky with the sniper, and then also some crispy shots with the pistol to come through. How can you ever be surprised with what that young Spanish individual does bring to the table? El Asilo Search and Destroy for the Originals, for what it's worth, this is the first time that the Originals have played it this season specifically. The Wubbabobs do have a 2-6 loss versus the Falcons, but we are knotted up going into round 5.
Mate, I love that we're 4 rounds into this, by the way, and as you say, like, Lucky on 6 in a row. He's already got a cruise missile. Like, it's just lucky things.
It really is.
To be honest. He is such an invaluable addition to this roster and already going to utilize it. This is not a strategy that is abnormal by any means. It's clearing a lot of space so they can transfer over towards B. They're going to try and bring it down so they get the kill inside Garage. The problem now, though, of course, that cruise missile has been utilized, is you need that frag inside Garage, and Abuser just shreds Gizmo. Rezi following up with another one as well, and this is a big investment in this round, a 2 versus 3 now for the Originals.
Oh, it's all falling apart at the seams. Henry's last alive. He's got a Vaznev, Dead Silence, halfway depleted. It's going to run out before he even finds an engagement. No!
Ooh!
Able to take down Brezzy in the stairwell. Casual 1v3 for Henry. Does eat a shot in the rear end. Something just jumped up, bit him. Regen's going to be able to come through. Not easy shots through the fence line. Has a player top AC as well. Trying to dip, and dodge back inside of Tools, and he's not going to be able to get it done. Yeah, an expensive round, I will say, from the Originals, right? You know, Lucky calls in that streak, immediately conveys the information. Okay, I've got 3 players inside of the main building, top kitchen, perhaps, maybe inside of Tools. It was just 1 player that was inside of the B bomb site in Garage, like you were talking about. That was Abusa, and the moment that that first challenge comes through, Abusa wins that crucial 1, and in the moment that the cruise missile smacks to the ground, everybody from a Wubbabobs essentially just repositioned themselves to take over that fence line. They knew exactly what the Originals wanted with Lucky calling in that cruise missile, and that was going to be the B execute. Finding those 2 first kills was everything.
Yeah, B execute just didn't go right there at all. The Originals, they will not be happy with the way that round broke down. Wubbabobs, excuse me, most certainly will be. This round, though, not looking quite as confident. Our Wubbabobs, no map control whatsoever in the Originals. They've got 2 players sitting inside that A site.
Not a whole lot of information you would feel off these stuns. Rezi, Spidey sense has got to be tingling here, you would think. There's at least 1 player inside of this A bomb site, so the nade's going to clear, pass over by Tools. It's just going to burst open through the door. Henry's so weak over by lockers, but doesn't end up scouting out the second player. And I don't even think Henry needed the assistance. He finds 2. Lucky takes down the next on a Cobra. And just pour on Abusa. 1v4, bursts through the door, gets drop shotted. My heavens. What a stall-worthy defense coming through from the Originals.
And it is abnormal, by the way, putting 2 players inside that A site. That's not normal at all. I don't think they quite expected that, even if Henry, as you say, didn't actually need the assistance in the end. It's supposed to be
That's like a day 1 strat, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just doubling up, hope for the best. Best will be exactly what the Originals get. Wubbabobs there. Get a stone wall. Or a brick wall, I think is probably more apt, considering there's a lot of them here on this map. Regardless. Okay. Tied up now in this search and destroy. Nils on the offense. Let's see where they take this bomb. It feels like it's going to be very heavy towards this radio tower site. Gizmo already stunned up. Stuns flying out towards Cobra, and it's Gizmo now going to be naded up. Going to activate the Dead Silence here just to try and make some kind of move where he's silent with it, but players falling around him. Gizmo needs to pull off something special, and actually it's just a distraction play. Lucky and Furious going to get kills around him. Still, Gizmo is the last remaining player here in this 1 versus 2. Shots raining out. It shouldn't be long before Abuser comes and covers his teammate. Gizmo has somehow survived the engagement. Oh. Goodness me. If Abuser does not get that kill, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
I don't think that Gizmo knew where he was getting shot from by the second player. I mean, we knew because of the X-ray and the mini-map as well, but I think Gizmo might have just assumed that it might have been from the opposite side. There was a certain lack of information from Abusa's previous known location. The way that a Wubbabobs play at El Asilo Search and Destroy, just to give everybody a quick history lesson, Abusa, more often than not, is that sole B defender. And Wubbabobs, they read that round just perfectly, like a book. They get the read over towards that A lane. They get all of the pressure. They get so many resources out. Yeah, trades come through, but Abusa's flank that then main catalyst is the reason why they have a 1-round lead. Lucky's back to his sniping ways. We'll find first blood on the lens.
Wobbubbs this time playing this one relatively passively. Of course, they've already lost a player, as you said, in form of Lins. Therefore, the options for Cobra relatively limited in the play. Slow as you like. Again, not a dead silence player, Cobra. So even if he does manage to crawl his way over towards the B site, post-plant, he won't have a dead silence to work with and might be able to trade things out there. Lucky finally falling. Again, though, players on the other side would have been nice for Abuse to take at least one. Cobra, to be fair, is at least making this realistic. And these players are split up. So if Furious gets taken down here, there will not be a trade.
Furious is going to hear those shots come through again. Cobra, not the dead silence player like you were talking about. Stun through the stairwell. Won't be able to find much of anything. Nice little pirouette swan dive off of Cobra. Look, if this Call of Duty career doesn't work out for him, I mean, maybe just some synchronized diving. Dancing, maybe? I'm not too sure. He's going to get gunned from behind over inside of Kegs. And yeah, it's Lucky that makes the play as that B defender pulls back out the boomstick. He was playing as far northwest as you could possibly imagine, just outside of Pride Rock. And he'll find that first blood, reposition up top on that rock next to the tree, find the next onto, I believe, was Brezzy inside of the top office window. And then from there on out, it just comes down to individual gunfights because Cobra was so isolated away from where Abuse was located at in the bottom of Pool. It just came down to being able to clutch up a lot of those gunfights. And to be fair, Cobra was getting all of the reads, right? You know, he takes down at least the first, reads the second on the top kitchen window, but just too much to ask, it would seem. Knotted up. Round 9. Here we go.
Here we go. So close this game. Back and forth. At least from the moment we jumped into it. And door being opened up in Furious's face. It's like, what's that door? Is it sentient or something? Resi is the one, though, controlling the puppet here. The kills in the middle of the map. Well, nicely done. Henry finds himself on an island and he gets taken down as well. Lin's beautiful part to play in this one, and Lucky finds himself in a 1 versus 4. And yeah, that's not a door, buddy. That's a dartboard. Run straight headfirst into it, and that's going to be around for a Wobbubbs.
Yeah, how cool is it just to, like, I know I brought this up in our first block, and it was talked about a lot by Visions and Shift yesterday, but, like, how cool is it to see Brezzy with the SMG? I mean, he was always, like, a very fast AR player. We saw that on Texas Nation last year through Vanguard at the beginning of the year when he was playing with General as the main AR, and then even coming through with Abusa when a Wobbubbs did form when he moved back over towards EU, even for a quote-unquote main AR role. This guy was always flying and frying, and now the role swap really sinking its teeth in with an SMG in hand. Brezzy truly is looking 18 and cracked.
Brezzy, definitely a player with a ton of talent. Potential, and now wants to rage that potential on towards Henry. Yeah, what do you do, bro? Like, that's just so unconventional. Brezzy finds the route. Now in the 4 versus 3 here. Wobbubbs, they've got numbers. Furious tries to even things out, but he is denied. Gizmo now next up to bat here for the originals.
Oh, drop shot down low. Lucky now in a 1v odd situation. Yikes. Good luck, have fun. I mean, it's just systematic, isn't it? The way that they just completely execute in towards that A bomb site and for a map point round. Brezzy just goes flying in. Had some assistance, obviously, with the bomb carrier of Lins, because, of course, Lins has to be right there hand-in-hand with Brezzy's assault inside of the A bomb site. But 10 and 8 for Paul. I mean, this guy in El Asilo for Search and Destroy, he definitely has, obviously, the knowledge, but he also has the gunny to boot, man. And you couple that along with how good Lins can look when you go for those bait-and-switch plays. Obviously, it was a lot with Cobra going through Season 1, and then even through Boston as well. But Brezzy is just making so many of the right plays at the right time. And in those latter rounds, you can see just how little of a factor you are if you are lucky with the sniper, right? Because he's always going to be sniping over by Pride Rock in that round 10 final round. Lucky doesn't have that sniper to be playing with. If he did, he picked up an AR off the floor, but I don't think he had one there at the end, Brody. And it just really goes to show you that if you are Wobbubbs, you're able to read that tendency, specifically coming from the originals, that you're essentially going to go all in for Lucky with his sniper rifle play. And as long as you can completely overwhelm what was that assault that happened last time around for a Wobbubbs that kind of fell short, was because you had 2 players inside the A bomb. This time around, you just double chow it. You deal with Henry inside the bomb. You get that bomb planted quickly. Yuza up top. Rezzy's going to be down low, chowing out over by Kegs, and it just works out so wonderfully for them to be able to even up the series 1 apiece.
We said we expected that series to go at least some distance because of kind of what the rosters are like, you know, the history against one another, even with the originals having a new roster coming in towards this season, or at least 2 players on that team. But in towards another close series here between 2 French rosters, Signs versus Clutch Rain. Of course, we saw Signs hanging on towards this series. And I was going to say it as well before we transitioned into that last one, before we transitioned over back towards Wobbubbobs in the originals. A reminder that Signs are not strangers to the reverse sweep.
No, they're not. Again, their 2 series win that they have so far. And group play has been by way of reverse sweep, but becomes a little bit less easy to do when you got Clousy that is just piecing like this. The newcomer for Clutch Rain finds himself on a 4 spree. This is the second set of hard points. Clousy looking for more, has some assistance from a teammate nearby, now on a 5 spree. Looking for the 6th kill, will be the cruise missile. Twiz will take down Depa, so Clousy just gonna have to bite their tongue a little bit before this rotation is truly on. And speaking of said rotation, you already have players over here for Clutch Rain.
Looking for this time. Clutch Rain trying to fight tooth and nail for it. Febron up top. Febron just cutting them all down. Febron for 3. And Clutch Rain here now looking to really put this game home. Again, they break early on now, looking for 50 seconds off the back of this to close it out. Signs going to need to try and put together some kind of kick here, but it has to be well put together. They're already losing players in the middle of the map and towards that dark alleyway as well. Signs not looking so hot.
Oh, they have to try to recontest this. You have one spawn out that does occur. Clousy is just playing inside of L. He's going to end up getting a free kill on a Depa because he just has to sprint towards the hard point. Febron's on 5 in a row, 24 and 15. You got to somehow get in here, Yumiko. Not going to be the case at all. Now coming through the middle of the map. 10 seconds are all Clutch Rain need.
Got the numbers, to be fair, to make this hit happen. Febron overwhelmed. So they were 7 seconds away from losing that, but they will breathe a sigh of relief. I don't think it's going to last that long, though, to be honest. Look at this rotation, mate. Yaza for the reposition towards these players and almost somehow gets that kill against Nadox, but no matter, he will survive the engagement. Now, numbers for the moment, a 3 versus 2, unless Clousy gets involved with the engagement, and Twiz has been bullied out of a hard point, should be pressured from behind as well, and the miracle break has occurred. Signs, they have a cruise missile to go, but Clousy with that 2-piece should be closing this one out. I don't think Depa's going to get close enough to do anything about this, and that will be GG. Clutch Rain, a much, much, much needed victory here to stay alive in Season 2 of Challengers Elite.
Yeah, again, as many muches as we want to say, again, Clutch Rain finally get their first series win versus Signs, no less. This will keep their hopes for playoffs alive when we start talking about those permutations going through next week. But even more so than that, I mean, it's this play right here for Clousy. That's what is the second that we hopped in towards this Mercado Las Almas map number 4 between these 2 teams is where we had Signs inside of the hardpoint. It was a very quick break that comes through for Clutch Rain, right? But immediately Clousy pieces together, goes on a 5 spree, had some help there inside of the hardpoint over by the stairwell by one of his teammates, sure. But then you go over towards the P3 rotation, and as much as Signs wanted to be able to break back inside P2, the way that you were looking at the double assault that was coming through for Clutch Rain, they were always dictating the pace in the middle of the map while they were still setting to, or while they had 2 players inside of P2 that were still locking down scrap time. That allowed Clutch Rain to be able to get set up inside of P3, inside of 10, most importantly for Febron, that was up top 10, and he just let them all have it on a 5 spree. That, again, if you don't overwhelm with numbers through the cuts, if you are Signs in that moment of time, you do not break that hard point, and it will not extend over towards a P4, which they had to get off P3, keep in mind you, quickly, just to try to influence that rotation, which isn't just next door to P3. They had to get over towards Barbershop very quickly. They did find a couple of kills, but did not get the close spawns. That was all in favor of Clutch Rain, who get themselves a much-needed win here in their fourth series of the Elite.
Yeah, what a weird story it has been for Signs, though. Like, on the other hand, you know, we can talk about Clutch Rain here in just a second, of course, with a much-needed victory for them. But, like, coming out yesterday, upsetting both Retirement Pending and Team Falcons, I think we both agree that it is an upset for kind of who Signs are coming into this one. And then, you know, to come into today, to lose to a Wobbubbobs, fine, whatever, it's a Wobbubbobs, you kind of expect to lose that one. But then to lose to Clutch Rain as well, to win 2 and then lose 2 like that, it does kind of leave a question mark over this Signs roster going into the final week. We just simply don't know how that final match is going to go down. I think it's versus August, just looking over towards the schedule. It's their final match of the regular season. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I don't think anything is locked up in Group B, though, at the moment, especially with Clutch Rain getting that victory, because on the flip side of that conversation, Clutch Rain now coming out on top. They finally got a win under their belt, and that might well be the thing they need to stave themselves off being relegated here.
Yeah, I mean, again, Group B is going to be an interesting one, right? Because, I mean, in our main focus matchup, you see underneath our faces here is the Wubba versus the Originals. This is going to go into a big swing map mode combination of Fortress Control, and I kind of tremble over my words in just saying that because it is a Fortress Control against two of the best teams that we have here in Europe, so it's probably going to go to a round 5. I'm not too sure. Surprise me, Wubba and Originals. Prove me wrong, but nonetheless, yeah, especially for Clutch Rain, that moves them up to 1-3. They'll be putting themselves closer depending on what ends up happening with the rest of these teams. Looking at Orgless versus Team Notorious, they are currently playing through their Hotel Search and Destroy. Team Notorious able to win their Mercado map number 1, 250 to 180, Brody.
Yeah, again, another crucial matchup. We haven't even really had the chance to touch on, to be honest with you, but like, well, we've been talking about the Originals and Wubba, that kind of Titanic matchup going down in Group B. Well, over here in Group A, this is also a really good one. Metal's now looking for the 1 versus 2. 40 seconds left. Going to get the stun up on towards 1, but aggression now coming out from Denza. Should be able to close this one out, and they will be. Orgless going to win that round. Good start here in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. Important to keep in mind here that this is 2 juggernauts, essentially. A replay of the Elite Grand Finals. I was even talking to Eric when we were at Boston. When he was sitting there looking at the Elevate matchup that was happening on main stage, I was sitting there asking him, I was like, well, which team do you want when Elevate was going up against Phase 1? And he simply said, I want my revenge versus Elevate, which is now Orgless, of course, picking up Harry and dropping Lucky along the way. But it's important to note, Team Notorious through Elite so far have not dropped a single map. We'll have to see what they offer here on offense. Just standardized nades coming through across the atrium. Player number 3 of Vortex is pushed up into couches, though.
Vortex getting that first blood on towards Weeman. Start. Thieves, Notorious. Hung out to dry here. You can see these players very fast split up, so they are relying on individual heroics. And if Eric Boom loses this 1 versus 1 against Denza, not sure he even really wants to take it. That bomb would be left in a super precarious spot. But for the moment, just dancing around the prospect of taking the fight. Somebody is probably placed inside Restaurant. Metal's trying to get some map control through the middle of the map. As soon as Eric Boom throws this nade off, the sound cue should be good for Denza. Still, nothing happening. And finally, Eric Boom picks off a player elsewhere. Maple's gone huge with the snipe on towards Harry. And how about that for a flip of the script as Journey goes down as well? How has this happened?
Oh, and Eric even had the read. I mean, he was glued to that door for so long. Denza's on a 3 spree. We're going to give this a good old Scholar's try. But in a 1v3, that bomb's going to get planted. I think Metals just saw him just poke out her own shoulders. Not easy shots, to say the least, but sends us down to 50 HP. Bomb being planted. Everybody looking at the Atrium cross. Let's see what Denza can do.
No strangers to a good old 1 versus 3, but very different context here against Team Notorious.
That's the right call.
Yeah. Repositioning through bedroom side. It's the place where there's least presence for Team Notorious, but yeah, 20 seconds left. I don't even know if you can do anything. I think you're just trying to pick somebody off if you can. Catch a player off guard, but you're on 3 in a row. There's no need to tempt fate.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's the right call. You just completely concede the round. It's just round 2, right? And to find yourself on a 3 spree going into round number 3 is really, really good if you are Denza, who has been very explosive when it comes down to it, especially with that SMG role. Him and Vortex have been kind of working in tandem with one another, even from Elevate's past, right? When you talk about Elevate going all the way back to Raleigh, right? You know, when they were playing with Harry and Gizmo, those two working in tandem with one another, specifically in the Search and Destroy. You can never really count out this Orgless roster from what they do bring to the table. All that said, gotta be careful of this Team Notorious roster, who again have been seemingly getting better and better as we go along. And again, this is I gotta correct myself, not a replay from playoffs in Season 1. Team Notorious did get DFR'd, but these two rosters more or less have faced each other a countless amount of times through cups and everything else in between.
1 for 1 we go. Early nade going out. That will tag Denza. Denza should survive, though. Nobody's there to capitalize on the gunfight just yet. Maple, though, trying to draw somebody through towards bottom bedroom. Vortex is instead going on a flank. See anyone just yet? Try and challenge him. And on the other side, Metals has been dealt with towards double archers. So now a 3 versus 3 situation. Harry almost makes it a 3 versus 2 situation. Eric Boom, though, will survive the engagement. But that play gives them well enough real estate for the bomb to go down.
He shut down Denza, who was on that 3 spree, remember, but that bomb will be planted. 3v3 as far as a retake is concerned, and this is a very isolated look for Orgless. What's the gunny looking like? Eric Boom almost got it up. Journey is 2 HP. A cold breeze would take Journey down. with this HP as it stands, but Maple, he gets cut down. Wee Man now has to go. He's down to 22 seconds, and he's going to be walking into a little bit of a pinch. It's the player that's on the backside of Pillars here at P2 that will get the last laugh. Trading blow for blow here, as Orgless were able to stave away, find themselves that trade. Harry had more than enough of an opportunity to be able to collect that bomb, plant it, give Orgless the best look for a win condition there in round number 3.
Yeah, ultimately was just about creating space, right? Leaving Team Notorious in a bit of an awkward spot. Denza does go down in the round, and that's the big thing, I think, for Team Notorious. Yes, you lose the round. Yes, it's very early doors, and that was a very nascent streak, I think it's fair to say, in its infancy. Cut short there, so no streak for Denza and Orgless. Now 2-1 up. Team Notorious once again going to cut the map here, but last time around, you got to remember, it was a flick of a switch. And the round was Team Notorious's.
It's coming out, trying to find some space. Maple just, again, with this boomstick in hand, unbeknownst to him, unless that door opens bottom luggage, he will not get that battle versus Harry, but I'm sure that the hairs on the back of Maple's neck are absolutely standing up. That player could, in fact, be over there. And Orgless, to be fair, they did have at least the read to put a certain focus towards the atrium off the rip, because you got 2 players, more or less, here for Team Notorious that are trying to cause a little bit of a ruckus towards Kitchen.
Yeah, effectively 2 different 2 versus 2s going on at the moment. Metals making a lot of noise. That sprint towards the site was what did it. Harry shooting through the doors to take Metals down. And now this is awkward for Team Notorious. Maple, he's ever so good with the sniper rifle, but he's not going to get given kills for free. Down he goes. Eric Boom on the flank. Can't do anything more than just the first as Orgless. Another round on the board. And again, that first kill, just the lack of dead silence is just tough to deal with.
It really was. I mean, ultimately, when you're thinking about it, that first blood comes through. That stun that does come through over by Fridge, it causes a certain reaction now from Orgless to be able to reinforce on the backside of the Jacuzzi, right? So
hello.
We'll give you the updates when it comes down to it. And I said I wanted to be surprised, and the Wubbabubs are here surprising me as far as the Fortress control is concerned. You can tell that this round was continuously back and forth. As the Wubbabubs, even for an offensive affair, or for the Originals, excuse me, for an offensive affair, they're down by 4 lives, but they get 60 seconds out to run towards the board.
Yeah, it's like what I was talking about earlier on with retirement pending. Again, pushing towards B is the right choice, and Furious is piecing up once again because of the space, obviously, created by pushing B. Getting the close spawn towards double doors. No presence in the middle map. Now the Originals a good chance over towards A. Second tick will be through. Coverage being provided by Lucky. The shots are good enough for the team. Shot, potentially. Kills not made just yet. Now a 1 versus 1. Furious gonna win out. Can anybody from a Wallbox put a stop to it? Abuser in the middle map able to pick up 1, but the coverage just not there. And goodness me, what a start. You wanted a surprise, bud. Happy birthday.
It's on my birthday until June, bro, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
It is now.
I don't want everybody to start blowing up my DMs saying happy birthday. Please don't do that. But regardless, when you're thinking about it, I even saw a rotation tweet out when we were looking at Grandmasters in our first block, right? Is that when you win an offensive round on control, that more or less is just the absolute present that you could be gifting yourself for the Originals to be able to close it out here, because this is such a defensive favored map. Your opening rip needs to be perfect. Your transitional phrases need to be even better. So we'll see if Wubbabubs can answer back with one of their own. Linz with Dead Silence making a play through Art is able to find 2. So just as well as the Originals look to be able to win an offensive round, Linz will start with a full-on 4 dead. 12 and 4 for Linz. Presence here at B.
What is going on? What is... I'm going to do my best Jim impression here. What is going on? Linz on 4 in a row, stacking the B point. This one is done, so there's nothing the Furious can do. Furious is just going to take him down. What is this? A wave of gunfights. Now, it's a little less secure, we will say that much. The Originals do have presence over towards A, so they could well wipe it and regain control of the map, and all will be back to normal. But that B hit will sting for the Originals. Linz still over here. Presence also in the form of Abuser too. The gunfight's looking good, but Abuser does fall. And now Linz, the designated survivor here for a Wubbabubs.
He's going to be looking for the 6 kills, so he's just going to be lurking inside top boat. He's going to be getting one on the Lucky, and now he knows that he needs to help out his teammates inside of maps, but I don't think Cobra's going to need it. There's still one player in there. It's going to be Gizmo. He goes 1 for 1. Linz is not done creating space yet. He gets at least a shoulder thrown inside of dubsteps. Henry somehow wins the gunfight, though. Clock still being sold out here in minute 34.
Oh,
Oh, that's awkward.
Oh, that's awkward. Brezzy with the trophy system will take out his teammate. It's okay because Cobra is there to pick up another 2. Wobblebops with presence. Gizmo going to be called there by Brezzy for the gunfight. Still though, Brezzy's danger far from over. He goes down. Back to be a 2 versus 3 until Cobra can join the fun. I don't even know if he's going to get a chance as Gizmo and Top Single will take them out of the equation. And now Linz. Again, he's still over here. Furious going to sniff him out and finally take him down. So finally, calm after the storm in this particular moment here as the Originals regain map control. And now the Wobblebob's still going to have to fight tooth and nail to find a way out. Henry, though, inside maps is just so problematic. Lucky. Oh, Linz! Okay, Linz. Okay, buddy. Takes out another one. Life advantage still for a Wobblebob's here.
That's like you said. I mean, Lindsay, if he pops off, a Wobblebob's seemingly unstoppable, but you can't really put too much stock into this 3-life lead that a Wobblebobs have. We're just under a minute left, and the Wobblebobs are still struggling to get themselves out from the spawn trap. Good kills coming through, though. Lucky falls over by open. Furious will end up falling closer towards front maps, but still, trying to break out from maps is no easy feat, especially when Henry's starting to piece things together. Already finding himself, too. These players, they're going to be cut off guard. Now it's just down to Linz. He's got to go absolutely huge in this moment of time, as Henry is not done streaking.
Yeah, his dead silence has just expired, though. That's the problem. He has to do this in a much more loud and emphatic fashion. They're able to pick up 1. A little bit of space created, but the Originals, they're not biting on the bait. The Wobblebob's going to have to take the long route around here. Originals just frankly wise to it. Lin's going to be cut down there. Furious gets not 1 but a 2nd, and Abuser getting taken down by the cruise missile from Henry. Not entirely sure that was necessary, to be honest. Maybe he pulled it out for Pure Furious, picked up the 2, but regardless, I mean, it's one way to finish the round. The Originals do not allow what they just did to Wobblebobs to happen.
The cruise missile is more of just like the reassurance, isn't it? This is Linz's opening play where he just finds all 4 dead. I mean, some players were obviously weak. Maybe just even this last one was the only one that was weak, as Linz just makes the absolute play happen. And that was probably the best look, obviously, that a Wobblebobs had. They converted that into the B zone, but again, it's Fortress control. When you lose that trade game in the mid-map adjustment, or the mid-round adjustment, I should say, you're basically putting yourself in a very tough situation that you got to break out from the spawn trap. As trades for the defense that much easier to find for themselves. 18-10 for Henry. Linz 16-8. Looking for a stall-worthy defense here. Our Wobblebobs stay alive in the control.
A good start coming out from Wobblebobs. First wave of gunfights. They will not fall foul this time around. Gizmo almost makes it past the 50-yard line, but Brezzy does cut him down. Things relatively stable for the Wobblebobs for the moment. They need a little bit more pressure over towards that stable side. That's what I will say. Very easy to allow one player to slip the net. And Top Single will be Linz. Brezzy pushing all the way up towards bottom maps. Does get shut down. But again, it's not secure enough. The Originals really need 2 or 3 kills to make the barrage move forward. Furious now feeling confident enough that he can do something special, but going to get hunted down there by Brezzy. A Wobblebobs there catching all their corners. They're making sure that nobody is slipping the net. Gizmo again. It's that 2-piece that continues to elude this squad.
Fortress control. In the opening break, get players inside of maps. Or it's a spawn trap. That should really be all it said. I mean, Henry might be able to get inside bottom single, but 4 HP has to wait for the regen. Then his teammates have to somehow get out from past Blacksmith, where there's going to be players waiting for, and even Henry had to favor towards the reload. Linz will clear out from bottom single itself. So now you're forced to make a play. 5 seconds remaining. Furious will pop dead silence. He's trying to find this kill over by cannons, and, well, you will find one top tree, but more so than that, he's got to be able to get on towards one of these zones. And kills are starting to be coming through, but trade's that much better. Numbers favorable. A Wobblebobs win this round 3 defense and stay alive in the control.
That is a big round from a Wobblebobs. Look, I know it's probably not the first thing they're thinking of at the moment, but they didn't give any ticks of progression away.
Yeah, good shout.
It still keeps a potential round number 5 defense at least on the cards, right? Because we go back to kind of the round that they lost, albeit, you know, in round number 2, and they got 3 ticks, right? With that B capture. So still in with a chance here, are Wobblebobs, but they do now need to do what they were unable to in round number 2. Get this offensive victory to force a round number 5, regardless of what that is. Brezzy starts this one off on 3 in a row. And Wobblebobs get this done. Straight towards bottom single, and Linz gets himself stacked into that corner here, trying to get something done. Brezzy with the drop shot, but it's not good enough. Furious going to win that one, and again, Linz has to be the playmaker. Going to be able to catch Gizmo off guard, but a second is gonna have to be necessary here. Can he get it done? Flying from wall to wall, from door to door here, just trying to distract any of the players, and no, the escape's not happening.
Yeah, it's just that one play that comes through from Linz, and it's just the only kill that's able to be found. Now, finally, the second comes through for a Wubbabubs, but again, it's that spawn trap. Now we're under a minute. Space being taken away further. Henry wanted to shoot the trophy system, but the trade is there for Furious regardless. Playing inside of Maps is also able to find the next kill as well, as a player inside of the stables to at least find a straight trade, but you are just shaving so much time off this clock if you are the Originals. Again, a Wubbabubs have to win this offensive round if they want to force a round 5 of control.
It's tough. It's just so much to ask for, isn't it? A Wubbabubs doesn't really look like they're going to get it done at this point. Look how much presence in the middle of the map the Originals have. Lucky going to be in an unconventional spot. I don't think Liz is going to expect this. The shots go out. Now they will, but it's just too little too late. Henry, Lucky, Gizmo will get gunfights, and Prezi makes it close there for the final, but this one's over. A Wubbabubs should not be able to get out. Yeah, Linz gets one. Makes it at least a tantalizing prospect for a moment, but it is a fleeting moment at that. The Originals, they get this one done. That opener was so shocking. I think it just sent a Wubbabubs for an absolute whirl.
Yeah, I mean, it really did, right?
Sent us for a whirl.
Yes, it did. Yeah, because, I mean, when we were going to look in towards our Bravo coverage there of Team Notorious, who lost that search and destroy for what it's worth 1-6 to Orglis, I came in and I was like, I want to be surprised. Like, so someone surprised me when it comes down to Fortress Control, because it is, again, one wave of gunfights, one potential that to be able to show presence on the zone, and then to be able to find those 2 extended kills. I mean, for what it's worth, the Wubbabubs, they were 2-0 on Fortress Control. They were 3-0 Control. They didn't drop a single control throughout the entirety of the group stage so far. That'll be the first unfortunate stain on their record. But I mean, a round 5 loss versus retirement is what the Originals had for themselves. You could have colored me surprised with how they ended up even going to a round 5 versus retirement pending, considering what they just did to a Wubbabubs, who are a very, very slay-heavy team.
Yeah, and I can really break that down very simplistically to the difference between the offensive victory for the Originals and the lack thereof in round number 2 for a Wubbabubs is the fact that the Originals, they hit B, they get it done, and A is clear following that. A Wubbabubs are basically, they've got no presence over towards A, they're still hitting B, they're still trying for it, and they get punished for that. Then when you go to that round number 2, the Originals, well, they actually have presence on A following that loss of B. Like, they make sure that they, off the back of that, able to get away with gunfights and send the orb back towards the respawn point. So the Originals doing a really good job there adapting to what they were able to do to Wubbabubs in that first round of play. Here's a look at the stats at the end of the game. Then ultimately, of course, the Originals working pretty well off players like Henry, who I think sometimes is very understated. I will say that much. Like, I think Henry still has a lot of potential here in European challenges. He's a name that's kind of, I think his stock has increased over the course of the last year or so. We look back, I think it was the United Nations team, I want to say, that he was on last year. It was either that or the Doge Nation roster. I can't remember. I get those two mixed up.
One of the 2 nations.
Yeah, one of the 2 nations teams. I think it might have been Doge Nation that he was on. Regardless, you know, that was a big roster for him to really start to prove himself. And once again here, I mean, this is a really good look for him to play out of his mind, and he did that here in this map for the Original.
I mean, even Henry, for Season 1 of the Elite, he was playing with that Nixa roster. That's Rafi, Dave, and Defrag. You know, the majority that is now retirement pending, of course, but, you know, he did have an overall 1.02 KD. He was always making these very influential plays. It just really does go to show you, from an SMG's perspective, what it does look like when you do have an AR's caliber in your backline, right? Because, I mean, now he's sitting over here. He's playing with Lucky, who, again, yeah, 13 and 19 in that game alone. But just holding these longer lines of sights, just being able to slowly focus all of these players into very narrow choke points where Henry is either playing with a TAC 56 or Vaznev in his hand. That's exactly what you expect out of your third AR, your second SMG for this Originals roster.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Are the Originals now 2-1 up in this series versus a Wubbabubs? We said we expected this one to be close. We will say that much. But next up, oh, it's a thriller. Oh, mate, I can't wait. Get your flippers on, boys. We're going to Hydro.
I mean, you said that we were going to end up at least seeing the Hydro, but it could very much so end here when it comes down to it. The Originals, as far as Farpoint are concerned, have been flawless thus far out of group play. This will be the first look that we have for the new Originals roster on Zarqwa Hydroelectric. The Wubbabubs have not played it, at least thus far through the group stage so far. They played it all of once when it came down to Season 1 of the Elite. It was just a 13-point loss that they lost to La Nave del Mysterio in playoffs, but not a whole lot of Hydroelectric, I will say that much, for Europe as a whole throughout the entirety of Season 1. It seems that they have been slowly adapting it. I will say that much when it comes down to Zarquil Hydroelectric. No longer just a hard veto for a lot of these different teams. I mean, when you're thinking about it, right, there's certain teams that are playing out through the elite stages, especially these two top dogs that we have. That you don't want to be facing the Originals on Embassy, or even from the opposite side, like if you go going up against Notorious, like I wouldn't want to face them on a Fortress or a Hotel. These all things have to be put into perspective. So for the Hydro to be allowed to be there, and for it to be a very quick pick, it very much so could be an absolute nail in the coffin for a Wubbububs. We'll find out soon.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I think you're. Please stop vetoing it. I know that people really don't like Hydro, but it is an opportunity, I think, for a number of teams to deepen their map pool by bringing it in. So, and as you said, I think we're going to see a lot more of that coming into Season 2 and maybe into Season 3 if it survives. The addition of maybe some more maps here to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. But regardless, into this control we go. And while checking in with Team Notorious and August, things certainly going well for the former of these two on this defense. August down to their final 5 lives. An opportunity now potentially to try and get some bodies on B. But the trades were good. I expected Eric Boom to trade out Journey, and that doesn't happen. I spoke way too soon here. There is still a really good shout here for the August to try and get some presence, but, well, I think that's just gone down the drain. Denza has to pull off something crazy. 2-piece will be good, and last remaining player not able to get anything done. Team Notorious, yeah, they should win that numbers round.
Gonna be talked about as well. I know that Visions brought this up yesterday when him and Schiff were casting the Elite, but I'll go ahead and hit it one more time, is that when it comes down to the Elite as a whole, Team Notorious are undefeated on Control. They went 7-0 as far as Control is concerned throughout the entirety of Season 1. Yeah, they lost both Winners Round 1 and Lower Round 1 when it came down to playoffs, but they're continuing on with their winning antics here as far as Season 2 of the Elite is concerned. They'd play Hotel earlier. They were able to 3-1 International on this map mode combination. Only allow 4 segments to come all the way through, so it's going to be now their offensive take on it. It's going to be leaving Maple up towards bottom bedroom for at least this is just a gunfight. Vortex throws a shoulder, doesn't want much of anything to do with it. It's Denza that picks things up on the opposite side, but the clock has been stalled out as Team Notorious step foot on the A zone.
Notorious now have a good chance here of capturing. They've got to make sure those players coming through rugs don't get through. Journey falls. Vortex now, the last remaining player to do something about this. He is going to be shut down now. Now, again, the big thing here is, of course, these players, they can see the top of the screen. They can see the progress capture that Team Notorious are making. They know that there's a number of bodies in the middle of the map, in and around that A point, and the second tick comes through here. Metals now the only one left to support his teammate. Metals does that to perfection, picking up a double. Vortex will take him off. Now, actually, a look at the point here. Eric Boom going to have to do a fair bit of damage, and we'll pick up that 1 versus 1. The capture does finally come through.
2 seconds out on towards the board. Lives just about even. All about bedroom control, and Denza more than aware of it. He takes the forward approach, has a Vaznov in hand to try to meet these players as they try to chow him out. Pops that silence, moves about 5 inches. He's just waiting for maybe somebody to climb up this ladder or maybe try to chow him over by top catwalk area, but I mean, Team Notorious, they want nothing to do with it. They're already on the B zone. Denza has to try to make a play happen. Snaps onto the first, over by the info center, but Metals will be there for the trade. Clock's still sold out.
Douglas still in a really good spot here again. It's number 4, the furthest player pushed up here that's blocking those close spawns. Team Notorious, Eric Boom's not going to see him. Yep, nicely played from Vortex. Unconventional, works out, catches Eric Boom off guard. Now an opportunity to get bedroom control for Vortex. Well, hasn't had the best game so far. When Vortex does want to go off, we've seen him do that so far here in Modern Warfare 2. Can be a real force to be reckoned with. Now, these players, Eric Boom flying out towards Vortex. Vortex going to win that one. Journey to take down Metals as well. Team Notorious, their journey to try and get control of the bedroom hasn't exactly gone well so far, but as Maple picks up 1 now, there is an opportunity at hand.
And on the board. And again, it's just bedroom control that's being cycled through continuously. If Vortex off screen is able to find 3 to the knife, I don't know how we missed that. He just goes absolutely massive. It's just up to Weeman in towards the back. He will be traded out after finding 2. 16 plays up against 11. Just under a minute left, and still, Team Notorious struggling to get bedroom control.
And they might have done so now, to be fair. Vortex peppered up here. Again, Harry just too strong, too much to deal with here for Team Notorious. Metals jumps down on the point to try and stop the clock momentarily, maybe buy some time for his teammates coming off the spawn, but look at the lives, man. A 7v13, now make it a 6 versus 13. That map control continues to elude them. Denza just now starting to really fire up here in this game. I was saying it, by the way, that Vortex, Denza, those kind of players, I mean, they could really start to heat up. They are doing that here. Metals will get this one last look. Gets shut down by Journey. Auglis, a stellar defensive hold on B. They didn't let a single tick away. Once they've lost state, didn't lose B at all.
Yeah, well, you say it didn't lose B at all. What they really didn't lose was bedroom control continuously. So having that 1 segment lead could be the difference maker in between a round 5 defense. We'll let you know how that one plays out as our main focus matchup is ready to go into Brody's favorite map for some reason is Zarqwa Hydroelectric. And Wubbabob's again going to be trying to win this hardpoint map number 4 to force out of Mercado Las Almas map number 5. It would be poetic, to say the least, to see these two teams go the absolute distance, but Zarqwa is a fickle beast.
I don't know why you judge me for my map choices.
Because your favorite map is Hydro. I don't know, man. You kind of did it to yourself.
It's the Crossroads of Modern Warfare 2, man. I don't know who will.
All right.
Regardless. The originals. Looking for that scrap time. They're also looking pretty good for the rotation as well. Lucky loses it, but I mean, it's a minuscule amount of time to give away, isn't it? 6 seconds. Gizmo trying to win some crucial engagement. Over towards the next rotation. Originals in a really good spot here. See whether they can hold. Trying to make their way through the market will be a Wubbabob's. Got to be careful about players coming in from behind. Cobra's making a pretty late hit, and Spawns are a little bit fluky here on Hydro, so it wouldn't be surprising to see him influence them. And now he wins that crucial 1 engagement. Yep, players coming around the front as well. Cobra might well have done enough here. As he falls, though, the Spawns are still staying strong. And the reason for that, of course, is because of the fact that Wubbabobs, they still have presence around the front line. They are not done with this kill just yet. Henry still having a fight for it, being tagged up here at Wubbabobs. They haven't got control themselves just yet. Those close spawns to originals, they are staying in place.
I'll say this much. I mean, Hydro is always exciting just because you're always playing against, like, the minigame of those spawns, right? Because, I mean, even if Cobra stays alive, like you were talking about, Wubbabobs had so much presence through market that you would have essentially spawned over by P5, maybe very far south if you are the originals, with how long this map is of Zarqwa Hydroelectric. So the recontest comes through. It's a scrappy one at that. The originals able to get the majority off of P3 by a big trade coming through and towards the back against Cobra. Now it just comes down to Brezzy, all the way in towards the back. I'm getting shades of what it looked like towards the tail end of that La Nave del Mysterio match. Brezzy has to go big, has an AR. He's able to find 2. This is buying time for reinforcements to come through the middle of the map.
I gotta say it though, but I mean, Linz is on 0-8 at the moment. Like, Brezzy can be on 4 in a row, and a Wubbabobs can have this time. Linz has to start performing at the moment. If he does, it might well be a window back into this game. And the back 30 as well. Looking pretty hot here for a Wubbabobs. Gonna get this time. The originals, though, encroaching through ruins. Brezzy, there's too much there to deal with. Lin's able to pick up a second here in this game. A third as well. Lin's going to wipe the point, and the back 15 should be a Wubbabobs, but that is not as secure as they would have liked for a kill they had control of for basically the entirety of it.
No, I mean, the originals, it's not like they were spawning too far out, and they knew that they just had to find a couple of kills and get in power positions to at least take a look at the hardpoint itself to make it as scrappy as it was. And like you were saying, Lin's trying to heat things up now. There's kill number 3, 4 and 9, trying to at least turn around this hardpoint map. Gets the snap out of Lucky, but Lucky shot just a little bit better. Trades will come through. Did Abuse a spawn back there? What in the Zarqwa just happened? It's going to be a break for a Wubbabobs nonetheless, but the originals still have some numbers that they can try to contest this hill. Lost my mind.
Gizmo up top. Yeah. Just try not to think about it, mate. Gizmo! Gizmo! He's boxing! Goodness me. Gizmo continuing now as well. That's his 3rd in a row. Gizmo for 4. He makes it look so easy. And the originals now still fighting for this back 20 seconds. The Wubbabobs have the close spawns. Henry on top of the generator. Getting tagged up with nades here. No trophy system inside the hardpoint to save him. And now Linz will overwhelm here. So Wubbabobs should get that back 10 seconds of time. They'll only be down by about 30 seconds or so here going into the second set. But the originals, again, you know, we don't want to count them out just yet. They're looking pretty hot, and then a couple of kills have come through, and, well, there's the suck.
So at the tail end of the first set, the originals are going to have themselves about a 30-point buffer going in towards the second. And again, just straight gunfights coming through, spawns quite literally all over the place. The only player that's maybe in a position to try to do anything is going to end up being Cobra. And he's just gone for a little bit of a dip here, mate. He's not going to look through the water. Furious should be there for the chow. If it was going to be Furious, you're going to get Lucky, who's got his flippers on. So he won. here, the market at least being tacked on over for the originals. And again, this is the same thing that we had for Mercado Las Almas, our map number 1 in this best of 5 series. The originals, they don't have to play for the break immediately. They can soak up on the P1 hardpoint itself, but Lucky hits the water route. He even had the read was Lin's, but Lucky wins the gun.
Yeah, his breathing lessons have been pretty good, apparently. Lucky, he's held his head underwater there for at least a solid 2 minutes. That long route around the backline. Now Cobra has a lot to do here. Should still hold the spawns down for Bobs, considering there's nobody in the back for the originals. As long as Cobra doesn't reposition himself, she will do exactly that to try and team up with Brezzy here. A big hard point in this game. You cannot afford to give this time away to the original. Stun utility going out towards Gizmo, and he will fall in. And to get the Semtex on towards Lucky as well. And the result is that Furious is left up on his lonesome. He will be taken down. The originals, though, backup is still on its way. Henry is that form of the backup. He will pick up 2, and Awubabobs, despite just reinforcing themselves time and time again around the backline, the originals just continue to knock at this door. Lucky now in at 17 and 10, able to get yet another gunfight. And the originals, they are content to still fight this time.
You got one player that was at least on the outside of P2, and Furious Chow's Brezzy. He will get that elimination. 16 seconds, this is crucial time. The Awubabobs haven't gotten, I want to say, like a single second off of the second set of rotations so far. I mean, they should be able to at least get, like, 5, maybe 10 coming in towards P3, because you still have the original spawning in effectively for P2. It's about to be a 100-point lead, more or less, that the originals have over the Awubabobs' head in this map, I swear, was made for Lucky on a 4 spree, double positive for him. Going in towards the rotation. Gizmo's hitting the water route. Brezzy needs to be ready for it. He will be indeed, as Gizmo gets caught mid-mantle. Lucky has a submachine gun to be playing with now as well. Looking for kill number 6. He'll find it. Cruise missile has been earned.
Yeah, Furious did actually help there with the spawn over towards the rock. So Lucky now starting to heat up, as you say, that cruise missile can be brought down. This, again, one of the pivotal moments in the game where the originals can put, I don't want to say some distance between themselves and the Awubabobs, but there's already quite a big distance between the two players. What is going on? Lucky on 8 in a row. Now looking for number 9. He will surely get it. Yes, he will. Abuser's headshot will be the play. Now looking for the double-digit streak is Lucky. Not sure he even really needs it at this point. It's just overkill. Gizmo providing help around the backline. Lucky is more than happy to sit here and soak up the time for the roster. He will be denied the 10, but I don't think it matters too much. It's such a small detail in the overall picture. And a 100-point lead now for the originals. And now the massive 1-versus-1 towards this backline. Already made weak here from Brezzy from that initial engagement. And of course, he had to wait. Henry now spawns in around the backline as well. These spawns coming all through now for the originals. Furious overwhelmed towards the backline. Awubabobs still in with a chance, but it's Gizmo who will continue to fight and just be an annoyance for the originals.
Cruise missile also being called in as soon as Lucky spawns up, but spawns will indeed flip. 35 seconds to let the fight over here at P4, and the Awubabobs, well, they need every last second of it. They're finding the kills to help out in such an affair. Lucky's going to be at least looking at that P4 cut. He does have some assistance. It's going to be player number 5 of Gizmo that is inside of Ruins. And the originals are just playing this in the most annoying way possible. Lucky, Gizmo, they combine for a 4 dead. They'll battle for the scrap time, and Awubabobs are still spawning in towards this back P2 area. You got player number 7 of Furious, who already hit the rotation over towards New, and Gizmo is piecing them at the old hill on a 5 spree. Had a good look at kill number 6. Just did not have the HP to be able to convert that kill. Over 200 points are the originals.
Yeah, this is a map from the originals. I think it's fair to say that much. Abuser around the back line trying to save it, but nope, gets caught out there. He's already taken shots, and Furious will dispatch him pretty quickly. The originals, they just need 30 seconds. They could well do it here on this generator hole. Lin's around the back line. Might well get this done, to be fair. As Abuser picks up a double now. Furious really starting to feel the heat. And Awubabobs, they will be in. But again, they are 22 points shy, at least from the original side, of losing this game in the series.
Look at the spawns as well for the originals. I mean, everybody from the Awubabobs are looking over towards the front, and they will take down Gizmo, but the overwhelming pressure is coming around from the back. So now Linz needs to go huge. He needs to be able to find a couple kills. He's able to find 1, but Furious, Henry, they combine for a few more in towards the hill, Brody. They can't close it out here, though.
Yeah, the Awubabobs, they've got this to think about, right? They're on the right side of the map for the rotation from P1 to P2. They've got that power rotation in hold. Even this, at this point, is a lot of time to give away. So moving into the 3rd and final set. The originals will be 10 seconds shy of victory. All they need is 1 good wave of gunfights. They can get it done on P1. There is a good response coming out from Linz and Abuser, who have been relatively cold so far in this game. But Lucky down from the water, the underwater menace that he is. 29 and 15, almost double positive here in this game. Looking to close things out here on the market. The map has flipped. The final few fun fights going in their favor. Can Brezzy do anything with this flank from the water route? He will be picking up one through the middle, Abuser with another one as well. But the Originals, they get the kills required to close out this series. What a hard point it was from the Originals there on Hydro.
And you got to start asking yourself if you're the Wubba right? You let the Zarqwal Hydroelectric come through. You go for the standardized, what is their normal vetoes throughout the entirety of Season 1 of the Elite, and you get rid of the double Embassy. I think at this point, you would much rather be playing an Embassy hardpoint, because I saw them play against Omit on LAN at Boston, and they looked very, very good at that map mode combination, but this Hydroelectric map for a Wubba, I mean, those guys just looked lost on that first set of hard points, man. I mean, gifted a couple spawns that came through. I mean, to be fair, both teams were gifted a certain amount of spawns, sure, but it's the way that the Originals were able to benefit from those spawns, being able to find themselves in those power positions, specifically the two ARs. I mean, Gizmo, Lucky, it felt like that map was just about made for them. I mean, Lucky, I think, like, finishes somewhere near, like, past double positive. That we'll probably be able to get the stats here soon, but even Furious as that SMG player for the Originals, when the Originals were in the hardpoint and they were set up for the initial time, which was the majority of these hills, keep in mind you, Furious was just bobbing and weaving and just laying down so much pressure in the faces of a Wubba, and it made all the AR's line of sights just that much more potent, to say the least, between Gizmo and Lucky.
I think it's kind of funny in a way, isn't it? It's kind of what a different story it was comparatively to that map number 1, where Wubba outslayed the Originals in that one. This time, it's like the Originals, they outslay and they actually win off the back of it as well. And they outslay by a very large margin. Lucky, Gizmo, Furious, all of them were just going absolutely nuts. Here is that 9 spree from Lucky over towards P3 that held just a wealth of time away from Wubba. And you already said it there, you know, just for the Originals to swing from that to get the vast majority of time off the back of P4 as well, like to do that continually, turning scrap into initial time and time again. It's just like, I don't know, it didn't ever really feel like in that hard point that Wubba were really in the conversation. And I will say a lot of it, as we look over towards the stat lines, it has to be pinpointed down to Abuser and Lins. And the reason I say that, and I don't actually point out Cobra specifically, is because I don't think Cobra is really ever that regular, like, high-level performer. He can be, but I don't think we expect it. I expect it out of a player like Abuser. Like, they're almost as reliant as, like, Boston Academy were on Beans, in a way. Like, that's kind of, like, the emphasis that I put on him. Granted, Brezzy also has his moments as well, but if Abuser's not playing well, a lot of your slaying power is out the window.
Yeah, no, it totally is. I mean, for Lins on a map like Zarqwal Hydroelectric, again, you know, you got to end up calling it out. This is an AR's playground. This is what made teams like TFL Enterprises for North America and then Decimate were so good at it throughout the entirety of Season 1 of the Elite, going in towards Boston, and you're seeing exactly why here. I mean, Lucky Gizmo, again, just showing up in such a massive way. Abuser was just getting put in some very tough binds. Brezzy was trying to hit routes, and albeit he does go 24 and 23, 21 non-traded kills and 3k damage, it's just not enough to be able to deal with the overwhelming pressure that was Gizmo and Lucky throughout the entirety of that Zarqwal Hydroelectric. As you take a look at the best of 5 map set, Yellow Seal Search and Destroy is what the Wubba are going to be able to have for themselves, but they're going to have a slight little stain on their Season 2 record so far. And honestly speaking, a lot of people, Brody, are probably going to sit there and say, just like, oh, this match doesn't matter, it's just group play. This does actually matter when you're thinking about it, because this very much so, in my opinion, probably was the battle for the first seed out of Group B.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree at all. It absolutely was the first seed battle. And yeah, Wubba lose it by far. I will say this much in regard to Wubba, you know, them losing those hard points, it's so big for them, I just think, generally speaking, because we know that Wubba are ultimately a hard point team. To lose in that fashion wasn't the way I think they wanted that to go. So here's a look at the standings then at the end of the day. The Originals, of course, remain flawless at the end of day number 2. This new look Originals roster is hot. I love the fact that they brought Lucky onto the roster as well as Henry. They're doing so much for this team. And now they will be 4-0 off the back of that. Of course, Wubba with their first loss, 3-1, still sit in second, and still, I believe, I'm pretty sure, regardless of what happens, have qualified for playoffs. Of course, we're not admins. We won't 100% make that call, but I'm pretty certain that is the case. Sitting in the middle of the table, Retirement Pendant and Signs now at 2-2, with Clutch Rain and Team Falcons shaping out the rest of the bracket at 1-3 and 0-4, respectively. I've got a feeling Falcons might be out at this point at 0-4, but Clutch Rain, Signs, Retirement Pending, all still fighting for those last 2 spots. Even with Clutch Rain getting that key victory earlier on versus Science.
Yeah, no, that fourth spot is very much so up for contention. Obviously, commiserations to the Falcons. There's going to be some zany permutations that might honestly give them that final win. But, I mean, it'd have to be against Clutch Rain. But even with Clutch Rain being at 1-3, they're also really relying on other teams just to lose out on their series. I think it might just be too far out of the reach. Again, we're just casters, we're just sitting here talking about the stats. We're casting about some zany spawns. For some reason, my co-caster loves Darkwall Hydroelectric. It gives me an absolute brain fog. But regardless of the matter, man, I think that this Group B is definitely shaping up to be an interesting one. Again, the battle for first seed, definitely up there. We still have a few more matches that are still being played out, even for next week. The Originals' final matchup is against Signs, and that honestly could speak that for this team of the Originals, they might just go flawless as far as series count is concerned when it comes down to group play alone.
Yeah, for sure. The Originals looking really good at the moment. And again, we talk about kind of statements post-Roster Mania. They're looking hot. I'm sure they're very happy with the fact that Lucky was replaced on August. I think they're very happy that Lucky was a free agent coming in to Season 2 for them to pick up here for the roster. So they're looking pretty good, as you say, flawless for Group B. We've still got matches ongoing, as you say, though. We're waiting for the conclusion here of August and Team Notorious, and as such, that is where we'll turn our attention. And this is that other kind of seeding matchup, I think. Both of these teams, again, 3-0 coming into this one. Both of these two teams, therefore, have, again, don't know this factually, so take it with a grain of salt here, folks, but they probably have both already qualified for playoffs regardless of what happens, and therefore, just like that other match, this is a seeding matchup. Now, going into Fortress Hardpoint, which is the map number 4 between these two teams, August are 2-1 up in this series. But I will say so far, like, August have looked a little bit dicey. They're still getting used to, I think, the new fourth on the team, bringing Harry back onto the lineup. But they've had 2 Game 5s preceding this one of them against Grandmasters. Yeah, I don't think they're looking quite as dominant as they did in that playoff bracket. And on the other side of that conversation, Andy, I will say, you've got to remember that Elevate, like, they were not dominating early on in the round-robin stage of Season 2, or Season 1, excuse me. It was only in the playoff bracket that they really started to get kind of that 6th, 7th tier into place.
It was just growing pains, honestly, through the entirety of Season 1 of the Elite, right? Because, moving away from Raleigh for that old Elevate roster, you end up switching your ARs, you end up losing both Gizmo and Harry for reasons beyond me, but then you pick up Journey and Lucky, and that team was slowly progressing to be that dominable force that we end up seeing out through the playoffs in the run that they had to be able to crown themselves EU Elite Season 1 champions. Fell short at Boston, sure. A top 3 placing is a top 3 placing at the end of the day, but it's just one of those things, again, where they are going to be, I would probably say, going through some growing pains for this entire Season 2 of the Elite. I think that, honestly speaking, this matchup versus Team Notorious is going to be their best look to maybe see what they do look like stacked up against the best of the best in their group. This could very much so be the number 1 seed matchup for Group A, and I'll probably, be on that hill not by myself, considering the fact that Orgless now find themselves, you saw in that best of 5 map set graphic, they were able to finally hand Notorious their first control loss across both Elite series so far, not to mention how those are their first 2 map losses that Notorious have had for themselves, even in Season 2 of the Elite as well. So I think that this team has been progressively getting better. Yeah, they go map 5 a handful of times, but if you're able to beat Team Notorious and win out for the rest of this group stage for yourself and solidify yourself as the number 1 team of Group A, I think you're going to be shutting a lot of the doubters up.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, there was a lot of doubt. I will say that from my perspective, at least, like, August has always been this team, and I don't know what it is. Like, I don't want to pinpoint it to a certain player because I don't think it's the case, but it seems like whatever roster, like, Vortex is on, like, I go back to, like, Team War not last season, like, 2 seasons ago, whatever roster they were on at, like, the start of last season. I don't know. I kind of, like, completely delete previous seasons from memory once I've moved on from them. Like, they always make roster changes to improve. I still am not of the opinion yet that this is an improvement roster change, but who knows? At the end of the day, looking pretty good. They've managed to clutch up a couple of times, as you say, in game number 5. In towards a hard point on Fortress we go, though. August, they win this. They win 3-1 versus Notorious. A big matchup victory for them if they're able to get it done. And off the start of this one, Denza now looking for his 3rd kill. Gonna get 2nd, but 3rd will be denied by me.
Team Notorious, when it comes down to a Fortress Hardpoint, even through Season 1, they only played it a single time. They lost it to the Awubba coming in towards Season 2. This is their first look on Fortress Hardpoint as a whole. But they 100-point club both Fade and International on Mercado. They need to be able to find some semblance of success here. This is going to be an SMG's playground when it comes down to what you can find in and around the fixtures here on Fortress. But the same thing could be said about Orgless. Could be continued to heating things up off of their 3-1 win off that hotel control, Brody.
Yeah, August, I think at the moment, just really want to focus in on this PT rotation. They've got the street spawns. Now looking to break. Metals with the player to keep an eye on munitions building. Journey trying to find his way through the middle of the map and going to be shut down by Derek Boone there. He was actually in a really good spot here. This is a very early rotation coming out from Eric Boone. The Dead Silence will be enabled here. A crucial 1 versus 1 against Journey for that one. And Eric Boone does win it. But on the flip side of this conversation, August managed to siege their way through towards P2. They will get that remaining scrap time. For Team Notorious, though, that's not the end of the world. They get control of P3.
Now this comes down to the utmost money hill that we have here on Fortress Hardpoint. Can Team Notorious hold on? Giving up a lot of space, but they're not necessarily giving up a lot of these different choke points, right? Maple's pressured out over by the big gate. You would love to be able to find this kill, but even if you do take down Maple, you still have to worry about Metals. Elsewhere, you've got Eric that is soaking up all of the time in the world, and he's got the big archway under wraps. And just as soon as the first wave of gunfights come through, Team Notorious can do no wrong. They hold on to the initial time.
Very good here, our Team Notorious, the hold. Just trying to find their way through. No presence inside Mats. Metals is all good with it, though. He's ready to just take these guys as they try to entry in, and Metals on 5 in a row now. It's an easy triple for him. August should give this one last look, but I suspect it'll be very individualized. Ends up looking for a 1 versus 1. He finds it, but gets traded out almost immediately. They are still fighting tooth and nail here for the scrap time. To be fair, I don't blame them. It's still a valuable 20 seconds to get, especially if you're in the position that August are in. But this first 3 hard points, Andy, from Notorious, it's been pretty good.
You just want to make sure that it's worth it. If you are Orgless, right, you're able to at least battle for the scrap time. It goes in your favor, but you want to make sure that you can upset and break P4 very, very quickly. Vortex trying to go for the top single jump up. He will be gunned down. Even Eric Boone, not easy shots coming through. 12 and 5 for the kid. To be able to at least shut down Denzo, who gets trapped over inside of P3. And now this hit is a little bit too far out of reach, you would think. You do have a handful of kills that are coming through for Orgless. They do have presence going over towards Gallows, but it's going to be a straight pinch that needs to come through if Orgless want to break it.
Journey in for 3. Oh, massive Eric Boone, though, answering back to his own. What about that? Triple after triple for both of these teams. Eric Boone will be the one that comes after, though, and ultimately they will be the ones, therefore, in control for this back 30. August will give this one last look. Metals providing coverage over towards the Gallows. Massive 1 versus 1 against Journey. An enemy from August filter through. It would be Vortex making his way up towards the railings. Shots flying out, though. Again, not resulting in a frag. Weeman's okay to hoover that final kill up. And the last 15 seconds will go the way of Team Notorious here. There is a gulf between these two teams in this game at the moment. August, though, again, they're going to be the first ones to touch over towards Blacksmith. This needs to be a good hill.
Hell hath no fury like a small man of Eric Boone popping off on a map like Fortress. 15 and 6 is on yet another 3 spree. This was happening all day yesterday when they were playing on Fortress Hardpoint. Eric looks awkwardly comfortable on Fortress Hardpoint, and Orgless are absolutely reeling from it. Just about double the amount of scoreline. You need players like Denza to answer back in a big way. Was essentially one shot there. Metals will finally clean him up, but Orgless will find themselves in a position to maybe set up for some initial time, and they're reading the spawns over towards P3. It's just Maple that spawns over here by the big archway, and that's a great pinch to have for yourself, especially with Metals playing on top of the hay bale. Or at least get the break required. A nuisance and a half for Orgless to try to generate a majority of time off of one of these hills.
It's Blacksmith, ultimately, right? I mean, Blacksmith is just a kind of a tough hill sometimes to get a vast majority of time off, to be fair. August, they have got a fair look at it, though. The back 15 should go their way. Weeman's going to focus on the Stables hard point, but unfortunately not able to do so. And a wave of gunfights now for the August roster will give them control of the middle of the map. And P1 as well. Weeman opens up readings here towards the next rotation with that first blood. Trophy system should protect momentarily here. Shots going through the van, and well, it's team shots as well as Eric Boone comes through for the double. This aggressive play from Eric Boone is just so valuable. Denza trying to match it on the other side, but he gets caught out.
151 plays up against 87 and towards the second set of hard points, just 20 seconds deep inside of P1. And again, it's Team Notorious again on the better side of the map. Eric, even stunned up, finds the second on Harry. And Denza's going to be able to find the trade playing against this top cannon area. As annoying as it is, the trade game is so much better for Metals and Weeman as they work their way and find yet another 3 dead, but they kind of overextend just a little bit. Nobody was in a position to try to block out these spawns, so Metals needs to go with this Dead Silence play.
Oh, Metals!
Going he is.
18 and 11, a 4 spree for Metals. Make it 5 in a row. There you go. Headshot onto Journey. One more cruise missile, and that will be definitely a problem for Orgless. A mountain of problems, I think, now starting to approach in their way. Finally, Metals goes down. Denza stops him 1 shy of the cruise missile. Orgless now need a good look here at Gallows. And, of course, the rotation, too, to come back in towards this game. Denza waiting for somebody to approach towards that backline. Weeman has that player, Maple as well. Den's just going to piece him up. So August looking pretty good here for this defense. First wave of gunfights goes in their favor. Derek Boom goes down as well. But keep an eye on Notorious. Look how much emphasis they're putting in towards this rotation towards P3. But they lose the battle against Journey. Journey's going to pick up one. Denzer on the other side picks up another one as well. But it's okay because the numbers are good enough for Notorious to gain control of P3.
Still 25 seconds left over here on P2. And I mean, Weeman's hitting it. He's got some good damage. The wall bang shots, the collapse from Metals over by Open as well. This is a very expensive P2 when you're looking at it from Orglus's perspective. Yeah, I love the heads-up play to at least try to make sure that you can show presence over by P3, but you kind of left your teammates high and dry over by P2 to allow both Weeman and Metals to try to find those kills over by P2 itself. But still more straight gunfights. Maple has so much to do, and he will absolutely deliver. Finds a very crucial two-piece, buys his teammates some time to be able to cut through middle of the map, but it's Orglus that gets the closer spawns.
They're just going to bring that streak down. Now is the time to do it, if anything. And yeah, Orglus, this is a great investment coming out from them. What a comeback it would be. A valuable 40 seconds. They break within the first 20, and the trophy system now down for Harry. Coverage being provided. Denzer finds himself in a power position, but Weeman just being cautious of the fact that somebody like Denzer is in these positions. Now trying to play a roaming sub that we know Denzer is absolutely capable of playing. And what a last couple of hard points this has been from Orglus. They were getting absolutely stomped on for the first 6 hard points of this game. And Orglus, on the last couple, have just been going absolutely monstrous. They will tie this game up at the end of that hard point, more or less.
Through the second set of hard points, Brody, Orglus have only allowed maybe, what, like 15, maybe closer to 20 seconds for Team Notorious to bank for themselves. This P4, you would really feel like Team Notorious need to start falling back in towards these fundamentals. Eric Boom has been shut down in a massive way. Now 24 and 21. Now you're looking for players like Metals to be able to turn up in a big way. Denzel almost got the turn on the Maple, but that kill will come through. Another 1v1 on the backside of Stables. Harry playing for his life out here. He's on a 4 spree. Would love to be able to get that cruise missile. Would immediately replace the one that Denzel had to call in just a few moments ago. Can't get it, though.
Yeah, big wave of gunfights. Finally, Team Notorious put a stop to the bleeding, and at about the right time, too. Last rotation, Team Notorious basically got a full 60 off the back of this hard point, and it feels like it might well happen once again. Won't be enough for the victory just yet. Look at these shots coming through from Maple. Monstrous with attack in his hand. Now, Orglus, they've got the numbers to overwhelm on the hard point. Denzer trying to fly his way through, but he just doesn't check the close corner. That is tough. Metals wins out on that engagement, and now it will be 6 seconds away from victory if they suck every single one off munitions. Team Notorious close to forcing a game 5.
Just got to cut down one more player. It's Denza. He's inside of Stables. He does have help. That's going to be Harry. That's in top single, but Denza gets that assistance. He's able to stay alive. He's currently snaking his head glitch. Needs to get inside this corner, and his teammates are right behind him to try to help out this setup.
Denza wants to make a route happen here. I'll do it. Spying out Eric Boom. Big 1 versus 1. He doesn't want to take too much time with it. The nade might get him down, and no, it won't. Just out of range there. So Denzer suffice, but over towards the point. Kia players going down. Maple taking down Denzer as well. And now Journey has to go big. 2 players on his plate, and he's just too much to deal with there. Weeman's going to take him down. There's the remaining kills. Notorious send us to a game 5.
I mean, that's a respectable scoreline for Orglus when you're thinking about how that first set of hard points did turn out, right, Brody? Is because you had about double the amount of scoreline over Orglus's heads. Team Notorious were just flying and frying through that first set of hard points, specifically Eric Boom with the Vaznev. Again, on Fortress Hardpoint, it should be an SMG's playground when you're thinking about the greater scheme of things. You see Eric and Metals just pop off in a massive way. Everybody for Team Notorious have 20 or plus non-traded kills to go along with almost 30 bombs for every single one of those players. But it's even beyond that, too. What makes this Team Notorious roster, it's got to be talked about. You know, they had shortcomings, obviously, at the end of Season 1. Got DFR'd in the playoff bracket. Didn't have the outcome that they wanted going through Boston. I knew that they were very down on themselves watching them fall the way that they did. But nonetheless, they stick together, and it's that teamwork, it's that cohesion that shows in such a big way that allows the ARs to be playing in these very annoying longer lines of sights, fishing out a lot of these different timings that makes Metals' routes just go unnoticed. That makes Eric Boom's explosivity of his plays just completely erupt, especially through the first set of hard points. If we have a much closer first set of hard points, that very much so could have been a very different outcome for Orglus.
I find it interesting way that you kind of bring up Notorious and their history, or at least recent history here in Call of Duty Challenges, because they haven't had the best go of things, right? I mean, I think when we talk about kind of the order of importance when it comes down to competitions, right? You talk about kind of LAN at the top there, then you have the elites, and then you have the cups. And albeit Notorious have had really good performances with the Challengers Cup, I think they've won 3 different Challengers Cups, I want to say, because they couldn't compete in 1. So out of the 4 they could have competed, they've won 3 of them. But outside of that, I think things haven't exactly been going so peachy for Notorious. Now, granted, I don't think we can bring Raleigh into the conversation, really, considering that was with Furious, and rather not with Furious.
Shout out Parasite, man.
He could not attend the event, but they did get top 12, and it kept them in the conversation. So yeah, it's just been a really rocky road, I think, for Notorious here. I think overall, just in terms of like not doing so well in the Season 1 playoff bracket, not doing so well at Boston. I'll be honest, Andy, I did almost expect a roster change at one point during, after Boston. I thought maybe it could happen, but no, it's just not.
Told by our producers to watch number 2 of Wee Man. Is it this route right here? Not too sure. I wasn't really looking. I'll keep it a buck with you. I was listening to Brody's very handsome analysis.
Thanks, bud.
I mean, this was him where he was making the play for at least like the scrap time. Him and Metals like make it really, really expensive. Spawns all the way out along with Metals. A weird route he hits here. I'll be honest. I mean, to hit back through top single.
Oh.
I mean, it's a great route, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't really reinforce the spawns. And again, that's where I was making the call that Maple had to go big because he was the last line of defense for the entirety of Team Notorious to make sure that they can maintain P3 presence. And albeit they get initially broken, this Team Notorious roster are just quite adept at just making sure that they are constantly just berating the hill. They're making it very, very difficult to be able to solidify about 35 to 40 seconds or so. But, yeah, man. I mean, that's just Team Notorious on Fortress, really. I mean, you know, barring maybe a Fortress control that comes through that we don't have to really dive too far into, those ARs are just always very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll always give Maple and Wee Man their flowers, man. I absolutely have to, in a way, especially Wee Man. Like, I just think Wee Man, it's weird in a way because I feel like he's not underrated. Like, I feel like people know how good Wee Man is. It's just kind of a matter of just like going that one step further and actually kind of winning stuff where maybe that hasn't really happened all that much for him. He is just such a good AR player, and you know you've got to give Maple his flowers as well. Just incredible, I think, for the Notorious roster. But here is a look at the map set so far. If you guys weren't aware, we haven't really been focusing in on that one. We've kind of dipped in and out. That Hotel Search and Destroy, we got a look earlier on at that one, and oh, that was a map apparently.
Nice.
For Auglis as they win that one 6-1, and the Hotel Control as well 3-1. But both hard points going the way of Notorious here. I don't think this is that much of a surprise, if I'm honest. Maybe I'm misremembering. I'm just going to go check real quick here what Elevate's hardpoint looked like in Season 1. And yeah, I was thinking, I was correct. I'm valid in my assumption that Elevate's hardpoint during Season 1 was their weakest of the 3 game modes. So not a surprise that that's still the case here again, especially as these guys are still adapting to the new player on the roster.
I mean, the only thing that's really surprising throughout the entirety of the specified map set, it would end up being that control, right? You know, the 3-1 control on Hotel, especially for Notorious. It's got to be said again that that's the first control loss that Team Notorious have had throughout the entirety of both Season 1 and Season 2 of the Elite. So, I mean, it's very interesting, to say the least. But, yeah, I mean, Elevate of Season 1, now Auglis coming in towards Season 2 is... It's just one of those things that their S&D, the reason why we constantly sing so much praise of it was all at the back end of Lucky, right? And I'm not throwing shade towards Harry. Harry is obviously a very good player. I mean, former London Royal Ravens player. Only got subbed in for at least one major, Major 3 in Toronto that he got to play. It didn't exactly have, you know, the outbreaking performance that he was looking for on that roster. Sure, he is very good, but he has big shoes to fill when it comes down to Search and Destroy, especially with what we got to see from Lucky with that Originals roster, even in a losing fashion on that LSC low. That Lucky was just about doing everything. AR, SMG, Sniper, he's a jack of all trades. And Harry has looked very good, I will say that much, that even when he was playing with the majority of this roster, going back through Raleigh and through the beginnings of Modern Warfare 2, he was delivering, you know, picking up that third SMG, sniping when it's required. You're on a map like Embassy, you're going to need Harry to show up in a big way.
You know, I'll always say that when it comes to August, any team that Vortex is on, Denzel's also pretty good in this department. It's Search and Destroy, man. These guys are just so good at it. Oh, so much depth in their gameplay, but not going so well at the start of this round. Journey needs to go huge. He's only in for 1. Eric being with a great change and a much-needed one as well. And Team Notorious in a really good stead here in this round. Harry's going to be running the sniper rifle for Auglis. Does he realize that the player's this far pushed up the map? The call should be made to Wee Man here for Notorious that Harry's here.
Sniper timing's not going to be good to at least see Eric swan dive his way over. I mean, Wee Man already cleared all of this space. Numbers, again, in favor for Team Notorious. The pistol, the coverage, Wee Man, good help. Now Denza 1v3.
Yeah, again, Wee Man in that position, just so damning. Denza's got to pull off this 1 versus 3. Just not really much of a position to work with here, to be honest. Time dwindling down very quickly. I mean, he doesn't have anything to save. Might as well just full send for it, to be honest. And yeah, just gets cut down there. Wee Man riding the shots. The final kill will come through from his teammate. And yeah, Wee Man, the playmaker in that situation, managed to get past without any knowledge whatsoever on Augustus' side.
Yeah, they just say, you know, Embassy Search and Destroy when it comes down to it. When you try to go for these B executes, it's round 1, right? You don't have any trophy systems to keep yourself safe, so nades are cooking and flying over towards pots on the side admin. It's going to kind of keep you at bay, but Wee Man he's never quite deterred, is he? He's a very determined individual. He gets all the way to the backside of tennis courts. He will find 2. That allows Eric to encroach on forward. Help was all the way there. So first round in favor of Team Notorious. Orgless favoring for some admin building control. They can transition towards any one of these bomb sites.
Now, these first trades going down in favor of Orgless. I was going to say the presence was pretty good for Notorious, but very quickly it falls apart. Now Maple has to pull off a 1 versus 3. If he does this, mate, I'm PayPaling him 10 quid. There's, with a sniper rifle, make my dreams come true, mate.
10 squids? A lot of squids, man.
Quid, mate. Quid. It's a currency, all right?
A lot of squids, Brody. Maple, though, does have an AR to play with. He at least has the read on the 1, but the spraying shots, assistance will come through. Orgless answer back with a round of their own, and I like that wrench, right? That you throw into the system if you are Orgless. We've been seeing a lot of teams try to adapt to this when it comes down to Embassy Search and Destroy, especially in the early stages of an Embassy Search and Destroy. You show admin control, you just bust out through the front doors, and then you're able to find that first blood, go 1 for 1, and then you can really rotate towards any one of the 2 bomb sites. They elect to go over towards A with their numbers advantage, get that bomb planted. Now for Team Notorious, that's going to cause considerable doubt for their future defenses.
Straight over towards B goes Notorious. Harry, great mid-map coverage, though. Maple's sniper rifle hasn't even really come into effect early on in this round. So, pushing past him. This is kind of Call of Duty timing. I will say that much. Maple's offered up a kill, but at this point, Maple, his effectiveness has already been neutered. He's in a 1 versus 3 situation. It would be a 1 versus 4 if he gets it done, but doubled up on his Maple there. And yeah, that's kind of just tough, isn't it, ultimately, Andy? Because if Maple's looking in that direction, yeah, he's got a sniper, but at least becomes a little bit more plausible.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's almost what you're going to expect out of a round 3 defense from this Orgless roster, right? They have really made themselves, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean this pun, but it's notorious of them to be able to make that play happen. You get that silence plays, you just immediately bull rush in towards the offensive admin building. You just completely overwhelm the numbers just before Team Notorious can even get themselves comfortably set up. So 2 rounds in a row off the initial was won by Team Notorious. Maple will open up a first blood here.
Trades, though. Losing Journey is going to be really harmful to Orgless in this situation. Denza and Vortex pretty split up. They're relying on individual heroics here. Vortex should be... Oh, I was going to say he should be able to get Maple. I don't know why I would counter out Maple in this situation with the sniper rifle. And now Denza in a 1 versus 3. Could not trade his teammate again. They were very far removed from one another. So individual heroics now going to have to come out of Denza, but we know he's capable of it.
He's going to be waiting for dead silence before he makes this play. Got the bomb, so it's probably the best look. Last known position, Maple was playing over by those white fans. You got to look both ways before you cross every single street here if you are Denza. Maple, Denza sees him. Nade should be coming through. Maple has to swan dive across. Denza wants the kill, can't find it. The rotation's on from the teammates.
He must have been like a breath away from dying, like a bullet. Breathe on Maple and he falls there in that situation, but no, Denza's 1 versus 3 is denied here. Notorious looking pretty good. Maple sniping now 3 versus teammate. I need to see that in the replay package there.
Yeah, Maple's not bad, man.
No.
You know, like shout out
considered him like
Singularity back in Modern Warfare 2019, where like
yes.
Maple was like putting people on posters with sniper play and also the pistol as well. I'll still always have that conversation every single time it comes down to Search and Destroy when Maple is in the lobby. Like, even with the pistol in hand, I know the X12 isn't exactly the best gun in Modern Warfare 2, but I always trust Maple with it for sure.
Is he the best sniper in challenges? That's the question. I know I've done something when you're thinking about it.
Continue on with the conversation. I mean, I'm just thinking about it because, like, Ghosty and Ben Beans, like, they're both up to the main league right now. Denz is not going to be able to complete the 1v3. Team Notorious are able to answer back with a few rounds of their own. They'll take a 1-round lead, but, ooh, man, that's a tough one, right? Because, I mean, you do have, like, Dave Patty's back in Challengers now, too. He's a sniper. Like, I don't know, man. I'd put Maple up there. Top 3 for sure, and he ain't 3.
So it might be 2.
He could be 2. That's the guess, isn't it?
Yeah. You put it in there for sure. Notorious do end up winning that round, of course. 3-2 up for they. And yes, by the way, I see somebody asking about it in Twitch chat. Sigs is Maple. We should probably have clarified that when we got into this one.
Siggy Maple.
Yeah. Siggy Maple, baby. Harry on the other side with his sniper rifle. Gonna leave the dance with death that is Maple on the other side of that part. Denzer going to take down Wee Man from the AC, and Harry probably knows that somebody is watching this. Yeah, goes for a little peek up there. Going to survive that little brush with Fate. But look at Eric Boom pushing all the way up here. Yeah, brilliantly played by Eric Boom.
Oh, and Maple hits the snipe top paper. Oh, no. 2v3. Journey's going to be looking for the mid-scoop versus his Spanish counterpart. Does get the headshot on the metals. The Sun's going to confirm that Journey cannot move from this position, and even the Semtex somehow survives that. I mean, Journey is, I don't even know. He is made of just granite, it would seem, because he is unbreakable. So has his teammate here, 2v2. Dead Silence is going to be popped. Eric Boom is just going to defend this A-bomb.
Just now, haven't quite decided how they want to play this just yet. I feel like they might be fully reliant on what Journey's able to do around the back line. He turns around for that engagement versus Maple. But on the other side, a 1v1 over by A. Yeah, Denza just didn't predict that Eric Boom in this position, who now finds himself 1 kill shy of a cruise missile. Fortunately for Journey, does shut him down. The 1v1, and yeah, with Journey getting that kill, Maple knows that there is just not enough time to make that plant happen. Will just Scarpa. Ooh, Notorious. 2-round lead now.
3 on the bounce as well, when you're thinking about it.
Yep.
Surprised he didn't say it. I beat you to it. Correct. But yeah, it's just mostly, again, like, off of just how stationary and how standardized I would honestly coin for Team Notorious in the way that they're playing throughout the majority of these rounds. Defensively, again, like, you got Maple that is just playing top bridge. Of course, very standard as you may like. Top P3s looking over by Potts. That 1v1 versus Harry. First Blood comes through. Eric Boom cuts mid-map. They just maintain numbers. Even in a 2v2, they split the bomb in all of its pairs. How about this read from Orgos, though? There's a lot of focus. They've read it right, but Team Notorious win the initial gunfights.
Oh, and the shot's not good for Wee Man. Oh, that's so tough. It's okay, the trade is good. 1 versus 2, though. Vortex, a little bit less certain than the 1 versus 3 would have been. Bomb well within reach here for Notorious. Good position coming out from Vortex. The Dead Silence has been activated to make it happen. I'd be able to catch these players off guard. Has he just been seen, though? I don't think he has. Oh, that's Call of Duty timing. Whipping out the nade at that point. That is so, so tough.
Hey, Brody. 4 rounds now. Right? It's 4 rounds in a row, and Team Notorious, is it a download? Or is it a collapse that's coming through? Because, again, Orglis had the read. They sent 3 players over across that A lane. They had the read and everything. Team Notorious made so much noise bursting out from admin, looking over towards Laundry, but it's just the heads-up gunfights. Eric Wee Man at a combined 14 and 8. Maple 5 and 2. The majority of these kills with the sniper. I'm pretty sure all 5. Gotta have this round if you're Orglis. I mean, every single round, because if you don't have it here, well, you're gonna lose the best of 5.
Thanks, Addy.
No problem.
Appreciate that, bud.
Of course.
1 player down here, Orglis already. And another one to beat. Yeah. Oh, we're looking for some heroics here. Feeling like Order 66 Zach here in this potentially final round. Notorious find themselves in a 2-2 split. I just think this is so unconventional For August to win this situation with not a lot of information at all, it would be huge. Vortex now making a fair bit of noise again. He did use his dead silence in that last round, so not going to have it to work with here. Still a little bit of time to work with, though, at 14 seconds. And these guys, again, just trying to pull something, trying to bait something away from these two Notorious players, get them out of position, but it's just not happening. Notorious know they've got the numbers in this situation. They know the Douglas need to play aggressor. Shots out for Denza. He picks up the first. He makes it realistic, maybe.
Denza is not running dead silence, though, so this needs to be upfront gunfights. He's trying to chase the kills. He's running out of time in the corner. Metals reach Chows. He'll get the body shots to boot.
Ooh.
Team Notorious. 5 rounds in a row. They won the initial. Orgulous answered back with 2 of their own. But Team Notorious will remain undefeated. And I gotta say, man, they got tested throughout the entirety of the series. They might be slightly frustrated with a slight little chuckle that they are no longer undefeated in the elite seasons for Control. But again, you know, much like we were talking about Wubba Bubs in the originals, this was in fact the battle for the first seed.
Yep.
And Team Notorious are looking pretty darn good to punch their ticket into that first seed nonetheless. I don't think there's anybody that's going to be anywhere near to contest that at the end of the group play. Wonderfully done by Team Notorious to not get deterred after being down 2-1 from that Control, to explode and erupt on that Fortress hardpoint, and then just did the exact same thing coming through from that Embassy Search and Destroy. And oh man, Maple's good with a sniper.
Yeah, he is. He's quite good with it, isn't he, mate? I think we don't have a definite answer to our question about whether or not he is like the best sniper in challenges. I think, well, we were just about to like EU challenges. Is he the best sniper in EU challenges?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Well, and Lucky's here.
Yes. See, I was waiting for
it's like that battle of like 1 and 2 right there, and then like Dave Patty would be like 3. Like it's between like those 3 for me, like as far as like the #1 challenger sniper is concerned. But like Lucky, Maple are definitely up there for sure.
I respect it, man. I appreciate that, cool bud. I was gonna put Panda in the picks, honestly.
That's another one too, man. Like, oh, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy. Sorry,
so many
mate.
good players.
We're just having fun, mate. I love it so much. Talking about the sniper plays, obviously we love seeing these sniper plays coming into effect. It gives us such great clips here on the broadcast, and for everybody at home as well, just great entertainment. But look back at the series then as Notorious win this one 3-2. The first Search and Destroy wasn't so kind to Notorious. The second, significantly more so. A complete flip of the script there, is able to steal a Search and Destroy away from a very good Search and Destroy team in the form of August. Of course, August's other victory was that Hotel Control, but both hardpoints going the way of Notorious. I will say, I think going back to at least the second hardpoint, because we didn't get to see too much of the first, sure. I don't know factually there's anything super wrong with Augustus hardpoint at the moment, but it does feel like, at least again, when it comes down to playing these big Titanic teams, it might well be the thing they need to improve the most on moving forward. I think the coaching staff of August, I mean, they're pretty good coaching staff behind them as well. Shout out to Roper. They'll probably know that as well. They'll probably know that's a big focus on, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can become a 2-3-5 team for sure. You just got to be hoping that at least that map 5 is a little bit more beneficial than what it looks like from the Embassy Search and Destroy. But yeah, shout out Roper, man, is definitely that one guy that's going to be able to help things out behind the scenes and make sure that this team is going to be in playoff form, because that's right around the corner. And honestly speaking, you got to start winning some hard points against these top teams, because you're unable to do it versus Team Notorious. It definitely becomes a little bit more of a very scary route when you're thinking that on the other side for Group B, you have a Wubba Bubs and the originals ready to take hardpoint maps off you as well.
All right, well, look, I mean, for the most part, that last series was pretty inconsequential, right? We already knew that going into it because of the fact that Team Notorious and August had both basically already qualified Grandmasters as well with their last victory. They're now 3-1, looking pretty good. They probably have already qualified too. And so that means effectively the last spot going into week number 2. Again, this is all presumptive. This is not official. This is just us kind of working things out by what we're looking at here, although I'm fairly certain I'm correct in saying the last spot here alongside Notorious, Grandmasters, and August will be fought over between the Na'Vi Del Mysterio, Team International, and Fade. Although I'm pretty sure Fade are already out.
Yeah,
well.
Team International and Na'Vi Del Mysterio actually play each other. That's the last match that each one of them have. So like, there's that one match that obviously has like the spiciest permutation out of everything. I think Group B is the one that's definitely more solidified when it comes down to it. I mean, Clutch Rain, obviously, with a massive win today. It mostly just comes down to a few other nuances, I will say that much, because if Clutch Rain end up losing, obviously that could bring them down to 1-4. Their last matchup is against Team Falcons, so it depends on what Falcons look like on that final day, man, to either play upset, because Clutch Rain, with their win over Signs today, Signs' last matchup is against the Originals. So if it ends up coming down to it, and Clutch Rain are able to win against Falcons and Signs lose to the Originals, as it would stand, they would both be 2-3 in that regard, but Clutch Rain would get the playoff spot due to the head-to-head. So some spicy matchups to be looking at.
Yeah. I mean, like, look at Retirement Pendant as well, right? Because it's like, it could be a 3-0 tie. So, like, there's just, like, so much that could happen there in that situation.
I'm not working this out right now.
Yeah, there's a lot. You know we love this part, though, bud. This is, like, the best part about Challengers Elite is when we get, like, the permutations.
Yeah, what did Shift call it yesterday? It's like or Brody, or, like, both Alan and Austin, it was just, like, you got, like, Brody Tuesdays, essentially. It's just, like...
I love it, dude.
He sits there and he's, like, pulling out receipts. He's just, like, being able to, like, attack all the numbers. Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun. The abacus comes out. I'm ready to go. Just with all of this, working it all out and such. Yeah, I do love it, and I just think it's such a fun time. And looking at kind of the standings at the end of week number 1 for Europe, mate, things looking pretty good. Well, some teams at least, we'll say that much. But we're done here with Europe, Andy. Any final thoughts before we send everybody away for like 20 minutes before North America?
I mean, honestly speaking, Europe absolutely delivered today. You know, we got to see our first seed matchups. The Originals, I would probably say, actually play upset against the Wubble Bobs. I definitely didn't have it on my bingo card to be able to cast a Hydroelectric in that best of 5 series, but the Originals look a lot better in that map number 4 for sure. I got to shout out Team Notorious again. You know, much like in the group stage in the first season of the Elite, they constantly do deliver, but it's just about finding that consistency going forward. But those final few matches that we have up, specifically for La Nave del Mysterio and Team International, to be able to get that 4th spot for playoffs, and then also what Signs, Clutch Rain, and Retirement Pending all look like as well for Group B. Things are not fully solidified as far as playoffs are concerned.
Yeah, well, you think things aren't fully solidified here, mate. After 1 day of action over in North America, things are absolutely bananas, mate. There's 10 teams at 1-1 after day number 1, so we have no idea how the frick day number 2 is going to go. You won't have to wait that long to find out, guys. We'll be back in about 10 to 20 minutes or so with all that North American action, so don't go far. North America, day number 2 here in Challengers Elite starts very soon.
to the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, it's not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were looking near, dropping the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you had it. Take a step back from the edge. And take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you roll out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's a tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows like rest of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm is out of your chest that's keeping you moving. That's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endurance and rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you had it. Take a step back from the edge. And take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers Elite. Woo! It's going to be a fun evening. I'm labeling today, by the way, Austin. I've decided we have Infinity Day, which is going into like the first moments of day 5, or day 5, round 5 of the round robin.
Right.
I think we appropriately call today Moving Day because we have so many teams that are 1-1, and it only feels appropriate to kick our day off like that.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? I'm here for it, Alan. Let's call it that. It's a little interesting to see a little bit of a different kind of look at what we're used to. Usually there's a couple of top teams, 2-0s, teams that are struggling. And the one thing that we always say day 1, Alan, don't go 0-2. You know what I mean? We praise it. Like, we come out hard, don't go 0-2, and teams are like, all right, we've heard you. Just about every single one go 1-1. So we'll change up here for at least day number 1, but we'll see what day 2 has off.
Literally so much that could happen today. So we'll take a look at our standings just to get you caught up on what happened yesterday coming into today. Yeah, I mean, you see the giant block of 1-1. Twisted Theory, though, how about the double reverse sweep to go 2-0 in their group? And like I told you yesterday, Austin, we were signing off at EU. I said, I'm only about like 70% confident that Rocker Academy makes the playoffs, and you were surprised by that. But look at that long list of 1-1s. Anything could still happen in this group, maybe except for Affiliate Esports, who do have to put together a perfect day today.
That's right. That is one of those teams, at least, that we do have in NA that do have to come away with a couple of big wins, without a doubt. But Twisted Theory, I mean, they have certainly surprised. I mean, maybe it's not so much a surprise because it's like two duos like grouping up with one another that have a lot of synergy, right? So that's been paying off beautifully there for them for sure. But we'll see if Rocker has some bounce backs. They had a couple of tight maps yesterday for sure.
But if you're in Group B, this is the first time this has ever happened in Challengers history.
Yeah, this is wild.
That one group finished an entire first day at 1-1. And for a second there, after the reverse sweep kept through, I was like, maybe both groups will all finish 1-1. That would have been something unbelievable. But I mean, pick your poison. What do you want to talk about here? Because it's literally anyone's group at the moment.
Yeah, it's really tough to kind of, pick one team to talk about here, but, overall, I think you have to look at really a lot of the big changes. Decimate, basically, obviously, that entire roster gets picked up, right? So now you got a bunch of new players coming in surrounding Yuli. Boston Beans gets brought up as well, so now you have a different player coming, which is Pentagram. And overall, I think that you look at the squad with Doug kind of, also looking at a role swap. So it's been really interesting, I think, with a couple of these squads where you don't really know how they're going to perform because a lot of them are still very new, trying to, like, mesh with each other still, and are trying to find some big wins, of course, on top of that.
I will say it is good to see Convoy Gaming being able to ice up and get a win because they were the team that was the subject of the bad side of reverse sweeps and put them out of contention after the first week of games. So let's take a look at our stream schedule to see what exactly will be gracing us on broadcast. Here on the main featured broadcast at Call of Duty Bravo would be Decimate versus Boston Academy to kick things off. That one, I think, mostly is just going to be fun from kind of just a perspective of, one player sticks on Decimate and then one new player's in on Boston Academy. But then a grudge match as well between Joke Is On You and Smog Alpha. If you're joining us and missed the action yesterday, that Smog Alpha team is no longer the Latino-based squad. That is a new pickup of players having to kind of make their way through, which is mostly highlighted by Glow Frosty and Gus, who have looked really good. So I'm excited to see those two matchups on broadcast, whereas on the second stream, We Are Clutch GG also has more ongoing matches throughout the day. Group B is what's actually going to be the main feature to start things off, but we will have Group A staggered by 30 minutes, so we'll be seeing multiple matches across the course of both of our two stream slots we have today, bud.
Yeah, oh buddy, yes, we're in for a great look at NA for sure for day number 2, and with day 2, I mean, like I know we always touch in like day 1, like you got to find all your wins, but like this is where you really want to at least get yourself a couple of wins because when you go into week 2, like all these teams then have the chance to go back and watch over all of that VOD, right?
Absolutely.
And try to pick up on some of the mistakes that teams are making, go a little bit more in depth with it. So a lot can change, but it looks like we do at least have one of our squads that is up first. We got Decimate Gaming and their roster overall coming in here for you guys, and looking at this squad, it's a complete revamp, right, Alan? Like this entire squad gets picked up, gets brought to the CDL, except for Yuli, and he now has picked up Prolute, Johnny, and Dave Patty to play alongside him.
And it's one of those things that, we kind of date back to Raleigh. 3/4 of LAG Academy, who won the event, got picked up into the league on LAG. And now for Yuli, he's the one that's left out after his team won from Boston. And I know that you are really high on the prospect of Yuli. I am as well.
Yes.
I'm surprised to see 3/4 of the team not picked up and not all 4 picked up, especially considering how consistent Yuli has been over the course of the last, I will say, just at least 2 years. But, he kind of puts in a weird spot. We weren't sure what was going to happen with the CDL pickup, so he still retains the spot without having to requalify, and he gets to pick up all of the 3 members that essentially were dropped off of Pro League teams, except for Johnny, who makes the bump up from Team War. And I will say that the team, even though they're 1-1, they did look pretty good yesterday, considering how recently formed the roster was.
For sure, and I expect this team to be extremely good in S&D. I think they had like a 6-0 victory in one of their map 5s yesterday as well. So, yeah, a team to watch out for. But Boston Academy, this squad coming up here, man, oh man, this is interesting, right? Because Beans gets brought up to the CDL, which I think we had anticipated, since the season started. It was just like, okay, when? When is it going to happen? And then you bring in someone like Pentagram and you say, listen, I'm Censor. Doug Censor Martin's like, I'm the OBJ guy. I run the sub. And he's like, actually, I'm going to swap it over to an AR, but still kind of play the hill. So it's a little bit of an interesting kind of dynamic that this whole Boston roster is now choosing to go for.
Yeah, yesterday's matches, Doug had the most amount of hill time on his team. And was still pulling a pretty good hardpoint KD. Definitely better than what it was before. He's sitting at like a 1.04, which is pretty solid considering where we're currently at in the state of games at the moment. But, the interesting thing about this roster, I do still maintain it does rely on Pentagram. We'll talk a lot more about that throughout this series, because at one point in time after Cold War, it was like, what else does the guy have to do for someone to pick him up? And then Vanguard slowed down, and this year hasn't been as electric as we kind of came to know immediately after that Carnage Gaming roster back in the day during Black Ops 4, even this time during Modern Warfare, and as well in Cold War. But we'll talk more about that later. Let's take a look here, though, as we're getting ready to go towards map number 1 in the full series. Again, even though our featured matchup is Decimate versus Boston Academy, we've got action, and we're going to give you as much of it as we possibly can, including the start of LAG Academy and Joke is on you. And, well, on Hydro Hardpoint, getting over towards the 4th Hardpoint at the moment. LAG Academy will be opening up with a 30-point lead at the moment.
Yeah, looking good for as far as the setup as well. Noisy doing some great zoning just outside of Dome here. Might be able to pick up the second player right above him. But still a little bit of a push now, kind of unfolding right in front of the point. We'll see if this might be good for a break. Still plenty of time to fight for. Very healthy Hill, but just looking like it's all purple here so far. 3 going to drop. Lunar's the last one. Gonna have to try to play his life.
Okay, so Lunars, definitely a player that I'm very, very, very curious to see how he's going to handle himself here in the Elite. His first time being here, largely speaking, at least this year is what I'm going to say. It's been a really breakout year for him. Him and Sizky kind of as a duo together alongside Archives and Zyro, who have, I mean, come on, they've been a duo since maybe they came out of the womb. So it's one of those things that, you kind of look to see how this combination of two-man duos is going to work out. So far, not so great, though, as LAG Academy is still holding edges as we rotate over towards Gens.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure now on Zyral to kind of make a big individual play. Any kills that you should get might start to spawn you in. Need this pickup here from Zyral, though, onto Noisy. Position out to be given away, but not interested in playing for the spawns directly. Wants to try to make a hit for the hill and finds one up top. Neptune gonna drop, but he is still tagged up, very weak. LAG not gonna have any problem holding that there for the first 20 seconds.
And this is one of those things, you remember last year where you would deal with a Spart team, and the team would start real slow, and Spart would start real slow, and you say, if Spart just picks it up, the team will find form. And that's already what we're seeing here. 13-7 start for Sparty. Neptune also having a great opening alongside DiamondCon, and LAG Academy are all over the map, winning rotations, holding really solidly. We haven't had them see a chance to really need to break yet, but you assume based on how split the hardpoint time is that they're good for that as well. Really convincing start here from LAG.
Extremely convincing. Up by over 100 points now. Going into the reset, and Joke is on you. This is where you're really going to have to try to lock it some time, but also hold the proper start of the map for P2. They currently have control of, but off-screen they lose a gunfight. On-screen Archives is doing some work out front. However, are those spawns going to stay in? They will. So spawn's still good here for Joke is on you, but player 5 off-screen can still make a big play in the back.
Yeah, that's the big point about this, is LAG Academy are threatening kind of both sides of the hardpoint at once, whereas Joke is on you is more just bunkered up looking for time because, well, let's be honest, they need it. So as Noisy breaks apart from the back line, it's going to be 4 in a row for Tyler Bailey in LAG Academy. Win the hardpoint plus chance to threaten rotation.
Oh, nice move here from Noisy. Picks up 3, puts them on 5 in a row. This all stems from that 1v1 that he had versus Archives there off screen. And now LAG Academy in control of P1, in control of the rotational spawns as well for P2. I mean, this is basically kind of a replica of what we saw yesterday in EU, right, Alan? Just kind of that perfect hard point that we were kind of seeing. This is very similar, but gonna have to now have a really clean break if Joke is on you is gonna be able to kind of have any shot to get back in this game.
Problematic, I would say, considering that now you have to live through a cruise missile. 6 in a row for Noisy as he's just continuing to dominate, and, well, Neptune gets 3.
Oh, man.
And then I was going to say maybe he threads the cruise missile into the window to get the 4th, but, boy, I'll tell you, man, Travis has looked really solid since being down here in Challengers. I feel like we continue to talk about that. You know, his problems in the CDL largely come off of his ability to not really hold his life, but, man, here in Challengers, it's like he wakes up to a different level. And he's looking really solid so far. Noisy's still alive, by the way, on 8 in a row, as Sparta's just having his way with Joke is on you.
Absolutely. Spree still going. Kills still absolutely just flooding on through here for the LAG Academy boys. And you feel like things will likely be closed out, potentially going into this next hill. Sparta's already got a great position up front, and Noisy's now taking a route, trying to keep that spree going. Zyral not going to commit to the gunfight here, and now Zyral's lost all of his teammates. Sure, he's able to grab Noisy, but look who's getting the time. LAG break right back through yet again.
And I mean, look, I tried to ignore it, but we can't ignore it anymore. 5 and 22 is just not it. It just can't happen. I mean, we've seen single-digit kills in Hardpoint, and we're like, how has that just happened? But, I mean, 5 and 22, 16 seconds of Hardpoint. Archives, not a great start at all to this series. And look, it's like, Archives is one of the more, I would say, long-storied Challengers players that we've had since Challengers has become a thing. And he's always been on super competitive squads in his history, but having a tough go of it here, and his team really suffering at the moment, just 3 points away from losing his first map.
That's right. LG Academy won a good break. Might be able to do it right here, right now. Plenty of time to be able to get, and there it is. That will, in fact, seal it. Nice map 1 win. LG Academy putting on a clinic here in Hydro.
Oh, yeah.
That is as clean as it gets. 100-point club here. 98 points on the board for Joke is... Or rather, Joke is on you, but either way, it feels like this is LG Academy waking up, having a nice little first hard point to really kick off this series, puts them in really good position here, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really one of those things that, you know, yesterday's results, you know, this whole group being 1-1, I think the most surprising team to end up 1-1 was that LAG Academy team. I think just based on what we kind of saw out of them, you know, on land at Boston, they started to look much more improved comparatively to their chance at missing out on the Season 1 qualifiers, but that was largely due to the fact that the roster was put together like 2 days before the qualifiers. So definitely some things to work on for LAG, but looking solid in their first Hydro hardpoint as we drop to another Boston Academy with a chance to play up against Decimate. It'll be Boston in the green, Decimate in the white, and opening 50-50 battles look to favor Boston towards the first hill.
Able to also get a lot of early control inside of Dome. Pentagram might be able to line up a couple more in front of him. He'll be there for the first one. Now Decimate gonna have to battle out through some tough gunfights here. A lot of time going over. 15 seconds to fight for as far as scrap time. AR in the hands here for Prolute, but won't be able to find any shots under the right targets. And Krent then able to move in for 2 very freely, trying to surge on forward. Might be able to look for 3.
Yeah, well done by Kremp. Got to keep in mind that, you know, that Boston Academy team from last year that was 3/4 of this team, but instead of Pentagram, it was Ghosty. I think you and I both at Toronto in particular were like, dude, Kremp could be next up. He has the ability to take over a map in the blink of an eye. And nearly got the rotational 1 by himself. Pentagram, though, on the break attempt will finally kind of squeeze it home. Double out of him, plus the rest of Boston finding eliminations will clear the back, and a chance now to fight for the last 35 seconds.
Oh, almost another double up for Kremp. Spawn should still be in here. Might get some splits. We'll have to see. Actually, spawns are out. They get here in time to block. That is a perfect moment coming on through for a nice little break. Decimate find 3. They push on through, getting to the point. 20 seconds to play for. Boston not going to let it go for free, however, still sending numbers to the point.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those that Boston will look back on and will feel a bit questionable about how the spawns move, but it is, like you mentioned, Decimate moved really rapidly in towards the front of the hard point, and it was enough to influence that block of the spawn. So instead of it being a Boston Academy hardpoint, it ends up being almost a dead 30-30 split, and we've got a dead even game because of it. Over towards New, though. It's going to be Boston here first. Pentagram just making sure the back is safe, while Shawnee kind of keeps the perimeter safe from the front. He's got help, too. I mean, Sensor's here kind of watching the cross with him, so both of your ARs at the moment are just kind of locking things down and making sure your subs feel comfortable in the hill, and I will say for now, mission accomplished.
Yeah, it's just like water battles after water battles here over to the left. And like you said, mission accomplished because it slows things down so much here for Decimate. Coming off the last hill, but kills now starting to come through. Break maybe in the works. You got to get through Kremp, and Kremp's able to find himself 2. And he gets the 3rd. Yes, he will. Kremp is just lighting it up right now. He holds off the entire team. And now that should be scrap time going the way of Boston.
And look, it's early to say this, but, you know, when we launched Boston Academy last year, the moments that were most impressive were Ghosty and Kremp kind of when they were playing 3 SMG maps back in Vanguard, and you just saw them running at people. We never really got that out of Boston Academy in Season 1. They were a 2-3-5 team. In fact, they won more map 5s than anybody else in North America, and that was the key reason for their playoff success. But watching Pentagram play with Kremp has kind of brought me back to, like, Vanguard, Tuscan hardpoints, or Bocage hardpoints, where you see 3 subs load in, and you watch these players just kind of fly at their opponents. So I really like what I'm seeing as far as tempo for Boston, and that's what I would say one of the large reasons why they're enjoying a 30-point lead with all these great break attempts that we can see hardpoint after hardpoint.
Without a doubt. And once again, able to do it just about halfway through. It always puts you in a bit of a tight spot when you're Decimate and you feel like, okay, we can't give 30 seconds over for free. So they're going to have to try to give this a hit, but also have to focus on the rotation. And, well, Johnny's able to put himself on 5, so he shuts down any last little staggered pushes coming on through for Decimate. We're really feeling the pressure right now, down by about 50. Gonna have to really hold strong through mid.
Yeah, have to have it here if you're Decimate. Not a great start for Proloot, mind you. Dave Patty also just having a hard time getting things going. Hasn't even seen a hard point yet, inside the hill at least. So Decimate will be on rotation. Generator's opening up. Johnny's the one inside for now. You've got a pretty decent zone coming through. And where is Sensor going? This is taking so much time. I mean, you could literally just, like, hear crickets at the moment. The full cross is coming, but this is 20 seconds for free, and Dave is watching this. He does get gunned. Yuli, the next one up in place, is trying to reinforce the hard point, and now finally the surround is here. If the kills are decent, maybe it's worthwhile, and it is a 3-for-1 exchange, but boy, Austin, I'll tell you, that took forever.
It didn't take a long time, right? They get 30 seconds for free, it feels like, before Decimate have to start worrying about gunfights, so I'm with you. It takes quite a while to unfold, but maybe Boston might be able to hold to still kind of split this final hill here in the first set of rotations. Spawn's still very much in the back right now, and Boston, I don't think are aware of it. Now starting to turn, and Kremp again off screen, man. It just feels like this guy letting up 2 kills just about every single life. But Boston, it looks like they're able to get at least the back half of that, and are still able to at least contest this rotation anew, and we'll be able to get the time first.
You do have Decimate, though, kind of playing from both sides of this hill. Yuli on the dome side, the rest of the squad spawning on the left side of the minimap. And these kills may change how the spawns are going to work out. Yuli coming forward, now able to get a pinch off. Sensor in the hard point. A little bit stuck, though, at the moment as Yuli gets 2, make it 3. Actually turns around for number 4, but I think he was shopping for weapons. And Kremp will now turn with the double of his own. And he's going to go for 3. Just, oh my. Back and forth we go. Heavy hitters on both sides, but it's going to be Boston who still find themselves outside the hill.
Oh, and Shawnee's also going to invest the streak, brings in the cruise missile. We'll be able to find Dave, but Yuli comes right off that spawn, moves right back in, and picks up where he left off. 2-piece there for him. 16 and 10 now for Yuli with the sub in hand. One time still being fought for, but Yuli is just slowly picking them apart. Patience paying off, and he's got a read on Kremp's spawn, but Kremp will win the battle. You take a look at the back. Sensor, he's got a lot to do in front of him.
Yeah, he really does, but help is on the way. Unfortunately for Sensor, he doesn't predict Proloot's quick route, so now the back will be won by Decimate. Kremp trying to hold on from inside the hard point. Oh my goodness. I thought for a second he almost done did it to him. But Decimate win the gunfights, and with that, they take the hard point and the spawns with it.
And Decimate, you feel like, you know, if the ARs can really start to kind of get there with Yuli, this game starts to really get there for Decimate. Get back to their form when it comes down to hard points. Johnny has to start to make some moves here. You will finesse quite nicely. Nice little double. Johnny, oh, bamboozles everyone in the dome. We'll be able to make some moves for a nice little 3K. And now you can start to ignite this push into new very early on. This is great scrap time, and this is going to give you a lot of freedom to start to push out onto the map.
Oh, yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, Boston is under threat in a very significant way. As the kills come through convincingly for Decimate on the exit, it's going to be Boston spawning old. Proloot aware of this, is just trying to hold on to every final second he can, maybe even find a kill or two to really delay this. But as Kremp falls, or kills Proloot rather on the rotation, it will be Decimate who used that as an opportunity to get into the hard point. Really good spawn manipulation here to get Decimate back into the game.
Down by just about 20 after what was looking like a little bit of a blowout. Not the case anymore, but Boston looking for a break. Trying to see if they can maybe just force their way through the front. Proloot under fire, under pressure, waiting for a challenge. Challenges not coming his way. Johnny and Dave fighting everything. They'll hold off the push from Boston. This is looking like it could be another full hold here for them as they flip the spawns as well.
Yeah, and this is read by Proloot. Just has to kind of just hold down the trigger, deal some damage, wait for his teammates to follow up, and boy, do they ever. Dave, Johnny, combined for every single kill in 2 straight waves. We play multiplayer, we play in zombies. Hard to tell. Killing sprees across the board. Decimate, take the lead.
Listen, it's not too often you see teams chain hills together on a map like Hydro, but Decimate do it right there to get themselves just a lead for a second. But now we're going to have to start to make some moves into the next hill to see if they can keep this going. Yuli still putting on an absolute show. 22 kills for him, but won't be able to get the read in the back. Sensor now is set up. Trophy system down. Spawns are not secured, and Sensor just got so much work to do. He won't be able to find anything. Proloot good for 1, but won't be good for the second.
Dude, Kremp on 31 kills. He's got more than almost the rest of his team combined, brother. Are you kidding me? This is the takeover potential that I was alluding to earlier in this map, where he just starts to catch fire, and he does not hesitate to run at you. But as the kill streak comes through, information's gained, full team wipe in the mix, but Boston still have one more member in the back to deal with. It's Pentagram, who does drop very swiftly. Decimate looking good for the scrap time of 20 seconds.
And it's great scrap time. They keep getting put in these situations, but look at the map. Like, they're getting to push out so much earlier than you would usually anticipate, and no one's holding mid. So it gets them to forward positions just much earlier than you're really expecting them. And Shiny now loses this battle, so much of the hard point could very much be broken open, and it's a tight setup here from Boston. All three players just inside. Pentagram has to try to find kills in the back and play his life.
So far, so good for Boston. They will block the spawns up. Pentagram not sure of that at the moment. Kremp in the hard point is just trying to do whatever he can, and he has to do it all, and he very well may, but goes to the reload. Did not expect the third challenger to be there. Pentagram needs the double up. Not going to happen, but it's Sensor getting his 8th elimination. Gosh, what is happening on Hydra Hardpoint with some of these AR players at the moment? It's not going well, but we've got a tight affair nonetheless. 30 seconds still to fight for.
Boston still in. Boston still holding. Shiny there for 2 more. Prolute looking to break it open. It's only up to Prolute, so does he decide to hold? Does he decide to hit it? Tries to fight all by himself here, trying to make a big individual play. Will be able to win that 1v1 as his teammates now come off spawn, surge on forward, and try to fight for the scrap time. 10 seconds up for grabs with that win from Yuli. That should secure it and give just a marginal lead here off the back end of this as we go into the resets. We see Kremp at new.
Very marginal. In fact, it'll be 2 points of difference as Boston will have the numbers on new. They will counter that and once again regain in the lead. But Johnny with the first 2 eliminations means that the last 2 members for Boston just have to kind of hold their lives in a 2v4 situation. They don't get the prediction on the split spawns. Shawnee, last one up. 3 members in front of him. Deals with the first 2. No worries. Trophy system down, but it's Prolud who has the last word. 209, 206. Sensor, if you were to get kills, it needs to be right here. And he gets shut down from behind, trying to play for the route. So now Decimate will have the ability to flood on through with a couple of numbers.
And Doug just can't catch a break, but Kremp is there to pick up all of the slack. 46 kills out for him. He's able to find long-range shots onto Johnny. 3 in a row for Kremp. 2 more players in front of him. Won't be able to find the shots for another. 15 seconds up for grabs, but this is one of the most important spawns to hold now going forward. When you get into a position like this, you can win the game off of the next point as long as you can hold. So far, they have not let anyone get through, and they just got to win the gunfights and lock down the spawns.
Yeah, big heads-up play from Yuli after spawning up. He just kind of sits there and says, no one gets through the dome. Dave watching his cross, no worries. 221 is where it stops for Boston Academy. Look at the deep play from Decimate, though. They don't want to let anything around the back. Just want to put the game away here, but are they too thin from the front? That may be the case. No one's spawning in. They spawn out. So now Boston, a chance to break. Can they get the kills? First 2 come through, and it's a flip at the hard point.
Boston, they're able to get themselves in. Beautiful break. Huge gunfights out in front of the hard point, and they get close enough to flip out the spawns. But it's not done yet. They still need to try and hold. 233 to 230. It's contested. Prolute's in with the entry. He's able to find the break. Sensor, what do you have in store for us? He's able to find 1. Sensor can't lock down a second, and Johnny's able to come up with 2. Decimate are in.
Johnny's locking down the front as well. Gets a double. Unfortunately, takes down a teammate in the process, though. You have to find a way to break through, but Kremp is shut down. Your hard carry's down. Can anyone get through to touch this? You got to find a way to get on. There's the dive through, and the kill comes through for Sensor. Oh, they're going to see another hard point, but the problem is, as you look up to the top, Decimate spawned here, and they will use that to win. A tight affair, but in the end, Decimate do good.
Decimate do enough to get there. Certainly a close affair, and off the back end of it, you're thinking, you know, with that lead that we saw, it might have been enough to kind of run away with it, but those back-to-back points coming through for Decimate, incredible stuff. Kremp, I mean, felt like every single time we saw his POV, he was putting on a highlight reel with 41 kills, and that is with a sub, man. I don't know if you guys are playing rank play out there, but running a sub on Hydra with ARs posted up on headies and finding multi-kills after multi-kills, not easy to do. That one's going to sting a lot there for Kremp.
Dude, he's good, man. He's real good. And look, I don't want to dig into this conversation yet, but there's been a lot of conversation over the last, we'll say, calendar year now, where this Boston Academy team shows us what they could do, but there's always something kind of plaguing them. Whether at times last year, it was Shawnee just kind of not really in place at the right time, right moment. Other moments where you kind of point over towards Sensor. Now you start to target the role swap. And I think it's one of those things that, you know, I get it. You want to keep Pentagram on a sub. You want to let Kremp do things like this, so you let him play a sub. But, man, there was a pretty steep difference when we started getting into the last moments of this hard point when it came down to Boston kind of holding down lanes. I'll say that much for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think that, you know, when Beans leaves this roster and goes to the main team, I think you expect there to be some holes without a doubt. And especially with, you know, a role swap, Sensor's going to probably need a little bit of time. But, you know, with that said, it still feels absurd for a sub to be dropping 41 kills and to unfortunately, you know, lose out. And you feel like if, you know, Sensor's able to have a little bit more of a start there, maybe this entire map's different when they had the lead that they did. So
yeah,
it's just a tough pill to swallow, you know, overall. But this was the last 30 seconds. I mean, this was chaos. It was off the back end of an insane break here up front, Alan.
Oh, 100%. And look at the comeback from David Prolute, by the way. At one point, we mentioned them not really being able to do too much, but they're the ones who break this hard point. I mean, just flat out, you got a lot of help from Johnny, sure, as the exit was coming through, but on this break, a lot of it did come from the two that we had previously mentioned as kind of having a slow start.
Yeah, without a doubt here. In those final seconds, and this is the problem, right, where you get back here if you're Boston, but that spawn comes through for player 6, and Johnny's like, all right, well, they can't win there. I got a free rotation. Teammate's going to spawn on me. We're all good to go. So tough there for Boston. Able to keep one player across the map, and maybe something special happens. Not the beat, not the case. Decimate. Good to at least keep their hardpoint record somewhat on track with what we saw during Season 1.
And looking at the, oh my goodness, 41 and 31 of those is non-traded. 11 objective kills, 60 seconds of hill time. Kremp, oh, he was fighting. I think that's the best way of putting it. We're on the other side. Hey, one of the players we really wanted to see kind of show up is the one guy who stays on Decimate, and Yuli put together a good performance. But how about also Johnny, 36 and 24, 4K damage, 10 assists. Yeah, you love to see that from the young gun.
You definitely do. I mean, you know, Johnny hasn't really kind of been in that same form that we maybe saw in Vanguard, but he's certainly shown moments of it here and there. And I mean, that's obviously a great moment of it right there. 27 to 36, non-traded. Yuli has, you know, the great start, but Johnny comes in the second half when they start to really make that comeback happen, drive it home, get there with a lot of big moments. And that is enough to at least seal map number 1 by 15 points there, Alan.
And the thing that's kind of, you know, interesting about Johnny, when you think back to, you know, especially last year, the teams that he found himself on, he was kind of in the same position that we almost saw like for Yuli, where he's kind of running more of a flex style, sometimes on the sub. I feel like more often than not, we saw him with a sub last year. Then we actually were able to get a chance to see him with an AR, especially considering, you know, kind of what that final team was that he was on with Paris, where you've got players like Gravity, who's your main AR, Temp, who was kind of flexing, and then it was kind of Jimbo and Johnny up front more often than not. But, you know, he's kind of playing that secondary AR role now and looking good as we hop over to see what looks to be the final moments of LAG, and Joke is on you in the search, and that is indeed the case. 6-1 the count, and this Joke is on you team is coming out real flat, or maybe the opposite is true. LAG Academy is coming out real hot. Maybe
real
both.
Hot.
Who knows?
Yeah, I guess always two sides of the coin there, but certainly looking good for LAG. And I think there were a lot of questions around this LAG roster as well, right? Like, you know, would they stick together after, you know, not making the qualification through the very first stage? Now, grant that, you know, they didn't really have a lot of time to be able to, you know, actually put themselves in a position where they could be practiced enough to kind of make it through the qualifier. But you didn't know if there were going to be changes, you know, after something like that, especially with the situation where so many players get dropped from the main roster. So a little bit of an interesting spot there for them, but LAG obviously, you know, not having any problems whatsoever. Very dominant number 1 win there in map 1, and then able to come away with a 6-1 victory. Those guys looking good for what could be a really swift Series 1 there if they're able to get the job done in the control.
Really, really could be. And just kind of looking back over their series from yesterday, they did have a little bit of a tougher run. They played against this Boston Academy team. I think they looked a little flat in that matchup. We saw that one mostly on broadcast. And then they were able to beat Smog Alpha a little bit more convincingly, although the series itself was pretty tight. So it felt like there was like this feeling out moment for LAG Academy, kind of settling into the elite, especially after the tough first series overall. But it feels more like they're here and ready to go, because this Joke is on you team. You got to keep in mind that they also kind of had this trial of errors yesterday, where they played their first game versus Convoy Gaming and got 3-0 smoke showed, but then turned around and 3-0'd Boston Academy. So, you know, this group is just unpredictable as all get out. We don't have anything to really go off of outside of the fact that we may be able to just assume the worst or maybe best, depending on what happens at any given moment in time. And who knows, maybe today we'll kind of change things around as, you know, we're getting a little bit more of a convincing affair from LAG Academy, at least in their opening matchup.
Yeah, without a doubt. But overall, that squad, I think, you know, has the ability to certainly pull off some upsets. You know, this Joke is on you team. It's just, you know, hot and cold, like you said. It's just, you know, sometimes they're on, sometimes they're off. So difficult to really kind of gauge where they're going to be at going forward, but have to pull off a reverse sweep. And now moving forward, of course, to series of the map one that we just saw here between Decimate and Boston. Take a look at the map set. Hotel Search and Destroy coming up next here for us, Alan.
Yeah, and the Search and Destroy, this is where you right? I mean, your whole run, trying back to the next dark, long they're playoff on with 2-3 bombs. Like, the entire series wins for 2-3 bombs. So I think that's where you kind of need to trust yourself. Your trusted academy, even though you are going through new roster, it's new goals. Just go what you know from last round, even other well in the mix.
All right. I didn't catch what Alan said there. I think he was like just a tad bit. But either way, I think we're just getting ready to maybe jump into this one here fairly soon. Hotel Search Destroy coming up next. But either way, I think the series is interesting, especially now as we start to look at Boston, having a strong S&D record. Bean's obviously not in the picture, so maybe a different sniper has to now come in if they're willing to do that. But it's definitely a different look, for as far as sometimes one player can really change up everything when you're looking at Search and Destroy as a whole, how it can really kind of just affect how your setups look, how your attacks look, everything along those lines. So you have to see if those are kind of refined, especially after yesterday having a lot of kind of back and forth. As I think we might have lost Alan here for a second here, guys. So we will try to figure that out. In the meantime, we'll be getting ready for map number 2. So we'll throw it to a short break. We'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Challengers Elite Stage number 2 as we're jumping back into the Boston and Decimate series. Unfortunately, we have lost Alan. He used all of his hotspot on the very first map number 1. So now I have Andy. Andy, welcome. It's great to be casting with you again.
Yeah, you know what? It doesn't happen all too often, Austin, but I am just happy to be here with you, brother. First, some North American Challengers Elite. Let's get on into it, brother. I mean, Boston kind of came out flat, just a little bit, maybe minus Kremp names at the top, of course, flipped, but regardless of the matter, this entire round is completely fallen by the wayside. There's just simply not enough time. The bomb will indeed detonate, and well, that's going to be a pretty good spot to be in if you are a fan of Boston Academy.
Absolutely. Able to get that, at least that first one, or rather, Sensor, I think, 3 kills there. So that's also a much better start after the map number 1, you know, being triple negative at one point in time, struggling to really get going. But maybe we'll get a little bit more out of that from Sensor. 3-0 start, but 1-0 here for Decimate. Now we'll see exactly what the offense is going to look like here for Boston Academy.
As far as Hotel Search and Destroy is concerned, I mean, this always comes down to the conversation, especially for Boston, right? Is what are they going to look like without the sniper presence? But they're actually taking a very forward approach over towards Wine. Big 2 for 1. They got numbers. They can execute over towards B.
Prolute. He's ready for it. He's wrapped all the way back. He's going to have a couple of key gunfights here, and he's going to hear some footsteps. Pentagram going to drop. Nice challenge there from Prolute to follow. Shawnee will be good for that trade. Now Dave, 1v2, going to make a little bit of noise. Has to get through Sensor and Shawnee. And that's not going to happen. Shawnee backs up. He plays it well. He'll find the second.
And it's just so tough to be able to gauge, isn't it? When you do start to see that overwhelming presence across the restaurant side, you typically end up having at least one defender inside of the pantry. And they basically have to go Giga Chad mode. You know, they have to be able to find at least 2 eliminations, maybe find 1, throw a shoulder, stay alive. It's just not easier said than done when that overwhelming presence comes through Wine, and Boston just enforcing their numbers. Big 2 for 1 trade. You can see both Sensor, Shawnee. The AR is still struggling to honestly say that with Sensor running an AR for this team. All right, combined 6 coming into this round.
Certainly love to see that out of the cousins here on Boston Academy. But now we'll see if they can build off of it. Boston trying to funnel through, at least connector there initially, but the Sons and Nades really going to shrug them off of the angle. So wrapping all the way back will be Pentagram, but Dave's able to find a kill onto Kremp, so that's a huge kill. Followed by a second. Johnny's also able to work in there for Pentagram, and now that's going to be the call for the bomb to move all the way over and see if they can get a bomb down here at B.
So much to do if you are Shawnee. So many different corners to cover. He's got a Semtex if he's feeling it, but you can see Sensor, he is not a part of this play at all. He still thinks that the bomb might be rotating over towards A. Some shots coming through. I'm sure that Shawnee is screaming to his cousin, get the heck over here, but it's just going to be a little bit too late. Sensor with the trophy system and an AR. 1v4. This would be 1 for the highlight reel.
Yeah. Sensor's able to get 1 and might be able to execute with his life here. The problem, he's the trophy player now, so, well, I guess he was before. It just doesn't really have the ability to pop dead silence, kind of make this play. And the way that Decimate's playing, they were kind of just sprinting at him. Now, there is still 20 seconds left, so he's not going to be able to make it happen, but Sensor looking for that final kill to see if he can maybe earn the streak. That's about all he's going to play for here from here on out.
Kind of disrespectful out of Dave and Yuli. I'll keep it a buck. And it feeds him just 2 more kills, so, I mean, whether you wanted it to happen or not, yes, Decimate are going to be able to take a 2-1 lead in this Search and Destroy, but ultimately, Sensor running this AR, coming in towards the next round, an offense to boot, you couldn't have asked for a better circumstance to potentially talk about an early cruise missile here for Sensor. We'll have to see how it all pans out. Offense has been an absolute virtue so far. It's just a B answer for what was a predetermined B execute that came through from Boston in their previous defense. The biggest consideration coming forward now is what does each team do defensively to adapt against those B executes?
That really is the big question. Will we get something maybe leaning back over towards A? Based off the minimap, Boston still happy with how these last couple of rounds have gone. See exactly what they'll be able to do. Kremp going to slowly inch up, and you can see everyone shift over. So 2-2 defensive split right now for Decimate. Going to try to lock things down just inside of B. Now the dead silence going to be popped. Kremp looking to try to make his way in, or at least bait out some shots.
He's opening up a lot of doors. He's causing a little bit of ruckus, some distress, and some bullets are actually going to connect through the door. So that Semtex is not going to land where he wants it to go. You do have defensive presence over here. 3-player strong for Decimate, just trying to thwart this BX cube, but Boston are not backing down quite yet.
Yeah, the bomb's now moving out, so I think they're going to make the call and saying, listen, we don't want any of it. We've seen too much inside the kitchen, but Yuli's got the perfect position to at least get a kill. And that should, of course, signal everything here on Decimate on the play that's going to unfold by A. But let's see what's going to happen. Pentagram's going to have to really sniff this out, and it's not going to be sniffed out. Now they know where Yuli is. They got to get in here. Sentra's still looking for that kill. Earn the cruise, and he will be shut down. Yuli for 2, looking to dance around for 3, but the support over the top is there. Decimate able to lock it in.
Good heavens. I mean, hey, this Decimate roster, I mean, say what you will about some unfortunate circumstances. I know you and Shift touched on this ever so slightly with Yuli literally losing all of his teammates to the league in one team or another. But regardless, you're going to be seeing this team go through the growing pains, but man, what I was able to see yesterday with a lot of this team for Decimate is that when they have to hit the rotation and they have to commit towards just flying at an enemy team, they can shoot pretty damn straight. That is why they are highly regarded as some of the best players here in Challengers. You got to see that right there. Shutting down Censor, not allowing the streak to come through. 2 rounds in a row for Decimate to have a 2-round lead.
Look at this tempo. Nice little change up. Everyone looking to get inside a bedroom. Johnny's got to be ready for it, and he is. He's able to come away with 1. Johnny there finds a trade, drops down low. Now we'll try to make a play through luggage, but luckily for him, he doesn't push through the door. Nade also should not finish him, and it doesn't. Censor, though, thought about pushing. That nade is really going to stop him from doing so. So that's going to drop us into a 2v3. Number's still good here for Boston with about 55 seconds left on the clock.
When does Kremp decide to go? He's just lurking inside a restaurant, making sure that the B push does not come through, and Johnny, unbeknownst to him, Pentagram will drop from the heavens. Now Dave, notoriously a very slow AR, has to go. He has the reads. This guy can be just as snappy as the next, but in a 1v3 situation with 38 seconds, not only have to recover the bomb, he's also being chased down. Sensors away for the bait in Boston. They hold strong. Pretty standard defense, keep in mind you. I mean, you just have Kremp just playing in and around kitchen, making sure that the B push does not come through. That's that adaptation that we were mostly talking about. It just comes down to those players lurking in the middle of the map. Mostly was Pentagram in and around the atrium, and just players up top in bedroom to thwart any sort of numbers advantage that Decimate were looking for over by that B-bomb.
Yeah, just a good moment there from Shani on the peak and everyone else playing for the trades correctly right after. And no one throwing away their life here. So much better round here for Boston, able to respond with a defensive round themselves. They've very much favored this B side of the map. That's kind of where they've put just about every single push, it feels like. Now they're going to try one of their first A-bomb executes. Prolude's going to be able to find one and get a lot of information. That, of course, is great for Decimate to get in position. They also find the bomb carrier. So 3v3, lots of time to play with here for Boston.
Bomb needs to be recovered. Kremp as fast as you like. Actually drops down and collects it. The player bottom bedroom's going to be Yuli, and he wasn't holding the line of sight that was going to negate that. But I love this call in a 3v3 for Boston. You get the bomb collected, so the world is truly your oyster. Maybe you can work a pick. Wallbang shots are going to be good, but not a whole lot to react on 50 seconds remaining in the round.
Feels like Kremp's going to be the one to have to make a play here, but he's got the bomb. So is it just going to be a slow move over to B? Will he try to come around the back? No, he was just fishing for something through mid to see if he can maybe work a kill to loosen up the defense a tad bit, because the defense has not really budged. And Dave, what a peek that is. Yuli able to also force Kremp off of the plant. And you feel like you're in such a tough spot now if you're Boston. 25 seconds left.
And you're really hoping for this flank to maybe find something. And Censor that's on the flank, and his dead silence has completely dissipated. So grab block as you may. Doug, you got to find this kill on Yuli. And even if you do, that's going to be the call for Kremp to maybe try to fly over towards A. But they should be aware. A-Patty is still up top in bedroom, but Censor chows out. He'll find Johnny mid-map. Bomb's going down. Dave Patty needs a 1v2.
Oh, Dave, I guess he doesn't see him on bomb. Now has to clutch up this 1 versus 2. Censor looking for another! Censor's able to find it. What a play. Boston looked like they were dead in the water. And Censor makes the flank and turns the entire round around.
I'm not going to lie to you here, man. I honestly wrote off that round entirely for Boston, but the dead silence committal coming through from Censor with an AR runs out of it once he hits bottom valet and then commits towards bottom bedroom. It leaves Kremp on an island, but that commitment right there from Censor, who is now 9-1 in this hotel search and destroy, was the main component for that round's success. Decimate are going to be scratching their heads on how they let Doug get away with highway robbery like that. Need an answer back here if you are Decimate. Don't want Boston to heat up like this.
AR sub does not matter. Censor will find a flank and he'll still make it work. But how about this for a little bit of a change? Johnny, nice little prone shot. We'll actually line up 2. Johnny needs to fly on forward, but He's able to find the first one. That does actually stop Decimate from wanting to commit. They're just going to go for a quick wrap. I love this call. Boston are still under the impression that there's still members here, and they're already at A, and they should be able to get this bomb down free.
Yeah, this plan is absolutely free. And also to keep in mind where Dave Patty is playing at, he's inside of double arches, and he's got an SMG. Surely he must have an AR as a secondary. Might not be the case. He'll find Sensor for free. Pop that silence and move all of 2 inches inside a kitchen. He'll also throw a shoulder. He'll see Shani. Hey, how's it going? I'm just going to go ahead and run out of here. It's also throwing some shots. This is a good luck, have fun moment for Shani.
He really is, right? Shani's got to be worried about this player that could come behind him. Gets a little look at Prolute for a second, but doesn't get a great look at a committed gunfight. And now they know where he is again. Just going to try to hop on the bomb, bait out some shots. Prolute just going to play a little game of tag, a little peekaboo in and out of the door. And that will seal it right there. Prolute, good for the second. Decimate, great rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's lightning fast, isn't it? And that's what you do inevitably get when it comes down to Prolute. Look, the reason why this guy was brought on to Optic when Illy ended up having his thumb injury was his search and destroy prowess. That one is very prevalent, dating all the way back to, like, CMG, like 2v2s, like old wagers galore. It comes through in such quick succession along with Dave Patty, who's also very adept at search and destroy, as you saw, just immediately did not like the potential 2v2, knowing that the rotation from Sensor could come all the way through inside of that BS&D site. They quick wrap over towards A. They put themselves in the best win condition possible, and they'll stop those 2-round stint that Boston were putting together.
Boston now need to rebound, try to tie this one up. It's going to have to come by way of offense here, but it's a wide spread for Boston across the map. No one looking to give too much information. Holding on to tacticals and nades, just kind of keep everyone guessing on the side of Decimate. But they're pretty happy with the set it feels like that they got right now. Shoulders coming up top bedroom or bottom to watch that bomb cross. And now the shots from Johnny, who's just waiting patiently for that peak, are good. Pentagram will drop.
3, again, that bomb needs to get collected. And as soon as Shani does, Johnny had the line of sight. Now it's going to be the call on Kremp, because of course it is. Get activated over by restaurants. Sensors also on an island. This is great information for Decimate to potentially collapse on.
Sensors beaming. Can he pull another one out of the hat here? We'll have to see. Krent. Oh, bob and weave, my friend. Bob and weave. Johnny's he's hunting you down. Regen just about there, but Johnny will get there for the kill. Sensor now required to pull off this 1 versus 2, and well, shots are there, but not good enough for the kill. Decimate. Good for another, up 5-3.
Anything you can do, I can do better is the nursery rhyme that Decimate are currently singing to this Boston Academy roster. You know, you get some clutch plays that are coming through from Pentagram mid-atrium a few rounds ago. Sensor goes wildly massive as far as a clutch play is concerned, but it's the overall cohesion. Things are just gelling so well for this Decimate roster when it's the ARs holding these closer lines of sight. The SMGs in between both Prolute and Yuli, not afraid to take further ground away from Boston. They are letting them absolutely have it.
Sure are. Johnny's starting to find that groove. You typically see an S&D. One thing you say about this Decimate roster, certainly S&D galore. With all the stars they have here, and they might be looking to put it away right here in this round as Dave opens up for the first blood onto Shani. Key player to remove in top bedroom. Sensors down low, watching this cross, and I mean, this gunfight is everything. Prolute trying to go for a stretch plan as Johnny finds a second off screen, but Austin, I mean, they are in shambles, starting to drop, and now it's all up to Kremp. He drops 41 in map 1, but now a technical 1v4 is required, now 1v3.
Last known positions are completely gone. Second, he peeks out of bottom bedroom. Dave Patty is just over here toying with him. Completely gives it up as well, just to come help out his team. So, Kremp, dead silence. TAC 56, he's got to make this really work out in his favor. And of course, Dave Patty has the read. He goes inside double arches. Kremp with an SMG might have the better weapon for this, but does he peek right? No, he will not. Decimate come in with a hot resurgence after Sensor makes a massive play happen for Boston Academy, and they'll have a 2-0 lead in the series.
2-0 lead. First map, 15 points. This one, 3 rounds, slowly edging them out. You got to feel great if you're on Decimate right now. Everything has just been picture perfect, dancing around the map, making the right calls, making the right plays. As you mentioned, 2-0 up in a really solid position now going into the map number 3, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes down to it, as far as the series is concerned for Boston Academy, I mean, you really do feel like that this needs to be a must-win series for them to be maybe cementing themselves as one of the top dogs as far as Group B is concerned. You know, you're able to deal with LAG Academy. I heard both you and Alan talking about how good LAG Academy truly did look coming into Season 2 of the Elite, especially through qualifiers, the resurgence through the Boston Open. But, I mean, when you're in a group with Convoy Gaming, Smog Alpha, and this Decimate roster who quite literally just got formed together. I know that Boston just went through an entire role swap, and they're still trying to figure it out. These are just things that you need to absolutely rectify. Search and Destroy were their bread and butter when it was down to Season 1.
Truly was. That was the game mode they could really rely on. The Angels in this roster, but Boston just can't get it done here. Despite Sensor having a great bounce back, right? That's one thing I think I always admire about Doug. You know, as much as he might have a stinker in a map number 1, he still has the ability to be able to bring it back. And he does so here. It just is not enough. Not enough participation, it feels like, across the board as a whole, which is exactly what we get on the other end here. ProLoot 8-4, Johnny 9-4, Dave 6-6, and Yuli picking up a lot of big kills there, being a part of the plays quite a bit. So overall, Decimate still feel like they're great. And I know Alan touched on it a bit, but you mentioned, you know, Decimate kind of being this new squad. It almost feels like Yuli's kind of in like that same position as Brack was last year after the Toronto Open, right? Where the entire team basically gets picked up around him. He's forced to kind of, you know, put himself in a position where, all right, I have to put my head down, I have to keep grinding. That's not always an easy position to kind of bounce back from, you know, with that mental game kind of playing a factor. It's like, damn, am I doing something wrong? Was there a reason I wasn't picked up? You start to ask yourself those questions, but Yuli just has to keep doing what he's doing. And I'm sure he'll be able to find that success. But we take a look at the map counts here, or rather maps and modes, and we got a El Asilo control coming up here from map 3 end.
This one is going to get further interesting, right? Because even for El Asilo control, you can really rely on your SMGs to constantly find the utmost amount of pressure through the middle of the map. Kind of like how Search and Destroy does play out. You're looking for them to be able to play these routes and just be an absolute nuisance in the inner workings of this building. But it's your ARs that need to be able to capitalize on all of the space being provided for your team. This was the map 3 and the final map that Boston Academy did play versus Jokes on You yesterday, and they lost it 1-3. And going back and rewatching a lot of that VOD this morning, Austin, I'll keep it a buck 50 with you. They were just getting outpaced continuously, specifically in the AR department.
Yeah.
And if you can try to resurge anything away from that Search and Destroy specifically, is that, I mean, Sensor just needs to have a better game than what he did map 1. He was able to show up big in that Hotel Search and Destroy. Him and Shawnee really need to make sure that that space is being provided for both Pentagram and Kremp on this map.
That's the big factor. I mean, it's just so interesting, right? Like, you just decide to make a role swap from, you know, what has been a dedicated SMG for basically his entire career. And, you know, he has a couple of okay maps here and there, but I'm with you on the pacing. I think that it is certainly a problem, right? You see at times, you know, he's kind of still playing like he's a sub, but he has the AR in hand and he can take some more of these longer range battles. He can put himself into better positions that he wouldn't have been doing before with the Vaznev in hand. So I'm certainly with you. I think we need to see that pace be there for Sensor as much as he wants to ADS, wants to hold, lines of sights and lock down lanes. There's also, some kind of urgency that comes with, making a play to the zone or, trying to make a play to defend the zone that needs to be at a quicker pace. So we'll see if that ends up happening here. The one thing that we do know, at least, is that the slang has been picked up from Kremp. If you missed map 1, well, the man dropped 41 kills with a Vaznev in hand on Hydro. I don't know what more you can really say about that. The guy was just absolutely going rogue. And if you can get just anything, half of that going into an LSC, though, maybe it'll also bode well here for Boston Academy.
Just think about it, Austin, right? Like, you dabble in some Call of Duty. You've been playing for quite some time. On a map mode combination like LOC Low Control or Hydroelectric Hardpoint,
yeah,
to be an SMG and to drop numbers the way that Kremp was, that's almost, it's unfathomable, though, the way that he's able to just move across the map. It almost like the sole reason of why that game was only within 15 points. So you need to have some similar performances, obviously, out of Kremp, but the rest of the team needs to follow suit if you want to stay alive in this best of 5.
Well, we'll have to see what happens for that map number 3. For now, players are just getting set up, so we'll throw it to a quick break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. LSC Low Control.
We are back, friends and family. 2-0, the map count at the moment favoring Decimate. But hey, a little wake up from Doug there in the search and destroy 9-1 at one point in time. But it seems to be a trial of who's going to pop off and still put together a great kill count for the loss. Because we saw it from Crap, we just saw it from Doug, and now we get into what needs to be a reverse sweep for Boston Academy for the rest of the series.
That's exactly it, right? Like, you can no longer kind of just pass the baton on you go off because it hasn't worked for the dub, right? It hasn't got them over the finish line. So yeah, you certainly need, everybody to really step up here and, maybe see something great out of Pentagram, right? Like one of the newer players to the roster. I think, we all can just kind of, admit that Censor's going to have at least a little bit of a tough time kind of adjusting on the fly like this soon. So I don't think it's, expected to see him put up big numbers, but see someone like Pentagram, come in and, be this player that we've talked about over the last couple of years and have, a good showing here at an LSU, though, to kind of get them back on track. Could be what they need and could be a good look for us, to see that same Pentagram evolve as well.
And the thing that's kind of weird about talking about Pentagram's story is, you kind of think back to the BBG roster when that was really kind of his biggest highlight, I would say.
Yeah.
At least recently, kind of ignoring the stuff in Black Ops 4 when he was obviously a big talking point throughout the end of that year. But he was kind of like the entry sub for a lot of what we kind of assumed watching that BBG roster, and he was finding a lot of success doing that. So I like that call, kind of looking at it saying, hey, is there going to be a chance here for them to try to bounce back into this overall? So let's get into this one as we are jumping on into the LC the control, as you had mentioned. And how about it? First, a little bit of action here over towards the B site. Actually allows Decimate a chance to attack, but Yuli wanted to take away more space, and in doing so, he loses his life.
Yeah, they do this by, like, great set nades over the top to kind of find Censor right away on that brick wall heady. It allows them to get pushed up, but they still haven't been able to make any progress. Dave's in the position with the trophy system. He's got teammates flooding through, but that's a huge win there out of Censor. Pentagram now also on the pinch. Will be able to find himself the double up, and that should just about shut everything down here by D unless Prolute can make a big play.
Prolute's going to keep his life. The rest of the team looks like they maybe want to try to hit over towards A. Prolute had a nice try, but just flat out overwhelmed. Crep, woof, what a snap that was over to Dave. But couldn't quite finish off the kills. Finally, the rest of the team will pick up where he had left off, and Boston looking good for the defense. 30 seconds remaining. But Decimate do have some ground to work with here, not just at B, but Prolute's at dead silence. He's trying to get through it.
Yeah, he wants to make a play here. Up top, should be able to find a nice, easy kill there onto Censor, and he does. AR down in his hand. Two players from Boston are still in the attacker's spawn, so might be able to get a little bit of a stack here. Two players are kind of in and around the zone. Prolute challenges out for one, almost a second.
Yeah.
Johnny, though, critically plays his life, but with 15 seconds, I mean, you're going to have to get on the zone, and Yuli realizes that he's on A.
Yeah, that's one of those tough situations for Decimate when you try to push through like that and you leave two members behind. You either have to make your decision up. Do we leave them there and hope that we can just keep finding kills off spawn to force them back to the zone, or do we have to try to isolate in the back? And we got an instance of them trying to do the latter. 19 playing 12, 7 seconds on the clock. Decimate kind of left to their devices over towards the A zone, where there is no progress being made yet. First on the way, and Shawnee says, we don't even want to give you that. Cruise missile gets called in. It will not land. Trophy system keeps Decimate's offense safe. So now it has to be won by the gunfight. Johnny picking up one elimination. Censor deep on the backside. Should take down Dave for free. Long-range shots, and Shawnee's nade will finish off Johnny. That will likely be the rest of this offensive attempt. Desperate hits coming through. 1v1s everywhere, including Prolute, the last one left alive. And he will not stay on the zone as there's only 0.3 seconds left.
I would say all things considered, great out of Boston, especially off that initial break, because you're thinking those set nades, they're good to take the AR out of position, top brick. That's going to allow us to maybe get some numbers around the point, stack for a tick or two. But Boston are just able to find, a couple angles to kind of pinch right through bottom boxes, get in from behind, and really shut that push down and stop a lot of ticks. I think 2 ticks of progress, I believe, is all that's secured there round number 1. So very nicely done. And now we'll switch it up to see exactly if Boston's can maybe be a little bit more convincing here, especially off the rip.
Yeah, great start from Shawnee, 9-2, 7-4 for Pentagram. So those are some key players we have to keep an eye out for. Can they find a way on? Quick hit, though, through the interior of the building, looking to kind of play for some control inside the big headquarters house. Prolute trying to hit maybe a flank, and he's got a lot of space to make this happen. Yeah, right behind the play, although Censor on the corner. That will be where Prolute decides to take his aggression. So with that, Decimate, first 30 seconds have come and gone. There's only been a single kill so far.
Yeah, I mean, Boston are really bunkered up right now inside, aren't they? Like, they're not really playing to the side lanes. They're really hoping for kills to come through and then, kind of surge forward for a push. But that might finally be their opportunity to do so. 2 kills will come through. Dave able to find himself a huge one there on a Shawnee. And the clock will be stopped. First tick should be good as Sensor is able to win another one, but he is under fire, under threat as the push is about to come through for Decimate, and they will clear him off.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that it does feel like it just takes way too long to get your first offensive look to go. And maybe it's something about wanting to control the building and then burst on towards B, but I don't know. It's hard to really say anything with any kind of certainty just due to how labored that approach was. So now you're down to 35 seconds. You've only seen like 9 total kills so far. And this round is already kind of, put your back up against the wall. DCM not making it any easier here as Yuli's starting to reap through bottom bar, and that may be the round right there. I mean, you have to hit over through Prolo's direction. He's already here waiting.
Yeah, he's waiting. He gets all the info, and then Yuli's able to pop in from behind. Long-range shots while stunned. Not easy to move your ADS while that happens. But Yuli able to find a couple last bullets, and one final attempt here for Boston. Krem's going to get on the zone. He's just going to touch. Johnny might be able to finish him off, and Johnny! Oh, what a transfer. Johnny still stops the clock and does respond with 2, but Prolute might be able to finish him. No, Johnny good for another, but nobody can get there in time. Good attempt, but still not enough here from Boston.
Yeah, it's one of those that I still kind of look at and say if you had an extra 30 seconds, maybe there's a chance to still kind of finish off the A zone, but whatever this approach was, whatever this design was, at the opening of this attack just took so long. And it really didn't get them any ground to work with towards either zone. So, tough pretenses to figure that there was going to be an offensive win in either of those 2 rounds, considering the opening segments from both teams were largely negated at the break-off. And now it's on to Decimate to see if they can kind of change the tides. And this may just come down to tick progress, of which there's really not many to count.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like, you just go to A and say, listen, we'll worry about B once we get a zone, right? Like, that's kind of my thought process right now. See if we can capture an entire zone and get an extra minute. Hasn't happened yet, and, well, might just happen now. That will be a couple of great opening kills here off the break-off. Johnny's also able to get another one. He's been flying, especially coming out of that last round. Pentagram realizes he has to hold, but while this happens, that first tick should come through.
Looking good for it, although Pentagram finding the kill into Prolude has kind of alleviated the zone completely. It looks like Decimator just waited to play for another set of kills before they even get on towards the zone, which Boston says, sure, why not? Every second that you don't sit on the hill is a second good for us, and Pentagram, well done. The lockdown 2 different lanes kind of at the same time, and now Boston say it's our turn to go on the aggression.
And it's a little interesting because, I mean, you get yourself into a position where you got numbers, you win, the opening break-off, you have 3 down, and then, there's only 1 player on the zone, and that player throws away his life. So everything for Decimate just kind of falls to pieces. Still able to at least keep presence here because of Dave's position up top tower. But can they turn it into anything? First tick finally in, second tick about to follow. Here's the stack.
Oh, no.
Boston got to come. The nade's coming over the top, but it's a teammate from Yuli, and that might allow Boston to get here in time.
It certainly should. Second tick of progress will be locked into the process. Though Johnny just over the top of the doorway, still keeping his life, and a double from Johnny. What looked like it was going to be a 1v3 favoring Boston's defense shut down behind the door of play of Johnny. And that's going to be the whole zone now collected. 60 seconds added to the clock, minute 30 in total, but Boston are making some problems happen inside the Decimated offensive side of the map.
They're very far pushed forward here into the attacker spawn. Pentagram just being annoying, but Prolude's going to clean him up. Yuli's also able to get there, and you got to hold your life here for Shani. No, they all end up dropping, so all of these positions in the back now have basically been dealt with.
Oh, no.
Johnny's now put them in the blender. He's on 4 in a row. He's might be looking for number 5. Stuns nades over the top. Finally, Shani's there, but look at the zone. First tick might come through, but Yuli actually pulls off.
Yeah, and the problem with that is Johnny's in a great position to kind of, like you saw, just get free kills off spawn, but the rest of Decimate were kind of preoccupied with number 8 and Pentagram, who was just kind of floating around the middle of the map. It looked like there should have been 3 members stacked, and if that was the case, 2 ticks are done and dusted without question, just with Johnny playing forward, but instead, Prolude is still working for the first tick at B, which he does lock in. The Boston have now kind of worked their way out of the spawn trap, and they're here to defend.
They are here. And he's got a great position, but he will be taken out of it. Prolude now in the back. Won't be able to find Pentagram inside of Garage, but still presence very much alive on the zone. Yuli just needs to try to play his life. Lock in that second tick. I don't think it comes through, so just a sliver on that, I do believe, as Shani's going to be able to clean up 2 more, and yeah, they will be able to deplete it. So just a huge moment there from Boston to stop that second tick.
Yeah, now they're kind of setting the defensive line of scrimmage a little bit further forward, giving them some breathing room here, not just because they're up 2 lives, but there's only 30 seconds left, which means that this hit from Decimate around the outside of the map is really going to be the last chance Dead silence not here yet for Yuli, but he'll have it soon. And Shawnee's the only one watching this flank, and he's not going to see Dave. He's just looking for a jump up, and he hasn't seen Yuli either. So now all of a sudden, the element of surprise for Decimate should be pretty good. Dave up top and behind just needs to find the kill into Shawnee. That will open up the floodgates. But neither player can see each other, and the clock is an issue. The only player that can touch really is Dave, and as he drops down, Sensor and Shawnee combine for the kills, and the defense will hold. Last tick of progress, not really ever started.
No, not able to get there for the B zone, but A was at least, much better. It's the first zone we've had captured so far here in the map. And that was just by way of Decimate finally kind of getting some numbers on the point and actually stacking it, which I thought they were going to kind of initially do off of their 3-man breakoff that they were able to get, but not to be able to get it just a little bit later. However, a lot of pressure now on Boston to maybe even come up, with this round to try to close it, or else you're going to be right back on offense yet again going into round 5.
Yeah, exactly. Shawnee still keeping up with a pretty hot round, 21-13. Definitely a key reason for that defense, plus also the limited amounts of success that we've seen from Boston on the offensive side, though. Again, like you mentioned, have to see something big here from Boston, and this time the breakoff looks much better. Yuli, Prolit, first 2 to drop, and Boston have numbers over towards the point. Just Dave they have to get through, and they will be able to do so, confirming 1 trade. Johnny, he was the giant deterrent of the defense last time around, and he's kept his life. With help now on the way, Boston may have missed an opportunity to get on the A zone.
Feels that way. Sensor not finding Johnny, really does say a lot about this position now, because Boston now have to kind of redo what they just did just to see the zone. Pentagram is close, just a sliver of an angle. Johnny able to snap, keeps his life. Support is still here. Sensor is red tower, but they've just been ignoring him, slowly taking shots, and now they'll be able to pick him off. So if remove Sensor out of the power position, you got 35 seconds on the clock, and you got no ticks of progress. Something's going to have to happen right now.
Well, Shawnee's going to have a good look at the first. That will open up some space for the offense to get in towards the outside of A. But still the question is, can you clear these very tricky positions towards these double doors? Because that's really what Decimate has used to stop all these offensive attempts. Prolute, AR in hand, caught trying to work his way in from the front. Johnny with the trade onto Sensor. Semtex will not land onto Shawnee, who does lock in the first tick of progress. Second on the way with the double step, and here comes Johnny. 22-15, 23, maybe around the corner, but no. Kremp and Pentagram get the kills, leaving Dave by himself, and he's got to kind of back away. Prolit actually with the contest off screen, and Sensor somehow is actually taking down Pentagram. So now all of a sudden the second tick's not locked in, and you've got 16 seconds.
And Dave, he's still ready to kind of cut down anybody who's going to come out of spawn here potentially, or try to just hop on the zone, but they will get on it. Dave's going to take a bit of a route, trying to get around the back. Long range shots on the Sensor are there. Has to find Kremp. He's trying to use any little bit of cover he has alongside Shawnee up top, who does win that battle. And Boston should be good for it. So they get an extra minute of time. And now
here we
we'll
go.
see if they can start working a B.
They've got lives, and they've got some forward movement here towards the fence line. You've got Sensor and Pentagram kind of working together. Help from Kremp on the way. Pentagram able to get the gun up right after the reload. Shuts down Johnny. Prolut, the only real defender who's in the way, and he's going to be responded to by Sensor. So now you've got numbers if you're Boston. This would be a key time to get on, stop the clock, make some progress, force the defense to do something, but Boston are still searching for kills. More than that, they're trying to push forward for more eliminations. I don't know. They're trying to get into that same spawn trap position that Johnny was in last time, but they're not finding the kills needed. Now the defense could be here to contest with only 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds. Getting down to the wire, but Shawnee finds a huge kill up top, and Sensor is still very much alive. But Yuli, what a play! Able to find 2, challenges Sensor. Doesn't commit to the gunfight, but at least gets the information here for one of his teammates. And now Dave also cutting off some of the reinforcements. 15 seconds for Boston, but Sensor's still alive.
You got to get on the zone right here. That's 3 down. Just someone jump on it. Stop the clock. Please, somebody get on the zone. Finally, they jump on. But they lose about 5 seconds of critical time. Yuli in the back line, just being a pest long range. Not going to take down Pentagram. First tick of progress, still not locked in. Johnny causing problems now in the back. 3 seconds on the clock as the kill comes through for the defense. And Boston continue to not get on the zone. Miss a chance for sure.
Man, there's just so many moments, right? You feel like, okay, this is it. They got the numbers. They're coming through on the push. They got a chance to stack if they want to. Trophies available. Never comes through. And as you mentioned, so much of that time, right, just completely wasted off of the clock because no one wants to hop in on that 15-second mark. So they lose 5 seconds for free. In that position, you are in a good spot if you're Boston with Sensor in the back like that. It's just you got to collapse a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
It does not happen, and now we take a look at it, and it is, in fact, Boston back on the attack.
It's just one of those, like, what are you waiting for? You get 3 down. Just get on the zone. Have somebody try to play for the spawn trap, maybe, but, like, that's not win condition with only 30 seconds left and about 15 lives each. Frustrating scenes. So now Boston have to find a way to clean up this offense, as it'll be Decimate on the defense. And Boston will once again try to get in towards building and eventually try to break on into A. This looks very familiar as it's almost the exact same setup the last time. But look at Pro, number 3 and White is already around the back of this. And it's just not happening for Boston. They haven't found anything besides Sensor, which was not really in a place to do anything to the zone.
No, that was devastating there for Dave. He tried to cancel his reload twice, but unfortunately he's playing Auto for it too, so you cannot do that mechanic anymore. Tough scenes there for him, but still, overall good news for Decimate across the map as Prolute still able to find kills. Everyone else also getting involved, and they're going to go looking for Prolute. He's going to get a read on this via sound cue, but Crimp's still going to smoke him. So finds one. Boston now starting to gear up for a B attempt, see if they can maybe stop the clock, but they do not have a lot of time.
No, they don't, and they don't have a lot of presence over towards the top of patio or towards this window, so Dave can just use the zone as his alarm bells. And you've even got Yuli on that same very nasty flank where he's just causing so many issues for Boston. Kill for Crimp, maybe. Gives him a chance, but Yuli's already back in. First tick of progress is locked, but there's only 22 seconds on the clock. Yuli eventually dealt with, but Sensor by himself would have to take a 1v1 here with Prolute. Defense getting off the spawn on the way over. You've got a little bit of both zones being aggressed upon at the same time, and as Sensor loses the battle, now every bit and last hope for Boston happens here today.
Have to capture this. You got some good progress on B, but A is the target. Pentagram going to use the dead silence, but he's going to be taken down. Sensor now alive on the point. The last one up here for Boston. Have to try to go big with 17 seconds on the clock. Can't finish off that gunfight. And now, desperate times here for Boston Academy. One final attempt to try to get something going here on A.
Yeah, have to have it. First point of contact. It's going to be Yuli on the doorway. Dave, though, finest. Oh, and nearly. Maybe the kill comes through. Shawnee, how does he not get the comm for that check? And Yuli just reaps from the corner. Oh, man. That was not what you wanted to see if you're a Boston fan. Decimate just kind of getting away with murder. And they will take every defense, taking the round 5 in the end, and a 3-0 series will finish them off here in their third group stage matchup.
Some good looks, just feels really slow. And you know, it's so tough because it's only day 2, I know, and it's a very new change, but you really have to wonder, you're like, who is the guy that goes now for Boston Academy?
Yeah,
Before it was
yeah.
Sensor, right? Like, he's the one that I will go in, I will bait, you know, switch me. That is my job. Like, I'm willing to accept that. But now who takes that role? If Sensor's switching to an AR, you can't continuously do that with the AR in hand. Someone else you feel like, you know, between Pentagram or Kremp needs to do it. You feel like that would fall on Pentagram based off of what we've seen from Kremp on this
Agreed.
roster,
Yep.
but I don't know, man. It just feels at times it's not fast enough, and it's really hurting them, and they just lose so much time, it feels like, in a lot of those rounds in the attack.
And it's tough, too, because, again, like you mentioned, it's only day 2. We don't have a lot to go off of. But after day 1, if you were just to look at the hard point, like, Sensor's hard point time was still the highest on the team. So if you're building that conditioning, saying, like, oh, well, I'm going to get the hard point still, even though I'm running the AR, Pentagram thinks that he can run around and hit routes and try to open up space and kind of be that rogue slayer. So when you have both subs thinking that they could do that, when those moments like we just saw in the control where it's like, what else are you waiting for? You got 3 kills down, jump on in and stack it. No one knows who's the person to jump on the objective because your subs are still thinking that they can make a play forward. But tough scenes. Lots to break down and lots of things to learn from Boston as we jump on into our second set of matches. Boys a Liar now playing up against Amit. It'll be Amit in the white, Boys a Liar in the gray. A little tough to read. Maybe we could swap that around next time.
Yeah, we'll have a little fun with this one here, trying to like really squint for spawns in the back and things like this, but this control right now looking good. Esriel just waiting for this push to come through, and well, this is great scrap time.
Ooh.
Wow, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We just about had that one locked up, it felt like, you know, 15 seconds to go, but we'll see what ends up happening there. Either way, it was looking great, you know, in their favor, Alan. They were certainly in a solid position.
Oh, for sure. And look, here's the thing about, again, now that we're kind of keeping the focus kind of moving around, this matchup in particular for Boys a Liar, and Amit is a very interesting one. I still am very high on the Amit roster, which was Smog Alpha last season. I think that they have the potential of really coming out and being a major threat in Group A, especially considering that there are still a number of teams that are stuck in that 1-1 tiebreaker block that's still in the mix. Really, it's just Twisted Theory on the top, kind of, and Aphelion, who are trying to bounce back today. But that Amit squad, I think, has the opportunity to be at the top of the group if they could just kind of clean things up just a touch, because they definitely are playing probably the most well-rehearsed team COD. Just a couple of individual things that kind of kept them out of the running last time around. But again, we've got a lot of matches going on. We'll take a look in to see what's going on with Rokkr Academy team. More tied up, one map apiece here on the LCLOS control.
You feel like this one's going to be a really close series in these two boys. We'll see what happens, though. Fame not able to find that one on the Geo, one of the new pickups here for the squad. Trying to make something happen in and around the point. Rokkr not going to be able to keep their life on A, but B now a little bit better for them. They got a bit of a setup, but Gravity in the back will be able to find a nice little kill. Now trying to work for the second. E is there for it. Gravity! Oh, baby! Snapping from 1 to 2 to 3. He clears off the point.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from Tom. You know, he's one of the subjective players that we were kind of talking about, you know, back during that Cold War era. I thought he looked pretty solid in Vanguard as well, considering it was Paris after all. So, kind of trying to play recovery here after a couple of, I would say, you know, interesting, if not poor performances, just from his squad at large, looking at Raleigh, and then on top of that, you know, kind of what was happening at Boston. But his Team War squad, you know, on the other side, you look at kind of Wardy, Lau, Geo, Wardy and Geo, the new ones in after the mix from Boston. This roster feels, I would say, generally better than what we had last time, where, you know, you had a lot of people who had just recently fallen out of the CDL, and they felt complacent. I don't mean to make that sound like a negative connotation, but at the event, they kind of felt and looked pretty complacent on the day.
I agree. I'd say now this team kind of feels more complete, especially with the roles, right? Like Wardy kind of coming back over.
Agreed.
Fulfilling the sub, so I'm with you there, brother. Shots come over the top. Gravity trying to keep that defensive spree going into the attacking round, but feels like it's just about all Rokkr here so far. Able to put up a good defense here for both zones. Burn 35 seconds off the clock. Pander goes a little back and forth left to right. Snaps for Wardy. Kills still coming through for Rokkr. Only lost 2 lives. They are set up and they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, this is one of the nastiest teams, I would say, probably in North American Challenges, when they're allowed to play 3 ARs. It's going to be tough to get through these guys individually. And Real's just kind of sitting here hanging out saying, let me know where I can go. That's pretty much what we're expecting at this point in time, and it's coming to life without question. 28 seconds left. Rokkr have only dropped 3 lives, and Real's got a pretty good idea on what's to come next.
Oh, and Real picks his timing so well. How about that? Geo, Lau, both just fall. And, I mean, that was just about their only look outside of the, you know, the opening break, it felt like, here for Team War. They have been completely shut down. They have one final attempt to try to get a touch. Wardy will be able to do so. He's got so many players to deal with, and well, he flies out, and Pander.
Jeez.
And Fame, they pick him apart, make it look easy. That is a flawless defensive round here for Rokkr.
3 ARs, bless up. Like, what do you do? Have to put together some sort of a team chow, you'd think, but man, all 3 of those guys at the attack in hand are just stupid good.
Very scary.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to play up against that, I'll tell you that much. And the thing about it is that's something that we saw them do pretty regularly through Season 1 and even also at Boston. So
sure,
it's definitely something that we're familiar with at this point in time, and I don't think anyone's had a good answer for it yet.
Yeah. One of the first teams I want to say that did it, like the, you know, like the Pro-Am too, that was just really good at being able to just manipulate the map that way.
Good
and,
shout.
Yeah, you have to take a lot of tough chows, right? Like, I think that's the biggest thing about it. They're not easy gunfights by any means. And now Rokkr, after that round, and you have to imagine maybe the earlier ones, they should be good for at least a defense round number 5, but still have a chance to be able to close it out, of course, here. X good for first blood. Real waiting to pick his timings yet again. He will be able to find Wardy off that back end of the trade. So, minute left, a lot of time to work with. Got some presence inside of mid. Now we'll see if they can work towards the zone.
And X is on 5. Possible early streaks here, as the play towards B seems to be the focus after Real drops. X is just going to wait to see if someone pops out of this doorway or hits the rooftops. Either would be fine for the kill. But so far, no action. Pander still alive. Keeps the play even more so alive here at B. 2 kills come through. Real will drop behind. X moving forward. And he's able to find this kill onto Gravity for free. Sure will. That's going to be now the cruise missile. Opportunities start to brew. First tick of progress is in. Pander eventually drops, but now Adam feels like he can go get into the mix, having already earned the streak. And as he does, even trades come through, but it's the defense who hold on to the B site.
Defense do hold on, but you're able to get away with a tick. Now A, under threat. Real again, pushed forward. He has this entire bottom completely unlocked, and he's able to find one. And now he can start to go rogue if he wants to. He can back up to the zone. He's got a couple of options, but Wardy will sniff him out, take him down. The retake is there. Timor are able to get themselves suitable defense in and around the 8 points, so Rocker might be looking back over to B.
And I think we don't know what the ticks progression looks like here. Do Rocker need to get ticks to get that round 5 defense? Because that streak is nice and all, but you know, it doesn't really guarantee you anything. As the hit will open up towards A. Geo looking to respond to it. Well done to find the first. Second player on is Goddard X. Nice prediction. Good help as well from Wardy. And they're able to find all the kills needed. One more to grab his Pander, although the team nade comes through. Pander can get on towards site. He's got the prediction on Delau, but the kill comes through, and Timor's defense will only give away a single tick.
Only give away a single ticket. And now it's just like, all right, who has defense, right?
Yeah, exactly.
As we jump halfway through, that's the big question. It feels like, at least the last 2 rounds that we've been able to see, it's been, you know, pretty locked down for the most part. Specifically, Rocker, if they get back on defense, that could be very much bad news here for the Team War guys, as they'll have to really try to fix some things quite quickly and deal with this 3 ARs that we've just seen so much of here from Rocker. But now time to find out who's got defense here, Alan.
Yep. Well, switching sides comes through, so it looks like Rocker Academy will have it, and so it will be. I don't know about you, but I always try to ignore when it says switching sides because I don't trust it.
I don't trust it either, I'm being honest with you.
Although, to be fair, I haven't really been keeping mental tally of it, but I never trust what I see on screen until it is actually there. But this time it does work out. So Timor on the offense quickly to be not a single kill given yet. Pander pushed off a patio, though, does allow the clock to be stopped by Geo, and Timor now kind of looking for kills inside the building.
A little bit better off the break. Oh, Wardy will be able to find that kill into Pander. Removes one of the ARs, but Streak comes through, forces everyone inside. Real able to get a read on both of them as he finishes off or tags up the first one with help of Fame. Challenges for the second. Wardy will punish again as he's doing a lot of work on the map right now trying to play his life.
Yeah, the streak feels early. But, hey, you found the kills, so I can't complain. 2 kills only given away. Rocker's still in a very healthy position life-wise, and even more so positionally as you've got Fame. Just doing Kevin Fame things in the back line. Just wrecking your spawns, keeping you moving in 360 form everywhere you go. Wow, last one left. He's the next one to try to track down Fame, but Pander's there for the assistance, and, wow, just a little symmetry going on for Rocker Academy with these little 2-2 split-ups are looking really nice.
Yeah, it feels really clean. And Pander, I think, is... Oh, he was looking for that timing to kind of hit a pinch, but he could still look up top in the window. Fame is looking for kill number 6, just to add a little late-game insurance in case A does go over here as he tries to line up a flank. So Team War looking at every single direction patiently. We'll be able to find that first one. Fame does not earn the streak. Real bring around the Rosie up top, struggling to get a look at Lau. And this is looking a lot better now for Team War as they got a stack, and that should be the zone.
I'll say so. They don't really drop anything at all. That felt like a miscommunication for Rocker. Fame shouldn't be the first person to hit, trying to look for that streak. Force everyone to focus on the front. Let Fame come in for a free kill as soon as the kills start to come out, but not to be. So Team War give themselves the extra 60 seconds. Gravity in the back is a bit isolated here, and he's going to try to value his life by running away. Well timed, well played. And how about that? Nice kill onto Real, who's trying to be the shark in the water there. So now you've got a little bit of an open route to meet Gravity through the outside of the previously captured A site. But the problem about this is you can see Wardy is very well aware that there are Rocker Academy members behind him.
That's right. You know, they are able to find Fame, but feels like Pander could still very much come behind this play, disrupt everything. It's kind of a full-on stack inside. We see this, and it rarely works out, and, well, it is not working out at all. Fame just picked them apart off screen. Pander now is really in a good position to potentially come behind all 4 players. He'll find that first one no problem. And Team War, tough decision, tough position. Have to try to get to B, and they got to worry about so much.
Exactly, and now you're down 10 lives. Not looking good. Kills do allow them a chance, especially for Gravity. Try to get on towards the site, but he's going to have to win some more gunfights in front of him. And also behind him pretty much simultaneously, because the flank once again is starting to become a problem. Real hitting around backside soccer. That will pretty much kill off the easy hope for Team War to stall at this clock. Defense moving forward. Geo, good elimination. Maybe a chance to get on. Got a Rex from the side, just trying to hope for some wall bangs. Gets a couple of tags, but Team War still hold on to the site. 3.2 seconds. No one can step off. Got a Rex on the flank. Not a great look at this gunfight. Semtex will push him away. First stick of progress going to be locked here, Austin, and all of a sudden it just comes down to who gets the kills.
That's right. The kills need to come through right now for Team War. Wow. Rocker able to get him off. Get the kills. Able to finish it. But my goodness, you're thinking for a second there, you know, with that gunfight in the back, especially if Gravity finds that a little bit sooner, he's able to get involved in the play out front. They got a little 3v4 to potentially work through, maybe even stack, but not to be. Rocker able to hold strong.
Yep, it's tough, man. Like, offense on this side is really tough, but you know, you start to see these moments start to crop up, and it's just that one elimination pops up and just completely cancels all of it. And that last little scrap, if you maybe had an extra 5 seconds, you could kind of try to do what was done there for Team War, get someone outside the zone, see if they could pick up kills and defenders that are trying to come into the zone. But with only 3.2 in the clock, you can't just leave one person on because he drops and the round is pretty much over. And that seemed to be kind of what had happened there. Man, okay, so with that, we're trying to play a little bit of catch-up at the moment. Rocker Academy now up 2-1 in this series. They'll be heading over to a Mercado hardpoint. Interesting prospects going on. Twisted Theory, who found nothing but reverse sweeps yesterday, were 0-2 down in their series versus Aphelion, who, until those two maps, had not won a map. Twisted Theory has won map 3, and they're going to a Mercado hardpoint. If they pull off 3 reverse sweeps, to be 3-0 in the group, we would for sure say that this has been the wildest start to North America, because you had 6 teams at 1-1 in Group B after day 1, and maybe a team that's going to do nothing but reverse sweep their entire way through their group stage. Crazy scenes, crazy scene.
Wild stuff out here, man. Absolutely wild. I mean, there's a part of me that wants them to kind of get into a map 5 by his caster, you know, just to see. You know, maybe they don't close it out, but, you know, just get there and see what happens. But, yeah, that'd be insane. 3-0. 3 reverse sweeps, the resilience on that team, I mean, absolutely insane. And there is just so much chemistry, at least between the two duos, like we kind of already touched on with those guys. Yeah. So it'd be a fun watch without a doubt. But we'll have to see where that one goes. Either way, at least with the one that we're on board with, Rocker looking to stay on top here, Alan, and they're off to at least a solid start for day number 2, coming through with their first series and a chance to be able to put it away.
Yeah, and here's the thing that's really crazy is not just, you know, what's currently going on with Group A, but Group B, which was unpredictable at the start of the day because everyone was 1-1, every opening match in Group B was a 3-0. So it's just like, what's happening? We never know, and maybe we should stop talking about it and just enjoy what's in front of us as we get it. Because I don't know how you look at stats or recent results and try to put together any sort of a narrative besides expect chaos. But here we go. Map number 4, Rocker Academy up 2-1 against Team War. It's a Mercado hardpoint. Wardy trying to watch the long flank early while Team War are enjoying some pretty good time. And how about the play from Wardy? Gets 2 of the 3. Start things off, and he's still wreaking havoc here, backed by police.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think Wardy's probably just going to flex off of this and maybe go to a sub a little bit later, maybe after this life. But it's a nice little initial start, able to pull away with 3 kills. Now Geo also getting involved for what could be still a lot of time on P1, and, well, that's some good shots again for Geo. Gets the wall bang in. We'll be able to keep this mid lane safe.
Yeah, and that's a 3 AR opening breakoff as well for Team War. Definitely unique, to say the least. Trophy system down, Geo in the hard point. Team War still accruing a lot of time, and oh my. The kills are starting to come through, and you're right there, partner. Already has swapped over to a Vaznev, so that was definitely a premeditated opening breakoff, and it works out nicely for Team War. 22-second turn.
That really does. Allows them to spread out. Find just a lot of range there. But Wardy, he switches back over. He says, all right, let's do it with the other gun, too. Nice little double there for the Vaznev. As you're into a little bit of a tough spot if you're Rocker, right? You don't have too many good ways to try to break this point. It's going to be a full-on flood through the back with a pinch coming through the middle. Geo's got a lot in front of him, and the nade over the top is good to get Rocker here. Wardy only able to combine for 1, so now Rocker with numbers, looking to get in here. They should be good for it.
Yeah, and Lau's just not in a great spot with attack. Does do well to find 1. Tags onto the second, goes to the knife, and is able to slice up one in the corner. Got our X drops, but still, as you mentioned, the numbers looked good for Rocker Academy, so they're still contesting. 28 seconds to fight for. War off their respawns, though. Now the ones who have the numbers, and the kills are coming, and they're coming quickly. Wardy will finish off the play. That's going to be the scrap time guaranteed. How about this start for Team War?
Great, man. Absolutely fantastic. And you got Lau on the rotation, but won't be able to finish off any kills. But look at Geo. Geo is here, but he's got too many members in front of him. Numbers will be, this time, better for Rocker on the rotation, as they'll be able to find every single rotator out of Team War, but still, up by about 60 points. You can take your time on this break. You can take some routes if you want to. You got a lot of time to work with to try to set up this tin break.
Kind of need it, though. I'm not going to lie. Especially with how Team War are going to block spawns here on this rotation around the back. And the kills from Lao from the front will make life very difficult. So now, once again, Team War have the numbers. But, oh, Fame deep. He's crossing through mid-map. Helps his teammate out by not just taking down one, but he doubles down, leaving Geo by himself, who can really not do anything besides wait for help. And, well, it's not there in time. Rocker Academy good for the first 30.
Good for 30. And they get the back 30 as Real's also on 5. Inside of the point, there it is. Cruise missile will be earned. As a couple more players just try to funnel through, but taking Real out. Not an easy job. Geo finally gets it done with the wall bang, or finds the head there through the side. And that will be enough, but Team War able to grab scrap. Now we look towards New. Lao once again set up with this AR, but Fame will be able to move in there swiftly and find him.
It's definitely curious to see Jimbo pulling out the AR almost as a set piece. I mean, I don't think I've seen him with the sub in hand once yet. So, definitely curious as far as the roles are concerned, but it's working out pretty nicely, at least for now. Rocker started to bite their way back into this. 82-46 tally as Barbershop looks pretty controlled in form of Rocker Academy's POV. It just comes down to, do they read this play from the back?
Well, they read it. They're just firing and spraying away. Spray and pray, baby. And they'll be able to find the team shots needed. Able to clear things out in the back. Gravity trying to attack here as well. Only able to go 1-for-1. And this has been great from Rocker just about the whole way through. Great tin hill. Chain that into a pretty solid Barbershop hill as well. That will be the back 20 uncontested. Everyone for Team War simply just going to move the New.
Yeah, you have to put together some sort of a buffer here if you're Team War. Especially if you're going to be continuing to run these 3 ARs. Which it kind of feels like they're pretty much committed to. Wardy just on the planter. Good read from Pander. Just shots not quite going to land. Semtex to allow Wardy a chance to reset. On 1 HP is what he survives with. That'll be enough for Real to at least confirm the kill, but the trade is there, and Team War look good on their opening setup here at Patio.
Tony looking solid so far. Pander trying to work his way in as Real also attacks to the middle of the map here, and Pander's patience should pay off. Able to get in there for one, trying to now grab some of that tin control to maybe take away the high ground, but Fame is there to do it for him. That'll be 3 players all dropping down simultaneously as Rocker able to break right back through.
Yeah. Just down to how does this next break attempt come, because there is still a lot of time to play with here, and Team War will find a 2-for-2 trade. Lao on the 3rd. Now leaves Geo to try to break, and yeah, he very cleanly finishes off Real. Okay, so after what looked to be a lot of 60s and string together hard points for either side, a little 50-50 here at Patty, we go back over towards Cantina, where Team War have gotten around the middle of the map no problem. And it's actually Rocker who are a bit outside. Gravity good for the opener. Does see that there's a lot more in front of him, but he's got good assistance, and it looks like Team War are going to go scrap to additional.
Yeah, the big factor this time is, 1, Gravity's finding all the kills, but 2, they actually got a trophy set up, so that kind of stops, what worked so well last time for Rocker when they were throwing the Semtexes over the top to get through the back alley. Now it's going to have to come by multiple different angles here to try to get in. Nades are going to really tag up Wardy, stop him from peeking over the top. He's got his teammates coming with him. Lao down low, able to find one. Wardy up top, able to find the second. Lao's also on 5, trying to also earn yet another streak here for himself. 19-11.
Oh, the shots are there, but Fame wins the gunfight. Wow, I thought for sure Lao had him dead to rights. Not going to happen, though. Rocker not really fully committing to this. Wants to set up for parking lot. But the thing is, with these clean kills from Team War, they're going to realize they have a free exit. And look at the spawn for Rocker Academy. I mean, Real is so far out. A key gunfight win there from Godorex. That'll let Rocker try to reestablish some control around the new hill. But Team War are going to feel pretty comfortable here. I mean, 40 seconds. Cars blowing up all over the place. Geo on the cross already on the heady, but he gets stripped away from it. And now all of a sudden, Team War a little bit pressed on this break attempt.
Yeah, they certainly are. Pander just has a hell of an arm to throw that one over the top. And then he's able to entry for 2 more as well. Big plays coming on in for Rocker to be able to hold on to this time. Time that they would love to be able to get Team War's lead. Still up by about 30. Fame, though, feeling the pressure. Multiple members in front of him. Trophy down. Team shots are good from behind. Challenge comes out. And Wardy is able to find himself that kill. He turned it into a second. Yes, he will. Wardy with the rees. Oh, he's able to snap for another. Wardy finds 3.
Oh, now granted, there was some help there, but that's still unbelievable from Wardy to get all 3. Break good for Team War, and what looked to be a pretty solid setup for Rocker Academy, just picked apart little by little. So over 180. We'll go Team War through the first set. And with that, nearly going to be a 60-point gap as we head back to Market Center. GodRx with the first 2 kills does create a bit of space around this opening time here on the first hill. And Pander confirming the exit, or pretty much confirmed time here on the first opening hill.
I tell you, man, I watch some of these Rocker ARs sometimes, and I just don't know how they find the kills that they do. First shot does not matter. It's just able to win incredible battles. This Rocker have a little bit of time going their way. Real with a nice little spot up top, able to shoot them right through the cage. Finds the double up here, and that's really going to put Team War now in a spot with about 30 seconds left. They have to start thinking about this rotation while also, trying to contest some of this time. This is great time right now for Rocker.
It's unbelievable time. This is exactly what Rocker needed. It's almost a free get out of jail card here. Real in the corner, long range shots. That's just too tough of a gunfight. Fame trying to pinch things up, but he's also shut down at Team War clean on the rebreak with 10 seconds. Still to try to make the move over towards 2. GodRx with the stick plus the kill onto Geo. It's just Lau left alive, and GodRx has single-handedly won Rocker the transition to Cantina.
Yeah, that moment is so huge. Look at the map right now. Team War, they spawn all the way by P3 and have to start taking alternate routes kind of to get back to the hard point. GodRx 1v3s it. And that allows Rocker now to get just about 15 seconds uncontested. Now they have to worry about the battle, and they're able to break through. So GodRx has to keep the spree going, and Gravity will shut him down and say no. Man. So a good moment there, a good look for Rocker, just unable to lock in the setup.
Yeah, and Team War, that's just a lot of credit to them as well. I mean, you mentioned that they were spawning kind of way out in the middle of nowhere. Find a couple of the key kills, and then the floodgates open. Everyone hits, and everyone hits correctly. Real trying to go high. Denied by Geo 4 in a row. And Team War will not be able to win here, but if Geo gets a streak, oh boy, that could really be a nail in the coffin here for map number 4, getting us to a 5th. But does Geo expect the cross on the corner? No, Pander just goes prone. A little ratty, shuts down the potential streak, and Rocker will have a couple of the numbers here at noon.
Not easy to chain hills together on Mercado, but it can be done. It has to start with this hold now for Rocker Academy here inside of 10. You can see it, everyone from Team War, just like last time, kind of pressuring from every single point of contact here across the map. Geo, will he get a read on the player in the corner? No, he will not. Pander there for 2. Shuts down 2 in the back. And that will be early 20 seconds over to Rocker Academy.
And the spawn for Real allows them to just pop up and watch mid. So Rocker Academy only have to worry about the hit through the long alleyway. At least so you would think. That's where the majority of Team War are stacked up. But with Morty creating some space in patio, maybe a chance to get on in here from the flank. Has Real at least in his sights, but the kill comes through. Team War have committed, though. GodRx, last one left, gets the first. How about the second? Oh, GodRx! How many times is he going to be the hero for Rocker? He gets 3 with the assistance of Pander behind him, and now we go over towards Barber.
Oh, Real would have loved to see 1 there. GodRx now needs to make something happen, and he's able to find Lau. Fame uses the streak, then takes out Geo. Rocker are here, but Gap to find the kills. Gravity in the back, able to hold his life, but the play to the back alley. Fame, can he entry in for 1? Yes, he can. Trophy is down. Rocker are in.
This is risky, though. Do you want to try to push out Gravity? They do. They double chow him. He falls. Now it's down to Geo from the front. He gets locked up. Last hit coming out for Team War. Has to be for the front.
Oh, no.
And GodRx again. Pinches it up for another double. That may be the last bit of action. No one's going to see the hill. And it's GodRx. Of course it is. Not once, not twice, but 3 separate times to win the map for Rocker.
What a comeback. I mean, I had said it. It is not easy to chain hills together on a map like Mercado, especially from a P3 to a P4, where oftentimes we see teams just handshake that for 60 for 60. Not the case whatsoever. Rocker with some great rotational kills, big moments once getting into the hill. And as you mentioned, GodRx, I mean, how many times did he go massive for this Rocker squad single-handedly? Another incredible moment there from Adam in the back to make sure that they hold on to the numbers and lock in that remaining time.
I mean, that was 3 plays on 3 separate hills, all of which were required. I mean, Cantina's about to get broken. Team War are coming with numbers. He gets first one with the rifle, the second gets stuck, and the third one gets red. Then you go back over towards the Elephant Room, as it's called in Game 10 most familiarly. He's the last one, literally the last one standing, and he has to go 1v3, and even though he only gets 2 of the 3, he put a lot of damage into the third. And then to stop the final hit from Team War, to hit that little timing on the pinch. I mean, you can see it. I mean, it's 200 to 165. and GodRx just takes over and calls game.
That is just ridiculous stuff, man. Huge game. Got a Rex. And then the sub duo able to hold here. Very nicely done, man. It is not easy, again, to do that on this map whatsoever. No. It's so hard to make rotations happen cleanly. But when you do it, it's got to feel so good. And they get the job done, man. 250, 242. That's a map that, you know, most of the time you're just thinking is in control of Team War. We're likely going to a map 5 to see what the decider is here. And Rockers say, hold that. We do not want anything to do with another S&D. Let's make this comeback happen. Let's close it out and get the job done here 3-1.
Yeah, that is just... wow, bro. Absolutely unbelievable scenes. All I could do is react at this point. All of my proactivity to try to build up storylines is going to be thrown away, and we're just going to be happy to be here. Just react. Wow. Other updates, though, as we're kind of looking through the results and this first stage of matches kind of coming to a close. It's happening. Twisted Theory have taken map number 4. They are going to a hotel search and destroy to try to win all 3 of their matches in reverse sweep fashion. This one would be at the hands of Aphelion Esports, who came out looking pretty solid based on the scores that we see. Omit and Boys a Liar, they're delayed in their start time for their series. They are just in the search and destroy, and it's 3-3 in the El Asilo search. So the alpha games are a little bit all over the place. But if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that takes us into our second slot of matches. But before we do, and we shift our focus back over to Group B, here's what's happened through 3 matches. Every team that was set up being 1-1, of course, naturally, 3 teams are going to be 2-1, 3 teams are going to be 1-2, and this is how things have shaken out.
Quick maths, absolutely. And yeah, so 1-2 now for, you know, teams like Boston after, you know, suffering a little bit of a tough defeat there. You know, joke is on you. I think, you know, I was looking at that squad to potentially be able to get some upsets here and there, you know, with that kind of newer squad forming in. But obviously things looking really good with what we saw from Decimate. They looked really solid up against that matchup there versus Boston. And, you know, overall, I maybe haven't seen too much here from Convoy and LAG, but feeling good about their wins as well now. Just trying to stay to the top as much as possible, try to get that best possible seed going into that next week.
Okay, so we're going to keep our focus as we transition to our second slot of matches with Group B to start. We're going to head things over just to a brief break before we jump into the action against Moving Day, especially if you find yourself in Group B. See what happens when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to jump into a slot 1 matchup that is still ongoing. Omit and Boy is a Liar. It's been a pretty tight one, just based on looking at the scores so far. Austin, we find ourselves in map number 3. Tons of LSU control in the day. And it's Omit who are going to be on the defense, looking pretty solid, at least for now.
Yeah, that's right. Looking pretty solid. Snoopy
Or the offense, right?
to be able to push all the way up here and might be able to make some plays with the dead silence pops. All this position that he's in. Bink is going to read it with the back shots kind of coming through there from spawn. Still able to take the gunfight. Now B slowly going over. Pressure being felt. Boys a Liar have to play retake.
And Reaper's going to get the second tick of progress without even finding it an engagement. I mean, that's one way to work it out. Kill still coming through as the third tick of progress on the way in. Here's the thing. Boys a Liar, they have to commit to this. They are so far out defensively from the A zone that you need to get these kills on the exit at worst. And as Rupert just kind of continues to finesse, you got Thresh, who will eventually drop in. Fortunately for Boys a Liar, they do find a couple of kills. They were under threat of being isolated and split away from that A zone.
Yeah, absolutely they were. They lose some of those gun battles and things go wrong very fast potentially. Start to see the A play come through. Wow, okay. Nice little shots coming through over the top. Take out Rupert. And now we'll see if it can continue to anything else. And we'll be able to get a touch here, Infinite. We'll be able to throw himself on the zone. He's still got support up top in tower, too. Thresh takes his, old teammate spot. So now you got cover over the top. You got players in the point. Looking good right now for Omen.
Oh, man, and the kills are still coming through. It's just all a little piecemeal, isn't it? Boys a Liar trying to work their way back on towards the zone, but everything is just individual gunfights. Everyone trying to be a hero, and now the third tick just gets locked in. Oh, man, that is so puzzling because, yeah, let's give credit where credit is due. Amit, get on. They put themselves in good positions, but Boys a Liar, they just kind of run in one by one here, and you're going to see Thresh just kind of find an individual gunfight for the final kill, but that was one of many in a row.
Without a doubt, very scattered. I mean, just kind of playing, into the panic situation where it's like, okay, we got to get him off the zone. We got to get him off the zone. He's one shot. And you're just trying to make plays and clear him off. And, up top, the AR is just kind of sitting there saying, keep jumping out, keep funneling into me. I will happily sit here all day long and just at least do damage at the very least. So very clean round, offensive round coming through for Omen. Now, Boys a Liar gonna have to do something at least a little bit similar or have something just as convincing.
Well, Zero's going to find first blood. Traded by Rupert, but back and forth the kills go, allowing Boys a Liar onto the zone. And look at them, they're trying to hit this from the front. Nade stuns, all connecting, but Estriel just gets the last shot needed before Snoopy was going to be out of sight. Thresh Infinite still being able to battle back, maybe a chance for the defense to move. Infinite trying to make the play to the back double doors. Darkside was ready for it, but Infinite still wins the gunfight. Second tick of progress gets locked, but Boys a Liar do not have the numbers to stay in the zone, and they will back away.
That's right. Our force back, Infinite. He's got some sound cues, it feels like. A lot of players kind of in and around him as he tries to track one down, but looks the wrong way at the wrong time. And then Estriel actually transfers to a second, so now 2 kills coming on through for him. Allows himself to just kind of come over to the zone, throw himself on the point. Might be good enough. Be able to secure it. One last final attempt to try to play some defense here. Rupert, he's basically kind of left out the dry. He'll fall as well. 3 kills come through. The spawns are deep. You could have a fast transition to be here. Yeah,
this is going to be at least a stop at the clock for a moment, but Darkside actually wants to play in front of the B-bomb site. See if he can find a couple of kills, make his teammates a little bit easier pressed to get on towards the zone itself. And he's got a pretty solid read that he's got contestants all around him. Yeah, well read here from Darkside. Gets the gunfight win versus Rupert, and he knows that Thresh is still nearby. All the meanwhile, Estriel's on zone. First tick of progress is rapidly starting to be progressed upon. And Dark is just holding his life for free. Thresh needs to make a decision. Are you going to commit, or are you going to just try to play for the zone? You got to make up your mind.
Yeah, Thresh has not moved for like 30 seconds. He's just waiting for this challenge to come through. And now you have to start looking at the zone, which they have got off of here for the time being. There's still lots of time to play with, and kills are still looking fairly solid. Snoopy trying to make a big solo play. Only there for the first one, and now the stacks starting to come through. Boys a Liar Have 3 players on the zone, and Omid gonna have to find a response, and find a response now. Kills over the top coming through for 0, but Rooper there for 2. It buys time for Infinite to get here for 1, and the second. Defense is good to get there in the final moment.
Wow, okay, a little hero moment, almost nearly a full 2v4 right there for the last 2 Amit defenders. And now the shoe's on the opposite foot. Amit pushing forward, creating problems for Boys of Liar off their respawn, and the kills are lighting up the kill feed for Amit. Infinite on 3, in towards the back buildings. Has 1 more for free, no worries there. Kills from the front are pretty negligible with Infinite in this position. Although they have not fully cleared the 3rd tick of progress, keep that in mind. So if Boys of Liar just jump on, they could still try to secure this just by full-on stacking.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Infinite's gonna have to kind of, pick his moments really well from behind. Snoopy still finding kills here from the front, however. Now trying to make some kind of a push through. Snoopy then finds the second. And so much falls on the shoulders of the 2 members now. Push forward. Darkside gonna have to kind of fly out, make something happen with about 20 seconds left. Final attempt about to come through.
And still that last tick of progress not depleted means that this is still very doable for Boys of Liar. Thresh first blood, what's likely going to be the set of final engagements right here on the back. Nade will push him around. Damage in, but Bink, he's been made known. Help from Estriel. Kills are in. You got to get on the zone now. 2 seconds of time. 2.5 is where it stops. Now all of a sudden, you got 3 members on and the kills come out, and that's the problem. You don't deplete the progress. You don't really give yourself a chance to come back off. You have to win the first set of gunfights, and Boys of Liar just do better on the back.
Man, I feel like that one's going to really sting, right? Like that little 2v4, basically, that comes through there for Infinite and Rooper. Clear off the point. You get reset up, and then there's only like 17 seconds on the clock, and you have to make a desperate play. And they start to just fly on out, get on the point, find the kills, and everyone that's kind of pushed forward is no longer really a part of the play, specifically Infinite, who was kind of just in that back building waiting for spawners, but kind of needed to help out on the zone. Can't get there, can't watch with the sub. That's a good offensive round to respond with an offensive round.
Yeah, really, really, really well done. So now a very different look towards the rest of this Seal of Control. Round 3 could be a crucial one, though, to be sure. Being first blood, it looks like Amit are trying to look over towards this B zone off the opener, but I mean, they're kind of stuck in this back building at the moment, and Bink is just going to play sentry turret. You got help from Darkside kind of moving forward. The nade even lands, and Amit haven't really made any attempts to even threaten the A site yet.
Yeah, certainly have not. It's been fairly clean, it feels like. Snoopy maybe finally try to make something happen, but Bink is there just to be annoying. Finds one, has the sub in hand. Now looking to come behind the play here that Omid are trying to set up over to what looks like the A site now. And Bink, I think, has just picked the perfect timing to come in from behind. Gets one, gets the second. The comm doesn't come through, so Rupert doesn't turn. Bink makes the play, and now he's one off a streak. Well, one off of overlapping his streak.
Yeah, I'll say. And here's the thing, it's like you're in a position to where we saw very convincing offenses from both sides, and now Omid are just stuck. They have had nothing to work with. The overlap streak, well, not much of a conversation point. It does get shut down. And Amit, we're going to try to just dive on in towards A, but this is just not going to be anything where you would say is going to lead towards success. I mean, Reapers pretty much have to do it all. One last hope, trying to get somebody on. It's going to be Snoopy towards B. RDA, a.k.a. Zero, finds the kill. And that will be enough for the defense to very, very, very calmly just kind of watch the round come to an anticlimactic finish.
Yeah, that's certainly a phrase to use. It's one heck of a changeup after 2 offensive rounds to no ticks of progress coming through in round number 3. It was just so defensively sided this time around. And, I mean, it really was just a constant shutdown, to that 8 point. And a lot of time was kind of taken off the start before we saw any real progress or any real looks at any of the zones kind of coming through there from it. So I feel like they got put in a spot where, once again, it's kind of desperation, have to make a move, have to fly out. Doesn't come through here for them. Now Boys of Liar have a chance to put it away here potentially in this offensive round.
Yeah. See if they can find a way to keep doing what they were doing before. One of those if it ain't broke, don't situations. But on the flip side, Omid, we're really close to possibly winning that last defense. Estriel download double doors. Rupert, careful, that's your teammate. And then Cartier pops up at the door and says, hello. That'll work out for the first kill. Nearly a chance to get on towards the zone. Estriel will at least pause the clock for now. Omid have to put together a response.
Bink just kind of watching over this overextension. Seeing if he can maybe make a play here. But Snoopy says nope. Turns around with the sub. Shuts him down. Now out front. Good help there. Thresh able to get into the point. But has to now find the second with the help of the trade. Snoopy is there. Zero now, one more challenge, takes the high ground, but Infinite gets there in time to support and relieve the pressure. So able to get there just in the nick of time, but Bink takes the high ground. He'll be able to finish off one. This is still looking promising if Boys a Liar can get back on the point.
Yeah, I'll say that trophy's going to keep Bink in that position for what's going to feel like an eternity if you're a bit. Good first gunfight win, though, for Infinite. Keeps the pressure off for now, but still, the hit, imminent. Boys a Liar actually going to work around the back, kind of allowing Bink just to overwatch this entire play. Now, Infinite's a little bit isolated. So is Thresh. There is a contest going on, but Dark and Cartier are just kind of uncontested because the only play for a mid is from the low ground, and eventually just kind of pick them apart. That's exactly what's going on. Now, the second tick of progress locked. And in the meantime, Estriel has kind of come off spawn. He's over towards B, and Amit are going to chalk the rest of A to make sure they get their defense in a good position to hold off B.
I actually really like that play from Estriel. You can just see everyone on the map saying, listen, we don't care about this zone going over. Let's protect B at all costs. That's what they'll be able to do. They stop the first tick, but an extra minute now, of course, available to try to work with here. Boys a Liar. Zero in the back, AR in hand. Wants to try to make some moves happen, as his teammate with him as well. This is looking solid, at least having some numbers on their side of the map, trying to make some moves, but kills have not come through just yet, and Infinite is still in from behind.
Yeah, this is a lot of, it's one more, we talk about this all the time. When you get a player like this in the back line, you may not find all the kills in the world, but you're taking so much time off the offensive clock. Infinite 6 HP, trying to hold his life, eventually traded away, denied regen. And with that, how about this? Bink just jumps right on into the zone, finds a kill in the meantime as well. Now puts a lot of pressure onto Rooper! Big double right across the zone. And the defense will stave off any further progress on this first tick at B.
Rooper might not be popping off as far as the kills and deaths go, but he's had a lot of big key moments here, especially on defense. Another big one comes through there. Estriel, though, through mid. Wants to set up the next attack, and you got a bit of a surge kind of coming through here for Boys a Liar. Chance maybe to take away some space, get up top. But you have to worry about the clock. They're going to hop on to the zone to try to stop it at 36 seconds. Thresh now needs to respond with a play of his own. Shooting, looking, not finding anything. 2 kills now here for the side of Boys a Liars. They get numbers on the point, but still do not have enough to stack as the 1v1 takes place in the back.
Yeah, but Rooper, he was completely isolated and stuck. Didn't really have a defensive position to hold on to. So now you got 2 players on. First tick locked, second on the way. And look at them it. They are nowhere to be found. In fact, you've got Infinite taking a long route all the way through, trying to get back over towards the Vance. Third tick of progress is on the way. The retake has to happen, and it does in the nick of time, but Estriel's still alive. He could possibly finish it off right here. Is anyone going to challenge him? Finally, Infinite does. And we have a 10v6. Progress being depleted, but still enough time for Boys a Liar to get one more crack at it.
Oh, doesn't get much closer than that, but they save it yet again. Now they just need to hold. Last time it did not work out for them. This time it might, especially with that first kill. Now the second from Infinite should about lock it in. One by one they come, one by one they go. It gets dicey, it gets close. They're able to at least extend it one more round.
Yeah, and that should be around 5 defense now for Boys a Liar, just doing so much work on the offensive side, especially here in both teams' second attacking approaches for sure. So that's the expectations that we'll get the switching sides, and it's going to be on to Amit to try to find what they had in round number 1 of their attack if they were to put together a round 3 win. And what, these maps, we haven't seen many of them, but just based on the scores, I mean, it was a round 11 search and destroy. The hard point was the Hydro. It didn't end up being all that close. It went the way of Boys a Liar, but the rest of the series, all intents and purposes, point to that this is a tight one.
And now have to replicate what you did in the round number 1 here, Romit. Try to find an offensive win. See if they decide to go risky. Basically a 4-man stack right into mid as well. See if they can try to push through, loosen up the defense a tad bit. Great first blood here for Infinite. He floods through. He's also on a streak, 4 in a row, trying to earn that cruise missile potentially.
Could be a big tool for them. Nades are going over towards Cartier's direction, so Zero cannot challenge from that top tower position at the moment. And he may see this zone just completely go uncontested. I mean, he doesn't have a teammate anywhere near. So first tick is done. Cartier will reveal his position by finding the kill under Rooper, but Infinite's just holding on and just saying, if you're going to let me capture this for free, fine. Let Snoopy go do what Snoopy does and have one of the most fun POVs to watch in Challengers. I mean, this kid moves, to say the least. Trey finally gets off the tower, but as he drops, that will be the A zone gone.
That's really clean here outside of Omid, and now they have a chance to also make a fast track all the way to new. Infinite not ready for that close spawn maybe in the back left, but it does give them plenty of time to work with. 2 minutes on the clock. try to get 3 ticks here at the point, but Estriel, nice little surge forward, able to find that first kill there onto Snoopy, trying to cut off the spawners and just trying to keep Omid aware of this flank as they're going to have to back up and look for him.
You have to get him out of this position. That is really well done from Estriel in the 1v2 to still walk away with a first elimination. And now Dark, he's going to move in and essentially say, all right, you pass the baton, I'll step up next. I love this from Boys a Liar. So much maturity out of some really young players. And Omid have no idea. I mean, you could kind of see Snoopy's looking around saying maybe someone's back here, but they have no clue. But at the same breath, Rupert's doing the same thing on the opposite side. So Dark does not have a chance to get involved as of yet. Onto the zone. Here comes the play for Omid. Kills are also coming through. And as they take care of Dark, now it's just clearing off the defenders from the front. Estriel tagged up heavily. Needs to be chased down. Tries to go prone, but it's Thresh who finds the kill. And now the 4-man stack is in, Austin.
4-man stack, one maybe final chance to get here from Dark. He has to just beam every single member. That's not going to happen. Omid, they find the wipe, they stack the zone, and they steal away the control.
Wow. That's really, out of the 5 rounds we got, that is some great offensive looks, really outside of the 3rd round, right? I mean, Omid just don't really get anything on their second offense, but I think that was more to the credit of what Boys a Liar was trying to do here in round 5. Get those subs forward. One player drops, another player goes in. It's just really annoying to deal with. But that time there was a solution as we head on over to Smog Alpha taking on Joke is on You. Embassy Hardpoint. And once again, this Joke is on You team find themselves in a pretty dire situation. It's Glowfrosty at 31 and 24 with nearly a minute and a half at Hardpoint time.
Trying to do everything he possibly can at the moment. AR in hand, does not matter. Slaying out. And, well, might be able to end it right here. Archives might have a chance to make a play. 8 seconds, I mean, that's all that's needed here for Smog Alpha. Archives, though, will at least keep it interesting there for a moment. Well, Frosty also going to drop, so won't end in at least that push, but Velux going to throw himself on the point. Should be able to get it done. Maybe not.
Not quite. Again, it's just a game of unexpected expectations or expected unexpectedness, whatever you want to call it. But Smog Alpha do eventually get it over the finish line. Joke is on You. Not looking all that solid today, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's a tough first series without question, but I mean, we only got to saw a little bit here, and maybe it's just a moment where Smog Alpha are just really turning up.
Yeah, definitely hard to say, without a doubt. But, I mean, based off of at least what we had seen a little bit earlier, I believe on the, it was the Hydro, right? Like, they just could not get anything going, it felt like. Archives had a really tough one. But Hardpoint maybe not their strong suit. Luckily for them, there is other game modes that they can look to bounce back in. And that's what you're kind of asking for now going forward in the rest of this best of 5, because it has been a struggle for them, at least watching over some of their Hardpoint games.
Yeah, that's, I think, a good place to point to as well, just kind of talking over where things have kind of gone awry for them. You know, it's hard to say because, again, yesterday was so weird in this group with a 1-on-1 account, and everything start off today were 3-0s in one direction or another. So it's like, how do we really stack, you know, the strength, you know, in this group overall? I think we still can relate to some WAN performance, right? Like LIG Academy, you expect them to kind of, you know, turn things and be convincing, and so far today they really have been. But on the other front, with these teams that are coming through qualifiers with new rosters, which is the majority of North America, it's hard for us to really to kind of grab onto a handlebar and say, let me run the narrative, right? Because we just don't know. It's hard to sit there and really kind of pick apart where you feel like the strengths or weaknesses are, because we really only have had a couple of moments to watch, and it's been against other teams that are in the same situation where they're also recently formed. So it's hard to build metrics when you have situations like that.
Certainly is. You know, it's just kind of taking at a face value, seeing, you know, what's going to happen on the day, right? And then once you get past the week 1, then you start to get at least a little bit of an idea of where the strengths and weaknesses lie, and that allows you to kind of set it up a little bit easier going into week 2. But yeah, when you get to week 1, man, it's just a lot of just gruelers, you feel like, in a lot of these situations for teams that are just trying to clean up and polish a lot of their gameplay. So not always easy to do, but see if that could maybe happen here on the other end as we take a look at the maps and modes that we have. Of course, the Embassy Hardpoint to kick us off there with the Smog Alpha win. Now Fortress S&D will be our second map here, Alan.
Yeah, indeed it will be. The Fortress Search is, hey, we've actually seen quite a bit of it, I would say, this season compared to last. It was almost, I would say, maybe out of the 12 teams from each region, it felt like maybe 3/4 of the teams were kind of like hard vetoing out Fortress, but letting it through. And I think some of that is just off of, again, you know, you've got some new teams that are in the mix, so you tried everything You don't really have anything to go off of, like when it comes to like a cup day. They haven't played in a cup yet, so like you don't have like those early rounds where you're forced to play map combos where it's like, oh, okay, we're not good at this, or oh, okay, we like this. So maybe a little bit of figuring out, but more LSELO control. We've had every control tonight be on LSELO that we've seen, at least on broadcast, which is always strange. And a lot of Hydro hardpoint, which I will say again is kind of peculiar considering that, again, new teams on a map that requires you to be super uber aware at all moments in time.
Absolutely, and I mean, we were also fighting to see like a single Hydro throughout stage 1. Now it's like, you get a Hydro, you get a Hydro. No, we're getting them all the time now. It's great. But no, absolutely. I think we've seen, at least with the control, you know, bringing up like the LSELO, I think teams are willing to like handshake that one, because either you're a team that, you know, likes to play Fortress or you don't. So that's either going to be your hard veto. And then if it is, then typically, you know, the other team is likely going to pick the offensive kind of favored map, which is Hotel.
Yeah.
Or we fall into this kind of, you know, handshake of, all right, we'll just play LSELO. And if you end up finding an offensive round, you end up finding an offensive round. But I think teams, as we started to get at least a, you know, a couple more months into the game, we started to see a lot more successful offenses come through. It's not just, you know, fully defense LSELO round 5, fully defense, you know, going into Fortress, as much as that one maybe is more often than the others. It has been a little bit of a change up, which at least, you know, is nice to see.
Absolutely, and who knows what happens when it comes to new maps that are being added. Maybe there's a chance to see a brand new control map that gets in the mix, but I don't know. It's one of those things that it's all speculative, and it's hard to kind of put a finger on really anything. But I think we can at least look kind of at these two teams maybe a little bit more in depth just from a verbal standpoint here, because for this, you know, jokes on you, squad. We kind of talked about it just a touch. You know, it's two different sets of duos as we jump into the Search and Destroy, and it feels like they have not been able to click with one another yet.
Yes, I think that's the best way you can put it. They just have not clicked as of yet, and we expect this team to, at least I do, to be a little bit better when it comes down to the S&Ds. You don't necessarily need as much chemistry to put together some round wins, but see what ends up happening here. Watching the cross is Gus, but it could give Archives the angle to just skirt across, and he will. He'll get right to this bomb site. Should get a free plant. Now it's time for retake here for Smog Alpha.
And Lunars just has to play this forward position, play contact. Get one, that's fine. Archives can set up however the hell he wants. But interestingly enough, this post plant is going to be split, and the first kill is so clean. So now Lunars has the clutch up possession through doors. He's not going to watch it from behind the doors. Instead, he's going to opt his way forward. He would not have an exit here. First kill is good. Just gets away. Promar not quite there for the full trade. And so everything resets. Promar looking for the stretch. I don't think he's close enough. And Lunars will get the info that he wants. Just going to play a little whack-a-mole here. And the time will expire. Lunars will see everything he needs to.
Wow. Well played from Lunars. The first gunfight, pretty close. A good attempt there. I think it was from Gus. Had a chance of being able to take him down. But as soon as you get out of the gate and you have the bomb planted like this, I mean, it is quite literally planted for you. You don't have to commit to a challenge. Lunars doesn't commit to it until he absolutely has to there, where there's no time left for the defuse. So very well done. And just a good call to also go to the B site, realizing and understanding where the defensive members were on the map.
Yeah, very true. Okay. Good first round for Jokers on you, even though things got a little sloppy around A for a moment. Smog Alpha now on their attack. Setting up trophies over towards A. You would assume all intentions would be that we're going to try to get a plant here, but Jokers on you is actually going to kind of allow this to happen. The only player who's really watching is Archives on the cross through double doors, and he's just going to count members while Zyro watches from the top of the statue to make sure no one peeks through the windows.
Everyone very much waiting for a push to come through before they decide to move. Well, I guess that is kind of Fortress S&D in a nutshell, isn't it? Not a whole lot to watch, not a whole lot of plays to make unless you're looking to get a little mixy inside of Art top cannon. But take a look at the mini-map. Stuns and nades. Looks like they're starting to come through inside the site, so they are looking to slowly take it. Want to get this bomb down. If so, you can always play for a great post-plant setup. It's just all about getting it down safely.
Oh, that's an unfortunate team nade right there. That's actually right over the top of the bomb. Must have hit part of the gallows. Yeah, I don't know what that was all about, but the kills still allow us to get to a 2v2. Bomb down, though. Lux, dead silence. Trying to re-wrap back through mid. Trying to see if we can find a free kill, but Zyro's watching this. Now the whole play has just been shut down completely. You've got Archives on the long pinch. Gun up. Gunfight one, though, from Velux. Chance to get back over. There's not a spot for Zyro to watch this cross. Plant could still come through, and it will.
It will come through. Zyro has the dead silence pop, but Gus is just ready and waiting for him. My goodness. around that, I'm sure they're lucky to be able to even get as Smog Alpha, throw the team nade, and we'll get them to look at it, I think, as we come through here. But my goodness, you're thinking as that happens, it's just all bad news bears from there out.
Yeah.
Where they're just in a 3v4, they're getting absolutely stunnated out, and it's just likely downhill.
Oddly enough, that was 2 rounds back-to-back where a team kill you thought maybe ended the round for the team on offense and didn't. So, bit of confusion there as we will finish off this matchup between Amit and Boys Alive. This is still a slot 1 matchup. Amit, after their little finesse there on the control, trying to get back to even as the new hard point at servers will open up through Orange, though. It's not just Estriel Dark, but Bink also finding a kill in the cross will allow Boys Alive a chance to get in and grow their lead.
Oh, man, this is a tough spot. You got player 6 who can kind of also really shut you down as you start to cross through mid, but no, Snoopy finds him, so big kill on the Bink. Now becomes a little bit more manageable. Trying to attack through bottom Orange, seeing if they can break this open. Thresh apparently has just been able to find everybody. That is beautiful out of Thresh, and then long-range shots from Infinite. Not an easy break whatsoever, but Omen able to get themselves in.
And that may be a conversation starter for Boys Alive on a new roster, and now the same thing could be said about Amit. It's almost the exact same break attempt. It's just 2 kills from your AR from top bridge. The subs just cleaned things up on the interior, and just as fast as Amit found the break, Boys Alive get their retake. And now our attention goes back over to admin. Amit trying to work over the parking lot spawns, and everyone just runs into Bink's line of fire. I mean, you see where the skulls are. He just watched 1 alleyway and found 3 straight kills. No worries. And Infinite, the last one left, is just going to try to block spawns, and I think he may be in a position to do that. Yeah, and that's the case. Cartier's going to spawn out.
Yeah, I like this play from Infinite, holding his life, not just rushing into the hard point, waiting for his teammates, and now here comes the threat. Omen are in. Kills need to follow, and kills appear to be coming through. Able to find 3 cleanly, no trades to follow up here on the other side. He's a liar. Bink able to find 1 through the outskirts, but has to wait for his teammates now before they set up their break attempt.
If you were watching this for the first time, you'd be saying, man, it's easy to break hard points in this game. I mean, that's just 3 flawless breaks back to back to back. Lockman sub in hand for Rupert as he swaps to the 3rd sub. We had the conversation yesterday at EU with the patch coming through when anyone tried to flirt around with different weaponry, and Rupert seems to think he's got a handle on the Lockman. We'll see if that comes out any further as Boys Alive look good for the scrap.
I just remember Hixie saying this gun absolutely shoots marshmallows at the beginning of the year when we were like talking about meta. So maybe he knows a loadout that I do not, but we'll continue to see how it turns out for him. As the rotation, of course, the P5 currently in place. Looking for kills. Infinite Stay not going to tag anyone. Tries to take a wide chow. And Estriel will have no problem cleaning that up. Everything basically shut down here. 1 final attempt maybe from Thresh individually, but he'll hold his life and won't fully commit.
That was a wallbang from Thresh that gets the kill in the dark. He didn't really ever leave this staircase. Estriel's just going to pop into that same exact position. Setup looks good for a bit, but they can't quite get into the actual cafe itself. As Greyboy is able to get the elimination. Yeah, long range here for Estriel, no worries. Good reads, and Boys Liar are running away as Estriel cleans up everything in his sight. Killing spree and a chance for streaks as Boys Liar looked good for a 100-point cushion.
Yeah, how about that? Double drop shots there from Estriel. Nice little mechanical play for him to lock down the scrap time here. Boys Liar just to continue to grow this lead to just about 100 points here. Omen got a lot of work to do now through the 2nd set. And it really starts with this P1 to P2, you feel like, so things do not get out of hand.
Yeah, have to have something here. And again, you kind of look over the board, it's just no one could get to the hard point if you're Amit. Kills are decent. I mean, really, no one's underperforming to a significant level compared to what's happening on their side. It's just these kills that are coming through are for Boys Alive have been at crucial moments around the objective. Estriel hoping for 6. Got challenged, but still locks in the cruise, and now he can kind of free himself up to get onto the zone, but Thresh, Rupert, able to confirm the full team wipe, and Amit desperately in need of time find their way onto P1.
Yeah, it comes at a cost. All 4 members do end up dropping and allows you now to get some early moves kind of set up to P2 while getting P1 time. Thresh is also on a spree, tries to fly at Estriel, but won't be able to confirm the streak. Dies on the 5. Estriel now with the AR in hand, looking to get some good work done right through mid. As we'll see, just minimal time kind of going over to both teams there, but now it's all about P2, and Boys Alive, they're here first.
Yeah, they are. These have to be long-range gunfight wins from Amit, and they're just not getting across the mid-alley. Ray just kind of locking things down. No worries here. And yeah, that's going to be indeed the case. This is punishing time if you're Amit. Have to find a way forward. They do cut through bathroom, but Now all of a sudden, Cartier's just kind of watching the back, and he's getting active, finding kills, no worries. Again, just kind of a sentry position back here. He's still got help, too. I mean, Emitter just not able to crack through the last remaining defenders of this hard point. I mean, Infinite's just playing a little bit of a contest spot. Finally, some kills are starting to come out, but even still, there's still help here for Boys the Liar. But Dre's out of ammunition, and as he tries to find a weapon, it's the set nade from Snoopy to take down the final two. But that is a lot of consensus time for Boys the Liar.
Was it ever? I mean, it really put them in a great spot. Now they're up a significant margin. You can take your time here through this rotation, wrap all the way around the map, block some of these spawns, you know, inside of P5, pushing up the ladder, whatever you want to do. You have everything in your hands, and now everything here for Omet has to hold. I mean, it's got to be solid, especially on this first attempt. Rupert with the AR at the top of the stairs. Not the weapon maybe you want to have, but so far they're able to find Zero, slow things down just a tad bit. The first 15 seconds will be good.
Utility being thrown over towards the hard point. Trophy system keeping most of it safe. Infinite in the hard point. Rupert nearby. Stuns now connecting. Trophy system apparently depleted. And that will be enough for Estro to find a very easy gunfight on the point itself. Not under threat yet as far as the full retake, though. Thresh is going to try to wait for a little bit of help. Pokes up, and Estro was waiting for it. And in the exact same moment, Darkside is able to keep safe Orange. And with that, now Boys the Liar regrow their lead with the scrap time going their way.
And all scrap time is great scrap time from here on out. Puts you in a really solid position to just slowly chip away, get to that 250-point mark. Bink is already here alongside his teammates. So something's going to have to happen from the back. Omet got a good team push coming through, but the kills just don't seem to follow. Rupert has a lot in front of him, and Thresh is there with him. The AR is trying to combine for a break as they try to get in. Rupert is able to find Estriel, and they do manage to actually break themselves into the point with 2 ARs.
Yeah, you have to find a way to lock down the back, though, because Boys the Liar is going to make a rotation on the outside of this hard point to hit those front doors again. And you can see number 3 in green is kind of blocking that down, forcing everyone now in towards these tight alleyways. Bink at range, though. They eventually get the kill they want. That will block the spawns, and now as they take their attention on the interior, once again, it's just a polished break for Boys the Liar. Decent opening time for Emit, but they still have to very viciously fight back for this back scrap time.
Oh, do they ever? They have to get in here at Thresh, trying to combine there for the double. Might be able to set up a teammate. No! Bink pulls out the knife and slices him. Snoopy goes down. Boys the Liar gets the scrap time. Trying to threaten some early rotations, but that's just going to sting a tad bit. Now Omet pulling out the subs, trying to win this rotation. They will, of course, get the first touch, but holding has just been a little bit of a significant problem here for them.
Oh, it's been a lot of a problem, I will say. Still a chance if you can lock down this hard point, though. We'll see about an even game. But Estriel, different designs in mind, just takes his attention straight forward. I don't care if you're shooting me in the back. I'm going to rip apart this hard point. Another spree for Estriel on 4 in a row. Trophy system down under the hard point itself, and Estriel will not be turned away on this hill. More on the way in. Anyone else home? 221.56. Estriel looking for 7. Back to the knife. That works out usually for him. But we'll get it done with the Vaznev instead. Mercy. Mercy.
Oh my goodness, Alan. Estriel's flying. He's flying across the map right now. And they won't get the final couple seconds to end it there on P5, but they got everything they need to end it here on P1 as Estriel hits double digits and snaps on another! Are you kidding me? 11 in a row! Estriel puts him to bed, tucks him in, says thanks for the hardpoint win.
Holy cow, you kidding me? Dude, they nerfed this weapon, right? I mean, oh my goodness. We have seen some stupid stuff with the Vaznev in the last 2 days, and that's just an unbelievable amount of credit to the players wielding it. 34 and 16 for Estriel, 29 of them are non-traded. Someone shoot back. Holy cow. We head on over to our alpha matchup. Smog Alpha, joke is on you. Search and destroy. We're on Fortress as we labeled out beforehand. We got a tight affair here, brother.
We really do. As Cruz is going to come through for Gus. See if he can find any value with it. Looking for info. Restacks and maps should give you the go button for the bomb. That's the case. So it'll go down, and Gus comes out and finds a big 1v1. Now a 3v4 retake here for Joke is on you.
Well, not looking good here. As the shots continue just to ring on out. And how about the start from Gus? 10-3 through 8 rounds. His teammates all have a ton of kills as well. And Smog Alpha, they build themselves a little bit of a cushion here, up 5-3.
Just clinical, right? You get the streak. I mean, it's pretty simple at the end of the day. I call in the streak, you plant the bomb, but I mean, it's very efficient. Everyone has to stack inside of maps, so nobody can play defense around the site. And then you can pretty much set it freely how you see fit afterwards, knowing that you're probably not going to be pressured right away with that info you get through mid. So very easy, very nice. Smog Alpha now got to keep it rolling, see if they can get one more round to put it away here versus Joke is on you, and they'll be good to go 2-0 up.
Joke is on you, looking to get over towards A, but how about the aggression from Smog Alpha, bottom side art? And actually, it's not bottom. They climbed windows here. Velux is up in towards boat. Pro MR threatened single. And now you got 2 subs up and in your face, but the plant still comes through, oddly enough. Gus was the one responsible to watch the cross. Maybe they voluntarily let that plant come out, as the retake will now be mostly hinged upon what happens from up top in this boat position. Zyral with the knife, though, takes down Velux. Now we have a 3v3.
Certainly do. Siski finds Glow Frosty. Now a 3v2, and Zyral might be able to get here in time to find the kills, and he will be. Nice shots coming through. Joke is on you. They'll bounce back. They'll answer back here, get themselves around, and try to keep this one close.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's a weird set of affairs. Whenever we watch this map, it's like team kills on the offense. It's like there's no way that offense comes through. Oh, wait, they still find a way to make that happen. This time it's the defense getting up into your windows. Hide your wife, hide your kids. Doesn't work out enough. Okay, 5-4. Now Joke is on you. What do you want to do here defensively? Again, we're kind of jumping into this one late, so it's hard to kind of pick apart trends and patterns, but man, you throw a curveball here. Maybe you catch Smog Alpha off guard, but this time it's actually Smog Alpha trying to make a stretch play over through P1 to B, and that is shut down before it really even gets out of spawn.
Yeah, it really is. Luck's able to get one back for what would be a 1v4. Siski throwing some shoulders out there. Either way, you feel like this one likely going around 11 unless Velux does something extremely special here, but even if he finds one, Trade will probably follow. There's the team shots. That is good. Round 11. Here we come.
Okay. Who steps up when it matters most? Well, that's over embellished. It's still group stage, but this one does matter, especially for Joke is on you. You don't want to drop down into today. What, they got 3-0'd in their first. You don't want to be in a position to not win a map here in the second day of group play action. That would do terrible things to your what will likely be a major tiebreaker here in Group B. I mean, are you kidding me? We'll see. 3 kills for Archives. I mean, you just can't drop you can't go 0-6 in day 2 in a 1-1 group coming into today.
No, you cannot. This map will be the start of something great for them to try to find a big series win. As everyone just slowly posts up. Trophy, though, available for Lunars, of course, extremely key. Sure the nades don't take you off the bomb if you're able to get on there. And look at how tight the defense is right now. Like, they are not worried about a B play. They'll watch the cross for it. But this is all about getting ready to respond to A when they pull the trigger.
Absolutely. Easy trade positions. And really, it's just down to, do you challenge the bomb from even being planted, or do you try to hit a hard retake with all 4 members through? Shots coming through the double doors. Archives would be the player to hit the pinch, which is why we're very wisely on board with him, by the way. This is a great POV to hold on to. But the bomb does not get dropped in yet. It cannot be planted. We go 3v3.
Velux, I think, is going to pick his timing to try to make a play here. It could work out, as the bomb will go down. 2 players now flanking, but Zyral, you can play spoiler. First one. Oh, no! The nade might still connect. Can Gus get out? Yes, he can. But Archives is there. 2v2 we go with 30 seconds on the clock.
In and out goes Archives, though. Velux in the back corner. Lunars doesn't see him yet. And now the play. As Lunars heard him. Oh, he's got the easy read. Or does he? Oh, Promar will drop. Lunars at 9 HP. Velux can't find the kill, though. Finally confirms it. 15 seconds on the clock. You've got to go. Hoofing it forward. Archives playing on the opposite side, and there's not going to be time for a defuse. Whoa, just so much time spent backside 4 cliffs.
What a spicy round 11, man. I was thinking it goes horribly wrong there for Zyril because it looks like he's got the two, free kills of his life right there. But it just doesn't work out that way. Gus is able to, I guess, tuck himself behind that little tiny bit of concrete there on Dub steps. And then Archives luckily gets there for the trade and then escapes with his life. I mean, that is literally everything. If Archives gets traded, I mean, in the back, you feel like Lunars might just die, and there's the round. So, my goodness, it gets real close. It's down to the wire. But, I mean, it is the 3 rounds in a row that were required, that needed to come through there, and they're able to deliver.
Unbelievable, man. That's actually crazy. I mean, there's a moment in there where you think Archives is going to blow up the play in a different way.
Right?
I mean, that's wild scenes, honestly. It goes to show that even in the micro moments, things are not going as you would expect them to. And that's why Challengers is fun. If you've never watched before, you've been missing out. Taking a look at SARS, what's going on around the rest of North America. Again, we're still waiting on the map 5 to start between Boys of Liar and Amit. That would be, again, a really interesting one. Kind of getting into the mix of things here, while this series here in Group B looks like it has the designs of being a tight one. Otherwise, LAG Academy and Decimate, that should be a good series by all intentions. The first map was close, Decimate taking a Hydro hardpoint, but then LAG respond with a 6-0 Search and Destroy. So that's a 1-1 map count, and then Rocker Academy are squaring up against Aphelion, and they convincingly took map number 1. What I'm most curious about is whenever Boys of Liar finish their series with Amit, they have to play up against Twisted Theory. And will Twisted Theory go 4 for 4 in reverse sweeps in their group stage so far? I'm kind of rooting for that.
Yeah, I think that would be, like, just one of the craziest stats, like, we've ever had, like, you know what I mean, in Challenges period, maybe even, like, Call of Duty, like, that's, like, nuts, man. Like, 4 in a row is something about a buff that they get when they go 0-2 down, you know what I mean? I don't know what it is, but they're able to bring it back. That is just insane resilience, man. I mean, it's like the opposite story of, like, what we got at a Convoy, you know, during the first stage, right? Like,
real.
Always up 2-0, never close, so always having one team that's keeping it spicy, and now we do drop into this map number 5, Helmet Foil Liar. A lot on the line here, and well, a lot of early kills coming through. 2v2, 15 seconds in.
Isn't this just par for the course when you deal with an opening Search and Destroy round where at the beginning of the game, everyone was just 8-man hitting A, throwing a bunch of nades. Eventually, the team was like, 2 months later, okay, we're sick of this, let's go mid. And now a month after that, now both teams are playing through mid. It's just one of those situations of they bring a knife to a gunfight, we bring Kevlar, they have armor-piercing rounds. Now it's Thresh for a 1v2. And he's pinched up. The first kill comes out. Can he get away? No. Bink able to secure the trade. No problem for the defuse.
Good moves out of Bink here. Finds a crazy shot there up top in the balcony. Laying prone. Not an easy gunfight to win at times, but able to find, I think it was Snoopy. And then, yeah, nice little trade. Make sure he does not escape with his life, because if so, play the clock. Likely able to clutch the round there. Time playing into your factor. So, good first round. Boys of Liar able to get there just by the skin of their teeth. Make sure they get the trade. Make sure they go up early.
Yep. Okay. Big round for Bink. Could lead to possible streak things as well. Just what do you want to do in the offense now that dead silence and trophies have been earned? You hear a bunch of pins on grenades being pulled, so you expect this is going over towards A, and all the nades will definitely confirm that. Although, Amit have stayed very safe in this, kind of holding off and then throwing counter nades. This is actually enough to actually get a player forward at Snoopy initially, but he didn't have a lot of help. And Estriel's going to go for the quick plant. I love the bold call. We've got a 4v3. Get the bomb down. Let's set up our post plant. And now, Amit a little bit in the blender. Pressure cooker, so to speak.
Yeah, certainly the case, especially now as Rupert 1v3 gonna have to pull off a highlight reel with the scope in hand. Nade will come out, not gonna connect for him. So probably around going over to Boys a Liar. Rupert just has too much to deal with, and he won't find any shots. So very clean, and like you said, love the call out of Estriel saying, "Let's get the bomb down. We have the numbers."
Dude, I feel like every time we've watched this map in those opening engagements, when it only results in one first blood, like people, I feel like sometimes forget, like all the nades are gone. You've got numbers.
Right.
Your team is watching everything you could possibly do. Just get the bomb planted. Love that. And of course it's Estriel. Probably one of the biggest grinders back when like Modern Warfare 19 was out. He was still playing Black Ops 4 Search Chals. Like, I mean, come on.
I've still playing like a little bit of Black Ops 4 last year too.
Dude, it's a good game, okay? I don't blame the guy.
Me neither. 2-0 here. Boys a Liar. I think though 4-0. So Maybe early progression for a cruise missile. Estriel finds Thresh. Another first blood on the board here for Boys a Liar. They're just great at opening up, but now you got to worry about Dark. Dark Side able to find himself one. He is creeping for the second. Doesn't want to commit to it, but 4v1. Rupert, last one left alive.
This has been convincing so far for Boys a Liar. I mean, the opening set play counters out of it completely. The second round, the first offense looks really polished. I mean, you get first blood, you get the plant. We just gassed that play up to high heaven. And now here, it's just the subs fly on in and swarm through Cantina. Really good stuff so far from Boys a Liar. Need to see something in this round immediately from Amit. And I would be more willing to say I want to see something successful kind of on this A defense, if anything at all possible. Especially if you're going to continue to pull out this scope. Okay, you're going to pull back the tech. So play a default here. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
We'll see if they opt in for it. And will they continue to send four? They will. They're going to send 4 members to A here to try to shut this down. Shots coming through. It's a double stack out front. I like this play. Darkside just going to back all the way up and force the gunfights to come in, but it's still 1-for-1 trades. Estriel out of the picture. Infinite still in a forward position as he gets a second.
That's such a heads-up play from Infinite. Timing-wise, absolutely exquisite. Even while being stunned up. Doesn't really deter him from making the play that maybe wins the round. Hard to say for sure, though. We're still stuck in 2v2, but the bomb is down in a very precarious position. How about Trey? He wants to go all the way around. Oh, takes the shot, nearly gets the kill. I think both of us would have rooted for some trigger discipline there, but regardless, the flank now been made aware.
You can still pinch them and kind of sandwich them in, but you feel like it's probably still going to rely on like individual gunfights, right? You're going to have to find Infinite here if you're Darkside. This bomb needs to be picked up. Also, I feel like that's in the hands of Darkside to try to do. You have to know the bomb's down. They're not moving. They're not budging. They're just holding, waiting for this retake. 20 seconds. They realize now they have to go, and you got to go quick.
And this is good discipline from Amit. And yeah, this is the problem is Zero can't make a play forward, but Dark is able to catch off Infinite, and the 1v1 does come through. So you called it correct there, bud. It's all about the 1v1s, and what looked to be Amit just kind of hold your ground, make them get the bomb. They kind of wander a bit too far, and both gunfights are lost. Ooh, that one's going to sting.
Yeah, that one's really going to sting. One more bullet, you feel like, and, Trey probably drops, but doesn't happen. Huge gunfight there onto the first, and it's just, it's just like a patience game, and it really makes you start to wonder, especially if you're Omit sitting in that site, like, hey, like, are they both attacking from our side? I want to support you. It's hard to do so, and the round that we really said they had to get, they don't get, off the back end of Infinite's 2-piece, and now they're down 0-4. Have to really get something here.
Oh, Snoopy's going to get caught. He hits the dead silence. That was supposed to be a play towards B. That is so costly. Like, oh my goodness. Like, you still have to commit to this. Like, you can't just waste the dead silence. So Snoopy's going to make the play forward, but that is really good defensive pressure early. And yeah, Met's going to get cold feet. That is a huge resource expended for nothing.
It really is. Especially, Snoopy, as much as he's 0-4, he's usually one of the players that you want to go first. You'll open up with something typically. 50 seconds on the clock. Time to work with. But, Thresh doesn't throw the best stun. And like you said, how do you clear this? I mean, you have to just send 2 numbers in the bottom. You have to clear out Cantina, obviously, first before you even think about this bomb. No one's in, but Dark, he's ready to pounce up top.
Yeah, and that's just the free kill. And that's the problem is you lose your dead silence. You get kind of red on your play towards B, but you are not quiet at all moving through A. Decent attempt from Infinite trying to force the spam out, but Bink watching, throws some counter shouts through, and now you're down to 20 seconds. The play has to come out. Wait a second, is Rupert sniping on this?
Yeah.
Oh, God, this has all gone wrong. From a plan standpoint, completely foiled. Thresh last one left, no chance. That is just, man, got to talk that one through, but it all starts with Estriel's stun, as weird as it is to say, to cost out that timing of the dead silence play.
It really does, though, right? Like, they're relying on Snoopy to pop that dead silence, push up, get a little information, maybe, jump right inside of 10 or flood through, the left into the hardpoint zone, like whatever it might be, like he's going to be the first one to go. So as soon as you touched on it, that stun slows them down. It gets them flustered. They don't want to commit. They get cold feet. They back up, and backing up then going to A with no stuns or nades. Oh, it's a disaster, you feel like, for sure. And then Rupert's got the scope, just in a little cherry on top to make it that much harder. So Boys a Liar for a swift 6-0. They might get it. Zoman have had no answer so far.
And this is another round where Amit just cannot contest this bottom Cantina play. I mean, everyone's just stuck. outside these alleyways. Dark? Am I missing something?
Are those GA?
I haven't seen a precision airstrike called in since week 1.
I thought they were GA.
I
don't know. Okay, either way, it forces them back, and they might all funnel into player 5 here. I mean, Zero is not going to commit, but he's going to get info on, I think, just about every single member. And as we're left kind of puzzled, feels like this retake not going to go good here through back alley. And
it isn't that just
took himself out.
Yeah, that's just par for the course, man. Expect the unexpected. Wait, kills are coming out. What is happening? Why do I see progress on the bomb? What is going on right now? Snoopy's getting kills. Wait, they may do this. There's no way in hell this happens. There's no way. Still on the defuse. Dark able to get the kill. What is going on?
I don't know, Alan. I don't know what's going on. We got control zones for bomb timers right now. We got 3-man flanks in the back. We got precision airstrikes coming through that we thought were GA, and it's all over the place, baby.
I have no idea what's happening. Question mark spam in the chat. Let's go on to the next match. Dude.
I am so puzzled.
Unbelievable. So here we are in the control. Joke is on you and Smog Alpha. A very strange map 5. And both those two teams still have to play another match, by the way. So we're going to be here for a minute.
Yeah. Without a doubt. Oh, Frosty tries to slide to safety, but Zyril will be able to track him down. 4 in a row there for Zyril. Snapping for 5! Are you kidding me, Zyril? What a snap that is. And he is just single-handedly stopping every single member from having a chance to make it through the map. Looking for another. Will be shut down and won't earn the streak.
Not a lot of time on the clock here, though. I'll say that much for Smog. What? How about this? Velux, 1 key gunfight 1, onto the zone. Just trying to kill the clock here. Just do what he can to stall things out, and Will Pro Amar gets 2 from behind. Now, all of a sudden, the defensive reinforcements are going to be a little bit more hard-pressed to stave off this next hit. Pro Amar on 4. Right back into the zone. First tick should be locked in. Lunars, he's sniffing this out. He wants to try to shell it. And, oh, apparently rightfully so. A huge double from Lunars. And what looked to be maybe a second tick on the way. Things get pushed aside. We got 30 seconds to battle it out.
30 seconds. Try to make something happen here. Well, Frosty good over the top for 1, but the defense still very much intact. The 20 seconds, one final desperation attempt just to really throw yourself on the zone here, but time is just slowly ticking away. Will Frosty's really the tip of the spear, try to open up some space and find some kills.
8.6 in the clock's where it stalls. And look at the high ground control here for Smog. This is still winnable. This defense is not in a position to contest. Archives, though, gets the first 2. Second tick locked. Archives denied. Next one up is Zyro, but he's turned away. This should be the stack. Should be the zone. Can anyone get a kill in time? No. And how about it? That is just, again, a bit puzzling. Joke is on you. Have a little bit of space to work with, but everyone comes off spawn and just plays the outside part of the map. And this high ground control for Smog gets him back onto the zone for essentially free.
It really does, and then Pro Amar just starts picking him off here. Very nicely done, but there was a lot of moments where you feel like they should have held, especially with the 2-stack. You know, back by the truck, at the very least, you can throw shoulders. You don't have to commit to the gunfight. There's 15 seconds on the clock, and well, that is not the first time we've seen those final desperation attempts work out on the day. We talk about that B zone and attacking it. Once again, it comes through, and Joke is on you. Now have to win an offensive round to stay alive in map number 3.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow, what a set nade that is from Deluxe. I didn't even see it land. I'm sure Sizky's probably saying, did I just hit into trip mine? Like, what? Just got his legs blown out from under him. Joke is on you. Maybe a chance still to touch B here, but the defense is a bit split. Lunars can help watch the cross, but Velux in the back line is causing a lot of problems. And, oh, he wants the gunfight after getting the first 2 shots into him. Goodness, Velux is feeling a little froggy, you have to think. Player on B taken care of, and the defense now starts to get into very, very dire and tricky position.
Velux is still very much alive in the back here. Trying to get there for support on A. Not needed. Gus finds 2. Joke is on you now, trapped at the back of the map. Have to make a decision on where they want to go. A looks to be the call, but Gus is able to get some good damage in and then play his life, but no. Archives. Nice, Semtex over the top. Take out Gus. Volux can still very much come behind it. Looking for kill number 4. It's there.
We may have to have this conversation. Is this Dan Ghosty 2.0? Because the story of Volux, for those that don't know, Modern Warfare 2019, he plays for Full Sail Armada, and by far is one of the best players on that team. Like, he was unbelievable that year. Then plays Cold War, gives up College COD to play Challengers, and really doesn't do all that well, if I'm being honest. Like, top 32s, top 64s, just in the blender. But, boy, Volux didn't really even play that much Vanguard either, mind you. A couple of opens, but so far this year, he has looked in form. And maybe there's a new way to possibly start to carve out your journey through this quote-unquote path to pro, as Volux may be one of the second players to start in College COD and have something special in store for us this year.
It's possible. It's very possible. He's looked just so smooth on the map.
So
you watch him just make plays. He picks, you know, all of his decisions like are just so on point. You feel like when he's hitting the flank, he's playing, you know, behind the enemy lines. He just knows, I'm playing for information. I don't need to make a move right now. You know, he's not getting antsy. A lot of players would, looking for kills. I just feel like he's a really good disciplined player. And yeah, we've seen a lot of it so far this year. He's looked really good. He's looked in form. And it shows throughout that entire map there for everyone as well, as they find a swift little 3-0 into control to be able to put themselves up 2-1 in the series as well.
Convincing stuff. Love to see it. Big fan of the storylines. It's hard to not be a fan of a storyline like that. I'll say that much.
Oh, for sure.
You know, and the cool thing about College COD is that like it's become appealing now to players that had been in Challengers before, but to see players start in College COD, move to Challengers, and look this good, it's really cool. Really, really awesome. We love how the scene continues to grow. Here's the scoreboard, though, again, as we kind of saw the last moments of that. And yeah, Siski not really having a great map there, but he's not by himself. There's a lot of players in there that did not really kind of come to play. But Volux 14-10, kind of the key playmaker there. But Glowfrosty 17-10. He's also been one of those storyline players that has been around forever. And it's just like, at what point does he crack the code and have a chance? Because he's knocking at the door a handful of times, I'll say that.
He has been, man. He's been knocking at that door, and fortunately that door just seems to be glued shut. But overall, I think this has been one of the better looks we've seen from Glowfrosty, because to be fair, he was, you know, pretty quiet throughout the beginning of Vanguard, you know, altogether. Like, it felt like he just didn't really have, you know, a lot of great moments. There wasn't really good placings in the opens. Didn't really see him in too many elites, you know, either throughout the year, and struggled to find good teammates because of that start that he had, you know, kind of getting those early pro points, which is always a big factor at the beginning of a new COD. So I'm with you with Glowfrosty. Feels like we just haven't really seen him in a long time, but he's looked so strong in a game where he gets the ADS and there's no slide canceling. I mean, it's always probably good news there for Glowfrosty.
Yeah, that's a good point. All we need is like a second sniper rifle with a variable scope, and he's at home. God, bro. Okay. So this has been a really strange, I mean, God, the whole day's been weird. I feel like if you've tuned into Challengers before, you come to expect this, but if you're first one forward, you're probably like, why do these guys keep saying how weird today's been? It's been weird, okay? Just believe us. It's been real weird. Hydra Hardpoint up next, though. Have to bounce back if your joke is on you. And to see the Mercado search and destroy. But I think at this point, you know, you start to kind of feel out how this group is starting to structure. I mean, today's been a little bit more convincing than yesterday in terms of the results overall. Even you've got Convoy Gaming, who's currently 2-up on LIG Academy, so maybe my point is not really there. Maybe that's not the case at all. Or they're playing Boston Academy. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, I'm filling out the wrong thing. This is on me. This is a completely different, separate issue. They're 2-up on Boston Academy, so maybe there is still some conviction to be found here in this group overall, as we kind of look forward to, you know, what's going to be probably tiebreaker day in North America next week.
Yeah, I can only assume that's what's going to end up coming here for us either way. We'll take a look at how things are shaping out. We touched on Twisted Theory a little bit earlier on. They pull off their third reverse sweep in a row, which means that they get to sit at the top of the group, 3-0, sitting pretty good. Rocker Academy, we saw them clean up what looked to be a, you know, pretty dominating win, at least in some of the maps, and then a nice little closer to come back into that Mercado hardpoint to guarantee their 2-1. And then Boys of Liar, as we just saw, also looking pretty solid, as they are also now 2-1 here for us.
Yep. And interesting, Omit and Team War do play each other in their final match today. So the team that ends up 1-3 are it starts to become out of your hands, right? Like, you have
Yes.
to win your 5th matchup and hope for people to lose. Which, to be fair, you've got Rocker Academy and Boys a Liar, kind of sitting in this position where they're both 2-1, and Amit would play up against Rocker in their round 5 matchup. So there is an opportunity to leapfrog someone who's close to you, but yeah, you just never want to be in a position to be 1-3. That's really what it comes down to. So a lot of pressure on that Amit Timor matchup, which is to come.
Certainly. Philly and esports, just you have to get it going, right? Tough after last season and having a couple of great looks with that old roster. But we'll keep it on rolling. Smog Alpha, Joke is on you. We saw this map a little bit earlier for Joke is on you. It was not pretty. Struggled to get over 100 points. We'll see if anything changes and if they've learned anything now going into it again.
Yeah, it's almost a bit surprising, and we've seen this a couple of times before, where it's just like you get beat up on a map and then you don't veto it right away. Does that kind of lead you to believe, like, oh, that's just a fluke, throw it away, this is not how we normally play the map, or have you just miscalculated in an incredible amount? But we're about to find out. Joke is on you. Pretty solid here through the first time. Only give away 18 seconds. They hold on to the P2 favored point of the map and get in for a little bit of time of their own. Not bad as far as the start is concerned.
Yep, so 15 seconds up for grabs too. So Frosty off to another little hot start. 4-1 for him to kick things off, but have to now try to push through, and Lunars is doing a good job of slowing down this rotation. Archives also gets involved for a third. So map control is there. Tough gunfight for Pro Amar. Struggles to finish it, but does do so in the end. And now you have to look at trying to break this and get into the back and maybe flip out the spawns.
Tough seats, though. Very difficult to do. Siski trying to play in through ruins. I don't know if I love that challenge, though. Wants to get the free kill. That opens up the back, and if he wins that gunfight, things become very dicey. Trades back and forth, block spawns, no one spawning in the back. Both teams spawning out at the moment. Zyral, aware of this, though, with his teammates giving him the comms, turns his attention to the back, because now all of a sudden Smog Alpha have a chance to try to flood on through, holding down the trigger. Zyral, he runs simply out of ammunition on 3. Siski working with him, and what a hold that is from Zyral. 6-1 start.
Yeah, it's beautiful. 2v4, basically 2v3, I guess. Able to hold the spawns in the back. Yet this time, potentially, as Zyral flies out 1 HP in a dream, and then his trophy system betrays him. Absolutely hate to see it. One off of the streak. Trophy takes him out. The rotation, of course, what we're currently focused on. A lot of kills coming on through here for Smog Alpha. Able to light it up here with 3, but Archive still in a good position.
Yeah, I'll say. He can just get hot. Maybe a chance for Joke is on you. Possible to do some magic here through first 2 hills. Pinch on the way, though. Smog Alpha looking to play around the back. Velux, though, is shut down, meaning that this hit now is only from the back side of this. And as Glow Frosty drops, now Smog Alpha have to kind of wait, make sure everyone spawns in, and then you can maybe try to break again. But look at the proactivity from Joke is on you. This is so much better than what we saw last time out of them. Streak coming through largely for a number of members, keeping their lives for multiple kills. And now that 40 seconds is done and dusted, Smog Alpha are more focused on rotation.
Focus on rotation, and Siski still not done with the scrap. Here we go, Lunars. Is he going to be able to find this player? No, he's up top, and he is just simply not looking there. Gus catches him off guard with the off angle. And that will allow him to play his life, maybe get to the back. Still a huge 1v1 here. Problem with player 6 right now is Zyral's got no support. It's slowly making its way, coming through P2, but he's going to have to stay alive in the meantime.
Back and forth. Big kills in the back. Oh, what a win from Siski, and Lunarson through ruins once again. Allows a chance to the defense to get set up and structured. But how key are these individual gunfights to make sure that this has even been the case? Because those kills go the opposite way. It's Smog Alpha who get the break and get the spawns, but now the pressure's on. Over 100 points. It's going to go Joke is on you. Break attempt from the front. Smog Alpha are not going to be able to just let this go for free, but they get cut apart, try to get a setup. A couple of tradeaway kills here and there, but largely about a full 60 for Joke is on you.
Yeah, and they don't have a choice anymore. They have to try to fan out, start to zone, try to win this rotation, but Lunars, he's already finding critical kills there. We'll be able to take out Glow Frosty, but quick response here for Pro Amar. Joke is on you. They've been fast with the break attempts, and that is really the biggest change we've seen since watching over them the last time around. We'll see if we get it again. Pro Amar, a lot to deal with here in front of them.
Yeah, this has been so much better. Now you can see why they say, no need to veto this. We just had a bad map. This is looking pretty darn good. Kills, though, now for Smog Alpha. Need to put together a good hard point here just to stay competitive early. Those kills will allow them a little bit of breathing room. First break attempt denied. Now it's about trying to get the read. Joke is on you spawning out. I'm trying to hit this from the front, but you do have Archive trying to hit a bit of a route from this side. This is taking a lot of time to come together, and while it does, Smog Alpha finding the kills. What a response. This is big GloFrosty for 4 in a row.
Oh, good info. Lux is able to at least get one. Allows the peek to come through there for Gus. Scrap time should go their way unless Cyril decides to make one last attempt for it. Won't be able to finish off the kill with the Semtex. So 70 to 123, looking through the resets. Joke is on you. Cleaned up a lot of the problems we talked about. Now it's time for Smog Alpha. Start to win some of these rotations and lock down some of these setups, and it's not good on this one, at least so far. Siski able to sniff out Gus from behind.
Frosty up top, good look at the hard point. Freedom to do this. Ah, that's just unfortunate. Would have been a great nade for what it's worth for Flux. As he continues to try to make a mess of the back line. Shut down. Smog Alpha just kind of spawned right back up in place. No harm, no foul. They're digging into this lead very rapidly. My goodness. I mean, at one point it was like 115 to 30. Now we've really not a dead even game. Lunar's up top, pressured. Takes care of 2. And wants more than this. I mean, he's pretty much by himself, and he's the only member of Joke is on you that could have threatened the P2 side of the map, but he makes the play forward, gets punished for it, and now Smog Alpha have a little bit of control.
Down by about 20. This has been a great P1 hill altogether, and they have the rotation to do with GloFrosty backing all the way up and controlling this side of the map. So this is looking a lot better and looking like it could be a bit of a comeback in place. Down by about 60, 50 or so. Now looking a lot better, but Siski, he's been so good at opening up these hills. He has a chance to do so again, but Velux is there off of spawn. Got him right down through mid. 3 members now, all trying to push through Dome to see if they can break through.
Looking pretty good. At least for the first couple eliminations. But it's taking time, and in that moment, Smog Alpha set up. Do they read the hit? It's a 2-2 split from Joke is on you. Gus inside the hard point is going to have a little bit of help, but it's GloFrosty taking over Ruins. This makes the defenders inside the hard point a little bit more safe. They can just focus on the front, and the kills come through on both sides at once. Smog Alpha with the lead, and they're looking good not just for 25 seconds. Look where Velux is.
He's already across the map. Velux is just making the routes. I have to wonder if they know. No, they do not. Lunars does not play it slow, does not play like he's back here. Now Velux very well might be able to influence these spawns and more importantly kind of keep this right side safe for his teammates to basically freely rotate through. So everything looking solid for as far as Smog Alpha. Up by about 30 now, chaining those last 2 hills, and they're looking good for the spawns in the back as they start to collapse through the entire map.
Have to have this. Have to have this again on control. If your Joke is on you, they were so good here last time. Did they get the read once again? GloFrosty from the side, well timed. Back and forth, but it's GloFrosty last laugh. 45 seconds. Little split spawn situation. And how about Hamza? He rids that as well. Now turning nearly gets a good look at Lunars, but Velux will finish off where his teammate left off. And how about it? Smog Alpha will win the spawns, and with that, they will get the majority of time here in the hard point, unless Joke is on you can break from the front.
They're going to have to. They're going to really have to break this open. Siski, oh, the team nade comes through, but takes out one as well. GloFrosty right back to where he left off, man. He has just been cooking. 21 kills now to his name. Forcing what will have to be a rotation here for Joke is on you, but they're still spawning in the back, and now a 1v1 across the map. But Lunars, he's going to have to wait for player 6 again. Cyril needs to try to get here.
Oh, man.
Lunars is going to drop. Velux goes big again.
And his timing is so good. And look at this. He's going to force players to go hunting for him. Just play a little cruddy corner. Make them take you out. GloFrosty not there to assist. Velux thinking maybe he can confirm a trade with the damage that was dealt, but still needs to hold his life. Elongated 1v1, and finally, Joke is on you, gets the clear, but it comes at a cost. 200 to 140. 15 seconds is already done and gone, and they don't even know who wants to get into the hard point still.
Great control through mid, though. Siski is really delaying things at the moment with stuns and nades, and a good kill for 4 in a row. Trying to just use this heady the best he possibly can. Tough gunfights for Smog Alpha before they can even start to look at Ruins. Gus finally there to finish off the first one. Promar slowly working around outskirts, but Lunars zips him out. Should make it an easy trade. Zyril struggles with it, but does get there. This scrap time, it's like it might be up for grabs unless Gus goes down, and he will. That will be Joke is on you with a good bounce back here on this hill.
It's a little bit of space given, though, right? Like, it just keeps this rotation a bit more safe for Smog Alpha, who now have every bit of lockdown. You even got GloFrosty making sure no one's hitting a super long route through P3. And this setup is going to be hard to deal with if your Joke is on you. I mean, they're spawning literally 60 seconds away, it feels like. Velux over the top of the rocks, has tack in hand. This is 2 players cross, though, so that's going to allow an opportunity for Joke is on you to get the break. And, oh boy, Siski gets 2. Little missed piece of cod timing there from Velux. And now recovery has to come out. Pro Amar first one in. Little pinch setup with both V and Gus at the same time. But the shots not going to be there. At least not convincingly enough initially. Back and forth we go.
Back and forth we go, but Smog Alpha looks like they've been able to win out on all the battles. Spawns in the back for Joker's on you, so you know they're going to give this one more hit for sure. Go Frosty with the air and hill. He's been just so pivotal, and he continues to do so as Archives is able to drop down with the help of Siske. Able to get in there, but my goodness, making them work for it. Smog Alpha have just been on fire through the second set. Now we go back into the third set. P1 up for grabs. Both teams fighting 50-50 battles here on the point.
Have to lock down the lane here if your joke is on you. Make sure no one gets around you, because you need to not just be good here on the first hard point, but you also have to come back over to P2. Otherwise, the word breakdown, I think, has just been automatically typed in the chat. Just ready to send enter with that stat coming up. And up 110 points. Now down about 30. Onto the hard point they go, though. Siske looking to put a little bit of his own in front. Not going to work out. Smog Alpha get the kills. Glow Frosty cutting middle. He has a chance to hit her out, and no one from Joker's on you can get an elimination.
Oh no, what is this going to do to the spawns now? Start to have influence on this side of the map. Spawns are still there, but the kills are just flooding through for Smog Alpha's Pro Amar. You get a read on 3 different players right now. Tags up every single one. Snaps for 2. And now that 1v1 in the back for Glow Frosty comes through. But will he read? The spawn's still very much in the back, but P1 is good. They'll hold on. They won't even go to a second hill. They'll just hold on out. Every single kill coming on through for Smog Alpha. And they choke a 110-point lead. It was looking good, Alan.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, there's a moment in those final kind of 30 seconds where Smog Alpha get the kills around the hard point. Glow Frosty cuts through mid, and you think, hey, we could keep this momentum running. We could keep running forward. We could flip the spawns around. But everyone stops. Allows Joker's on you to keep spawning P2. But they put such an aggressive zone away from the first hardpoint that no one can come through there. It's just a good call to say, hey, we can win here. Let's force them to spawn towards P2 and put them in a bit of a trap, almost, so to speak. Not often we see dedicated calls like that, but a very heads-up one at the least. And it works out for the win. So, Joke is on you. Not really to put too much of a fight together outside of the search and destroy, the round 11 win that they had in this series. And with that, Smog Alpha put together a pretty solid day overall. They go map 5 versus Convoy Gaming in their first match. They don't quite get there, but here against Joke is on you, pretty much a clear cut above the rest.
Absolutely the case. And again, just to kind of, we talked about Velux making a lot of, key plays. Not easy to find a lot of kills on a map like Hydra with a sub, but Glow Frosty, certainly one of the big standouts, this stage, in this elite, with this squad. It feels like, especially out of, the duo ship we saw out of Pro Amar and Gus, last season when they were putting in work, this team is really shaped up to be quite well, and they are looking like it. I mean, 110 points down, and you make a comeback like that, that's also just going to do so much to your confidence going forward. It's going to make you feel great. It's got to just be absolutely incredible there for those guys. But we'll take a look at the map set one more time to see how this series came to be. And looking back, I mean, this very well could have been a 3-0. They were up 5-3 as well in that Fortress S&D, Alan.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's just like, I don't know. It's still hard, I think, in this group to get a full read. But I will say that this Smog Alpha team is a qualifier squad, essentially. They're looking pretty good. Like, and I would have to refresh my memory as far as who these guys played with at Boston. I don't know if they played with each other. Yes, they did. I think they did. I don't know. Hard to say. But regardless of it, it's one of those situations where they look like they're getting better every single time we see them on the map, which is always great news. We'll jump over to Team War versus Mid. This is the map number 1 affair, and this is a must-win matchup for both of these two teams. Lots on the line to avoid going 1-3 in the first 2 days of this second season. And we've got a nail-biter here early.
We really do. Wardy with the sub in hand. Seen this one too many times. 15-9 start here for this kid. It feels like since he's got a sub back in his hand, he's hit that Wardy from last year that we come to love throughout that Vanguard season. But Team War, solid job putting it together. Able to get quite a bit of points and bring this one just to about 2 seconds. Geo 4 in a row. Tries to get the stun up, but Thresh will be able to hold strong. Will play his life, and now top control looks to be good for Omen.
Yeah, looking solid as far as the setup is concerned, for sure. Wardy looking to maybe create some space around the back. That's going to work out pretty nicely. And an opportunity to create more havoc as Thresh is kind of stuck, having to wait for the challenge, and well, he reads it very nicely. And then turns the attention back towards the front. Okay. Nice little moment here from Thresh. Trophy system gets down. Gravity up top. Pistol out. That's a thing that happens. Okay. Gravity now with an opportunity to try to work his way to try to contest the hard point. Rooper is down low. Only gets one. And with that, Team War secure at least some neutralization of the time here on the first.
Yeah, very nicely done. Nice little route also coming through for Gravity. He finds that kill on the point. He gets to rotate over pretty easily. Snoopy, though, he's working for this rotation right now. Thresh in the back, feeling the pressure from Wardy as he gets up close and is able to that Basdef to use, but so is Snoopy! Oh, baby, those are shots onto Gravity. 4 in a row now for him as he starts to hit that crazy form we always talk about.
Kid's weird, man. In all the good ways. It's just, dude, I don't even know what. I remember that first Elite qualifier. We had a chance to kind of watch his POV. Watch it from his stream, and it's just like, this kid is unreal. I don't know if it's an FOV thing, a sensitivity thing, or a little bit of all of it combined. But regardless of it, 19 and 11 early for Snoopy out of mid. Will look good for this back 20 seconds. Infinite in the corner, lots of damage, kind of collapse up a couple of players on the cross, but doesn't get any kills. And now Geo has a chance to just go prone and contest. Every second of contest would be good here, considering his team is focused on rotation, but he will not be allowed to stay alive for long. And now it's Team War looking to bunker up on servers.
Wardy. Be watching over Orange. Just got a couple players to deal with. But Infinite makes his way up the ladder. Finds a window in there for a second. Gets a kill. And now it becomes a little chaotic. It allows a window for Snoopy to move through. And of course,
Dude.
Snoopy's able to find all 3 of them. Says, oh, there's people on the hard point. Well, not anymore. There isn't.
It's just, when you see someone being able to do this, like, you know that he's going to be one of the most mechanically talented players in Challengers this year. It just comes down to, can the full squad put it together? And how about that from Snoopy? Just a little peekaboo behind the door. Rupert up still in the hard point. Not quite in for the time, though, as he's still dancing with Gravity. Eventually gets the elimination, and with that, 20 seconds looking good, but Lau wants to contest this, and that is an ill-advised Chow. Did not expect that many Emit players to still be left, and that's going to be about now a roughly 80-point game as you go to new.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times. T-War have sent one player to go and try to hit the scrap time, and then it, slows things down in the rotation for them, puts a lot more pressure on the players that are set up. So Thresh trying to work with his sub up top, and Infinite is able to get there for the trade at least. So the spawns now should be blocked. You got players coming around the back here, trying to see if they can break in. Lau, though, will be able to hold strong. Him and Gravity have a lot of work to do.
And they don't expect Thresh just to walk in through staircase with an AR either. I mean, you saw Team War looking to get trophy systems down, trying to figure out what corner are you going to go in, what am I going to watch, and in that moment, Emit just kind of walk into the hard point. That is way too easy of a break, almost like the opposite of what we saw last time we saw Emit on this embassy, where they were just letting their opponents just walk into the hard point. So now Team War need to put together a break. I mean, this game is getting way out of hand, and the break attempt is shut down. It's just Wardy last one left, and someone needs to help this guy out. 23 and 20. He's got more engagements than almost the rest of the server. And that's just not working out for too much of anything at the moment. His teammates just not quite in the mix.
No, just not in the mix. Not able to hold on. I mean, the P2, P3 really stings, and then that hill on top of it with the break. Not good news here for Team War. Down by quite a bit. It's a great opener, though. Nice chow there from Lau as he starts to feel himself with that sub again. Able to at least separate himself there from the hill. Start to watch this cross, and then can play spoiler, come from behind. A lot of work to do, but at least a solid spot for Team War.
Need to put together a perfect hold, though. And the kills from Snoopy on the outside. That was a long-range shot versus Lau, by the way. I mean, that's almost across the entirety of the map. Still able to find him quickly. Wardy does exactly what you would expect. Decent stuff, but no one else in his team can find kills at the moment. Finally, trades start to come through. It looks like the back 20 seconds is good, but, I mean, 9 seconds between a minute and a map 1 win. It almost feels like just a matter of time.
Does feel that way, especially with T1 coming up. So hard to control while also focusing on P2. But he's doing a good job of at least finding kills, and will create a little bit of space. You can see the arrows on the mini-map here for a moment. Just going to kind of shift over to the right side. Start to take that truck power position while Thresh tries to work from the high ground. Big win, though. Ends up coming through there for Lau. 9 seconds needed. You could do it here on P1, but Wardy going to make it difficult for them as he starts to build up a streak.
He's so good, man. I mean, his awareness is unbelievable. His ability to try to contest spots that you don't think he has any business getting into is unfathomable. And now he's just playing a little cheeky corner behind some paper binders while his teammates just soak up hardpoint time. What a prediction. That is from Infinite, though. Okay. Big kill comes through. That's a 3-man feed. One more to find. It's up top. It's Lau. Drops the low ground. Gravity able to help out. A little pinch setup. And only 2 seconds are tallied, so hold on a second here.
Yeah.
It's still doable, but, I mean, Amit can win in a multitude of ways. You have to contest all of it for Team War.
You really do. You have to win on all fronts right now. Can't let them get on P1 and have to go to P2. Snoopy thought he was going to turn there for the win. Not going to happen, and that means that things will go to P2. If you take a look at it, Omen are in position. You need someone to really just blow this hill open right now from Team War. I don't know if that's going to happen in time.
It has to be Gio. Gio has to be able to get these 2 kills, and he gets both at the last second! Oh my goodness, hold your horses! 249 is where it stops. Thresh working off a pitch. And this is all scattered for Amit on the break attempt. Team War could still win it here. Kills are coming up in even trades. Thresh around the back, needs to get on the hard point. Gio, can you do it again? No! And that'll be enough for Thresh to jump into the hill with the win. And just put the map out of reach, but I mean just put the map out of reach.
Without a doubt. I mean, it gets close, man. It's very close. You're thinking with that lead, right? Like, that's probably going to end on P1, but then you start to see that time be collected from Team War. You see them threaten the P2 rotation with 1 second left. You're thinking there's a chance, but not the case. Down by too much, really. That's really what hurt them. But as we keep it going, Twisted Theory, Boy is a Liar. Twisted Theory coming off of yet another reverse sweep. Feeling hot, feeling good, but Boy's a Liar also coming off a dub.
And they win a map 1 or a map 2.
That's what we're looking at.
And let's be honest, this Boys a Liar team, I figure, will likely stack up pretty nicely against this Twisted Theory squad, who is trying to still kind of feel things out with Beekle, by the way. They very recently added into this roster, but you've got Beekle very familiar with playing with Hixie, Mach extremely familiar with playing with Hollow. And that trust, I think, goes a long way towards those 3 reverse sweeps that they've gotten them on the top of this group. 5 in a row for Beekle early. Stunned up, concussed, not going to be able to do too much more behind that. One more player inside the hill, though, is Hollow's making his way back in, and how about that? Boys a Liar get the clean kill feed, and with that, a little bit of scrap time go their way, while also having the spawns for new.
Yeah, the spawns here are really going to hurt Twisted Theory, having to make their way across the map. Darkside's going to get just a little bit of information, while Bink is still pushed forward here in P1, so he could also maybe pick off a couple of players. He'll do a good job of getting one, escaping with his life for a second. Eventually, Mach will track him down. So now they're at the front of the hill. Zero takes a crazy challenge out front after getting tagged and will be able to eliminate Beekle, but his trophy system once again will unfortunately betray him, because you have to try to flood through, and the flood is looking great. Twisted Theory, they're able to break in.
You know, it's one of those things that I know a lot of people have opinions on. What the heck is Florida thinking dropping Beekle? I know his stats may not have been great, but what he does on the map as an entry sub is just borderline unrivaled. But can we take a moment to give some love to our boy Darian Hollow, dude? He has been so freaking good since Modern Warfare 19. I don't know why no one's given him a second chance in the league since his time at Optic Gaming LA, because he was an unbelievable asset during that year, and he's been nonstop consistent since. Not the greatest start here, 2-5, so maybe eating my words just a touch, but this Twisted Theory team is exciting to see on paper, I would say.
They are just 2 really strong duos that have found a lot of success over the years coming together. Have to imagine good things will eventually happen, as good things are happening now for them on this rotation. Able to find clean feed. It's a full rotation now coming through to Dome, just a tad bit late. But you take a look at where Hixie is. I mean, he's giving them the comms like, hey, no one's coming through mid right now. So Nico's like, all right, I am posted up. I am ready for this.
Looking at just searching for info before taking gunfights. I just, you know, it's the little things.
It is.
You know, we've watched some cracked out subs in our time, without question, but one of the things that we always see with players that drop out of the CDL and have to re-earn their position through challengers is their ability to really showcase, you know, another level of confirm that you're going to win the gunfight before you take it. Don't take any unnecessary chals, and that's just a little micro example of it from Beekle as Twisted Theory locked down the scrap time here at the trail side.
Without a doubt. Now, 60-point advantage up the strongholds. Early moves being made. Good shots from Mach, by the way. 13-6 for him. as he will be able to now lead the charge with the help of that cruise missile. So looking a lot better now for the break. Just have to win a couple gunfights inside.
Wow.
Mach good for 4. Picking them apart one by one. Doesn't want to take that challenge. Think we'll be able to finish him off, but Vikal still very much here and alive.
He's got a good read on the players in the back. I mean, he's just searching out every little intel, knowing how to take the chow in front of him. 3 in a row for Vikal. Teammates spawning nearby. Boys of Liar still in the hard point, but that feels very temporary with the flood that's on the way. And yeah, that's exactly what you'd expect. It's hard to believe that this game is as close as it is, considering how dominant Twisted Theory have looked.
Without a doubt. I mean, the decision-making has just been completely on point. You're seeing how good they've been able to hold and break hills and maybe even fight for scrap time as Hixie almost able to pick up an AR and do something nasty there to Estriel. So they get a couple extra seconds. Altogether, not a terrible hill for Boys of Liar, but so much work needs to be done going forward. It's been a huge problem for them, consistently holding on, and now Vikal ready to break it open again.
Dude, he's a problem. It's just... And the funny thing about it is, like, we didn't get a chance to watch, obviously, much Vikal this year from our perspective as, like, casters. But, like, looking back to Vikal last year in Vanguard, he's playing at a different level right now than what we ever saw in Vanguard. Just so heads up, so aware. Hixie, 13-9, into the hard point. And this game now all of a sudden starts to have a little bit of a cushion built into it with still 20 seconds to fight for here at first. And look at number 7 in pink. Vikal's already on rotation, looking to put some pressure on Boys of Liar at new.
Looking to make a rail play, but has to get through Bink, and I think he realizes, all right, teammate's not really in a spot where I can really force this and make it happen by myself. Guilty to come through. Dark Side will fall. Hixie is good there for the remaining couple seconds. So 83 to 141, and now Vikal. We talked about that play. He's there in the back. Once again, huge 1v1 to disrupt the spawns.
And it's the exact right moment when his teammates are coming off of that off spawn to flood through old, and this is beautiful Call of Duty out of the subs from Twisted Theory. And that's not to take anything away from Mach, who's looking solid right now, and Hollow, who just hasn't had to do anything. I mean, unbelievable. Boys of Liar still fighting, though. Right back around the trail side to get in the back, flip the spawns, get into the hard point. But here comes Vikal. Darkside just trying to lock things up, holding down the trigger, and he gets lucky that Hixie had team nade land on top of his boy's head.
Yeah, it's actually a big 20 to get here for Boys of Liar if they want any chance of being able to bring this one back. It starts with this back 20. Starts with a couple of clean kills now pushing out of your spawn. Which is good so far in the first, but hard to read Vikal inside a hut. But the timing is unbelievable. So Estriel now there for 2, and defense not looking as sturdy as it was. So now a chance to be able to actually make your way in, but a nice pickup there from Hixie. Will slow it down just a tad bit, but now you got 0 in the back to worry about.
Yeah, and he's going to find elimination while the hit from the front is on the way. So you have to just bunker up, win your gunfights if you're Twisted Theory. And they will only have Hollow left to stand, and he nearly doubles up. That would have kept him at least contested for a little bit longer, but the break is good. Boys of Liar, right back into things. Oh my, how is this happening? From the front, Twisted Theory, largely just trying to hit this thing from the bottom floor. One up top, though, is Hixie. That will open the floodgates a touch. Here comes the rest of the hit, though. It's a little bit in pieces. RDA on 5. Trey really starting to heat things up for his boy. But Hollow from the side, double. Maybe that gives a chance. 1v1 for the scrap time. Dark Side just kind of dancing around, but of course Vikal wins the gunfight. Estriel back in as Boys of Liar have to play it through old, and they will find the kills to get us really close to a tie game.
Yeah, they've brought this back. Boys of Liar with that back kind of, big points there on the previous hill. Able to get into this, flip out the spawns onto this point as well. We'll see if they can do it. Once again, heading over to P4. A lot of the map being cut. Hollow just feeding information to his teammates at the moment and then waits to pick up a freebie with the help of Vikal. But you have to worry about this push from the front, and they're going to call in a streak. So trying to break this one open, trying to get into the back and maybe flip on the spawns, and 0.
Wow.
0 finds 2. 0 gets a third through mid. That should lock in the spawns, and it does. Huge break for Boys of Liar.
Got a great usage of the streak. You kind of see everyone from Twisted Theory doesn't know where to go. There's just no interior to play off of. You just have to hope and pray that it doesn't hit you. And unfortunately, it takes down 2. And a second comes through. Mach wants to go for this. 20 seconds to fight for. Hixie's going to spawn in the back. Dark can only do so much. And I think Boys of Liar were a little bit caught off guard with that timing of the streak. They were looking to play exits, and it catches 2, allowing a chance for Twisted Theory to kind of mitigate the damage and cauterize the wound.
So here we go again. Vikal, of course, we're on board with him. as he tries to enter in, but he's lost his teammates, so Eco might have to really slow down and just wait. I love this call. Wait for your teammates to get here. Wait for the kills to start to come through. Hollow there for the first one. Estrio will be worked slowly here from Vico. Attempts to look for the second. No one else is home. Twisted Fury, they get a free ride in.
Boys of Liar getting a lot of nades in play here. The trophy not down yet, so they can have a chance to re-break this very rapidly. And there's the kills. Yeah, really well done. I don't know if the trophy, you can kind of see it there in the pink. It's just not quite on the front of the hard point, so a lot of that utility does connect. Makes life much easier on the break. Twisted Theory still with the favorable spawns. Looking to try to re-break, though, again. Just back and forth. It's been a very much so tug of war, and so is the kill feed. Pinstripe it goes. Mach, last one left. This would be a 1v2 for him to win the hill, and he does not expect a second player, but Cardian just kind of falls into his lap. Bink was there to confirm the trade, but this scrap time is not done yet. Bink just killing off as much time as possible, and he's done pretty well, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, not too bad whatsoever. Now Estriel trying to see if he can get top dome control. Things could potentially end on P1, but you have to imagine it'll probably end on P2. So spawns at least here right now for Boys a Liar. Vico is stunned up, locked down, can't get more than one. Hollow now, forced to try to go big as he takes out Bink. Has some high ground to work with. Up by about 10 for Boys a Liar. They are in a great position at the moment.
No, I'll say. Just comes down to can you further punish with kills. Hixie just floating. And then diving. Goes right back out to it, though, off the regen. Bink is kept suppressed. Twisted Theory. Ticking away. Lots of time. Starting to be earned. Have to make a go call if your boy's a liar. They also want to make sure they're playing for new, though. War on two fronts. And finally, Mach will be taken out of the hard point. So now it's all about this play around the back. Hixie trying to work with Hollow. Bink the first one up. Turned away. And that's going to be now pressure on the spawns while the second hard point is still not yet open. Look at number 4. Bink spawns all the way out.
Yeah, Bink is just going to spawn in Narnia. And you have Twisted Theory just slowly edging around the map, checking their corners, ready to get into the back. Dark Side trying to find some double ups here out front in Dome, but now the back might just be secure for Twisted Theory. 3 players going to drop down. Bink the last one up. He will be taken out. Twisted Theory, they're in the time. They hold the spawn. Now they just got to stop this next wave.
Oh, and that has to come through mid. I mean, Beagle's shut down Dome completely. Hollow's watching the cross. Mock's watching the back. Has to find a way to break through this right here, right now. Good awareness from Hollow. Turn his attention to the front. Just has to hold down the trigger. Someone's got to get to the hard point, though. To the pistol! No! Not going to happen. Still 20 seconds to fight for. Twisted Theory still has a couple members spawning in. Actually, the whole team is spawning in. So Estrio, who's had a slow game, would need to go big. And unfortunately, I don't think Boys a Liar expected TT to spawn in the back. They were already on rotation. And they misread it just a touch. Twisted Theory break back in for the final second needed.
Oh, well, they break the curse, Alan. No reverse sweep this time. You just got to defend the reverse sweep potentially, but they don't have to worry about coming back with 3 maps in a row. Great opening map number 1. A good fight back as well from Boys a Liar. I mean, they were down by quite a bit. We were praising perfect hardpoint being played. But, you know, a couple hills being chained together, a couple big rotations, good break, good call with the streak as well from Zero to get in there, lock in that spawn. That's when things started to turn. But that P1, P2, I mean, P2 specifically, it felt like every single time Eagle was in the back, Twisted Theory flipped out the spawns in the first 10 to 15 seconds. And without having that close spawn, man, it is obviously so difficult to hold on to that hill.
Oh, what is happening here? Into the secondary stream that we've got, Amit Team War. Again, this is a must-win matchup to avoid going 1-3 in your group, which would put you in the 5th position. Thresh is 8-0. He just called in a streak. And this is going to be 5-0 on the count towards the scoreboard. Unless Wardy pulls off a 1v3, he's not going to be able to do anything at all. What's going on here?
They just got 6-0'd, right?
Was
it a 6-0 or 6-1? I want to say it was a 6-0.
Let me check.
I don't think they got on the board. I'm trying to remember because we hop around a lot, so it's difficult to always lock it down. But I want to say, my gut is telling me that it was a 6-0. And now, are they about to 6-0?
Yeah, they got 6-0 on Mercado Search. Yeah, against.
So now they're going to 6-0.
Yeah,
this
looks.
What is today? Like, what do you call
nothing.
Today?
I'm telling you, we have to throw away the stat sheet. I love Easy Mac, but like I don't want to look at it for the rest of the season.
Feels that way.
It's just. Maybe that's our plot armor for this. Just don't look at the stats and you can never be wrong.
Well, let's see if they do put it away. Just need one more round. Thresh, with the way he's playing, pretty difficult to shut down. Hasn't even died. And well, Rooper, nice little shot here from the back. Just waits for that peek from Wardy. But they are going to get the bomb down in the
What a
meantime.
nade.
That nade comes through, but Gravity needs the dip and dive away, and he does.
Thing about this is this whole retake is coming from behind. So Team War may not know how many members are here. Opening trade, they get confirmation that a second member's on this flank. And Lau gets sniped by a Rooper just off screen. So now it just comes down to Gravity 1v3. He's got a pretty good lay of the land here, but he's stuck inside bottom cantina with an AR. First shots come through, finds Thresh. Second one in the corner, gets the second. Gravity to the knife! Oh my goodness!
That might be one of the most insane 1v3s I've seen in a moment like this. Gravity is 1 HP, goes to the knife, sprints out, and just slices and dices them for a 1v3 in just a few seconds for Gravity. I mean, I know they got a lot of rounds to come back from, but that is still unbelievable.
Clip it and ship it, baby. If I don't see that on COD competitive in 10 minutes, chat, you're just doing it wrong. Oh my God. That was unreal. But does it matter? It'd have to be a full sail off the 1v3 if there were to be a 1-1 map count, and First Blood goes the way of Infinite. Admit taking their time, though, not going for the quick plant. They know Wardy is somewhere nearby. They just don't know where exactly, and now all of a sudden he's got to kind of clutch up. First shots come through cleanly. Expects the second, but maybe not fully, and Lau stuck mid-map. Does that just land on top of his own head?
I thought it was gonna straight up and right back down.
Wow.
Man,
Okay. Well, cool 1v3.
it was cool. We'll give Tom that.
Wow.
Cool little moment, but this doesn't really lead to a whole lot, unfortunately. And I was even going to come out and like start praising like how well they set up this round. 3-man hit in the back alley while Rupert just holds and catches Loud, trying to make a little wrap around the back. It's like, oh, this is so good. And then Gravity's like, yeah, you want to break that down? We'll break down my 1v3 real quickly. I mean, that was just insane. I mean, you don't see it every day, but what a bounce back. I mean, when you look at that, you know, the grand scheme of things, like the big picture here for a team that just got 6-0'd, to then what should have probably been a 6-0 for them to turn it around that quickly. I mean, that's impressive.
Oh, 100%. Hey, and it's just what a state of affairs we've got. We continue to mention this. It's just a roulette wheel of just where's the ball going to stop.
Yeah.
But a 2-0 count here for Amit. That's great. I mean, great news for the Latino fans that are out there.
For sure.
Trying to avoid going 1-3. Again, that's what's on the line for that particular matchup. Meanwhile, to kind of learn on the other side, does Twisted Theory have the ability to win 3 in a row when they're not down 0-2? Because that, you know, it's impressive to win all 3 of your matches in reverse sweep fashion, but boy, that's got to be nervy at the same moment. So they're currently up on Boys a Liar after their pretty solid little bounce back. I won't say a full bounce back, but they were able to put themselves in a good spot after being down a little bit early against that Boys a Liar roster on Hydro Hardpoint. We got Fortress Search and Destroy. We'll step away for this brief moment. We've been going for a while. It's been a little bit of a marathon, and I think we all could use a little bit of a moment to settle down just a touch. So we'll have more action, whether it be the Fortress Control for Amit versus Team War or the Fortress Search for Twisted Theory Boys a Liar when we come back. Don't go far. More challenges right after this. welcome back, everybody, into map number 2. Twisted Theory putting together an unbelievable display late into the Hydro hardpoint. Now find themselves looking to go 2-0 up for the first time. Actually, just the fact that they've won the first map is already a good news to Twisted Theory fans out there. No need to reverse sweep here. The boys of Liar looking to bounce back on the offense. On the Fortress Search, and Estriel does have a little bit of clarity of what's going on just outside of this A site.
No trophies just yet, so they're just going to try to stick for it. And yeah, they're going to push at the perfect time. But trades are coming back.
Not bad.
See there for another. Drops us into a little 2 versus 2. 40 seconds left in the clock, and they should know the bomb is down. But you could flip their side of the map if you want to. Dark side alongside Bink have to figure out how they want to retake this. And well, Dark side's in a great spot. Might get some info, but can't finish the kill.
Yeah. Tough scenes. Now Dark by himself. That silence has been earned, but look at the double stack. Yeah, really well formed by Twisted Theory there in the 2v2. You get the kill, you get away, which may be the more important part about it. And then you just stack up together, force them to have to make a play. And really, really well done here. Okay.
It's always the difficulty, too, in round 1. It's like, specifically Fortress, when you know, like, okay, well, that's the site they're going to, guys, right? If we're watching B-Cross. So just hold our stuns and nades, use them at the right time, play a retake, and we should be good for a round 1. Ending nothing goes wrong with a pinch or anything like that. And Hixie, how about it? Comes away with a nice little 3 kills in round number 1 as well.
Yeah, I'll say. Got it done with the AR there to finish as well, mind you. And how about the first blood here? Okay. Charlie Hixie, do what you want. Have a day. That's going to lead to a plan. The defense is nowhere to be found. This was all about trying to stack through mid, and I think they're starting to realize, wait a second, we have not contested the plant whatsoever, and now how do we get back in for a retake? This is a very similar setup as far as the post plant is concerned, and this is just taking so much time away.
Estriel just waiting for someone to give him a chow, and then Nico gives his teammate a chow. 0 drops in that gunfight, and what do you do from here if you're Estriel? Just so many angles to look at, so many tough gunfights. Lock gives them a chance. Bink gets 1, but he'll run right back into Hollow. He'll finish him up, no problem.
Wow. That's just one of those things where you get that first blood, that feels great. I mean, the whole defense was set up to try to get that player forward and just hold off any potential A aggression because you've kind of, gotten a first blood down low. But when you don't have that kill and your defense is nowhere near to even watch the cross, it just ends up being a free kill, a free plant rather, off of the first kill. So good start, really clean. Hixie still looking solid, 4-1.
Now, boys, a liar. Got to find an offense here. Don't want things to snowball. Doesn't look like they're going to try to force anything quickly, so this will be very much just kind of slow working for a pick, and might get a free one. Yeah, Mox kind of watching through the door, but he does respond back. Bink tries to take the challenge, punished for it. Darkside gets a great read from Beagle, trying to make a play up top. Numbers go the way of Boys a Liar.
Okay. Maybe a chance here to try to work their way back through. Hollow, big shots onto Dark. And now they're just going to full re-rapid. Cardi's in a great spot to read this. Shots come out, though, again. Just kind of maybe pulling the trigger a bit too early. That forces Estriel to have to clutch at the 1v2. And what a prediction, but Hollow wins the gunfights. That's enough for the full win. Oh, my. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, big mistake indeed. And 5 in a row now, 1 off of the streak. Streaks are very useful on a map like this. An open A site, open B site, if you ever get to it, and Twisted Theory, I mean, they are just not slowing down. They're winning clutch gunfights, and they're just winning a lot of their clutch situations. Like, these little 1v2s that are kind of coming down, little 1v1s in the end. Like, they're just winning it on these gunfights, reading the correct situation at hand, and they're just absolutely just dismantling Boys a Liar at the moment. They've not really been able to put it together. Off the back end of that first pick as well from Bink, you thought that could have been a great round there for them.
Good grief. It just... How much of this is just learned resiliency after having to go 3 reverse sweeps? Things just look dire. Things look like they're not going to come through. And you get saved by Hollow. Now on 5. And Estriel is in a weird spot here defensively. You can see he wants to challenge us over towards P1. There's no need to. But he's in a really good spot to watch over the top of it. I don't even know if Boys a Liar realize how many members for Twisted Theory are trying to push through P1.
Yeah, I don't think they really did. And the most important part is that Hixie's able to get the bomb back after Vehicle drops. And while that happens, you can see it. Hollow's been able to basically clear out this site. Hixie gets pushed up. Now the information is here. Hollow looking for kill number 6. But he won't find it. Streak is not going to be there for him. Mock finishes off that kill. Drops into a 2v2, but time getting low. Have to play for the plant. Hixie going to decide to drop it.
And think about this. Everyone's so worried about Maku. Oh, man, if he would have gotten one, that would have been fine. But now it becomes more difficult for Hixie, who's going to hit the dead sounds and take the full long route around. Was that seen? Yeah, Bink sees him. So now you got to cut right back through. Good look at the bomb. Pushes him off the defuse initially. Still 28 seconds. Hixie's going to run out of dead silence. Has to hold the same angle again. Bink right back on towards the bomb once more. This time not the right angle, though. Just can't watch it from that spot. And Bink will successfully hold. Good counter on the defuse.
I think that one's going to feel a little bit tough. If you lose that round and get the streak, then it's not too bad. But Mock actually kind of steals that kill away from Hollow, and that's like the big challenge, right? He wide challenged to get that kill. He knows he's going to get traded there. So as soon as he tries to transfer, it just does not happen in time. That's a tough one. Would love to have the streak going into the rest of the rounds, but still very much in a good spot here for Twisted Theory, up 3-1. Boy's a liar. Finally able to put it together and actually clutch out one of these 1v2 situations.
Yeah, I'll say. For a second there,
Yeah,
he gets that last shot, you think, yeah. Hixie first blood again. Goodness. He is just all over the map right now, isn't he? And Boys a Liar is a little bit stuck, like, in their spawn at the moment. You got Vehicle already on the site. You've got help. Howell's going to give him the first bit of information before Vehicle has to chow. And you're also boxing them in around the back. I mean, they've gotten away with highway robbery right here.
I mean, you said it, right? Like, Hixie just gets to kind of, like, push forward, find a kill down low, gets away. Now Hixie's going rogue in the building. Vehicle's pushed all the way up on the site, so everyone else just has to chill. Like, they don't have to do anything if they don't want to. You know, Vehicle's got information and eyes on bomb. And then, nice little shot there from Hixie in the back. It's not too often we see Hixie, like, have takeovers and S&Ds, I'll say. But he is certainly finding his groove here on Fortress.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's got, like, shades of a Beezy right now, honestly, with these opening engagements. In and out, find a kill, get away. And how about a first easy plant? Oh, my. I mean, once again, the defense is just not here. Hollow's even got to sub this round, so this is just straight aggression from Twisted Theory. Hixie gets a double. That's now his second major streak. He does get turned away, though, and the defense does have some ground to work with. But how do you break through this same post plant? Be cool on the backside of boxes. Mock watching the long cross. You have to go sniff this out. You can't just try to stick for a defuse here if your boy's a liar.
Yeah, you got to check. You got to check. You got to peek. And it's not going to be easy fights. They're going to get info on Mock with 15 seconds left.
Good
make
nade.
a decision, and what a nade. What a read. Arcside runs right into it, trying to reset and reposition for the gunfight. Mock has none of it. Twisted Theory, they'll make sure they close out this 4v2 and go up 5-1.
It's just, that's absolutely picture perfect, excuse me. And it's all just based on point of contact from Mock. Vehicle doesn't have to do anything until he knows that there's going to be a challenge. Because like we mentioned, there's just no way you just stick to defuse that. I mean, that would be a bold ninja to be sure. So now Twisted Theory up 5-1. And this is a great Boys a Liar team, mind you. They looked really good in their first series. And Twisted Theory is just moving a little different after those 3 reverse sweeps.
Yeah. Very much so. Needs to be dodged, and it does give Hixie a chance to try to get up. Bink's going to read it. Nico able to get one on the other side, however, and then dips right back out. And then, side spot back up, so Bink gets kind of 2 little freebies in the same spot this round. Creates a nice little numbers advantage, and Boys a Liar now 3v2.
I like the idea, though, for Beagle. He gets the kill by mantling through single window. He thinks that someone's going to be watching that to see if he's still up there, so you change the angle, but no, Bink just sits and hangs out. Mock nearly confirms a trade. That would have turned this into a more doable 2v2. With that said, Hollow's still very in a great spot defensively, topside A, but Mock has not seen the cross with these 2 members going to B, and this is going to create a totally different set of circumstances now for Twisted Theory.
Yeah, they throw a Semtex down, I think, to create smoke, and they're able to cross off of it. Oh, I can't finish off Estriel. You would have loved to have had that kill at least before being traded. Now, shots come through in the back. Not going to happen. they'll be able to read it. They'll shut down Mock and Hollow and keep themselves alive here in Fortress S&D.
Yeah, well done. And a good read there as well for what it's worth for Boys a Liar. You know, especially once you kind of get the motion knowing that, okay, we do have some contest over towards A. There's no way they've got numbers with that double hit up to top window towards B. So let's get back to mid-map, cut across, see what we can find. I like that call a lot. Still a lot to be done, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's only up from here. Harder and harder for sure. Twisted Theory, it's the best news. I don't think anyone earned any streaks, so at least have that going for you. A little preset nades here. The top stun does not open the door, so they will not be able to see this cross. Bink is also able to catch Mock on an initial challenge, and that's going to likely slow things down, but they're still going to work for some angles here inside of maps.
Yeah. I mean, you're kind of forced, not knowing what's on A, to have to feel more out through mid, right? I mean, it's just, that stun not opening the doors is more important than you might think. Because now you're out of utility. There's a trophy system to keep Dark completely concealed, and even if the nade hits the trophy, you don't know where he's at. So you have to take a bold engagement, whether by forcing it to be or just diving on in. And oh my, those tags are pretty solid, but Hixie nearly runs into a team nade. So everything once again pauses in the 4v3.
I mean, I have an X-ray and I can barely even see Estriel through what he was shooting
For
through.
real,
so.
dude.
Absolutely locked in, apparently. And well, the scoreboard shows it. Right now, 9-4 for Hixie. Want to get this bomb down, but they want to maybe just kind of surge out through mid, and well, you can see what they're looking for, right? They want to try to pinch up this play, catch them on the retake, but no gunfights being lost here. The Boys a Liar. Everyone will drop down. Flawless defensive round.
Look, if you're really looking to nerd out as an audience member right now, I really need to stress the importance of that stun not opening those double doors. Because as soon as those doors stay closed and you don't have anybody offensively to play the back stairs, you don't know if anyone crossed in. But more importantly, you have to figure that in a 4v3, the defense at most has probably 2 members inside the archways, which is why you see that little play through the window to try to get around the back. You know, trying to force a play in a different way. You don't have a free entry on towards the site. People can be hiding behind that little corner where the doors are. They could be playing deep over the backside of the gallows, which is a tough gunfight. So you try to force a piece of timing around the back, but that is all a byproduct of those doors not opening at the beginning of the round. Although this time, lots of damage. Also should be able to take down this trophy single-handedly with the damage that he just forced onto it. But Estro's going to get the bomb planted and get on dodge quickly. We go 4v4 to the post plant.
Yeah, that was a swift call here. Boys a Liar not wasting any time. Just trying to keep some momentum rolling and really just put the pressure on Twisted Theory to make a call, make a play. We're going to go for a little 2-2 split here across the map. See if it works out for them. 25 seconds. I mean, they're really utilizing a lot of the clock here. Have to make things happen and happen quickly. He's over the top. Going to tag up Estriel. And they're going to try to hop on the defuse. Hollow fighting from the front. Players getting through to the back. 2v2, but someone's got to hop the bomb. I don't think it's going to happen unless Hixie gets the second. Dark side going to get him off the bomb.
Yep. Yep, it's one of those things that just becomes so difficult because, again, I love the commitment from Estriel. It's now, what, the second or third time we've seen it. It's just like, I'm on, I'm safe, let me plant. Like, if you start to get tagged up, you can hop off and still be safe at any point in time. But these quick plants forces a whole new ball game to the defense who are not contesting. So it turns the round timer in from a minute 30 to just 45 seconds in the blink of an eye. And when you're playing passive defense like that, it's hard to get a read of like, oh, wait a second, what do we do to get back into the site here? Now all of a sudden we have a game on our hands. 5-4 the count, and a lot of rounds in a row here for Boys a Liar.
Well, they're making it happen. 3 rounds in a row. Let's see if they can make it 4 here with another big defensive round. But Twisted Theory not looking to play too much of a mind game. However, Hollow with a great channel. Dolphin dives away. Semtex will not find any kind of a trade. So 4v3 will go. On is going down with the 3-man stack. All coming through the tunnel. And it will be 1-for-1 trades. Hollow trying to pinch up the back. 2v2. Bomb does not go down.
Tough gunfight. Oh, but opts into it. Bink will get traded. Mock right there. 1v1. And Mock will opt to just use the dead silence that he still got triggered instead of trying to pick up the bomb. And Trey may have the timing. Mock not seen. Maybe his teammates call him out. His feet maybe shown underneath the truck. And yeah, Trey thinks he's got the bomb. He's going to hard play B. And now both players are going to be very noisy when they start moving around with Mock running out of the dead silence.
Oh. And Zero's going to see him. Zero's gonna see him. Should have a line of sight here to finish him off, and he
Wow.
does. Wow. Little spicy 1v1. Almost gets baited, but Zero able to bounce back. Just gets the read on the cross here, finds the shots, and we were going round 11 from what was a 5-1 advantage there just a bit earlier.
Oh boy. Buckle up, friends. We've got ourselves a game. Who steps up? It's Twisted Theory on the defense. Boys a liar, attacking. You get the bomb the Estriel. Does he just plant quickly again? If you're Twisted Theory, have you been conditioned? Do you want to try to contest that early? Do you commit yourself too much? Lots of things to think about. Boys a liar are going to kind of pump the brakes here, not do anything wild. No nades either from really either side so far. Hollow's just playing for intel on the little door peak. You'll see one cross. That's Estriel. Spam shots coming through. Trophy not in a place to keep him safe. Or the nade's going to be there. He's sticking. His shots come through, but the bomb gets planted. And the retake is already on the way.
Retake now in effect for Twisted Theory. Door's going to be shut. This time you feel like it's going to be a little bit quicker, but Bink is making a flank play happen, and Bink will find Mock. So now you're sandwiched into the site. Shots coming through. 1 versus 3 for Vico. And it's looking like this comeback has come through. Vico will have to do something exceptional, and there's too much to deal with. Wow! Boys a liar, down 1-5. Bring it back with 5 rounds in a row.
Holy smokes. And in another episode of Don't Try to Make Predictions in God Challengers. Unreal, man. What a roller coaster. What an absolute roller coaster. And that's one that hurts.
Yes.
The pride of Twisted Theory. I mean, you are not just up 5-1. You're dominating this search and destroy. And then you're not.
Another one of those situations. You were until you weren't, right? Like, tough scenes there. I mean, 5-1, it was just looking like they were going to be able to seal the deal, but a couple really clutch rounds come through, right? Chances at 1v1s. I mean, there was opportunities, but I think just a lot of really good calls. Like, specifically the call where they have the flawless defense into the transition of the offense into, like, the really fast plant. And then it puts you in a spot where you're Twisted Theory and you're like, okay, like, that's, unfortunate defensive round, but now we have to react and retake and make decisions very quickly. So I love that call. Just kind of really putting the pressure on the opposing team and have to make them kind of think on the fly like that and retake, which obviously they were unable to do. So, yeah, a couple good play calls, a lot of big clutches, and incredible 5 rounds in a row tied the series up.
I mean, that's just great resilience. I'm telling you, this Boys a Liar team's really good. They've got a lot of potential for a newly formed team, and they just showed it right there. This would be, by the way, their opportunity to go 2-0 in the day as well, mind you. So that's good. Right. That would be huge for Boys a Liar as we look back over the map set. We're through 2. Hotel Control, Mercado Hardpoint at least, before we possibly see an El Estilo Search and Destroy. Meanwhile, just small verbal update. Team War have won the Map 3 Fortress Control, so they are now down 1-2 in that series. They're also going to be going to Mercado Hardpoint, so that's kind of what's on the docket for us to finish off the evening.
A lot of Mercado, and still maybe a lot of maps to be played. Really going to have to see. This is, such an interesting effect. We have a team that is, so used to having to win, in must-win situations, to getting like a map 1 lead and be like, oh, 5-1 up. You start to be like, oh man, this still like 2-0 start isn't too bad. And then obviously 5 rounds in a row come through, and then it's pressure right back on. It's like, damn, we let that one slip, have to bounce back. But I don't think that you would be worried about a team that's been able to complete 3 reverse sweeps to be able to bounce back after a map 1 loss, despite it, being 5 rounds in a row. However, we'll see if they can in fact do it, or if you can build off of this. Boys a Liar can really start to drive home some of their big respawn points that we were seeing during game number 1, and carry that into the game number 3, and close out and clutch up some of those moments like we were seeing in the S&D.
Yeah,
and they still very much have a chance to take control of the series.
Okay, so kind of with that in mind, I mean, again, the sample size of what's going on has been pretty low, generally speaking. I mean, Boys a Liar 1-1 in their first day. I think both of those were 3-0s or 3-1s, so like we haven't really had a chance to see too much out of their control. What we can at least say is, though, that Bink has been great in the control. He was great yesterday, had 1.23 looking over the stats here, but even thinking back to last season, he was also playing really well in the control, so maybe he could be the X factor here for Boys a Liar to get up 2-1 in this series and try to take down this very difficult team to kill off, apparently. That's a tired storyline at this point in time. Whereas you kind of look on the other side for Twisted Theory, you know, it's hard to kind of just pick one player on this team, I think, just because of how they're formed, who they are, how the duos had been in the past. It's just one of those things that it's kind of pick your poison if you want to watch someone to play, as we are right on into the Control on Hotel. No waiting whatsoever. Names at the top will be fixed here in a moment as we jump into looking at Twisted Theory on the defense, Boys a Liar on the attack, and there will be some progress here at A, looking for the third tick.
Well, Twisted Theory also, they have to be flawless, right? If they've completed 3 reverse sweeps, that means they've won every single control. So
Good point.
we'll see if that will continue as well. But it's a very nice start for Boys a Liar. Mind you, a little bit more of an offensive favored map on Hotel. As Hollow starts to get some good little exits coming off the last point, but won't be able to play his life for the second. So a little 2-push kind of happening in the back. Meanwhile, you got Darkside trying to make some moves inside of Bedroom.
A little bit of patience, starting to fall over the backside of Hotel. Boys a Liar getting some success, though, around the back through Spa. Twisted Theory are in very isolated positions. I mean, these are all individual gunfights. Nobody can help one another. I'll look at in the first, Vico the second. That will slow down the offensive attempt, at least so you would think. Wait a second. Cartier spawns right underneath Hixie. He does get elimination, but Hixie should be there to follow up, and he is. And with that, Twisted Theory's defense will collapse on the B zone.
Yeah, very nicely done. Make sure no ticks of progress come through. Presence still in Bedroom, but Estriel will just wait for that push. Hollow still down low, so still have Presence here to block that close spawn inside of Luggage. At least a good position somewhat be in to get numbers surging towards the point. Gunfights need to follow, and Vico, oh man, peeks out through mid, bounces back up top to the catwalk, and takes out 3 of the 4. And Estriel waits for it, still alive inside a Bedroom, but doesn't have his teammates with him.
Oh, and Hollow drops actually, so hold on a
here.
second. So that, yeah, they spawned right on top of it again, which again feels weird to say, just considering where Twisted Theory were, and now you've got numbers. Ixie drops. Now you've got 2 players on. A third could get here quickly. Hold on a second. Hollow up top has to go huge. Vico needs to go as well. Second tick of progress locked in. Long range shots with the Vaznev won't be there. The double stack now. Possibly putting this second tick under lock and key. Mock still close by. Would have to challenge forward. And there are so many Boys a Liar member still there. Hixie for the double. Third tick of progress though on the way. Has to happen from the front. Hollow gets the kill. Can Dark stay alive long enough? The contest is in. And the defense regains. But quick off the respawn. Still a chance to win this off lives or clock from either side.
8 playing up against 6, still in favor of Twisted Theory, and the
Wow.
kills now starting to come through. That is at the perfect moment. Now you got 1 attempt left, and it's not going to be a clean one. 0 would have to clear out the way. He'll force a team kill. That's the best you'll get out of it. 2 lives left. Boy a Liar will drop down. What a moment there in the end to get there in the nick of time. That was looking like a solid stack.
Can we see the full scoreboard as we jump into this next round by chance? Because Hollow gets 12 kills. I'm willing to wager that 6 of them are objective kills. Because he saves the round like 3 separate times right here. I don't know if that picks up on the scoreboard this early on or not, but I'd be curious to see if we have that intel, because that was an unbelievable display from Hollow. And he gets 3 objective kills, but there's way more than that. I'll say that much, is around the zone, maybe not necessarily on it.
Sure. Still crazy stuff, and yeah, clutch moment as you mentioned, and 1 off of earning the streak. And Hollow actually kind of pulls out the little Vaznev. That was on purpose. I mean, he's taking long range gun battles. Tons of nades come through. He's still able to play his life, but a little frantic inside of couches. Meanwhile, Twisted Theory able to get some presence over by A. Hixie waits for the door to open, says thank you for the kill. Now, that first tick likely locked in.
Hollow does drop, though, so no cruise missile, but now Hixie, the next threat for the score streak. And I think he may have seen Dark nearby. I think he thinks he's got the jump on him, but that information was mutual. Dark just goes pro. No chance for Hixie in that gunfight. All the meanwhile, though, these kills are definitely favoring the side of Boys a Liar, even though the second tick of progress is nearly locked in here, and it will be if Hixie can get the 1v1. Doesn't even need it. The defender just steps away, and that will be an extra 60 seconds, and in the effort, Twisted Theory have neutralized the life count.
Over 2 minutes to work with. Eco early ground being made, but Estriel will shut him down. Nice little stun coming through. Mock can't find that swift trade. Now we'll see how they decide to break it. Every team has a different look at how they do it. Coming off of the exits to push into the back is certainly one way, but you got to get through Dark Side. So far, so good. Finds that first one, has a read on the second, doesn't commit. I love this. Just going to tour with them, keep them back here, wait for support.
Yeah. Really heads up play without question. Mock with the sub as well. Trying to work his way through bedroom very quietly. Hello? And the kills are coming in very rapidly. Big has to step up. Has a good prediction on the second. Tries to force the gunfight. Tags from behind, though. It's Hollow who gets the kill. Twisted Theory now with numbers around the site, but are still waiting to flush out Estriel. Now that the elimination has happened, you can start making your way in, but they lose Hixie from the front. He is your respawn buffer, trying to force Boys a Liar to spawn way out. And now they're on kind of a recollection of the bedroom. Maybe a bit too passive for Twisted Theory here as Boys a Liar capitalize on the effort.
Yeah, it might just be... I mean, Hixie was in the back. He had the chance to make the play. It's the stun that finishes him off after getting tagged, so it's a little unfortunate. Really needed him to stay alive, and now you're going to have to try to break this through mid or break this through the front. Hollow over the top. Not going to find a whole lot of damage. Down to about a minute now on the clock. Hixie good for that first one. That could open up the play. Raid starting to go back in favor of Boys a Liar, but Hollow alive on the point, pushing up on the desk. This is a good spot now for Twisted Theory.
Absolutely, and they're still looking for kills. They're trying to neutralize this likely just a touch here. It's, again, one of those situations of, do you feel like maybe they could have gotten more progress on the zone, but valuing the eliminations, and maybe rightfully so. Now 3 in a row. This is the chance. 3 down. You get on. You try to stack it. They're still worried about where Cartier's gone, and Trey is in a position to try to still foil this defensively. And how about the lifeline given on both sides defensively? It's Hollow on one side, Trey on the other. But the kills come through and everything goes neutral. 12v9, 30 seconds.
Now no one's in from behind, inside of bedroom to kind of disrupt this play. Need that little insurance that you love to have. But you still got to try to break through the front. Not easy as Mock goes for the first one. Hixie comes up with a second. 15 seconds. We've seen last second attempts work out before. You're going to have to really fly to the zone and stop this clock. 8 seconds to go.
I think as this defense is in position all around the bars, these are very tough gunfights to take, and you have to just run on in through it. Oh, what a prediction that is from Zero. Mock on 1.7 lines up. He actually forces the team kill trophy system down. Does he get any help to get onto the zone again? No. And the defense survives through another round. Very tight back and forth affair here early on Hotel, though. Oh, my.
Extremely. I mean, you have to really think, like, if Zero doesn't pop the play that he does, like maybe that's a stack. Twisted Fury, they're probably there for an offensive win, but Zero, big kill, repositions, able to move in there for a second, and that really is the difference maker when you talk about that round and what happened. Boys a Liar, able to hold on defensively, and I think that also makes them now up by just about 1 tick.
Yeah, I think it does as well, because they didn't get any progress done in the second, so I think you're right there, bud. Okay. Next up, what's it to be? Estriel First Blood, that's over towards B. That actually seems to move the swarm over towards the B side of the map. Darkside is going to stay on A. The clock will stall. Mock is really by himself defensively, though. A little bit of help from Hollow through mid-map, and that will be enough to make sure there is no double progress being made. But what does the defense do to try to move over here to deal with this play at A?
Yeah, how do they try to get from behind potentially here? Hollow, able to set up a flank. Zero is watching it. I think he's got a sound cue as well, so should be able to find it, and he does. Hollow will drop. Play for the back is shut down. Zone is captured. And again, 2 minutes to work with here for the attack.
Yep. But that's pretty much, it's voluntarily given away in a lot of efforts, I think, if you're looking at that from Twisted Theory. Now it's just about who can find the setup. Looking over towards what a finish this might be over on the other side. Are you kidding me? Team Moore, ice up.
49.
250. Dude, we've had like 4 of those this season so far.
So it's, I don't know what's in the water here for these guys and challenges, but it's, I don't know, something's got to be going on, Alan.
A lot of energy, I'll say that much. Insert your favorite sponsored brand here. Wow. That's going map 5. Because why not?
Why not? Throw it in there. Give us more. Minute 20 now to work with, and so far, defense has been pretty good.
Yep.
But you have no presence inside of bedroom, so Boys a Liar might be able to make a play happen. Good shots from Bink over the top. He can bind that for a second. Doesn't look like he's going to commit to the challenge. His teammates also starting to drop. Bink will actually keep it alive. Tough gunfight. Challenges out widely for Vikol, and Vikol will find him with the sub. Still undergoing pressure means that numbers are here. Boys a liar. They're on the point.
And this is something that Twisted Theory didn't do. You've got a favorable kill feed. Boys a liar say, let's get onto the zone. Let's start making progress. And now all of a sudden, Twisted Theory have to run, have to find a way in. Hollow, long-range shots. Well done. He gets so much damage dealt, but where are the kills? None could be there. Hollow has to work through, and the stack this time looks like it'll work out, and so it will. And that's just a difference of mentality, right? I mean, we saw that happen so many moments when Twisted Theory's on offense, but they decide to keep zoning forward, playing for more kills, and Boys a Liar say, come get us, we'll just jump on the zone, and it works out.
Yeah, you hit it. That is the big factor. Like, it's, you know, I understand the concept of wanting to push one player forward, right? Watch that cross, force some early engagements before they even see the zone or have to look at what's out there for them, but situations, you know, like Hotel, which, you know, I still consider to be at least one of those 50-50 maps for offense, absolutely. You get numbers on the point, you stack it, you force the hand of the defensive team. And I'm with you, without a doubt. Need to see maybe some of that here if they're able to continue to have the openings that we typically see. Try and get this A zone, which they're good for on that first kill. It will be, oh, actually, no, they don't want anything to do with it. They want to surge over to B. They want to stack it now.
Yeah, this is going to work out for at least a tick. We've got Vikol kind of watching the front desk, and Boys a Liar is going to forfeit this. And they're going to have to play through mid-couch. Mox watching it. This is just going to come too late. Stuns are even landing. You see Dark just kind of crawling up top on the catwalk. That is a very quick capture of the B zone. It's going to come with a little bit of a cost here, probably on the exit, or will it? Mox still alive on 4. Good read on to Trey D, but it's Vikol who opens up the floodgates, and Vikol finds another. This could be one of the fastest offensive rounds you'll ever see in Hotel Control. The only one standing in the way is Ezreal, and he drops quickly. Dark on the way forward, trying to hold on to the A zone, but look at the surround from Twisted Theory. They're finding the kills, and they've got a chance to threaten.
Certainly do. Have presence inside of the restaurant. Hixie also able to push forward, keep his back safe. His teammates got him. And the support is there, and Vikol is still, you know, continuing just to go off. Comes off his respawn. 2 in a row, 3 in a row for Vikol. As he'll finally drop down to 0, and 0 actually does combine for 2. Still a chance to try to stop this. Second tick isn't locked in just yet. Now it's good. And 0's been able to rip everybody apart. 3 in a row as he breaks into restaurant.
Now Vikol's already committed, so he will only get 1. Boys a Liar hurting in the lives. 21 plays 13. Minute 20 on the clock, and look at Twisted Theory making a route through the southern part of the minimap. Boys a Liar, I mean, this is just a subject and a cause and effect of being pressured so quickly. They are bunkered up around the zone. Cartier just trying to lock down the back. But Hixie's here. Shots coming through. Turns Darkside just a touch, but kills looking decent for Boys a Liar. It's been clean so far. And still chances to isolate. Hixie somehow still alive, eventually dealt with, but this is taking some time away from the clock. 50 seconds now all of a sudden.
That's right. They still got 2 members very much alive and healthy inside, watching each other's crosses. And now you're gearing up for, you know, what might just be a couple of your last hits. 12 up against 16. Boys a Liar chipping away at it. Hixie, though, that's a great first blood. And now they're going to fly on through Freezer in the back of Kitchen here. So Darkside's going to have a lot of work to do. It's basically all on him to try to find kills. He's found 2. Trying to play his life now in there. 0. 0's in for 3. Hollow, the last one left alive. It's a 2v4. But Hollow can keep the play alive. Has to try to find the second over the top. Shots coming through. But the support is in from the defensive side.
We're here with all 4. Vikol has to try to get a little bit of help. Hixie on the flank is trying to open up some space, but both of the players are going to fall. Now it's just down to Mock. He's going to be turned away. And oh my goodness. That turned from one of the fastest potential offensive rounds we've ever seen into one of the most dramatic defensive comebacks. And there's another moment. I had to bite my tongue for a second. You get the kills again if you're Twisted Theory. Vikol's zoning out over through Chandelier. Hixie's not on the zone. It could have been a 3-stack. But it's only 2 players, and the progress just doesn't get there to even really threaten the 3rd tick of progress. And then you called it Darkside, one of the last defenders at one moment in time, just gets blessed up with a little stack up collat. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Get on the point. Alley Cat would be saying the same thing, I think.
True, Ash. bring me back to like the Cold War days too, and that was like the first thing we were like always preaching, always screaming. But Yeah, man, stack the zone, and I mean, to be fair, like, it is a crazy clutch, like a little 2v4 inside the restaurant there from Zero and Darkside, and he's almost a little bit blessed with the way that both players kind of line up in front of him, because one, I think, is potentially tagged or, goes prone, and then it allows Darkside just to find that, free little two-piece, run in the kitchen, pop back out once Zero starts to put in shots, and they clear things out completely in the restaurant. So, love to see it there for them, but I'll tell you what, man, I mean, as much as we talk about a lot of resilience and a lot of clutch factors coming through for this Twisted Theory squad, it feels like they're now on a point where they just have not really been able to get over that hump in those final little moments, in the back end of the map.
It's wild, man. Wild. Okay, so we're hearing that we're going to do a little bit of a live action images to precede unfortunate events. Amit up 201 to 89. And look at the performance from Thresh, dude. 21 and 13. And on the other side, Morty, 7 and 15. We saw this in the picture-in-picture. But I'm curious to see what production's cooked up for us here, because this game should be over.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, what else do you say? It should be over. And somehow that does not end up happening as this comeback slowly starts to take place. And chaining, again, I mean, I touched on it earlier, right? Like, chaining hills together in Mercado, it's not easy to do, just with the way the map is set up and with the way that the lines of sights can be watched, especially through mid and things like this. It's just so difficult to be able to really make this happen. But the fact that they're able to chain hills together, I mean, it's just absolutely absurd.
Indeed the case. Let's kind of see how this all unfolds, though. Okay, this is a replayed action of a match that we kind of saw already from the outside of the picture-in-picture affair. But this is this game should be done at this point in time. But Amit not going to be able to get to the rotation here at 2. That seems to be a problem. And this is all just bizarre, because look at the stat lines. 21 and 12, 21 and 16, 17 and 13. Everyone's in the hard point. And on the other side, Wardy, who's been the pop-off player for Team War, has been silenced. And even on this break attempt, you've got numbers here for Amit, but Geo clutches up for a couple of doubles. And how about Gravity finishing things off? This entire hit completely gets thwarted.
Yeah, this is absurd. Just the control from the bottom of the hill, being able to stop the players from the top. It's not something you see too often. But the headies you can kind of leverage from the top of Cantina, but it's a little scrappy here. And, well, that's just a huge kill there from Gravity again. Gravity might just win this one too, I imagine. Scrap time. No, Snoopy's in for it. So they get this scrap, but it only leaves Rooper on rotation, right? To the tin hill.
And it's just one of those things. It's just like your leader's advantage at this point in time. You could just win off scrap, or you could just get to initial and chalk scrap and get 20 seconds and you win the game, right? I mean, surely you do. And the fact of the matter is here, Rooper, who's by himself, does well. How icy is Geo? I mean, he's by himself. Amit has 4 members that should be able to threaten this. Thresh kind of watching the rotation through mid gets shut down, and Geo picks up a kill in the hard point, but still Amit can threaten. And Team War have not even been contested. The nades are landing. Snoopy are on the back. Dealt with by Geo, who's now on 4. How icy is this guy?
Yeah, Geo, he goes big in big moments. You see a lot of it here. And, I mean, you start to feel the pressure, right? You start to look at it across the map right now, and you're like, oh, okay, they're feeling it. You got a bit of a spread, but this is a hill that you would typically see locked down, and this is where we see a lot of those handshakes, right? It's like a full 60 on 10 into what is typically, a full 60 sometimes going into Barber, but Team War obviously break this open, find a window to push through this back alley, and Infinite must not find a lot of value. Yeah, he's waiting for one just outside. He's waiting for Geo to push through, and it just never happens, and then it's just a clean wipe.
No trophy systems down. No one's in the hard point. It's almost one of those moments where it just kind of like let off the gas for a moment, and all of a sudden Team War just kind of get away with murder. So now the break attempt. Infinite's nade's not going to be any good. Lau on the pinch, able to find one. Snoopy is pushed away. Kill still coming through. And none of this is coming by way of really Wardy picking things up until he gets onto this 4 spree. So now you got 30 seconds to fight for if you're Team War. And you look, Amit's saying we're going to give rotating? This. They're just going to play to say we win this if we hold.
Wow. I mean, it's so risky to make a call like this, right? Like, it's just like we're going to give them 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Look at where they are right now. Like, Team War are already mid. Like, they're already here. They're ready to fight rotational gunfights. And a lot of patience coming from the back of Geo, it looks like, out back here inside of Tin as well. And they just wait patiently for everything to come through. They soak up every single second off of Barber, and then slowly start to set up this break where I have to imagine Omen at least come away with a huge chunk of the time initially.
You have to think so. I mean, this setup is very bunkered up. Spawns are not fully in. Trades coming back and forth. You have to win the gunfights from the front. Infinite going back and forth with it. Rupert now down low. He's going to find the elimination, and now Amit stave off the hit from Team War, but you have to get it done right here, right now. Last hit attempt. Gravity from one side, completely cut down. How do you break this if you're Team War in a 3v4 situation? Who's watching what? Thresh gets one kill, but the turnaround, it's Geo who gets the double to win the game with Wardy. Oh my goodness, how big was Geo in a couple of tight moments?
Yeah, Geo, I'd say he's the reason they make this comeback, right? Like, that is just ridiculous. Oh my goodness. I mean, over 200 points on Mercado. Got to lock down one hill, boys. That's it. That's all you got to say, right? Like, we just got to lock down one. You're saying that probably at Barber. And then, I don't know, I think you give them way too much space.
Absolutely.
Like 30 seconds?
Absolutely.
That's a lot of time, as much as they hold the initial push. Like, that is just too much freedom, too much free time in my mind.
And the thing is, it's not just that you're giving up 30 seconds for free. You're not even contesting the exits. Like, throw an AR down mid, something, right? Like, try to get a read on where War is coming from. Don't just let him take this from every single angle. So, but that's one of the things, man. You start to panic. Hey, look, it's not to sit there and, completely outgas everything, but that Amit team is, when they played in the Elite last year, under D1, they got smoked. Now, granted, they didn't have Snoopy, so, like, this team is a team that's learning, but those are mistakes that you just can't see happen. They just can't.
No. Now you got to bounce back. And what? That was after the back end of, like, a couple of pretty strong performances. It was almost a 6-0, right? Like, coming through in the S&D. Now have to put it together going into another. But here we go. Back on board with Boys a Liar, Twisted Theory. We just saw Twisted Theory lose out in a couple of horrible ways in the last two maps. So now have to regain, put it together, and see if they can get us to a map 5 as well.
Yeah, speaking of, again, we will have an opportunity, I'm sure, to see some live look-ins to that map number 5 as it's ongoing, because that is a pretty crucial matchup. We know that you guys want to watch both at the same time. Don't get me wrong. We also want to watch both at the same time. We're going to do our best, friends. As we jump out into the hard point. Boys a Liar looking good on this opening set of kills. Back into not just match Twisted Theory's early time, but they will surpass it.
0. Starting to look pretty solid. 5-0 here. Really picked things up in the series.
I'll say.
Looking for that final kill to get the streak. Which might come by way of Mock as he works through the back alley. Trophy system down the timing. Maybe not there in his favor, but the setup at least is in. So now Twisted Theory going to send 2 through the back alley, 2 through the tunnel. Darkside has a chance to really shut it down right here.
Yeah, you have got to just predict this. And a good shoulder thrown from Vehicle forces out the opening gunshots, confirms the intel now in towards the hard point, but Azestrial on 1 HP gets a double, goes down, not going to be able to get the regen off. So Twisted Theory in towards the Cantina area for now, but not fully in the hard point. And Mock is just trying to recover after being concussed, stunned, pushed around. Shots eventually take him out of the picture. Boys a Liar now with numbers. Twisted Theory just trying to bunker up from the inside. Up top, Hollow gets all 3 lined up. Unbelievable. The drops down for the quad feed. Darian, put him away. There's ladies present.
Oh, that is gross. That Hollow, man, he just fries everyone and make sure that scrap time is there. So Twisted Theory going to have themselves a nice little cushion. Now going into the more difficult hills to break, but nice little trade comes through from Hollow, trying to keep that spree going off of the last one. See what will happen here out front. They got numbers, they have members out front, but now you got to break through the Death Heady.
Yeah, this is tough, especially with how good Astrial's been in these positions before. He's got help as well. Darkside just kind of floating around him. Decent look over towards Hollow. Mock around the back gets 1 elimination, forcing Dark to have to step up, and it's Vehicle who puts him down before he can really do too much. So back and forth, early affair here, over towards 10. Around the back, Boys a Liar, stacking up, trophy system down. It denies the opening utility. Have to get this done the hard way for Boys a Liar. And Binkus does not have an angle on anybody. The rest of his team shut down through patio until they finally worked their way to the doorway. Hixie, last one left, would have had to go 1v3. And only takes down 2. Scrap time looks good for Boys a Liar.
Oh, it certainly does. Big 20 seconds that you love to collect here. The Twisted Theory forced to rotate, and it's not an easy rotation. They have numbers, but Darkside is here. Able to find that first one, just can't find Hixie. Now through the back alley, trying to cut off the reinforcements. 0 out back. Had that 5-0 start, but since then, 1-6. Hasn't really been able to put it together. So the hold is there for Twisted Theory. They'll win the rotation, and they have Hollow in a great spot as well.
Yeah, I'll say. Hollow's had a great start overall, but what a gunfight win from Dark. Needs an opportunity to hit this from multiple points of ingress. Being from the front, waiting for a little bit of pressure around the back, which Trey does provide. Kill comes through. That is enough for Bink to start to make his move. Forces a team kill. Vico not feeling good. Needs to get the reload. Also needs to step away from the Semtex. Right back in. Not going to find Estriel. And Boys a Liar get the break for now. Twisted Theory quickly, though, through the back. A chance to stack. A chance to possibly get in for the last 20. Here's the hit. Hollow set up. Hixie can be the first one in. There's the pre-fire. Hixie drops. Hollow trying to follow up, but Boys a Liar push him away. What a hold this has been.
Oh, is it ever? I mean, Hollow just can't find
Unreal.
any damage whatsoever. Trying to spray, trying to pre-fire, expecting a challenge. A challenge never comes. They just hold that dual little SMG setup and say, come to us. Come inside our web. And, well, they're able to come away with just about back 30, feels like, for the most part there. Huge stuff coming through for Boys the Liar. Trying to keep it going now, right to the next hill. Shots over the top. Tough for Bink. He will be shut down. Much better look, at least initially.
Oh,
Twisted Theory. We'll see if it holds, though.
Vico, nice gunfight win over the top. Just takes Dark completely out of the picture. Oh, but the team nade comes out. You see the idea. Hixie still follows up, wins the hard point for now. And actually, the spawns for Twisted Theory are pretty good to respond where Boys a Liar had spawned out to. They can watch these crosses for days. And Mock is putting him in a little bit of a blender. Finally taken away, but this 25 seconds may be a guarantee. The only player who can really finesse this is Trey from behind.
Yeah, Trey will be able to get in there.
It's actually big.
Everyone else just going to rotate. Twisted Theory already at new, and, well, these back 20 seconds going to add up here for Boys a Liar. Slowly but surely, keeping themselves just with that lead because of it. Now Mock, who's also kind of silently going off alongside his duo that we've been gassing up. Hollow, he's now got 15 kills to his name. We know what happens when Mock starts to heat up. It's a little bit scary for the opposition. Have to shut this man down. Never an easy job.
Darkside just outside, staying prone, staying away from the action. Hixie around the back, though, makes safe the flank, and Hollow is zoning out the front. But there's Dark trying to make the play. He'd had to be the one. Last effort left, really, on this, at least first attempt. But as Trey drops, now all of a sudden you have to reset things up and look at rotation. Vehicle's already making a route. So he's forcing Boys a Liar to spawn in this back alley. Although Twisted Theory, they think they're coming from the parking side. Not the case, so Boys a Liar a chance to break.
Yeah, they do. They have two members up top, and Hixie has been just kind of running around, going rogue, and will be able to re-hit and break back in. But there's still one more 1v1 here, potentially. No, Zero, he's not going to commit for it. Make a wise choice. Back down, play your life, and just try to set up for new. No players have been able to get through to the back just yet for Twisted Theory, but they're going to be very happy finally getting a good chunk of scrap time and holding on to a bit of a lead.
Yeah, they've bottled up this next setup for Boys a Liar, but the longer it takes, the more Bink can get involved off the off-spawn. And he's already found a key kill through the middle of the map. He's even chased down Hixie deep, so now all of a sudden, Boys a Liar hold the advantage. All four members are in position, and you've taken up enough of the map to know that Twisted Theory is going to come through mid-double doors or through warehouse. And this predictability, you have to feel like Bink and Trey are going to just absolutely feast. Here comes the hit. Hixie from the front. First kills come through. And how about the stuns over the top? That'll work out. Trey now called upon. Contested. Last one here. Bink trying to get over, but will be shut down, and Zero can only do so much. Dark trying to quickly follow up to keep the contest alive. Decent prediction, but Vico wins the gunfight, and the flip will come through.
Yeah, the flip will come through. Response now over to the side here for Boys a Liar. They still want to put numbers into this to maybe push through afterwards, which are basically being contested with here for Twisted Theory. They still got Mock in the back, and he is now on 22. He's 22 and 10. Shooting toes, jump, bob, weave, do what you can, Dark Side. Maybe just get the hell out of here. Mock is ready for you. He's now ready just to watch this push through. And these two players are kind of just not a part of the play whatsoever. And Mock has got a read on it, but Bink is there finally to shut him down.
Back and forth, back and forth. 158 to 146. Twisted Theory. Around tunnel. Trying to play for the hard point, but look at the stun follow-up. Boys a Liar looking to take over the middle of the map. Great utility, great capitalization, and now Boys a Liar in the hard point, looking like a lead swap.
That way. In map control. There for Hollow. Maybe try to put some pressure on Estriel, who's just been able to soak up a lot of this time on P1. Don't see it too often, but nades will start to come through. Not a lot of trophies, it feels like, have been down on a lot of these hills. And now, with 15 seconds left, everyone's really ready to give that up. Just try to move to new. Bink will be cut down. Feekal up top with an AR. He is posted up. Hollow is still just a massive problem through the middle of the map. But you take a look at Darkside. He's down low, patiently waiting, and he's got to be the key to break this setup.
Super sneaky. Oh, boy. And he's got a read, I think, of a player up top. To get the kill? Yeah, sure does. Wow, dude, Dark is flying. 13 and 17. Maybe not the sexiest stat line in the world, but he's helped this team in key moments. 180, 160, Twisted Theory stacked up, looking for contact. They just haven't seen anybody. And now Dark gonna get opportunity maybe to double up. Trades come through, though. Last player left alive is Bink inside the hard point. He will not be able to do too much as Hollow zones off any further help. And the back 25 seconds looks good.
Could not have come at a better moment. Halfway through the hill, 30 seconds left. Boys of Liar like, well, this is a muddy hill. Let's just set up. You don't want to dedicate too many resources to the noob, but you have no one watching exits. So a lot of freedom to work with here through the back for Twisted Theory. A chance to still be able to actually contest this, but it's tough gunfights from here. It's just not easy to get inside, but we'll see if they can do it again.
Estriel for the opening double. That makes life much easier on this initial setup. Stun out the door. Hollow will be scouted out by that. Very cheeky. And Estriel has intel that there is a player nearby in that mid-cut. Feekal on the way in. Forces the attention of Estriel. Mach takes it as a double. Hixie trying to work that. His attention grabbing over towards the back, but no. Denied on all fronts. Boys a Liar. Hold strong. Up to 210 to 190 with more to come.
Close, but not close enough. And that bold call to rotate and give up 30 seconds has actually worked out for them. They're still very much in the lead, and well, a chance to get this 24 just about seals it. So Twisted Theory realized we gotta hit it, but you gotta get through Estriel, and you gotta get through Zero, who's still very much a part of the play. Zero again just waits to collapse from up top. Able to get some support from Bink. 5 in a row for him. Trap time secured for Boys a Liar.
That is an unbelievable amount of time. Look, it's not just the fact that they get close to 240. It's the fact that they keep Twisted Theory away from 200 as well. Makings of an instant classic possibly on our hands. Barbershop opens in the hands of Twisted Theory. Feekal locking things down from the front. Off of his own stun. Maybe a little self-assist. No. Good help from Estriel. And now the hit starts to form. 205, 239. Hollow in the back. Keep in mind, Feekal has spawned out. This hit has to come quickly. Otherwise, Feekal can set up a natural pinch.
That's right. Deep spawns, and you have to push through now. Have to break this. Last time they were so good at holding. How good will they be at breaking? Hixie trying to pre-fire. Shots come through. Estriel again is the one to break it open. And Boys a Liar are in. Twisted Theory have to bounce back, and Mach finds 2 with a double. Semtex. That is unbelievable, but it's not enough. They have to run through. The stun is perfect, but there's a moment. Hixie is in. 249, 222. Not done just yet.
Feekal has to hold on to this. His team is on rotation. They spawned out there. You have to hold on to every final second. You can't get off the hard point. But the full flood is there. Boys a Liar hit the stack. And who knows? Maybe them clutching up at map number 1 foiled the plot armor. Because Boys a Liar take 3 in a row. And all of a sudden, the group is up for grabs as we get into map number 5. 2 teams at 1 and 2. Must-win situation, and Mid's up 4-2.
That's right. Lock it back in. Lock it back in. 4-2.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's see what they can do on what looks to be a retake here. Omic going to be able to get this bomb down safely, but they can't all exit safely. Snoopy's going to drop. Rooper's going to drop. See more massive numbers here. 4 versus 2. So much required, and it's a full wrap for Thresh. This is a deep wrap, as deep as it could get.
But he's got the time. Infinite has delayed the gunfights. If he finds 1, that's more than enough. Is it planted for Thresh? That's the question. Infinite still finessing. Thresh now in the mix. Tagged up. Little bounce pass off the wall. Won't land. Semtex forces him forward, and Wardy gets the kill. The retake is good. 4-3. Give it to me.
Man. Oh, his challenge has just not been a banger today. Like, I don't know, man. Oh, man, we just go from one match to the next. It's been so great. Just crazy retakes, crazy plays. Rupert, or rather Thresh, tries to come all the way around the back here, tries to make this play work out, and you're thinking, you know, they get this bomb down, they exit, looking like it could be another round win here for Helmet, but just a really nice awareness coming on through with what they were looking to do. They collapse at the perfect time, and they just make sure they get into the site and do not let everyone get out for free.
Unreal. I love the idea, too. It's bold.
Sure.
Like, Thresh on that long route is super bold, but it nearly works out. Apologies for the sound here, friends. Little tech issues on our side, but the gameplay, maybe it's just best to enjoy it in silence. We'll find out. Team War. Like an early streak was just used through mid-map. Lots of explosion coming through. Lots of ordnance being put into the mix. Gravity looking for the quick Planet A. Infinite looking for spam, and the Semtex does take down Lao, but it doesn't stop the bomb from being planted. 4v3 retake required for Amit.
Trying to get to the high ground, too, and already responsible for watching this flank. We saw this angle last time. It didn't work out. And, well, it's not going to work out again. Wardy's going to drop. Geo and Gravity. Oh, it's just too much. Geo's done some exceptional things. 1v4 now. Have to be one of those asks, and that's not going to happen. Rupers there. Oh, mate, they are on series point.
Who steps up? It's been the question all day long. And quite literally, no better time than right here if you're Team War. Geo ices up in the map 4. We saw that on the replay. Wardy had a tough go of it. Maybe it's his turn to kind of be his normal takeover self. Gravity search and destroy prowess. Don't even get me started. Want to talk about Cold War things? Let me tell you what. Guy was different. And let's be honest, the story of Jimbo goes long before the CDL was even a thing. One of them has to show up right here, right now.
Yep, you need somebody. And, well, it's going to be a double hit from Team War. This is good info, though, for Omid. So you have a lot of options, but instead, they're going to decide to kind of, play with them, see if they can take these challenges. No one wants to fly to B. Ruper's able to find Geo. You still got one more player going rogue right now on the minimap. That's Wardy. He's able to find 4 HP, man. No way he gets another, and Infinite will make sure he doesn't. Wow. A lot of the map open, but you don't feel safe if you're Omid right now.
No, not at all. That was an unbelievably aggressive call. You throw 2 players through, and not just onto the site, but around it. So now there's tons of question marks for Thresh and Infinite. Did they continue to push through? Are they holding back? And as Thresh goes to check the passive angle, he gets put to sleep. Infinite now, 1v2, trying to put the win in towards Amit. Keep their playoff chances alive. Forces the gunfight. Oh my. Tried to maybe catch some timing. Doesn't work out. Team War alive as we go to round 10.
Yeah, I think he gets a read based off of, just the initial check there up top once he loses his teammate. And if it's like, all right, I'm just going to try to beam this guy and then maybe fly away. He gets pretty damn close, doesn't he? Just about one more bullet or two. Gets the job done. Team War will not be put to bed that easily. Gone this far. Why not go another round? See if we can make it yet another.
We've already committed. Just give us the round 11, all right?
That's right.
Do the people what they want. Give it to them. Amit, stun open the bottom doors towards Art. Infinite trying to play over through the middle of the map. This defense is passive, but largely playing contact through Thresh underneath the doors. Snoopy trying to watch to make sure nobody hits Art or nobody hits the top single. And Team War are playing very passive. Not a lot thrown from their side by our perspective. Just trying to feel things out.
Situations like this, I almost like being the offense sometimes more than the defense.
Yeah.
Especially if you get the bomb down. But defense don't have a lot of options to play retake, so you could just wait for these angles to come through. And yeah, that's what Gravity does. He just waits for a check as soon as they cross in. So play this little kind of bait and switch game on the bomb. And it will work out. They do bite. 4v3. Still would love to see them try to drop this, but Dead Sound's being popped. Maybe they're looking to make a play.
I can see it. I mean, they know Infinite's in the back side of this. I mean, he took some shots on that little route through Art. Snoopy trying to follow up, denied by Lau. Looking like a flawless round unless Rupert could do something unbelievable. It would be a 1v4 for the win. Shots over the top. Bomb being planted. Clock is Rupert's friend, but space is not. And the bomb gets planted. Everything resets, favoring Team War significantly.
Oh, does it ever? Gravity. Not going to have any problem with that gunfight. He'll take it over the top. And there we have it. We wanted to see it. Round 11. We'll get it.
Unreal, man. Okay. What do you call here?
Who has offense, right?
Exactly. Because you got to think at a certain moment, like, Amit's up big in the hard point. They let off the gas. Make a couple mistakes. Do you panic? Do you trust that you're going to be able to put together a solid game plan here for your final offense? This is to avoid going 1-3, which pretty much puts you in an impossible position for playoffs. Stun opens the door. Team War not going to fly through this time. It's Gravity watching single. Nade cooked. Infinite is in the way. That hits him not once but twice. Stun. And it commits! He gets him at 1 HP with the stun throw. Are you kidding? That's the bomb carrier down.
Oh my god, what is that? Like a full court shot, we'll call it? Unbelievable. Able to just weave it through the window. Direct impact for the kill and the blood. Infinite out. Huge member to delete off of the map. One of the big playmakers now, no longer here for Omit. As they're starting to get together for this A plant. That's really all they have. But can they get this bomb down safely? It's all about dropping the rock.
Trophy keeps Lau alive. That was a great nade from Snoopy. Stun out. Dead silence triggered. 35 seconds on the clock. Snoopy wants to make a play, but he's the bomb carrier. Hold on a second. Has he caught timing? Has he? Oh, for a second. Thought maybe. But he does at least force Wardy back towards B. Dead silence going to expire. Omit still do not have any play over towards A, and they're going to drop the bomb on Snoopy. How do you get this bomb back? War, they can feel the blood in the water. The shots start to come through. It's just down to Rupert for a 1v2. No time to collect and plant. He's got to find the kills. Up top, around the back. Does he find any timing on this? Doesn't look like it. War are going to split, and they're going to survive the round 11. After a dramatic comeback on map 4, they do it again here in the 5th, and playoff hopes are still alive.
Team War, do it. Staying alive here, doing everything they can to make sure that they control their own fate going forward into week number 2. Down by, what was it, 290 in the Mercado.
Yeah.
They bring it back 250, 249, down 5-3 in the S&D. 3 rounds in a row. They find it there too. Insane stuff. I mean, Gravity finding that first blood was absurd with the Semtex and then the stun to follow it up, man. I mean, that's the first time I've seen anything like that happen in this game. Crazy stuff. I mean, crazy scenes. It's just been a crazy day.
Dude, and how appropriate that our day of wild, unpredictable nonsense finishes with the first blood by way of a stun hitting you in the back of the head. Unbelievable. And it's a reverse sweep as well, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think we mentioned that.
Oh, we didn't.
For a Team War. Whoops, sorry. But here's the thing is, like, where's the composure for this Amit team, dude? I mean, you mentioned 290. Just so many win conditions are built into that score line. And then you're up at one point. Was it 5-3 in the search?
5-3 in the search, yeah.
Unreal.
Just
Not
no ice.
great news. No ice.
It's tough, man. Sometimes you just don't have it, but when it starts to become a trend, that's when it starts to become an issue and more of a mental issue than anything else. But that's tough, man. It's just so many times, you have the ability to close that one out. I mean, we even, kind of felt it watching over that replay of the hard point right now. Like, it almost felt like they went a little bit on cruise control. Like, we're up by quite a bit. Rupert's frying.
Yeah.
We're feeling good. We got rotation, then boom, broken. And it's like, oh, hold on a second. What's going on here? It starts to change very quick. But that's really going to stink for those guys. They were very close to being able to put themselves in a great spot here for these standings.
Well, let's throw it to it. We could sit here and talk about what happened today for the next 2 weeks and not do it justice, but here's how the standings have formed. And look at this. This is a unbelievable affair. 3 teams at 3-1. That pretty much guarantees. Yeah, it does. Those 3 teams will make playoffs, no question. For Team War, they're still a little up in the air, but as I scrambled to see who they play for round 5, they play Twisted Theory. So at worst, they can finish 2-3 rather, and they will hold the tiebreaker against Amit. So that matchup was to determine who our top 4 are going to be. I'm sure the GB admins will be figuring out seeding things up top for the tiebreakers there, because that is important in an 8-team double elimination bracket. But I feel very confident to at least be able to confirm that these are your 4 teams at the top that will be making out of Group A into the playoffs.
Crazy stuff here. Rocker, Boys a Liar, Twisted Theory, these 3 all battling for the first seed. Head-to-head's obviously going to be a massive factor for as far as who gets that. And then for Group B, Convoy Gaming. I mean, how about it? We obviously know Convoy did not have the best first split, but this team here, they've been able to put it together. 11-5 map record, 3-1 in the series. And LEG Academy, a lot of props to them too. They've been doing a very similar job here up top in this group too.
And for Convoy Gaming and LIG Academy, they're confirmed for playoffs, and they play each other in their final group stage match to determine the first seed. Whereas Smog Alpha plays Boston Academy, and Decimate will play Jokas on You. So if Jokas on You and Boston Academy both win against their counterparts, that throws a 4-way tie at 2 and 3, in which you cannot even begin to ask me what will happen, and don't even bother tagging Brody about it because he will try to talk your ear off for an hour and a half. But that's going to be fun. I mean, Group B has been just unpredictable as ever. 1-1 across all 6 teams. We had 3-0s on all fronts in Group B today, pretty much across the board, which meant who knows what. I don't know what to say, Austin. I'm shocked. I don't even know what, but give me some final thoughts somewhere, somehow.
Happy to be here, Alan. Happy to be here. I wish I had a lot to follow up with, but I mean, like, what do you really say? There were some crazy events today, man. Some crazy comebacks, some insane clutches, and as always, you know, very unpredictable. This season, more unpredictable than a lot of them, based off of the results that we got. So, like you said, good luck going forward trying to predict the rest of it, because it's not going to happen. But either way, man, like I said, happy to be here. Challenges is fun. Challenges is great. And I can't wait to do it again next week. Let's go.
Which we will be able to do Wednesdays, Thursdays. Yeah, tomorrow. I will say next week we do start earlier, I think, because not true. I lied to you. It's 2:00 p.m. Eastern. Day 2 of next week. Boy's a liar. Joke's on you. Get me off the air before I say something else stupid. 2:00 p.m. Eastern, EU, Wednesdays, Thursdays. Follow along, because you missed out. If you were just tuning in for the first time, you missed out on a lot of action. But we got a lot more to come. CDL this weekend. Let's enjoy that together, shall we? Till next point, keep holding it down. So long. Bye-bye. Farewell. Later.